They don't need the Terrorblade to fight. There's the Ravage. That's a good meaty one there onto the three of them. This surely should be a cleanup, unless this Vacuum's going to do anything crazy. No, there's no follow-up.
Shad?
What Na'Vi have left alive. Frostbite has stopped the TP out from QBFY. Shad's going to run.
He's got half duration still, so he's going to make him work for it. Is there another dead in the water? Still not for 10 seconds.
Is they going to be able to...
Insania cutting him off.
Oh, rush up the mark. Doesn't matter. Frostbite's there. They get the catch up on him. Shad cannot escape this.
And they make a go of this. XM Smoke gonna break. Blink, Ravage again on a 3. Time Zone following it up. Right clicks from Ame, gets the kill there in a PP. They'll take out Matthew. And Borrowed Time comes through. The dead shot lands on to the Void, but it won't matter. After the Borrowed Time runs out, the Sands of Time will take him.
Oh, Malreen's in there.
They're gonna jump Muerta. Oh my
God. It's like
decimated, man. Solar Guardian to come in as well. Just adding insult to injury for NGX. He does get off the Ravage, but where is the damage?
Ghost has to ult and run away.
Peter can't attack GH because of the Ghost Scepter, but the Crush will hold him in place. Starbreaker destroys everyone, and Amar is gonna get the Rampage.
Oh, what do you know? And snaking their supports, just locking down that hero. And Sumail, after that, he changed his mind. That's the BKB.
Oh, they want to go for this Roche desperately. They finally get it in the end. Double kill for Amar, though. That is just absurd.
That's at least one big kill. Schofield blocked off from the rest of his team, trying to get a kill to Amaterasu. Solar Guardian's not going to be enough to keep him alive, but they will get the kill to Rabel. And now they'll look over at Ifafel. That's 2 dead on the side of Yellow Submarine. Eventually, they will lose this Dawn, but how much can Morphling do? Say, eventually they'll lose the Dawn. Whisper doesn't die. They don't commit completely for him. Amaterasu's dead. Nesphere gone, and now it's going to be a full team wipe for the side of Heroic.
Give him the old walk away, and now turn, Ravage connects, damage out, it's on to both of them. The Aeon Disc is going to proc, but they end up getting a bash in the second black hole.
Wait.
The heal, the heal, the heal, oh, Pike, the liver, the damage out, and they turn it. Matthew, the star comes in at the last second.
What?
I cannot believe that that sort of worked. The problem is they are dying to the throne, the throne, the throne, no!
Amira is going to be the one nearby, and now they'll go in, but the jump is from Nightfall. Nightfall immediately looking to kill Yuma and takes him out. He meant it, he tried, he died. They stole the Macro Pyre. It's doing some decent damage, but I'm not too sure that matters. Ravage going to be thrown out. They've got the control of the Rubik. They get the kill on a KJ. They look for Whisper. Ravage going again. And Toronto Tokyo getting that kill on a Schofield. 4 heroes dead. Whisper back to form. This is going to be a full team wipe for the side of Aurora.
And Saberlight, you can see the Aghanim Scepter online, so Uproar breaks. Oh, the instant Hex onto Nisha. It's deleted! 85 seconds, no buyback. Caught off guard as Mickey has to stand his ground now. Saberlight gets off the Pulverize as well, and they find 2 kills instantly. And now even more coming the way via Mickey, and that's a full team wipe in a way.
Flare goes out, they see it, it's very low, but it's going to be too late. Now Morales, he breaks the smoke, they're on to 23, pops the BKB, but they are all in the Wukong's command, although I thought it was going to be good enough for a moment, but it's not. Rabel is able to escape. It was a good terrorize, but it wasn't good enough. X-Nova dies to the last tick of fire right there. Pop the ulti.
See the couriers, they know exactly where they are.
I mean, they can't sneak a Roche, can they? They're gonna try.
They seem to know.
Okay, Crimson, get the last of the RPs there. Straight away, nothing. They fight the 3-man RP. It's a beauty. An absolute beauty from nothing to say. Well, yeah, they're not sneaking a Roche.
No, they're not.
I can tell you that.
What an insane impalement art from
As
White.
Duracho just slaps him away.
That was such a good snipe.
And eventually the Magnus will fall as well as XXX actually drops. As Dazzle ends up ticking out as well, but a Dragon Tail from Duracho into the 33 stun as well. Void is dead. Ame, big kill for Tundra as Jin Q getting right-clicked up close and personal to the Dragon as everybody is dying.
Yeah.
Mesphere.
Here, that is problematic to be in that position. But they've got the Winter's Curse. That's on the 3. They still lost GH early on, but they are going to lose Nesfury's a lot of their damage, and 2 more go down with Amarales and Amaterasu dying. They'll look to finish off If I Fall, and the answer is If I Fall.
Aki, lift, pull back, trying to find him, toss all the way over to the side, Boom in trouble, and now the turn, Kaori moves over, he has the black hole, but it's Shad! Shad's the one that walks in, gets the dieback onto that Tiny, and Smiling Knight, nowhere left to go, they're trying desperately, but it won't be enough.
And now Analog with the rest of this, BKB has to run. And missile coming in as the end of the BKB comes through as well. Supernova, Skitter's got the BKB though. Pop the BKB, looks to try and finish off the egg. They'll kill the egg off. Skitter's still alive. Yuma's trying to desperately finish off these kills, but he can't. Yuma falls. They get team wiped.
Not only getting Roche successfully, but they get a free kill onto the Lina, Soxa. He's getting pretty low. There's the RP onto 2, though. Duracho just farming everything that stands in his way. And right now, it's Boom. He's going to get Boundless struck. BZM will steal it.
Greetings, esports fans. We're back in beautiful Bucharest as PGL Wallachia Season 3 hits the playoff stage. I'm going to be your host this morning. I'm Richard Lewis. You've probably seen me before. If not, hi, nice to meet you. Joining me in the studio, we've got 2 of the finest analysts Dota has ever created. Former TI winner, Fear, and whatever Jenkins is.
It's good to be here, ladies and gentlemen. Fear, thank you so much for being here. TI winner, congratulations, man.
Please don't touch me.
What is that like being a TI winner?
Well, look, I've got a more. What are you dressed as today? Because you look like this guy. You look like my uncle. Or at least he told me he was my uncle.
What are you talking about? This is what we wear in Dota. This is normal.
It is a new thing for me. So you know.
No, just chilling. What are you wearing, buddy? You're looking real good. You're looking spiffy today. Is that if you're a big TI winner, rich guy, $1 million friggin' $20,000, whatever it is you won? You just
$20,000.
afford suits? Is that the thing? You're trying to rub it in our face? You got a suit?
You're wearing a suit too, just a different type.
It is. It needs to be in a straitjacket, I think, but we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, agreed.
Anyway, why don't we talk about what happened yesterday before we kind of move forward with today? I think we can do that.
That was rough too, though.
Yeah, well, actually,
I don't know.
A lot of stomps yesterday. Look, we'll start with the big graphic. This is the sprawling tale of the tournament so far. You can see, obviously, it was a Swiss system, which is just great because the games get progressively better, with the exception of yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't even know what happened, but you can see it was an unbelievably short day, lots of 2-0s. But I mean, the way that the tournament evolved over the course of it, we got some excellent matchups, and I think that the teams we've assembled for the playoffs makes for a very exciting finish.
Yeah, I think all the teams that should be at the playoffs are at the playoffs, right? And the teams that were struggling a little bit really kicked it into gear on that 5th day. So I think we have a really good playoff. I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Tidebound in particular. I mean, I think this is the one team that maybe people were not expecting to go through to the playoffs. Of course, you got a star-studded roster. Don't get me wrong, but we got all the good teams here. I mean, these are top-tier Dota teams, unlike last season, which was a little bit, right after TI, so there was some People are taking breaks. Like everybody's here. These are the top 8 teams in the world right now.
Yeah, I like that. And obviously, you know, there's a couple of big names that didn't make it. Not even a couple, really. There was a few. You know, there's a number of big brands, let's say, that are kind of in this like transitional phase right now. You know, they're bedding in new players, trying to find their form again, maybe falling on some hard times, and they haven't made it into the final 8. But it's certainly been valuable for them to kind of like, you know, they know which direction they need to head in now. You know, OG, Team NGX. I'm sure these are teams that are going to go back to the drawing board after this.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have to. I mean, NGX had some good performances. They're just on the cusp. But yeah, OG, unfortunately, like, not really able to find anything just out on day 3, right? Like, it doesn't get much worse than that. So they definitely have to go back to the drawing board. But that's how it goes sometimes. You just got to start from scratch.
Yeah. Well, we can take a look as well as how the meta has been evolving. We've talked a lot about what has become popular, what's being picked by teams, but you can often in Dota get a picture of what's going on with the uncontested heroes. So I'll come to you, Jenkins. What do you make of this?
There's a few that are a bit surprising. I mean, techies, we saw a good amount of this hero in Dream League. I mean, this does require you to be a specific, like, techies player, you know, specialty player. Oracle, you can literally see where the runes are, and the 6-minute rune fights have become so incredibly important. Every game, there's like 3 heroes mid at the 6-minute mark. Pudge, we saw in Dream League, people were going Mask of Madness, carry Pudge with the facet where you get more damage the more you rod. It turns out this hero is still dog shit. I think this one is fair. Is there any that stand out to you, Fear, that you think should be picked?
Should be picked, no. But the ones that I think I'm seeing a trend are like some of the heroes that follow the global lifesteal rules, like the Juggernaut with the talent at some point, CK, Wraith King, these type of heroes, like they kind of got owned by the changes on the patch, and it's a big reason why we won't see him. And for me, it's CK. That hero used to be pickable, used to be good, but like I feel like it just is unpickable now, just because like you don't do the damage to creeps anymore. Your lifesteal's a lot worse. So yeah, some heroes just need to get a little bit buffed to get played again, even though their toolkit's good.
Yeah, I think as well we've seen some heroes that are kind of being picked, and people are starting to wake up to the fact that maybe they're not so good. Like we've seen a lot of mid Slardar, for example, and since the changes there where the bash doesn't apply to the creeps, it's like if you don't play from the front, there's not a farming mechanism to kind of come back, and it doesn't have a particularly great win rate at this tournament, despite being picked quite a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, people are playing it against Ember Spirit as well, and I just feel like Ember Spirit has so many bad matchups. You don't need to Slardar. You can Huskar him. I mean, the big one that we're seeing is DK.
Yeah.
Like DK seems to shit on a lot of the mids, like DK versus Puck, DK versus Ember, and it's so safe. Like, why would you Slardar and you go for this like cheese pick when you can just have a completely normal, also overpowered hero that is going to equally or more so crush the lane?
Yeah, I think this DK hero is very interesting because like if you look at the patch when it came out, right, this hero was actually bugged. He was doing more damage than he should have. They fixed that. He's still incredibly broken. And we're going to talk about the fire facet, by the way.
Yeah.
Then they finally have the damage on the fire dragon. And okay, now it's mellow, but what people didn't realize is the other facets this whole time were actually still good. It just, the fire one was so good you couldn't pick anything else. So now you can go for either the the frost one or the green one, and this hero is still really strong. It's just really interesting to see that we didn't get to see many games with these other facets getting played because the red one was just so OP, there was no other option.
Yeah, I'll stay with you as well. You were wanting to talk a little bit about the Radiant and Dire component to the game. We actually brought this up in an interview when we were talking to Crit because we thought there might be some secret tech going on. Falcons had played on Dire 19 times in a row, and they just said, look, it's just because we don't really care. We just don't care about that, which I don't know if that is true, whether that's kidology or not, but talk us through this statistic and its importance.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so what I really wanted to show is the fact that if you go back to Dream League, right, the Radiant win rate was 57%, right? It is mellowed down to 51%, and this is after the letter change, right? So this Tormentor has been nerfed. Teams have figured out how to play around it more, and I think the majority of this stat is just because the Tormentor is now a bit more figured out, a little more mellow, and now the win rate isn't just, oh, if you're Radiant, you just have a 57% chance to win the game, and I think I like that a lot. That new patch will provide more balance to the game.
I agree with that. Like, I think even if the Tormentor didn't get nerfed in the letter patch, we would still see the win rate kind of going towards 50% just because people realize you can trade the Tormentor for Roche, you can smoke and then fight after the Tormentor. Like, even if the Dota map is imbalanced, the pros are pretty good at figuring out what makes it imbalanced, and then you'll see the win rate go towards 50%. Unless there's something that's like completely broken, usually that's what's going to happen.
Let's take a look at the bracket for today. These are going to be the games that we're going to be talking about. But as you rightly said earlier, you can see all the teams that we really wanted in the playoffs kind of got here. Is there a match that stands out for you there?
They're all so good, honestly. Yeah. It's hard to choose. I definitely think the first one is the one that I'm most excited about. It's been a while since we've seen Chinese Dota look really good, and unfortunately one of them is going to knock each other down right away, but I want to see the level of competition they're going to bring, and obviously I want to see Spirit against Falcons. Falcons has been improving so much at this tournament, and just in general since the last few months, so can they stand up to Team Spirit? We'll have to see, but they have the names, they have the talent, and they definitely can.
I think what's been interesting as well is, look, while I agree, I think Team Spirit are on another level right now. I said right at the start of the tournament, I can't see any other outcome than a Team Spirit win, frankly. I just think they're so far ahead of everyone else right now. But what's been interesting has been that Gaimin Gladiators and Team Liquid are the two teams that have stood out for me as they're starting to get their shit together. They're actually starting to head in the right direction.
Yeah, that's why I feel like it maybe won't just be Team Spirit running away with the whole tournament, just because Gaimin and Liquid are the types of teams that if they do make it through without just getting like knocked out in the group stage, they always have a chance to win the whole tournament. Like, even when they're at their
Falcons
weakest,
not in the discussion anymore?
Falcons is in the discussion as well. And I think also Falcons, a part of that discussion is they had Skeeter, who had surgery. You know, he had some issues. And then they also had, they were missing Malrine for a major tournament. So they have not been at their strongest. They probably weren't scrimming during a lot of these times because they had real life stuff going on. And they also look like their form is getting back to what it was. So I think we're going to have a very competitive top 8 here.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting because they obviously dominated against Heroic the other day, and it was hard to gauge whether or not they are moving their style now to what this meta kind of needs, because prior to that, they came in, they had this kind of greedy, farm-heavy, we'll take a game to 60 minutes, but we'll just outscale kind of concept, and people found them out, and, you know, they dropped a couple of matches.
Yeah, I think in general, if we're looking at Falcons, the games they look the worst is when they rely on Skeeter to be a hard carry. And they kind of reeled it back, and we saw yesterday they picked gyro carry. And this is like generally what Skeeter does best for his team, because you do have Mallory and you do have Amar. They're carries at the end of the day, right? And you have to supplement that as Skeeter. They tried the Terrorblade strat, 0-2, right? So they just need to find their style. And when this team finds their style, they're really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll talk about the first series that we're going to get into. It's an absolute banger, as sure as Jenkinson's legs are creepy. China is back. They are so back.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I looked at like the previous 30 tier 1 tournaments or something like that, and China has only made it to top 8 in 3 of them or something like that, with 2 teams.
Yep.
There's been the odd like Xtreme Gaming, like Azure, but 2 teams making it into top 8 is very rare in the last couple of years. And the ones that they did make it to top 8, other than like 1, were the like Snow Rui. Like, these are the literally tournaments held in China. So here we have XG previous rosters, and of course you can see that there's some overlap here. Faith Beyond has played with Ame, you know, nothing to say. Faith Beyond, they're back together. They played on LGD. This was when they won Riyadh Masters 2022. So Jinqiu, of course, playing on both rosters. Like, basically what I wanted to highlight here is just how much these players are going to know each other. They've also, a lot of them have been coached by Zhao 8 as well. So there's going to be a lot of heroes and strategies which are understood entirely by both teams. And I expect today we're going to see some really weird shit coming out of both teams.
Just to let everyone at home know how the sausage is made, one of the reasons we wanted to kind of highlight the uncontested heroes is because we think there'll be a curveball in the draft. I mean, both of these teams have drafted in the most interesting fashion out of any of the teams here. They're pulling stuff out and making it work, and not stuff you would see typically. And now that they're going head to head, you know, they're probably going to try and, you know, mind game each other a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one of those players is Undying as well. He's been picking Undying as an example. And I think
he's the one that wasn't on any of those rosters, by the way, other than this current one.
So that's what I was going to bring up as well. Like, a lot of these players are just recycled from teams to team through years and years of Chinese Dota. But Undying, he's the new guy, right? And he's been bringing new ideas. He's playing the Elder Titan. He's playing Undying. He's playing a lot of team fight. I think this matchup in general is going to be team fight versus hard carry, hard carry. Ame and Shiro are both playing very hard carry type of style. So it's going to be a clash of the same style, not different styles, which we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and you can look, these are the heroes that Undyne has been playing. And look, I mean, some of these are obviously meta-dictated. Jakiro's just a super safe pick right now, solid win rate. Silence is coming back. Obviously, you've got all the, you know, counter initiation, all of that stuff with the global. It's just a good hero. But the Undying and the Elder Titan are kind of like signature picks, if you like.
Yeah, and the Elder Titan in the game, like, they're 0-1 with the Elder Titan, but the game that they lost with it, he was dominating. Like, he
was not his fault.
He was crushing the lane. It was not his fault at all. He clearly has an extremely good read on the hero. He obviously plays these like melee bruiser 5 heroes, and he plays them so exceptionally well.
We can obviously talk about Team Tidebound as well. I mean, another super interesting and fun team to watch. They, for me, have been, again, just another interesting draft conceptualization team. Like, there's been a lot of the teams that have come here of like, you know, yeah, they're feeling out the meta or whatever, but they're never going to throw in anything too crazy, too surprising. Both of these teams rip up that rule book.
Yeah, I mean, out of the teams remaining, these two are a couple of the highest tier in terms of their hero pools. Nothing to Say is one of the few people who will play the Death Prophet mid. I did want to look at some of the records, though.
Oh, sure. Sorry, my bad.
This is for XG. This is the #1 record in each of these categories, by the way. So, well, Ame and XM are #1 and #2 for average kills per match. And then for assists, for average assists per match, #1 and #2 are the supports of XG. And then Ame is the #1 for XPM. So these guys are not only, you know, making it through to the top 8, they are holding #1 and #2 for some of the most impressive records of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I really do like that support combo. We'll no doubt talk about Jin-Q in just a moment, but I think he's been like revelatory for me. I love watching this guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely bringing new stuff to the table, as he usually does. It's kind of just his style in general. We see his Wyvern really good, really. He made AA meta, I want to say. Like, there's been games where you're seeing AA banned on the first phase, first picked by teams that aren't Xtreme Gaming, and I don't think this would have ever happened if Jin-Q didn't have that one pop-off game playing AA POS 4. So he is one of those trendsetters, and you always have to keep an eye out. What is he going to play, and what is he picking?
So yeah, back over to Team Tidebound. Let's pick out some of the standouts for them. Either of you can jump in on that one.
I think we have a stats for Team Tidebound as well. So I wanted to show this because this is all one guy. This is just Shiro.
Yeah,
it's a lot of one guy.
So he has the least stats. He has the most average KDA of the tournament. He has the highest GPM of the tournament. He has the highest last hits per minute of the tournament. And look at least stats, 1.44. He's died 0 times in the last 3 games. 0. This is insane. So basically the difference between these two teams, even though they draft a decent amount of overlap between their, you know, their different roles, and yes, Ame and Shiro both play the hard carries, the way both of these teams play is different in the sense that for Tidebound, it's all about Shiro. He's getting a ton of rampages. He is not dying at all. He is getting every last hit on the map. They are pure 4 protect 1. And I would expect that if we can find these stats out, if we can, you know, notice this trend, that XG is also going to look to shut down Shiro, whether that's in the laning stage or picking like BKB Piercing Disabled, Doom, Beastmaster, something like that. But you have to deal with Shiro if you want to beat this team.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a similar story for Ame too.
Yeah,
a lot of teams new play versus Ame. They're banning these Slarks, PA, Terrorblades just in the first phase, right? So it's going to be interesting to see 2 carry players with similar styles and similar hero pools as well go at it. It's going to be a big talking point going into the series. How early are we going to pick our carry? Because I have a feeling that the team that picks these Terrorblades or PAs first is going to be an advantage in this series.
Yeah, it's interesting because you did say as well that you wanted Ame to just play Ame heroes, right?
Yes.
Which we saw some of the other heroes that he kind of locked in very earlier on in the tournament, and you were a bit underwhelmed. But then when he got the ones,
Yeah, the one that brewed there.
yes, exactly. There's a standout on that graphic.
Yeah.
But when he got the heroes you associate with Arme, I mean, they were just winning games and they were smashing people. You know?
Yeah, I mean, they're basically playing the same style with slightly different heroes, right? Like, one likes the Morph Medusa, still a hard carry, while the other one is going to go for more of these Sark type of heroes. But if you look at it that way, like, Ame has a little bit of advantage because Sark is kind of good versus Shiro's hero pool in general, but that's what bans are for. Maybe we're going to see that Sark slip into that first phase ban, but I do want to see Ame just stay away from these early pick life stealers and, like, brood mothers.
Yeah, I agree. I think the person that needs to defeat Shiro is Ame. And the person that needs to defeat Ame is Ame. I think he's his own worst enemy. If some of the more dog shit picks come out from him, the juggernauts of the world, the specters in other patches, then they can go down. But Shiro, he'll play the heroes that he's the most comfortable with. He's not suggesting terrible heroes, but we'll see. I think, like, because there's so much overlap, because there's so much data from the first group stage, because there's so many not picked heroes right now because the patch just came out, like, I refuse to believe we're going to see a game with just like 10 normal heroes. There's going to be at least one cheese.
100%. It's like I say, the way that they've done the drafts as well. When they lock these heroes in, you can see it was the plan the whole time. There's no deliberation. You know, they don't take any time. It's like, yeah, it's going exactly the way we practiced. And that's where they've really stood out for me compared to some of the teams. You've seen a lot of teams using up a lot of time to try and have reactionary picks in the draft phase, whereas these two teams have come to a draft phase with a plan that they look to execute.
Yeah, I mean, I think a good example of that is, like, they have such versatile players, right? If you look at their mid laners, for example, they end up picking Tinker first pick one game, but by the end of the draft, that went mid, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing to say played it. In the game after that, we saw XM play an OD mid, right? In a game where, like, nobody's seen OD before. When's the last time this hero was played? It's been known as a garbage hero.
It's not been good, yeah, but he made it look so good.
But he made it great. So these mid laners, they have these pocket picks, both of them.
He did Venomancer mid not laning.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the mids at all, but
Veno.
These two mids are so good at pocket picks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so interesting to
one common hero.
It's funny to see a meta where the pocket picks are coming back in the mid lane, because I feel like other than Huskar, it's not really been the pocket picks mid. I mean, XM has always been a player like this. He's one of my favorite players to watch because you just know Viper, Sniper, Puck. Like, he's got his cheese heroes that he will always pick, even if it's a bad game for it. But
I mean, nothing to say his hero pool is even less honest if you're to really look at it. He's got Coddle on there. He's got Tinker on there.
Yeah.
Like, these are definitely cheese picks as well. Dazzle.
I think they figured it out, though. Like, the mid lane, because you can't refill bottle, it's gone back to this, like, supports go mid. It's a skill matchup. You're kind of isolated on your own island. Like, you got to play it dirty at that point.
Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely. But
These
yeah,
guys are real dirty.
Yeah, indeed. As dirty as your outfit.
Yeah. But, XM, he's a dirty boy. He's always been a dirty boy. He has played these heroes even when they're bad. The Vipers and the Snipers of the world. I would love to see a Sniper. Tank Cardell, Sharp Eye. One of my favorite guys in Dota to watch. What a fantastic treat it is, Richard.
Well, we're about to get into the draft, so we will see what they've been cooking in the kitchen overnight.
Indeed.
Let's all agree Magnus can be... We'll X that one out. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, I mean, you have to ban that Tinker just because it is so strong right now, and multiple players can play it on multiple positions. That PA, it's being removed. It was picked second phase, honestly, in Tidebound, but they're gonna just respect it.
In this matchup, it's a first pick, I think, because
I feel like TB's up there too. Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, definitely. Especially if they're comfortable with one of the other positions playing it. Actually, I don't even know if you need that, now that I'm saying that. I feel like you can legit just run it as a carry, and the
Xtreme first picks it, and they just run it as a carry,
Yeah.
And the PA's out?
Yep, PA's gone.
I love the Elder Titan van. That's some respect right there.
I wonder what that means. Does that mean they want, like, a Tide or something fairly early? Like, it's bullied pretty hard by a hero like that? We saw a Baden have issues with this hero and Tide. A lot of the melee guys actually kind of just get slapped. So, but either way, yeah, it's mainly just a respect ban.
Yeah, I think you sometimes just don't want to be cheesed, you know. You'd rather play against something that's good like a Jakiro, but you know what you're up against rather than something you don't exactly have a read on. I think we saw when Undyne was playing the Elder Titan, he got a couple of kills. I think it was on Tundra actually. And he got a couple of kills because clearly, you know, people just have not been playing against ET. Yeah. It's not a popular hero.
Yeah, he's both picks. So
Mars ban.
That's new. That's some draft prep right there. They've got an idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm excited to see what it is because this is unusual.
Yeah, the only player that's really been making Mars look amazing is obviously Amal.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I feel like Ame should just first pick his Terrorblade. I don't know what's better in the pool. Mag is out, Tinker's out, Night Stalker's out.
You could argue it like Nature's Prophet, maybe. I mean, this is a hero people have been valuing very highly.
But TB is quite good versus Nature's Prophet.
I agree. It's just I feel like people are picking Natures into pretty bad games and then it's still winning. So statistically speaking, it just seems to me like a really strong hero that people are valuing really highly.
I mean, the hero is good. I definitely think it's up there. But I think if you are going to play this 4 Protect 1 style, you want these heroes. Okay, they're gonna go for the
Dazzle. Makes it through. Oh yeah, okay. I mean, makes sense. That bet. I mean, to me, like all I'm thinking is this better be worth the Mars ban. And they pick Puck.
Well, it's the mid counter, right? But we've seen this Dazzle be played on several positions. So
yeah, and it looked crazy. We saw that RCY game, and like that was just insane, and that kind of brought it into everyone's attention. And then it was just not getting through in the draft. So.
Yeah, and they banned the AA, which means like you can just comfortably, in my opinion here, just move this Dazzle to position 5 and just go throw a DK mid, right? And now Puck, unlike Dazzle, this hero has not been a flex for like 4 years. They can like pretty much only go mid. Otherwise, it's a grief. There was this small phase where this hero could be position 4, but not anymore. It does not have good stats.
And there's a lot of Puck hard counters mid.
Yes.
It is XM we're talking about though, so
Sniper.
He'll probably be Sniper. Yeah, I think if you're Tidebound, you have to continue to respect the potential for a mid pickup, right? Like you can't just assume it's going to be a Dazzle mid. It's so clearly a flex hero, especially for Undyne. I feel like this is right in his hero pool. Like Dazzle, Silencer, Jakiro, like these are all very similar type heroes to me, where you're just a lane dominator. Like surely this is in his wheelhouse. But they banned the Tide, so they're still banning offlaners. Okay, this like I'm completely leaning towards the DK as well, Fear. I just feel like DK's really hard to gank mid as Tusk. You get 2 bracers and you just walk away.
I mean, I feel like if you could just throw DK in the game, it's just like pretty free. We're gonna see the Faceless Void. We have seen Ame play this as a carry.
Yeah, he actually did.
Yeah,
that's right.
He's one of the few that actually went for the Chronosphere. In fact, I don't want to say few. He's the only player who has went for Chronosphere, not the time zone.
Yeah,
so
typically we've been seeing it in offlane and 4 with the time zone. Right?
We also have seen Jin Q play this with the time zone as a position 4. So we don't know exactly wherever all these pieces are going right now. And that's a good thing for Xtreme to kind of like be open-ended here. Abaddon, that's kind of like the Dazzle and Jakiro counter.
Yeah, that definitely means like if the Dazzle is run as a 5 or an off lane, you can just flex the Abaddon to be whichever position it will lane against. Actually, you can lane against either, and you're happy.
Ooh, the clown.
Okay, I mean this is good against Chronosphere and Chrono Square as well. You throw them in the box, they can. They're either, safe, or if they're in Chronosphere, they run out of it if they're in the Chrono Square.
10 seconds.
I love watching Ringmasters play. Like a good Ringmaster is one of the most satisfying heroes to watch in Dota right now.
Can you combo it with the Puck tether as well, like the ult?
Yeah, you can. You can, and then also you can fear people out of the Puck coil as well with the Ringmaster Q. So there's some cool synergy here actually.
And there's the Terrorblade. So that means Shin-Q will be playing the Faceless Void. Likely, I mean, you can still do mid Dazzle versus Puck. It's fine. You're just not going to dominate the matchup. You're just going to play around just farming, pushing the wave out. It's a trade. I think that's likely what they're going to do here. And Terrorblade is one of the better heroes versus Abaddon. I've seen it, many people argue one way or another, but so far from what I've seen, Terrorblade has been the clear winner. All you have to do is wait for him to use his shield. He has to use it eventually. Then you put the reflection on him, and it does so much damage, and especially later in the team fights as well. You're not always going to have that shield available for yourself, and it does a lot of damage, especially because Radiance is such a popular build. You just can't go that build anymore, essentially.
I think also the if you play around the Sunder well, you know, you can Sunder after the Abaddon ult and take him to, you know, back to 10% HP. So it's not so bad, yeah.
So for Xtreme, when I kind of look at their lineup going into this series, I was afraid of them having a lot of team fight and the better scale. And I'm afraid of that still. And if you look at TB, he's actually one of the best heroes in the game with Dazzle. If you can get a nice Grave off, that sets up for Sunder really well. So they have so much synergy. The time zone as well allows the TB to just get a lot of right clicks in. It speeds up the projectiles as well within the time zone too, which is interesting. It's a lot of burst, it feels like. Whereas Tidebound, they need some oomph on this last pick from Shiro. And I'm not sure what it's going to be because there's so many carries banned already, and we already said the trump card of carries right now is the Terrorblade. I feel like they also have the superior team fight right now too. But you do have a lot of skirmish power on the side of Tidebound.
I have an idea. Hear me out on this, boys.
Okay.
Phantom Lancer.
I mean, they might just ban that, to be totally honest with you. And I don't know if Dazzle destroys that hero or not, but maybe not.
The new Dazzle, if it's a...
It's very strange, isn't it?
I mean, if you laned against it, you could dispel his Q. So that's nice, but he's got the Hex, which will kill all your illusions. It just plays from such a distance. It plays these long fights against all this bullshit that Xtreme has, and it's the...
It also plays from like a different patch too.
It does. It's not a good hero. It's not good.
So like we theorycraft earlier, we would put Drow, and there goes the PL Dream.
Okay, now you can't. Yep.
Yep. One of the many problems of PL, one hero just ruins you.
Yeah.
This is interesting. Darkseer hasn't got through very often. It's been one of the higher priority bans in a lot of
earlier
drafts.
on, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, don't pick Troll. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourselves.
10 seconds remaining.
I remember, I think it was like day 2 or 3, we were trying to figure out why it was like kind of so high priority.
I kind of want to see a Sven or something, because there is no winning this carry versus carry matchup. I feel like you just have to win the lane.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's accurate.
And then some more AoE team fight could be nice.
The Ursa was an interesting ban. I feel like with the Revenant's Brooch build, Ursa's actually pretty good against TB. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Ursa also
damage.
is good versus Darkseer, so it's kind of like a double whammy there. Lifestealer's the other pick that could be good just because they have Puck.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Damage.
Yeah, that is a good pick. It's surprising to see it go all the way through. Actually, you lane fine against a Darkseer because you can sustain. It's not as good against TB as it was before because
no disarm.
You can't disarm him. Yeah, that was a big problem for. I think go for the Sven.
Yeah, I mean they were never ever gonna get the carry versus carry matchup because like as we mentioned before, only illusion heroes beat TB. But then you pick that Darkseer, you eliminate that. So what you should do is just try to make sure Darkseer has a bad game, get Shiro off a net worth advantage, right? Maybe play a bit more aggressive, shut down Ame, and then you can take that Sven into late game with a net worth advantage. But if it's an even game, this game is a stalemate, yeah, this TB will be the hard carry of this game for sure.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm surprised in general that we don't see more Sven, just because I feel like the meta, at least at the start of this tournament, was finding some carry who can farm the Ancients. And Sven is the best hero at doing that. You can just stack for him, then Ringmaster can take the lane while Sven farms the jungle, farms the Ancients. If he has an item advantage, I wonder how the Sven versus Terrorblade matchup goes now that Revenant's Brooch is a thing. I really feel like it's not as bad as it was before, where you just like high armor, be able to like man fight the Sven in the late game, because armor doesn't matter when you're dealing like half magical damage.
Yeah, I mean Ame also, from what I've seen, goes Revenant's Brooch as well. So
Sven also has high armor.
Yeah, so goes a little bit both. I think it's still definitely TB favored.
So what's your grading on the drafts overall?
They're just different playstyles. I feel like Xtreme got what I consider the meta that the Chinese teams have been winning the most with. Big hard carry, lost a team fight. Where Team Tidebound, they got to play this a little bit differently, where they have more skirmishy drafts. They have to focus on laning stage. So I have to go with Xtreme on this one, just because I like this play 4 Protect 1 a lot this patch.
I'll bring our commentators in as well on the big screen. Hi, guys. Don't be afraid of Jenkins. I'm going to go put his ankle bracelet on after this segment. But what did you make of the draft?
I think we're kind of on the same line as Fear. Right?
Yep.
It looks pretty good from XG. It kind of feels like they got everything they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, they got Teamfight, they've got Auras, they've got the Grave plus the TB. I am with Fear. I feel like these lanes are going to be super important for Tidebound, especially getting this Sven off to a hot start. So, yeah, we've also seen this Dazzle hero a couple times just take over, but he is versus Puck. So, yeah, I feel like lanes are going to be pretty much everything. But, yeah, like Fear, like you were saying, I think this meta looks really strong right now, right? This big Teamfight ultimates, you have your 4 Protect 1 kind of style. The TB is like the trump card kind of in this current meta. So, feels like they got everything they wanted.
Yeah. Well, look, guys, I'll let you get into the game and start setting the table. We'll see you on the other side.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, we're looking forward to this one. I mean, this is the thing, right? When you look at these two lineups, you've got a lot of wombo combos and such from XG, but from what you do have from Tidebound, you got a lot of ways to bail each other out, right? A lot of saves. Everybody can do everything to try and make sure that they don't get caught in the midst of this big team fight that Xtreme is going to be able to be bringing to you. So Tidebound, they do have answers, but definitely feels like their lineup's going to be a bit more trickier to play to a victory this time.
Yeah, I would say like their execution is much harder.
Yeah.
While XG in a lot of these team fights can just click a couple of these, a couple of these big ultis, and if the Darkseer gets a good position to vacuum into a nice path or into a time zone, things can be really problematic because they do have that front line from the Darkseer, and weirdly to say this too, the Void, because he scouts, gives information to allow, your Dazzle or your TB to figure out how they're going to play. But that being said, Tidebound, I do like how they have this kind of skirmishing going on, but it does look a little bit challenging. Planet has made some really incredible moves on his Tusk, but he is playing into some difficult matchups. Playing into the Jakiro is one of the biggest counters for this Tusk. Attack speed slow, versus the tag team, Ice Path to set up in case there's ever a snowball. It's one of the harder ones, so let's see if they can execute it and if they can get these cool saves off. I mean, that is really going to be everything. If they can do some really interesting kind of counter initiations as well too with the let me see if I say this one right. It is Escape Act, by the way. With the snowball, Escape Act shields, they do have some cool ways to turn team fights as well, if they do well in their lanes.
And do they, like, overall, have they sort of responded to this first pick Dazzle well enough?
I'm not sure. Maybe. I think the Puck is a cool response.
Sure.
He's able to get there, you're able to dodge the poison touch, but at the same time, also, Dazzle has a Hex that comes out from the Nothel projection as well, too, so I'm not sure in total how that matchup is in the mid game. In the lane, I can see why Nothing to Say wants to play it.
Yeah, because it's just going to be a question of whether these heroes have it in them to get on top of the Dazzle and kill him.
I like
they do enough damage.
The repositioning we saw for the other day, right? I think it was XXS playing the Magnus. They would just RP or just Aghanim skewer him back over and over again. That seemed like a really cool approach. GQ. Walking up in the mid, saying hello. Smoke on, delayed smoke on smoke action for the Rune. We could have a pretty big fight.
That's actually, I want to see that interaction now. I'm trying to think if I've seen that. What? Because obviously, with the Nothel projection, you have a limit to how far you can move from the body. What happens if that gets skewered away? Does the Nothel projection like get dragged back with it? You know what I mean?
I think it just breaks.
It breaks? Well, it just stops the ult?
Depends how far, right? I think. I don't remember.
No, I don't think it stops. If it stops the ult, that's OP.
I don't remember, to be honest.
I imagine it must
probably
just
not, actually.
drag the Nothel projection with him.
I mean, the other interaction we were also talking about is, where do you time zone? Do you time zone the Dazzle or the Nothel? I think you I don't know, whatever. We'll get to see all these
We will get to see that one.
Play.
I imagine it's just at where the Nothel's standing. Yeah. Surely that's how you still receive the buff. But
I honestly haven't
because the projection isn't really there. That's what makes it as strong as it is, right? It's just not affected by any negative things. So yeah, what does that mean for the positive stuff? We'll find out in the team fights.
I am looking forward. I think this 4-position Void just has insane potential in some of these fights, right? Look at the spells that he has on his team. They have a lot of spammable ones in those fights too, so. Let's see how these lanes end up going.
Yeah, I imagine it will still be a pretty good lane for XM. I don't see the Puck eating him as a Dazzle.
I feel like you just don't play really that much on the poison touch. You just play on your heal and you play to right-click the Puck, and if he ever phase shifts, then you poison touch him. I definitely feel like XM will be pretty okay in this matchup. I mean, Dazzle's just insane.
And what did you sort of make of the last pick? They're going for the Sven as the carry.
Oh, I think
The
limited
Tidebound.
options,
Yep.
right? I think they were looking for something that just has big explosive damage, but also can just deal with the lane. So I think there's not many left because I think Fear was talking about as well too, where they pick this Darkseer, and usually you want these illusion cores or Morphling or something along those lines to be able to counter the TB, but you can't because there's a Darkseer. So yeah, you're just limited. And yeah, I don't know. Sven has some cool potential. Dying. Will be able to teep himself out. Jin Q is doing some interesting fixing of the lane, as you see.
Yeah, he's dragged it
all the
nice
way
and
back
deep
here.
up to the tier 3.
Yep.
We'll be able to wipe out that entire wave, though.
Nothing to say. Yeah, this is another thing about this matchup too. Is Puck not really the highest armor by any means. XM can definitely bully once you get even a couple stacks of the weave.
Yeah, and you just have kind of infinite sustain
Yeah.
with the bottle charges as well, so it's very unlikely that Nothing to Say is ever going to really be able to even bring XM down low in this matchup.
Yep.
XM's just going to constantly be full HP.
The only way is that if there's a rotation from Planet
Yeah.
in particular, right? As you see Planet right now trying to get aggressive up here. Difficult lane to get too aggro onto the Terrorblade. I'm looking forward to so many things in this matchup, actually. I think we're really in for a treat in those. Once we get those big team fights, of course, for XG, but also for Tidebound, if they can get off to an advantage, see if they can make those quick moves with their skirmish draft. Top Planet, looking for Ame.
I've got him trapped in the shards, and that'll allow him to get him.
He didn't get the stick. Yeah, I think he had a 7-stick charge. He didn't get to pop it in time. A little bit too much extra damage on him.
Good moves there, being able to punish him as well during that metamorphosis. So, realizing that at this point, they did have the damage to get in on top of him. Not enough that Undyne could do to slow them down.
I mean, Planet, he's probably my guy to watch in this early game, because he's just had some incredible Tusk performances. Not even just at this tournament, just all time. Always a big fan of watching him play it. This bottom lane just looks so funny. Because it's just Jin Q, look at him. They don't want to do anything to him because he can just time walk. As level 3 is about to be hit for XXS, and that's when they can potentially look for those more aggressive plays onto Y. Watching Darkseer just have this kind of sustain is so crazy as a hero, because his new innate. He always feels like he has full mana and full health in the laning phase, unlike in the past where it felt like he had 0 mana always. Is why we're seeing it prioritized in a lot of drafts early on. Or at least in the bans.
Shiro, not having too much pressure put on him yet, though. He's getting a lot of denies still in the matchup.
Not just yet, but when I'm looking at the overall of the draft too, there's a lot of magic damage for this Sven. So the Warcry, it has uses versus the Terrorblade and Dazzle, but Darkseer, Jakiro, and that Dazzle can definitely provide that extra bit to go through him. You know, they did get that kill top. Definitely seeing that Faith Beyond Bach is struggling in terms of last hits. They might be able to get another kill though. Planet gets the connection. Looks like they've got Undyne.
We'll see mid. Nothing to say. We'll tick down pretty low, but yeah, indeed, these two up top, finding these opportunities to get kills, which yeah, they do need, as you say, with Bach in the lowest right now on the last hits. Trying for XXS.
He should be fine. Planet already starting to make another move. So shifting toward perhaps the mid lane, maybe getting some stacks going first, so it's just going to be a stack for him. But Boots early on this Tusk to make for those early rotations, potentially to look for the Dazzle once they've got the Puck coil. And nothing to say, I mean, he's still doing fine, right? He's 26-2. I actually thought it could have been worse. I thought XM was going to bully him a little bit more. Ame.
I won't be able to quite get in onto them whilst the meta's up again now. Giving that a little bit of space. XM has now hit the 6, so
Here
it'll be difficult to make rotations onto him.
And Power Rune, it's gonna come, that rotation. We'll see which supports end up making the first move. Planet Array starting to shift over. He's gonna be spotted from a ward as it's expiring. It's about 5 seconds left on this ward, so they see the Tusk making the move toward mid. They see him ward as well, so he's gonna get dewarded.
Looking at mid around the 6-minute power range.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gonna be up top. Planet there to secure it. They're shifting 3 heroes on the side of XG. He's gonna have to grab it. Can't save it for the puck. Oh, I just thought about it. Actually, kind of cool combo too that they have on the side of Tidebound. They have the puck plus the Ringmaster, right? So they do have the way to break it with the Tame the Beasts with the coil.
That's
a couple
true.
situations.
Yeah,
it's not the
that'd be
best,
nice.
right? But something. I've just been wanting to see more Ringmaster, just because I'm unsure of the potential of this hero, but some players are just specialists. I mean, we saw Whitemon absolutely dominate on the hero the other day. Planet.
Not looking for Planet here. Coming in with a Nothel projection, but the shield comes in from Buck, so Planet's going to be fine.
Sam getting slowed now.
They
Here
can
comes
punish
nothing to
this.
say.
They've got the Dream Coil out of the 2 of them. Will get snapped. XM trying to run. Tame the Beast connects. XM goes down. And pushed a little too aggressively there, Xtreme. Really trying to force for a support kill with that Nothel projection.
Jinkyu. He's able to snatch it. So they do lose their Dazzle, but they're at least able to steal that XP. But looks like they're also going to lose Undyne.
Undyne. Taking the ice path off. But indeed, with nothing to say, coming over to help out, he will go down. So the kills continue to flow in for Tidebound.
Nice moves. Good reaction there. Overextensive play there coming up from the side of XG, trying to punish. Look for that dive up top, but they've got sustain. That's a shield, right? Shield onto Planet, immediately turns. It's able to get the follow-up of the puck. Something we always have to keep tabs of is these saves, so there's 3 of them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Good start. A very solid start for Tidebound. Exactly like they want to start in this game, is getting an early advantage versus this slightly slower lineup, and I mean slightly slower team, let's be honest, right? XG, a bit of a slower paced team in most situations.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're all going to want to farm for sure at
Oh, yeah.
XM.
Why?
It's going to try and make the play here, but Planet
They've
is
got
here to
buddies.
back him up.
But why? He's taking an insane amount of damage.
He's just dead. See if they can punish XM, though, towards the end of this. They can.
God, Planet almost dies as well.
He might still die. They get the ice path onto him. Planet, caught by the dual breath, will fall. Ends up ticking out the damage from XM, so XM dies. Still gets the double kill out of this, though.
Dude, the damage is just, it's so crazy from this Dazzle.
It's a
He's
lot.
got items. Like,
Yeah, I mean, he's
hell
just
was
got the
that?
treads at this point. This is the thing, right? Once he gets past that Aghanim's hurdle, then yeah, it's good luck fighting into it.
I feel like most other heroes would have just died so much faster, not been able to, like, that was just crazy. At least they get him, but yeah, gets the double out of the exit there. Now he's got stacks to go back to as well, so it looks like they're going to at least farm that up, so he's got a little bit more. We see also on the side of Tidebound, they're getting all these stacks at the ready for the Sven, who's having a very good time. I mean, Shiro, Mask of Madness is done, level 8. Top of the net worth at the moment.
Now, mate, I would just stick away from the top lane whilst the supports make moves. Can't afford to show himself against Bark and Planet.
Yeah, let's see where the next move actually does come out, because for XG, see if XM wants to continue trying to pressure, because that is twice now that he's gotten kills, right? But he has gotten picked off even though he used that Nothel projection. Looking for Shiro.
The wall drop down. Shiro, nothing to be done to save him here.
So much damage.
Tower is under attack.
And it's very easy to feel very helpless when this Nothel projection goes for you when you've got no one here to save. Like, you're just dead.
You're just
and you
dead.
can't do anything about it.
Yeah. They
Can't
have to be
fight back.
They have to be prepared for every one of XM's movements, it feels like. Honestly, with nothing to say. It feels like the puck has to be there to get to that back line. Him or Planet.
Oh, Dream Coil. Now cash in cute, they'll kill him.
Good kill. Bottom tower, though, looks like it is going to get brought down. Ame still sticking around top next to Bach. Doesn't look like they're going to bring a third hero. Planet is shifting top. Maybe they look for Ame with that, but he does have Sunder. And XXS, he's going to just go Crimson Guard this game. So looking to just block that damage in particular from the Sven. He can probably just do full auras this game, since he's playing that 4 Protect 1 with the Terror Blade. Mid. Good usage of the illusion here. Extra tanking for the catapult.
I do have the 6s online now on the supports.
Yep, Jakiro and Void both have them at the ready.
So These two can hover around mid, start to provide some sort of defense.
Who's going to be the boots of bearing buyer on the side of Tidebound? Planet's got the blink queued up again. Maybe Innocence has to do it on the Ringmaster. Usually not the ideal one, but you want to have somebody with it versus this time zone. Or at least somebody getting prepared for it. But I think Planet, I like him, like the blink is just, needs that distance to be able to jump onto XM or get the save, so I do like if he goes that. Mid?
Dire's bottom tower is under
Big team fight is ready for XG. Not quite able to punish, though. These double saves are right behind the puck. Here comes Shiro.
He's going to start to get the Dream Coil onto the two of them. Impale Lance as well, down onto the void. They've got the stun from Sven coming in as they clean up Xingqiu, turn towards Undyne with the God Strength, but now they can look for XM. They get the three of them.
What
an
a defense.
easy defense.
Very easy one.
But Tidebound.
Yeah, perfect, right? They just jump, they catch the two supports because they're playing pretty far up inside that coil, and then just easy follow-up to get onto the Dazzle there.
Yeah, killing him pretty easily. I mean, of course, this is the thing, right? With this skill build, still doesn't have a point in the shallow grave, and that could be quite an important part of the ultimate, right?
I was
it essentially extends your survival for 3.5 seconds with just level 1 grave. So yeah, hasn't got that skill quite yet with this build.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing when he was hitting level 9. I was like, maybe he is going to put that last point into grave because they've been able to get on top of him.
It makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
3.5 seconds more of pressing your spells, you get another round of Shadow Wave off at least.
Or you allow your team to get there in time, right? Because XXS was TPing in. There was definitely maybe, I mean, probably not, but a chance if he is able to get there in time. Nothing to say. Working on this big stack he's got here. We'll be able to clean it up. His farm is really good. The puck answer so far is looking really nice versus the Dazzle. Sure, in the lane, it was slightly advantage for the Dazzle there, but nothing to say. 3-0 and 4 so far. Another coil to catch.
Try and run. He should be tanky enough. Another hit though. Xingqiu, he'll jump in with the time zone. So they've got enough damage to fight back. Escape Pact given time for nothing to say to break out of the time zone. Why? Will fall. The Planet's in with the punch up. Xingqiu
Another
gets
dilation.
punished. And nothing to say. He's going to be able to continue to jump out with the orb and run away. He's going to be fine.
He does look like he's okay. I was like, oh man, he's got the double dilations on him, but it is enough to keep him alive.
Yeah, they're getting away with a lot of these plays, and just this little bit of involvement that we're seeing consistently come through from Shiro, it's putting him in a great spot. He's going to have a very good timing on the Blink Dagger after this Mask of Madness Echo. Yeah, this is going to be looking like a 15 minutes maybe where it's level 12
Super
and has
high
these
level.
3 core items. This Sven's pretty scary.
Absolutely. This is crazy how high level it is, really. It's level 12 on him. Him and Nothing to Say truly are playing this super nicely. Same thing for Planet, involved in a ton of kills here. Bach, he's been a bit quiet, but he doesn't have to do anything, right? He just has to be top and not die while his team is able to make these moves. And honestly, they almost even found XXS there. The damage that came out between the two of them was pretty significant. So far, the pacing from Tidebound is good.
Absolutely, and I think so far, XM, it's 3 deaths.
Yep.
The Dazzle's game has been slowed down.
Which I think everybody at home likes to see.
Sure, because this hero can look ridiculous.
Ame, they might also be able to find him here. They've got the ward.
Has he got any way out of this? Caught in the shards. The Wheel of Wonder dropped down into the silence. No chance for Asunder. He gets caught.
Can they get out of here? Nothing to Say instantly.
Oh, Planet! Yeah, he'll burn out in the Macropire. Why? He should die for this one. So they'll get the 2 supports.
They got who they wanted, though. They got Ame again. Nice little Manta dodge from Ame on the Tame the Beasts, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't end up saving him anyway.
Yeah, it really is just the thing that Nothing to Say is just getting away with it every single time. 5-0-4. They're not killing the puck.
And Shiro, in the meantime, is like, thank you, team. Great free farm. Plays. I'm free farming. Complete free farm for him. Almost 10k net worth at the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, they've really aced this opening here. Tidebound.
Yeah, I'm really liking that puck. That first pick, right, that answer, it just seemed to be working really nicely. Yeah, we saw the Manta there, but not quite enough to save.
I will see now. They've got the Aghanims online for XM.
All right.
So a big jump up in the potential of the Dazzle and the team fights now.
Shiro already has a blink, so he's got a way to get to the back line, too, early on now.
Are they going to be able to catch the Darks here straight away? But then it's the Grave. Time zone gets laid down. They've got the wall as well. They're ready to turn, kill off Shiro very easily. Xingqiu jumping forward, ready to start setting up for more. As I don't know if they can fight now without their Sven. They've got to try and run. The Escape Pact giving some chance here for Nothing to Say to get out of this. But the phase shift to drop the coil onto the 3 of them. Orbs back up, tries to jump away to safety. He's gonna make it, but Xinqiu's ready to chase him down. Nothing to say, gets the blink off. He'll live. The puck survives. Time dilation back again, down onto the 2 supports. They'll run down Planet. Ooh, still managed to clean up the fight in their favor, but didn't quite get the puck. Still, they'll be happy with that, considering the way the last few fights have gone. They're able to strike back. It's a solid fight around the Dazzle's Ags.
And they actually take a full team fight, right? Rather than like a small skirmish. That's where Tidebound excels, is those small skirmishes, but this is that 5-man team fight that comes out from XG, and probably the worst target to start on, actually. They jump the Darkseer, who has a Crimson Guard and a Dazzle behind him, so they're just able to freely set up with their spells. The Ice Path catches 2 or 3 heroes immediately. Game is completely swung back. Totally into
It's going to be a big swing.
Position. I mean, it's a perfect, like, pretty solid 13-14 minutes, but now...
It was. They had like a 4K lead, right?
Yeah, you've got to just be careful about who you jump in particular. Like, Shiro, I really think, like, he had the blink, but, yeah, jumping onto the Darkseer, definitely not the right one there with the Dazzle behind. It's the power of this lineup for XG, is those big team fights. And next itemization, it looks like it's going to, yeah, pipe from XXS as expected. It's just full auras to be able to counteract that damage. He's going Lotus very early on the Ringmaster. Okay, I mean, wanting the Dispel versus the time dilation in particular.
Yeah, I guess more saves.
Yep, and ways to protect versus Sunder, I guess, in a way too, but does mean it's going to delay them having any boots to the bearing to deal with that time zone as well too. Or perhaps not even buy it.
Dire are scanning.
Shiro, still very farmed, but that's slowed down his momentum massively. They do not want this game to slow down too much on the side of Tidebound. They still want to be able to get aggressive moves to connect, but now the ults are going to be back up already for the side of XG, so difficult to force a movement unless you have information in the back lines. Because you got to know where that Dazzle is.
Radiant's top tower.
They can push on for the tier 1 top. Am I able to take this? They're smoking up behind him as well, so they're ready for a fight.
Nothing to say, continues to get these kills.
This tower's out. Xtreme, see how much they want to keep going. They're going to feel pretty safe around this area.
When they've got the whole team, I mean, they feel very safe to look for any of these fights. Nothing to say, just, okay, playing aggressively into the enemy jungle. Almost level 14 still on the puck, yet to die. 605 got saved in that last fight, I believe, from Y.
Yeah, nearly died.
Yeah.
Very close to dying that last fight.
It was like both, right? It was the escape act for him to reset toward that Tormentor, and then afterwards he also gets a strongman tonic, I believe, that healed him up a tiny little bit.
Structures are fortified.
Bach, 5th Beyond, about to have Radiance done. So will be a lot more impactful in that next team fight. You know, the one before, he kind of was just like a walking shield, not really able to apply too much pressure. And now the Radiance, it's going to be done if he wants to sell that branch. There we go.
XG, do they have any smokes themselves? Seeing they could. You know, they got smoke out Xinqiu. They could be tempted to go, on Undyne.
So Bach, Radiance is done, right? But always have to factor this in. There's Darkseer on the enemy team, so they're going to be able to turn that Radiance against him in a lot of situations too. That can be pretty annoying. And they also have Reflection, so multiple different things that can trip up or create that extra illusion.
They've got the Atos now on Xinqiu as well, so yeah, Xtreme's very ready to look for these fights themselves.
And the Darkseer is going to be, yeah, going to be very hard to burst. At this point now with the Crimson, since he's always got the Dazzle behind. XM has the Blink also, so he's got the, yeah, the crazy positioning.
And they're just avoiding it for now, Tidebound. They just want to get this, yeah, BKB, which is now done on Shiro.
He needs it.
So he feels very safe entering into these fights. Smoked up with the 2 supports. Just sitting there behind, nothing to say, just in case any sort of play is being baited, but Xtreme aren't really looking towards the puck at the moment.
Nothing to say. As you said, continuing to still have this flawless game. Feels like he has to keep it up. Looking at the mid lane, they might go for a jump here. They will.
Did they get the setup onto the 2 of them? Try and burst through Xinqiu first. They'll get him. Can they try and look to XM? XM's able to get the Grave off. And get the Micropile Ice Spark down onto the 2 of them. XM's going to be fine, and now they can turn and kill off the 3 of them.
And
XM will live, walks it off.
The backup comes in. I mean, it was a risky fight to take there, forcing it around the tier 2. Obviously, very tempting for nothing to say, catching the two of them as close together as they were, but they couldn't quite kill XM in time. And if you don't 100-0 the Dazzle, it'll probably 100-0 your entire team.
Yep. And he gets the easy grave off, right? Positioning there as now nothing to say. That's his first death, and it's a big one. I really do feel like his momentum is going to slow down massively now at this point when he's not able to control this backline.
See again.
I see it again.
But it's like, but they got the two of them. They had to do a Xingqiu first, you know, get the easier kill. But then going for XM, it's just not quite possible. He gets the Nothel projection off the back of Graving himself. And at that point, the fight's just completely over. You didn't annihilate the Dazzle at the beginning. You're gonna lose the fight.
Yep. You need explosive multi-jumps to pop this hero before he can get any of these spells off. Not gonna be the case. He has it level 15 as well now too, so even more healing / damage. And they're smoked up. They've got time zone available. They just got an Aegis, Ame, perhaps wanting to join into some of these battles or wanting to just split away from his team while they do other things, as they are grouped up as 4. Crimson Pipe online too to negate a lot of the damage that can come up.
Look at the edge on setup, he's got a BKB. No BKB concentrated. He's thinking about standing his ground and take down Xingqiu, and they will. They'll kill the Void.
Nice jump from Planet there, but Shiro, he has to run away with the rest of his BKB. 8 stacks of weave in an instant. That's God Strength used. They're actually eyeing up Bach. Perhaps looking for the tower instead. There is no glyph available, so they should be able to set up for this one. They know that Shiro, no BKB, no God Strength is not going to turn up to the fight.
Yeah, they're getting away with a lot now, XG. Still very close on the numbers, but you can definitely feel the pressure.
Yeah.
Taking these tier 2 towers out, just 22 minutes in. It's going to be the last one that Tidebound had.
And this next big item for Ame too is one of the best ones that he can get versus a Sven. If he's able to get this butterfly in the next few minutes, it's going to be a huge issue for Tidebound to deal with. I mean, it's already starting to feel like that looming pressure of this draft. It's really there.
It definitely
is. That 4 protect 1 with heavy team fight. It's got the coverage for Ame.
It's not going to be an easy game for Shiro to carry.
No.
He's in the top spot, but can he do it against this terrifying lineup?
Because he's going to get the Revenant Brooch, right? Pretty soon.
He will.
But then the butterfly is almost going to be there, almost complete for Ame, right? So it's going to be all about these like quick little timings if they're able to find the opportunity. But they are getting watched by wards at the moment. It's going to get taken out. Y will find it. But XG wanting to use the last bit, or the last 2 minutes of this Aegis, they want to fight. See who they're going to be able to find. They're cutting across the river. The Wandering Whirl. Undying is fast. They'll find Y.
They're going to find him. It's very easy for them to get these kills now, Xtreme.
Are they going to... I mean, they don't have a wave down here. I was going to say, are they going to try to poke something? But their wave possession is not good right now. Octarine almost finished up for XM.
What's the plan here for Tidebound? You know, they're sort of saying we've got to group up and go and try and do something, catch them off guard. And they just keep hitting the creeps, try and get to some sort of crazy like 25s with like the puck.
I think they have
for the late game.
I think they have to. I mean, either they can do that, wait for the super late game, I guess,
yeah,
with the puck, something along those styles, or just try to. It's so hard with their draft is just get these lanes into a good position so you can get more information and look for a skirmish rather than a 5-on-5 team fight. Because as we said, for XG, their 5-on-5 fight is too strong for them to deal with. But it's hard for you to get these lanes in because you're playing versus Darkseer Terrorblade. So Darkseer just Ion Shells a wave. It's going to get pushed in. TB sends an illusion. It's going to get pushed in. You have to show yourself on Tidebound to shove those lanes in. They're going to smoke out with the timing. It is level 20 on Shiro with that Revenant's Brooch. Let's see if they can find a big catch. Looks like it's just going to be Undying. XG. Posturing as if they want to fight at the moment.
No, they're always happy for one of the supports to tank that.
Yep.
Keeps Ame safe.
And now right now they have a number advantage, so if they do want to look for a fight while the Jakiro's down, it could be an option, but it looks like XG is still looking to wrap around for the catch themselves. Ame still has Aegis for 50. But that ward spots all of XG.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Tidebound
Where do they head next? Could try and push towards the tier 2. I mean, they want to set up, I guess, for the Tormentor.
Looks like the Tormentor's going to be that call. Don't think XG is going to be able to make it there in time. They are TPing up toward this. Maybe they pressure the base.
They could do that. They know there's a chance
you do that trade.
Yeah, Tidebound's going to try and play for the Tormentor. Yeah. So, sort of, yeah, just amp up the pressure.
Yeah, just start poking and force them, because you probably know that they are setting up for that Tormentor, since nobody has shown on the map from the side of Tidebound in quite some time. They just show Planet Bottom with some shards, but that's it. It looks like now XG is potentially going to look to set up for here. They're going to go top to go through the portal, perhaps, and contest it.
Oh, either that, or they're just going to try and chase towards nothing to say, because the pings were made.
Yeah, did they see him on a watcher, I guess? Maybe they did.
Now, either way, they don't get either. Nope. So, yeah, it's going to be a freebie there for Tidebound.
Ooh, look at nothing to say. Oh, my goodness. GQ gets the dilation onto him. There is no dispel for it. A coil comes out. He's in trouble.
Yeah, he tosses into the time zone. Nowhere for the puck to go.
With no dispel. He has dispel from his allies, but not on himself. He's just caught there from Jinq. I guess they must have seen him on the watcher there.
Just continue to keep these two lanes really shoved in against Tidebound. And Tidebound, you know, they did get the shard.
Feels like that's, I mean, yeah, like I feel like that's always going to be, at least two lanes are always going to be shoved, because the TB darts, it's just impossible. You have to show heroes as Y shows himself. Jinq, considering the jump forward, he will.
So if they can get out of it, Tidebound.
Success. They might get both supports.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the lockdown onto Y here with the ATOS. So he'll get caught, indeed off to the side. XM able to help deal with Planet there as he backs up Undyne. So the two supports to fall.
And there's that butterfly finish now for Ame.
It's fast.
It is.
It's solid timing. So again, Shiro is keeping up.
He is.
But it's just a question of whether that feels good enough as a Sven against the Terrorblade, if you're on the same level as Farm.
Exactly. And look at his inventory too, on Shiro in particular. Yeah. Where do you go from here? What are you replacing at this point already in the game? It's not even 30 minutes, and now you're going to see that butterfly, and you're going to make, uh-oh. Need to slot something in to be able to answer that.
It's hard.
It is not the easiest choices for Shiro by any means.
Ready to come in and start knocking at the base, potentially here, Xtreme. Armin's going to feel very strong. It's just a question if they want to sort of wait out for the next Roche.
Probably the case. 40 seconds.
Yeah, pretty soon. Got some big guys around the corner. Very close to the Gleipnir on Jinq.
They have the Lotus already on XXS also, so they got multiple different ways to protect the Terrorblade now too, besides these auras. You said it's close on the numbers, but it just feels like XG has majority of control in this game.
Yeah, I don't know about this patch, but I feel like I've had a few games like this where it's like even on kills, even on gold, but I think most people would agree that it does feel that one team is very much in the lead right now, just because of the kind of the draft and the potential with it.
Whew, that was close. Yeah, just big wombo. This patch really is about like these big team fights, right? Huge wombo combos that can get off. So let's see if Tidebound can.
Yeah, let's see what they got here.
Let's see if they can do it versus the big team fight.
There we go.
Ag's done for nothing to say.
Yep. So not the protection. Yeah, it's going to be back up in 15 seconds. So likely up for this fight.
Oh, the scan
if Xtreme want to fight back.
There's an illusion. Smoke on smoke action. Can they find the back line?
Can they burst this dazzle? Stop XM from getting to play his hand.
Saw Ame. They broke the smoke on each other. XXS leading the charge.
Let's see if we get the grab on anything. Jinq.
Trying to force a response. Both teams just disengage.
Yeah, Tidebound just don't find the angle that they'd hoped for there. Xtreme were prepared.
They're like, we need to find they need to find somebody. They need to find Jakiro and Dazzle, because the Ice Path can ruin things a lot too. But more than anything, just the Dazzle in every situation needs to be caught first. As Roche hits up.
Xtreme probably can't quite just go straight up for the Roshan.
They might start poking it here.
Think they could try?
I think he can start at least poking it just to force movement.
Okay. Yeah, they're gonna just try and take it, see what happens. They are stronger right now.
It dies pretty quick too. There's that roar. Now Tidebound knows it's happening, so they're gonna reset outside of the pit after that.
XXS is gonna stay in there for now.
Oh, they're looking for a wraparound.
It might work as well with XXS showing. They might not expect this coming in from the side. They'll just get the Gleimer hit on towards Bark.
Look at this wrap. Hey, look at the wraparound Tidebound's going for. Walking through the ancients.
They're going for the longer wraparound.
Oh yeah, the super wraparound. They're like, we need to find XM. Look at this wrap.
They're ready
They're
for it.
gonna see him.
Planet's in with a jump, but he doesn't find a connection.
And Planet's caught now. Shiro looks like he's going to be able to hide himself at the least.
By a little bit of time for himself, Planet. It's just a question if Tidebound want to try and follow up on him. They don't.
Nope.
They got to let him go. And Shiro, yeah, he's out of there. He's back to the base.
They got to sack the Roche now. They can't go for that contest. Very patient fight there from XG, positioning themselves literally all around those cliff sides. XM hiding in the trees, so as soon as that smoke breaks, he knows they're coming for him.
Yeah, it's just hard. Even with the levels in the farm that Tidebound's heroes have, it's just so difficult to fight into this draft from Xtreme right now.
Catch on nothing to say.
They're going to see if they can deal with him. They will lose Undyne. And nothing to say should be able to jump out of this. He'll have to use the Dream Core defensively to hold back Xingqiu.
The Aghanim's damage. Not enough to kill Xingqiu. Shiro?
Get caught by the Hex.
Oh, he was about to blink jump, I'm pretty sure, and he just got hit by the Dazzle.
Yeah, he was super tempted. He was eyeing it up.
Yeah, because he popped the God Strength. I mean, a little bit before that, actually, in fact. I don't know why that Hex is, to be honest with you. I don't know. This hero still insane. Ame. Revenant's Brooch, he's starting to get some damage built up also on his side versus the heavy Warcry armor. So that level 20 talent as well on Shiro.
And you like this from XM as well? He was considering maybe actually also just buying the Hex on top of it as well as the next one, but he's actually settled for the Nullifier instead. Because he did buy the Hex recipe, but then sort of just he's changed his mind completely. He wants to get Nullifier instead.
Interesting.
Do you sort of see arguments for Nullifier over buying the additional Hex?
Well, Nullifier, it gives him multiple different things, right? It does provide a little bit of extra armor, which is nice this game versus the Sven, but also then that Dispel versus the Warcry till he has Shard, versus these Yules, I believe at least we saw one. That's a cool build. It's pretty interesting. I always like to mention the extra armor because when you look at Nullifier, you think about it almost always just for these Dispels, but it gives 10 armor. It is a lot.
It's super difficult to kill this Dazzle now. They managed to do it kind of the 3 times earlier, but that was a long time ago in this game.
And he was getting trades out of it too. It's not like it was just them killing the Dazzle and walking away. They lost 2 heroes 1 or 2 of the times that they did get that.
They just haven't been able to get him until recently.
No. Yeah, just really feeling that difficulty for the side of Tidebound. They've got a Satanic now finished up for Shiro, but as you said, no True Strike to deal with Ame, really. Well, some, but not too much.
Ame, still 3 minutes on the Aegis. Stop the...
Probably start poking.
Let's try and bring some of the creep waves in. Backdoor protection's down at the moment. We'll force out the fortification.
There's a blink on the Darks here now as well on XXS, so the jumps even more threatening now from the side of XG. Tidebound. Base is getting sieged.
And tier 3's gone. Creep waves are coming in.
Wave.
They're coming in on the mid, the creeps. So backdoor's gone again.
Bach, Fifth Beyond's trying to grab the wave before it's at the base, but yeah, too late.
Look at the range racks. I mean, they're kind of getting the melee as well here.
They sure are.
They can't stop them. So a full set of racks is taken just like that.
I'm sure they're like, they're probably saying, how do we approach these fights?
I think they said, what do we do?
How do we get to this backline? It's impossible to get to this backline.
Again, you just look at they've got just as much money as Xtreme do. They got the same kills as Xtreme have. I imagine the leveling situation is pretty similar as well, but just what do their heroes do against their heroes? They can't stop them from taking a barracks from them.
They're actually ahead in levels by 2 on this side of
Tidebound's even ahead on the XP.
By 2 levels at the moment, yep.
I mean, if that doesn't just sort of scream, well, XG did get a pretty good draft. I don't know what does, you know what I mean?
Yeah, whatever, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Like, this
the
is
problem
just
the team fights.
Yeah.
There's too much big team fight, and there's a dazzle, which makes things pretty much impossible for you to jump at the right target. I don't know, Owen. It's gonna have to be some insane, just insane execution, as we kind of said from the start of it. It's a very difficult one to execute on the side of Tidebound if they are not ahead in this game. But maybe it is just going to be nothing to say, having to have this miraculous Ags.
I think that's
that might be
their best
right?
option. That's their best chance, yeah. If this puck kind of is able to pop off 25 and start carrying the game.
Shiro?
That's what they can look towards.
They got to do something, because their base, again, it's going to get knocked on. 50 seconds still on Aegis.
Yeah, they pretty much got... Their Metamorphosis is going to be back up in a second. For Miona and Puck, so yeah, all eyes on nothing to say, I'd say. Shiro's got a lot of farm, but he's just fan. I've got more belief in this Puck doing something crazy to turn this game around.
The ban, oh my god, Bach almost just gets like one-shotted.
Still the tier 3, it's just going down. We've got nothing to say, make the jump. There as well with Shiro, got straight pop, they'll look towards X's, and they're going to go with Shiro, getting destroyed. He's trying to heal up, but he's gone. The time zone gets dropped down as they've got to try and run. The root connects on a wall, nothing to say. He'll be able to jump out. Planet will buy some time here with the safety of the snowball, but the ice path catches him. Planet falls as well. I mean, this is
yeah, what do they do?
I mean,
it's so hard. They got actually, what, a 4-man coil?
I mean, you can see why I'm saying I got more faith in the Puck than the Sven, you know what I mean?
He did a lot of damage. But yeah, Shiro now down for 75 seconds.
Yeah.
There's a BKB still at the ready on Ame, too. He did not pop almost anything besides that meta.
That's the fortification as well.
Look at the damage he was able to do just standing his ground. The weave just started to build up massively, and he just beats on everybody. There's the Sunder.
Let's just take the barracks. And they're only 3K ahead, but they're taking 2 sets of barracks.
And Shiro's still dead for 45 seconds. XXX is going to respawn. Do they want to stick in the area? They have meta back up in 20 seconds. They might wait on this high ground.
I mean, they're super strong. If they want to, they can. I don't know. They just got too good of a draft.
It really does feel like they just
they got a really perfect draft.
Yep. Perfect approach as it gets to these later stages of the game. Hex now finished up also for XM, so another thing that nothing to say. Now nothing to say has to be super careful. It already seemed like a very difficult game for him as it progressed to this point. As now Planet.
Oh, Ame wants to go for this. And he nearly has it. My goodness, he really does. Nothing to say he's going to come in with the jump. Look towards Ame, but the grave comes out. Ame's able to sunder himself back up to full HP off the illusion.
Nothing to say.
He's still in trouble. He's got the phase shift. He's got to get out of it. A little bit of a jump will get him away, but Xinkyu, is he able to find him? Not the protection, looking for him as well in the tree line, but nothing to say. Will get the blink off to safety. He'll live. Shiro's going to jump in. Okay, kind of one-shots the Jakiro.
Wheel of Wonder.
But can he do anything more? So will they turn towards next? Y goes down. Vacuum on a Planet. He's in a lot of trouble as well now. He's into the snowball. He's going to be able to get out of this one. He's not.
Shiro, is he going to jump? He's thinking about it.
I mean,
he gets caught instead.
Xinkyu's in with the time zone. Xingqiu will immediately die as Shiro just turns to go straight with the BKB, but now Shiro's got to run.
Can he get away? It looks like he can. All right, they get at least some kills here.
They're killing the supports.
Shiro's damage is pretty explosive. He does have 25 with that God Strength on the supports, as we see. But the cores, yeah, they're the problem. The two big ones in particular, Ame and XM. XXS also. Only one death on him. 5-1 and 10 on this Darkseer. And they're sticking over here. Meta is on cooldown, though. Ame, he's going to back up. They saw nothing to say. They have that Hex follow-up, XM.
Yeah, they can chill from... Oh, yeah. They're just going to walk up and get him.
He's gone.
Oh, that's a rough death.
Oh, that's a really rough one.
That's a rough one when you're trying to take an outpost and you're not ready for them being ready for you. Walk up in a Hex. I mean, sure, the Hex wasn't there before, right? That was just finished up on XM, so maybe not expecting the instant catch.
But still, that's
still risky.
Like you said, that's probably one of the rougher ones.
Because you don't even need that outpost right now. What's it going to do for you?
I mean, honestly, even without the Hex there, they potentially can just catch him anyway.
Sure.
With the Jakiro and the Dazzle, just if they get that first poison touch off from the Nothel projection. Nothing to say. He might just have to buy back.
That's rough, and he was their big hope right now.
He really was.
To carry this game. That's why he's caught as well.
Here comes the push. They're gonna maybe just have to buy back on both and go for that big fight. Shiro, he's smoked up. He's got his MKB. He fully purchases out.
Okay.
Let's see if he can do an explosive catch.
the meta. It's going to drop. So with the jump, they're going to try and burst through the Terrorblade armor. It's going to be able to force to the side, but he gets dragged back by the Hurricane. But Thunder's there. It's back up to full HP. He'll try and stand his ground against Shiro, but he's still falling low, Arme. So continues to retreat. Can he stay away from this Sven? The stun comes out, but the BKB's there. Arme ready to turn for the meta, destroy Shiro. Now looking over towards back, but backs in onto him. Another Sunder. Arme back up to full HP again. Arme will continue to survive. They can't kill him. They get close, but they can't finish the job on him, Fogged.
Almost, but yeah, the Force Staff resets. He's able to get the BKB Sunders twice back-to-back. Undying, you know, he kills him, but it's well worth it. Ame able to stay his ground, and now that was their big jump. That was everything expended.
They don't have the buybacks on these two.
GG.
It's over. Well, there we go. Pretty perfect draft from Xtreme, I dare say. I really liked it.
Yep, Tidebound, I think overall, I think their approach is decent. It's just it's difficult to execute, as we see. Into this draft in particular, they were trying to make the moves, but it felt like they had to get ahead. They had to get way ahead. It couldn't be an even game. Had to be some like 5-10K gold lead, maybe even 10K probably, for them to get that ball rolling. XG, a masterclass with this draft.
Because that's it. If you're Tidebound going into game 2, how do you stop Xtreme getting this sort of lineup? What do you think's the... What would you say is the biggest thing to take away from them? From this five-man?
They got too much of everything, really.
Yeah.
Like, being able to end up with the Darkseer last pick 2 to round
like a Jakiro and a Void for the
I feel like they just got too many of these like insane good heroes in
they
this
did.
match.
Yeah, they had a pretty perfect lineup here, Xtreme. We definitely saw that in this game 1 as Xtreme will take the first game of this series.
They certainly do, and they did it with a masterclass, not just in draft, but in execution, which is what we've come to expect from them so far at this tournament. They just do things that other teams aren't doing right now.
Yeah, but this game, they did a lot of the stuff they have been doing this tournament. The Dazzle, as well as the Terrorblade, really good combination. The Darkseer really rounded out the lineup for me a lot, because like you bring even more team fight on these layers of trying to kill his Terrorblade. It's really difficult. He is the hard carry of this game, and that's exactly what I was afraid of when I saw Xtreme's draft. Like, you have so much team fight. Faceless Void, Dazzle at this point. You have Jakiro, you have TB. Like, how do you fight these guys in the late game? And we saw an instance in this game where they went bot lane. The game was completely even. They just took a Rax, and Tidebound just couldn't fight them.
Yeah, I think that I agree with what Owen was saying during the cast. If you are literally 1K gold ahead, and you have 2 levels ahead also, and you still can't fight, something went wrong in the draft.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, maybe it's because the only team fight is Puck. You know, I mean, he tried to rectify that by going for the Aghanim Scepter Mjolnir build, but
sure,
if you have to build Puck in a way where you're like, okay, I'm gonna 1v5 this game, it's like, well, then what are your other cores doing?
I mean, that's what I was saying at the beginning of the draft. I felt like they're gonna first pick Terrorblade, because I feel like Xtreme Gaming, they're really happy in games where Ame gets TB, right? Like, you get the situation where, okay, I've got the hardest carry. Now we can just pick layers and layers of team fight, and we're happy with that. So they have the better scale with the Sven, right? So Sven's not going to outcarry this TB. It's never going to happen. They have better team fight because they have Jakiro plus Darkseer as compared to what, Tusk and Abaddon. There's literally no team fight there. So this is exactly where Xtreme wanted to be in this draft. And we just saw Team Tidebound. They wanted to go for a more snowball-y play style, but it just isn't going to happen. You're not that much better than Xtreme where it's going to happen.
Yeah, that's fair. Anything that stood out to you there? I mean, obviously we're bringing up the standout player here with the Dazzle, another masterclass when the Dazzle gets through. But I'll bring you in, Jenkins. What did you make of it?
I think this Dazzle did present a little bit too much of a problem. You could argue that, like, I do agree with Fear that the TB is an issue because you have all of this massive amount of team fight, and none of it would matter if you didn't just have this, like, TB knocking at your door, right? This hero that's able to kill towers, the hero that's able to deal enough damage so that when you put the team fight ultis on the ground, you're actually winning the fights. And what made it so hard to just let's initiate on him is that, well, you also have to initiate on the Dazzle as well.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like you have 2 heroes that you need to kill instantly at the start of the fight against a bunch of like pipes and greaves and these items that are going to protect them. So it just became like impossible. Like maybe ban either the Dazzle or the TB, probably just the TB.
Yeah, I think, you know, they took the PA was taken out, and then obviously the TB is going to be the hotly contested carry. I got to say as well, though, I thought Tidebound, I thought they had some nice moves in the early game. They targeted the TB, couple of smoke ganks, you know, trying to set Arme's farm back. Sven was out ahead in the net worth, and then it just didn't mean anything in the end. It was just they didn't have the tools.
I mean, that's just how it goes, unfortunately. It's like when you do pick a lineup that is very snowbally versus a team you know is going to outscale you, all it takes is one fight, and then the team that has the better scale, the better late game, will be winning. But there's also a couple of moments I want to talk about in this game as well that we have some clips for. I want to talk about Undying again. Like, yet again, he has great performance in this game, and he is playing versus the Ringmaster. And what we figured out about this Ringmaster hero so far, he's often picked against Faceless Void, just because when you're put in the box, you get 100% slow resistance, right? So you can leave the time square whenever you want to. And yeah, it doesn't really do much versus Jakiro because you are untargetable, yes. However, it's kind of like Dark Willow in a way, but you can still be hit by AoE spells. And all of Jakiro's spells are AoE, so it doesn't actually protect you against just about anything. So if you get all these spells down, doesn't matter if you get put in a box here, you're still dying. In fact, you just can't do anything. So the puck will end up dying there, and this just a glimpse of the team fight differential in this game. You do have this Jakiro and this Darks here. You're talking about, oh, you have to burst the TB, you have to burst the Dazzle. But if you don't burst them, then you get a Vacuum Ice Path combination. There's just too many threats to deal with in this game.
Yeah, I think that's where you can solve something like that with, let's say Bach, instead of being Abaddon, is a Tidehunter. Then you just like blink in, you Ravage, and the heroes that would save on the back line can't do that. Like, that's the thing, is a lot of people think of Tidehunter as like this big AoE hero, but in reality, he's really good at like focusing one target because you stun everybody so you can kill one target. So I don't think it's like an unsolvable problem for Team Tidebound at all. I don't think it was like a massive blunder. I think they'll definitely be able to see what the problems were in that draft. I mean, especially when you're sitting in base, feeling like you're farming just fine, your items are just fine, and you can't do anything.
Yeah, and you can see we were highlighting this right at the top of the segment. This is the hero versus hero matchup at 36 minutes between the Sven and the TB.
Yeah, I feel like Ame had one job here. He just had to kill the Sven. That's his only real job, just to right-click, kill the Sven. Whereas Sven, he has multiple jobs he has to do, and you're going to see in this clips as well. It's like, he feels like he has to burst, like, this Jakiro Darks here because they're a problem. And you're right, he does have to do that. So he ends up going on those two heroes on the side, but then there's Ame. He's there. He's like, oh, yeah, TB's still here. So it's a classic situation of, like, there's too many problems in this game for him to deal with that he can't do it all alone. And they kind of drafted in a way where, what's this Abaddon going to do in this game? It felt like I didn't feel Bach's presence at all in this particular game. I didn't really feel the support's presence at all either in this game. They're all very single target, don't do a lot of damage. So their draft just lacked damage. And Sven had a lot of responsibility, and there's no way in a game like this he's going to do it all.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure they'll change it up next game. Like I said, the Tidehunter would have been nice. You know, of course, if you can get a Magnus, if that'll get through the draft, maybe if like Dazzle gets banned, something like that. This is the final team fight of the game. Like, and just another one of these fights where they got so close to killing Ame.
This one looked like it was gonna actually
the broach, right, on Sven actually looked pretty decent.
This is a fight going like almost ideal, and yet it's just still not enough. And look at the gold lead. It's not even that bad. And this is with buybacks. He gets another Sunder off, by the way, because of the talent.
Yeah, couple of clutch Sunders though.
Yeah, it's just. It's not a good matchup, carry to carry, as we were talking about during the draft. That's not why they picked it. They picked it to snowball. They didn't snowball, so the game looked rough. So maybe some sort of AoE stun can come in the next draft, or at the very least, if they're going to pick some sort of snowballing lineup, then like a tower pusher, Nature's Prophet, something like that, where they can actually end the game early.
Okay, cool. Great to get your thoughts. By the way, you've popped out there. We're going to go to break. When we come back, we're going to see if Team Tidebound are lower bracket bound. We'll see you soon.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yes, welcome back. We are getting straight into the draft of this second game in the series between Team Tidebound and Xtreme Gaming. I'll start with you, Clinton. Obviously, they're going to have to find some adjustments, find some ways to deal with what Xtreme Gaming are looking to do here.
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm going to look at their second phase. It needs to change. Like, the puck was okay. It did some work, but it was Tusk, Abaddon, and Ringmaster. there's no team fight with any of those three heroes, right? So they need to make sure whatever they do in that second phase there, maybe this is why Ringmaster isn't super popular right now as well. Maybe Tusk Abaddon isn't a good combo, but I want to see more team fight from Tidebound. They tried the aggressive approach. It didn't work. Let's mix it up and let's play what we're good at.
Yeah, I mean, they had the Jakiro open to them. Xtreme picked it third, so they could have just snagged the Jakiro. And I think a single hero, one singular hero on top of the puck that can do team fight is, I mean, you're doubling your team fight at that point, right?
Essentially,
so, yeah. I think all you need is one extra, and your draft is probably more fine. Playable, at least.
I think that's... The Dazzle's been added there, but pretty standard otherwise.
Yeah, the Dazzle makes sense. I mean, this was...
That hero's just OP.
It was too hard to solve. Yeah, it's...
Like, they literally went mid first pick. They got the best counter matchup in theory, which is the puck. It's still free farmed. It still owned the game. So, like, yeah, just ban it. This hero, 100% I agree, just OP. I don't think it deserves to be in Dota.
I think we'll probably not see a lot of Dazzle moving forward. It is kind of, every time it plays, it just dominates.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, the Bounty Hunter ban into the Veno Jungle potentially pick. I mean, I would assume it's a Veno Jungle because the Bounty Hunter, the only reason you would first phase ban this is because BH is the best hero at stalking you around the jungle.
Does it do anything, though?
The BH?
Yeah, because like you still can't trade, can you?
I guess you're stealing. At least you're stealing half XP. Yeah, which is really annoying.
No, I get the theory behind it, but I'm just thinking like, I don't know if anything stops this jungle Veno, not per se. I think the only weakness of this jungle Veno is you just straight up grief a lane. That's it.
My question for Xtreme is why? They just won. It was fine.
Yeah. Like, well, listen, we know that they're always going to throw something interesting out there. Might be a little bit early for Jungle Veno, but I mean, hey.
Yeah, it's a bit early, but
I love it.
I respect it. Like, I honestly think this is something you can do going into game 2 when you've won the first game, is you just throw like a complete curveball.
You like it though, and why?
Do I like the Jungle Veno? I mean, I like the Jungle Veno in general. I just think that it's a lot of the time you're picking it because like you don't want to lane against something, whether you think that your player is like outskilled in that lane and they're going to lose, or, you know, there's some Huskar mid that is some cheese pick and it's like, well, okay, well, I'm not going to lane, you know, something like, or Dazzle, something like that. But I do respect that just completely throwing the curveball game too. A lot of teams will do this with IO, where it's like, you know, Tidebound is making adjustments in the draft from game 1. It's like, okay, adjust to this then, you know, you throw a complete curveball. Like, there's no adjustments you can make here.
So for me, it's kind of like, some teams I like it, right? But I don't want it on 5 because I don't think Ame's that type of player where you sack him, right? And you'll come back into the game, don't worry about it. However, I could see Jin Q play this.
Yeah, I could too.
And then he runs around in the jungle and you kind of like sack XXS here, so...
So the question is, what is the hero to be sacked then? Because Night Stalker was one that we saw a lot, but of course this hero is getting banned every time. And the idea is just you are so strong early because it starts as nighttime. You have the extra move speed to cut creeps. Like some hero that can like wave cut or manipulate the wave in some way.
I mean,
Tidehunter is another.
Yeah, Tide's good because normally what we see happen is you'll cut the first wave, right? Yeah. And you'll just anchor smash it. And by cutting the wave, I mean, the horn goes off, the creeps come out, and you're already there. And you delete that wave, and then you get wave equilibrium that way. Then jungle just goes off into the jungle. And we're going to see this Darkseer come out earlier, and we saw an Ursa ban as a response. So that's why we're seeing an Ursa so early on in the draft.
And is that the first disruptor? Was he in? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that is the first.
First of the tournament, yeah.
They are not willing to play normal Dota today.
Sure.
They woke up and they said, we are not going to play normal Dota.
It's exactly what we said was going to happen.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, I respect it. You know, Nature's Prophet TPing in, if you can glimpse him out, it's pretty good. If this is like a core with a lot of net worth, force him to BKB. This is a counter to Darkseer in lane as well, because you can glimpse him back after he surges.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. It's
really strong. Really strong with an Ursa as well. Like, you get all these stacks, he surges away, you glimpse him back, and he's dead. So this is a very powerful lane between these two.
All right, they're going to go back for the Tusk here, which isn't that great versus Disruptor, because typically you drop the ground silence. Tusk doesn't like playing versus ground silence and roots very much, so this is just going to be for the laning stage, mainly the tempo. Hopefully we can see a little bit more out of this game from the Tusk. It was a little bit quiet outside of the laning stage, but it is a good lane matchup with the Darkseer. So heroes like Disruptor really don't like when a Tusk get on top of you with an Ion Shell. With your innate, you have some ability to push back now, which is always a little funny to watch. Have some good interactions there.
Yeah.
But either way, like Darkseer, NP, Tusk, they're going for speed again. Honestly, they're going for tempo. And they're going to pick this hero called Shadow Demon. Conceptually good versus Ursa, I guess, but still very single target.
Yeah, I mean, also Ursa, it can go both ways, where the SD can purge Ursa and you're never going to get your overpower, which is a good counter. But also, SD doesn't like heroes that are jumping you and killing you in 2 hits. And Ursa, of course, can do that. You just have to find the SD, that's all. The one benefit Tidebound has is that they do have 2 saving supports.
Yes.
So that's always annoying to play against, where you kind of will have to go for both of them, which is not great, but there's the ground targeted silence of the Disruptor. Like, that's where you're relying on your teammates to get the jump on the other one.
Let's see what direction they want to go here. I mean, I still want to see like some Tide.
It is hard to wave manipulate, I will say, against an SD, because he can imprison you. You lose aggro.
I mean, you're not gonna. I think you're gonna lose your lane no matter what.
Yeah, they do.
But you just want a hero that has some AoE control.
Tide's win rate's been, really good over the course of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the other hero I may have mentioned would have been Underlord, but that hero's just not. I haven't seen it yet, I guess. And Tide just is better
if it wasn't for Heroic yesterday.
Yeah,
over the first picks,
No, I mean, I really like Tidehunter here. It's a hero that if you're gonna run Jin-Q playing this jungle Venomancer, he can be left alone. This is one of the few heroes that will be playing that solo lane. And then also, you're playing into 2 save supports. We talked about it in prior to watching the draft. If there are saves on the enemy team, one of the best ways of dealing with that is to have some sort of AoE spell. You jump in, you Ravage. Tusk can't snowball because he's Ravaged as well. SD can't save because he's Ravaged as well. So you can actually jump in, Ravage a Darkseer and kill him, and the save supports can't save him. Or you can just Ravage one of the saves, and then it's only one left. You focus him after the Ravage is down.
So it's going to be time for the big reveal on the Venomancer. I imagine it will be just Jin-Q playing it at this point.
Yeah.
They have a lineup set up for it. I think he's the only player that should be able to play it. Maybe the mid Veno. I mean, we do know it can go there. Xtreme have played it. Do you want to pick it blindly? I mean, you could, I guess. But is there a better position for right now? So they do a mix, right? Jin-Q, Wyvern, obviously very good. They ban it out there. But Storm's really good. We don't have a lot of control. So they're aware it could be either. And I like that Medusa ban a lot because I think they need a lot of... I mean, that hero's good versus Medusa, but they need another team fighter, in my opinion, here as their carry. In an ideal world, because they don't have a combo. Like, I feel like Stone Gaze Vacuum would have been something at least, right? But Vacuum into what this game?
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, like Xtreme's team fight is crazy.
Again, yes.
Yeah.
So how do you match this? Like, you need a mid or a carry that has good team fight. You're probably putting NP mid versus Sniper, because I feel like nothing else really does anything in that matchup. So you have to pick a carry with some team fight. Assuming you want to have an overall good draft, you could just go similar to last game and be like, okay, I'm just going to counterpick this Tidehunter and just try to win the lane and snowball the game. But
there's not much that solves all of these problems. I'm really struggling here.
I mean, you could go Faceless Void and play him as a carry, but that's banned. Just kidding, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Slark is banned. That would have been decent.
Another bit of a hole they're in. I think you have to pick a mid here, and. But what's that mid? You're versus Sniper. It feels a little bit of a a bit of a check, not a checkmate, but
Ember into Sniper.
They needed some AoE control. They needed something that played with Darkseer really, really badly, like super badly. Like if they didn't have anything that could play with this Darkseer, it's like, what's the point? And yet again, I feel like the support duo from Tidebound, it's not inspiring. Like you have this Veno, you have this Disruptor, so much control, so much AoE, so much damage, so much ground control, and Disruptor, Shadow Demon and Tusk, very single target yet again.
I guess the idea is that with an Ember Tusk SD, especially if Veno's jungling, there's like a window where the Veno's only level 5, level 4, where you can run mid and kill the sniper. Maybe kill him a couple of times, set him behind. And then Ember
Venos
can
get 6 before mids do, if you do it right.
Yeah, that is what I worry about. That is what I worry about for sure. But I do think that Tusk and SD are, two of the best heroes at actually ganking a sniper mid. Like if you can ever catch him out with the ice shards or a snowball or an SD in prison, and he's not like standing in his tower, he'll die. Even if he's in his tower, he might die. But I just worry about the counter rotation from the Veno when he's like super high level.
I mean, the problem is at some point you have to take the team fights. I don't know what they're going to do in that situation.
I mean, it comes down to 2 things, right? Like, is it a patch where, snowballing is the only win condition, or is it having the better scale better? And I feel like if you look at the scale, okay, you have a carry NP, but versus Sniper Ursa, you're not going to win that. Do you have the better team fight versus Tide Disruptor? You're not winning that either. So can you lock down the map? Maybe. Like, this is just one of those games where Tidebound has to play flawlessly, nothing to say, has to be like beyond godlike. Same with Shiro, and just play the map, but it's not easy.
Yeah, that's an ominous prediction there for our boys. I mean, they are on some comfort heroes. Like he's level 27 on Ember Spirit. They're the 2 supports are on comfort as well, and they have double save. So I think they can do it.
All right. Well, let's see if they're able to take it to a game 3. I'll throw you over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, let's have a look, see what we get here going down in game 2 between Tidebound and Xtreme Gaming. And indeed, once again, Tidebound, they do like their saves, right? We saw that kind of in their lineup from last game. Didn't really work out too great for them there. Here in game 2, are you kind of looking at this game also with a bit of a sort of skeptical approach when it comes to what you're seeing from Tidebound? Like, what do you believe in this lineup more than last game, or are you still worried?
I think I believe it more than last.
More than last game.
Just because they have that, the potential with. I think Nature's Prophet's also just an insane hero. So I think this hero can do a lot of crazy stuff, as we saw Malrine manipulating creep waves and just sending Wrath of Natures and all this crazy stuff. But I think XG got everything they wanted. I'm completely on board with how Fear was talking about it too. It's just team fighting looks difficult. Lanes this time look difficult as well. And there's going to be a Veno that comes out with a potential, let's say, I don't know what Xinq is going to go, but this is one of those games you can rush the Orchid if he wants to do, which I've seen a couple do, and you're versus Ember. It's fantastic. And this Ember's lane is going to be very difficult. They did this by choice, picking the Ember versus the Sniper. We've seen teams literally dodge the matchup, right? It was Amar playing off-lane Ember the other day because they didn't want to lane versus the Sniper. So let's see if Nothing to Say can have a bit of a better time and then utilize the Ion Shell to get a bit of a snowball. But again, looks difficult. Looks like an uphill battle for the side of Tidebound.
Now let's have a look. And this is the good old jungle Veno. I mean, one thing I've got to say, why is it that this does seem to be just working? Because one of the reasons, right, that junglers as a concept for the most part don't really work in Dota is because somebody is getting sacked on their lane, they're having to play on their own. So how come when we've been seeing these Venos, and having good success, it is like this poor offlane that's on his own just not getting completely destroyed? Like, why has that not really mattered in the grand scheme of the whole game?
I think we've been seeing a lot of offlaners just get destroyed in a lot of games anyway.
Sure.
But that being said, I think it's just the fact that Veno farms that fast.
It just compensates.
Nothing in the game can jungle at the rate like this hero does because the wards are piercing damage, so they just work on neutral creeps that much better. And it's an insane pace that you can set. It's literally, like I've said before, it's like level 6 comes by about the 5:15 to 5:30 mark. So it's just super difficult to punish. I've actually been thinking, like, do you try to chase this Veno in situations? But no, you can't. Because if you run into this jungle and he has 9 wards on him and he gales you, you're dead. Almost any hero just dies. So.
I mean, can you not sort of play some sort of like bounty and just like hover around him? Is that not annoying enough to ruin his game?
I mean, maybe. I'm not sure. We've seen players have, like, nobody's contesting the Veno jungle. No. Right? So it's saying a lot about it. I'm just going to be staring at Xinq in the jungle right now, by the way, so hopefully we're going to be looking at other lanes. As we see XXS, he's just going to start to stack up waves and pull, because we know he's completely sacked. You see the build on XXS this game? He knows he's sacked. He's got boots, level 1. So he's playing versus a Tide and Nature's Prophet Tusk lane. These boots are very effective.
And he's doing good stuff here, bro, because he grabbed this massive amount of creeps.
Yep, double wave. He's high-fiving a planet already.
So this is, all going to plan for XXS, right? Doing this on his own, solo, and being able to set up quite the A nice creep wave for him to enjoy underneath his tower, nice and safely.
He's going to deny a couple creeps as well, too, from that Nature's Prophet. Planet will be able to soak some here, but... Yep.
I mean, this already just is, like, great. You know, right on this top lane from XG. Being able to do this on your own. Another wave coming in as well. XXS, he's perfectly fine with this, and if anything, he's glad that he's on his own. He's getting this all to himself.
Their lanes look like they're going to be very strong. Bottom lane could be the one where there's a bit of a change up there between the two of them, but Disruptor and Ursa are very good versus the Darkseer to get these catches as well if he gets left alone even for a second. So, yeah, this approach is looking really strong already from the side of XG. Level 3 has been hit on the Tide.
Yep, 3 on the Tide, 3 on the Veno. So when they do this and you have to make the pulls like this, both of them are getting that much more XP. You look at kind of the duo on the side of Tidebound, right? Just hit 3 on Bark. But yeah, they're behind, right? It's level 2.5 on Y, for example. So just more XP's being found in this split manner where you have a Tide solo making these pulls and Veno hitting the jungle.
And look, Xingqiu can even start to get involved. So Bach shows himself, should be able to get himself away, but Xingqiu now is even applying extra pressure, taking away a camp.
Sure, yeah, can farm aggressively now.
You can tell he's done this quite a bit of times before. He knows, yeah, you buy the extra tangos, you buy the extra clarities, you started with Sage Mask Orb of Blight. And now you have Gale. So now this lane for Bach and Y is quite complicated to even step up. They might have to just do some jungle shenanigans.
And what are we seeing in the mid? Nothing to say. Does have
holding his
decent
own.
Regen. Yeah, he's got
holding his own.
Got bottle charges, got tangos. So not too bad here. That's all here to start off. 19 and 2 against the 20 for free. He's doing just fine here on the Ember.
Yeah, maybe this is what you do. You try to get the wraparound with Y to get a catch on the sniper if he steps up too far and just leave Bach jungling.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, they're going to stack up the Ancients. Might get warded. I think we're going to see Undying place wards to stop the stacks that come out for the Darkseer because they know he's now fully jungling. So he's going to place one of these sentries here. Might get dewarded, but it'll do its job of blocking at least once.
Yeah, what do you sort of think about this Disruptor, right? Something that we don't really see. Well, we might see him die here.
He's got a glimpse.
Is he able to play his way out of this? He might just be able to. Glimpse onto the Shadow Demon.
He's got buddies in the area. Nothing to say.
Undying will die. Nothing to say. He's going to be ready with the TP, so he'll get out of there. Why? Also going for the TP, but the shrapnel's upon him, so he will fall. XM able to pick that one up, so... They get the kill, but they will get the trade. I mean, Disruptor, not a lot of people really wanting to be picking this hero right now. What do you think they're still for here? Because this is something we've seen from Undying. He has been picking a few supports that other people just haven't.
So, Ame taking a bit of damage there from the Ion Shells, so he should be okay. I think it was a double-faceted thing that he was, not the fast, sorry, double reason that they picked it. Versus Darkseer, it always has had its reasons to be picked because the glimpse into the kinetic field can be great to trap him, but also they saw Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
So, you see NP TP into a fight, glimpse him, he's out of the fight, so... Besides that, I think it's also just Undying has his own comfort heroes, like you were mentioning, right? Like, he just sometimes likes to bust these out, as we've seen him play his Undying even as a first pick in some scenarios.
Because what are the weaknesses of Disruptor right now? Why is it not popular?
It's always the weaknesses of Disruptor, right? Just no lockdown. The ult can be completely countered in a lot of different ways.
Yep.
But when you don't have to do too much work on a Disruptor versus certain heroes, he is. I still find him to be quite good. I think versus Darkseer and Tidehunter also, those can still be exceptions where Disruptor can look decent. As they're bringing Planet bottom, so they want to look for these dive plays with the Ion Shells.
Arma's going to start onto Y.
Sure is.
Diving for Undying.
Xingqiu is level 6 and connecting.
Yeah, and Undying's able to survive through quite a lot of this. They're taking them some time really to kill this Disruptor. They're now TPing on Shiro. They'll turn towards Xingqiu. They will kill the Veno.
Double.
Let's see if Shiro can get Arme as well. Potentially Arme is able to bring down Planet, but Shiro turns towards him. They're getting the cleanup.
Nice.
There we go. Bringing in the numbers. Bringing
Shiro.
in the carry. They'll take the fight, Tidebound.
Yeah, I love that Shiro comes down here. He needs to join because that looks like it could have gotten a little messy for a second there, but they get that good kill. All three of them get brought down. XXS, he's like, okay, I mean, that's what he's been doing the whole time anyway, just dragging waves. He'll get a good amount out of it, but a good rotation to sandwich. And they get the kill on Xingqiu as well. He just came there as level 6 and gave them a hefty amount of experience. Good aggressive plays in this early game.
We'll see if they can do that again, Tidebound. Just look for these opportunities to get Shiro involved nice and early.
Nothing to say. Is starting to truly struggle, though, in this matchup. He's starting to get, a couple extra CS, but he's about 700 behind the sniper. Does have a shield rune for the next go, though, so if they do want to look to make those surround plays...
They could try and dive something soon, especially with Shira having the TP back up.
They have Wrath of Nature available, too, so they absolutely could look to go for these type of plays. That is another thing that we should mention, Fear was talking about on panel 2, is the mobility. Playing the map is something that Tidebound can look to do with these TPs and aggressive remnants forward. Because there can be some lack of lockdown when you look at the side of XG on small skirmishes. In big team fights, they've got lockdown, but small skirmish, lack of stuns.
Bottom.
Ame.
We're gonna look for him.
Doesn't get up the hill.
He's looking pretty stuck here. No way out for Ame.
Very nice kills. Nothing to say gets involved. Comes right back to the mid lane to defend.
Caught in a bit of an awkward spot there in the river. Stepped a bit too far up, Ame.
I'm liking the movement so far. Getting the stacks going as well, Planet. Just connect onto nothing to say, but he's got a shield rune. Looks like tower is very likely to fall off of this. He's actually having rotations come in. He's healing. They have a third hero that wants to join. Looks like it's just going to go down.
At the same time, Shira was able to finish off the tower down bottom.
Is he done?
Tidebound finding the trades. Close start this time round.
I still just can't believe that XSS has gotten away with this, though. The boots first. He almost has his Vlads, I think, finished up. He was completely sacked, and he's level 7. It doesn't look like he was sacked.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy stuff, right? It's
Same
like,
not with the Dark Seed.
if they're ever getting the Tide, it feels like... If you see this team first pick the Tide, right? Oh, no, they first pick the Venom, right?
Yeah. It was my
then you probably got to heavily consider taking the Tide away, because this seems to be like the perfect one for XXS to play this lane solo when he has a jungle Venom.
I was going to mention this too. I thought they actually might lane the Shadow Demon top to prevent the pulls.
Sure.
Because if you see the Tide with the boots...
That's true, that would mess with it.
The mind game thing probably got to, like, it's too much to think about. They probably wanted to have the SD bottom to try to apply more pressure than having the Tusk, but yeah, having the Tusk top just allowed him to go boots, pull waves, because there's no way to disrupt it. Literally. And even though they get these kills on the side of Tidebound, we see the net worth. It's about a 2K lead.
It is. They've got 4 of these heroes in the top 6, very close to having 4 in the top 5. I know, coming out from Xtreme side of things.
And Chinkyu is going to do the Orchid route, as we were kind of anticipating. He did go for Arcane Boots early on, just to be able to have that sustained mana, but...
Yeah, I like the Orchid Rush from the Jungle Venos.
Feels much better than the mechs.
Yeah, turning up with a mech or a pipe. Who cares about that? You want to turn up with the silence. You know, nobody's going to be ready for that.
Especially if you're into like Ember, right?
Yeah.
And your team does lack some lockdown, so.
No, the Orchid Rush feels good.
Yep. Should be able to get down a decent time. Bach still very farmed. We see him, they're farming those stacks. That's why his farm went up so much. Planet just standing on that ancient camp with the Ion Shell. Got a lot of XP from it too, so Planet's actually almost level 7 because he got full XP from a quad ancient with the Ion Shell.
There we go, they're going to try with the smoke play.
Ion Shells, this is how you have to do it, right?
Sure.
Utilize Ion Shells on your double or triple melees. And try
they
to
should have a chance of jumping XM, surely. Yeah, they're going to go straight for him. TPs are going to be coming in. Look at the punch up. XM will die. XXS gets the Ravage out onto the 3 of them.
Glimpse.
So as well to bring nothing to say back in under the tower. So they'll punish them hard. They take out the 2 kills. Going to try and chase on for more, but Bark should be fine with the Surge. They lose their sniper, but they are able to make them pay.
They were very ready. Instant TP coming out from the Tide. Ravage does come out slightly late, though, so isn't able to protect the sniper, but they do get trade kills. And who got the last hits on it? Was it Ame? Oh, actually, Tower. Okay, Tower got the last hit there. I like that they're going those aggressive moves, though. You have to try to make the moves with the Ion Shell with your cores that can actually use it. It's the whole point of the draft, right? The reason they picked that Ember is to use this Darkseer. Disruptor ult is up, though. Undyne has it ready. Bach.
They can maybe try and catch the Darkseer.
Beyond has to be careful to not show himself. Does hit level 9, gets a decent heal, but there's the glimpse.
Let's see if they got him. Kinetic field down. Oh, little awkward then, he runs back into it. Mark, is he able to get out of this? He'll live. Snubble comes out, Planet able to hold back Ame. Ame is enraged, still on cooldown for a few seconds, so he's ended up dead.
Bach has done it. Now Undyne still has the ulti.
He's gonna get the glimpse out on a nothing to say. But he should slowly, surely die. I mean, he's going to try for the TP. Does this actually get him out of this? No, but disruptions there.
That was close.
So Undyne will fall.
Great kills.
Couldn't quite catch the Darkseer, but it's a little too fast, zipping all over the place.
And now he's got mech finished up too. So they can absolutely look to join with the Darkseer with those Ion Shells now that he's got this too. It looked like Bach running into the wall.
Yeah, he just got run back into it.
Ends up.
I thought he was going to get stuck on it, but he was able to free himself.
Undying hesitated quite a bit using the Static Storm as well too.
Sure.
Maybe that little bit of extra damage could have been enough. I know he wanted to not miss with the silence, but ends up costing them. XM.
With the chains on the turn, they're going to drop the wall as well onto XM.
I think they saw the Orchid now. So nothing to say, a little hesitant on how much he wants to jump forward. Nice damage onto XM though. He's down to less than half HP if the fight does kick out on top of him.
Yeah, they're ready for a smoke play here with supports.
Never mind. They had a salve for him. They'd shoveled one up. Planet?
They might set up a planet. Whoa!
Off the mark.
Oh, okay. They're still trapping though. So you got a way to roll out this. Oh, okay, everything's being pressed. They've got disruption behind him. A bit of safety. He's able to get out the side of it, but no way to push himself down to the low ground. So they get the kill. It does take the Static Storm though.
Yep, they forced quite a bit there. That little save that comes up from the SD. Although meanwhile, Shiro is not getting pressured. I feel like this is every game that we see Nature's Prophet nowadays. Just very difficult to find him on the map. He's always able to get that farm.
I think just overall though, the problem is for Tidebound, right, that they have the Ember falling behind a little bit, and XG obviously with their Vanish jungle, they have an extra hero falling up. So it's like it's kind of scaling up to be 4 cores against 2. Exactly. That doesn't sound great.
And it's very similar to the kind of similar to the last game, where it's like you do want to dictate pace. You don't want this game to slow down too much versus an Ursa sniper with 2 or 3 big teamfight ultimates to cover.
Yeah, very fair. A lot of money actually on XM as well. See what he wants to finish up first. He wants to get at least the Force, yeah.
Makes sense, being able to reposition versus this Ember. And the Tusk get over those shards. Yeah, I mean, Veno, we're going to see him probably surpass most heroes in this game, because Jinkyu is also one of the greedier players, so... Even steals an Ancient away from X. He stole the Ancients from XXX. Almost level 12. Yep, 4 cores truly building up, and nothing to say. Still being, left at the bottom a little bit here of these cores. Still no Mage Slayer just yet. Looks like they're going to smoke again. They don't want the pace to slow down too much. Tormentor coming up in the next 40 seconds. Probably the next fight that Tidebound wants to look for, but everything is up at the ready for XG, and they are set up already. Smoke on smoke. XG actually looking for grabbing a kill before this Tormentor does go down. They'll run directly into Bach. He gets himself away.
Tidebound, what do they want to do about this?
They're coming through the portals, but they've got a ward there already. XXS, he knows.
Yeah, they do. They get the Static Storm straight away down. On a ward, nothing to say. Defensive Disruption comes out, buys him a little bit of time, but the Ravage is timed perfectly afterwards. Still not enough lockdown to stop him, though. Nothing to say. He's able to jump over to Washing Q. He has to back off now away from Arme. Arme trying to finish off the Ember Spirit, but nothing to say. Gets another Sleight of Fist and a Remnant off. Will jump to safety. Arme will be able to clean up the supports as Planet gets taken out as well. Arme will live.
He healed so much from the Vlads. He actually just life stole like 200-something HP. I think it's what allows him to survive there with XXS. Looked okay at the start of it all, but then they only can clean up the supports again. I feel like it's the story of the series.
And maybe if nothing to say, was able to get out, but XM being able to peep him at the end. He lived a long time through that fight, this Ember Spirit. They were dropping Static Storms, Ravages, didn't get him at the beginning. XM making sure that they do clean him up at the end of it all.
There's really good plays from Y, right? He gets the Demonic Purge onto the Ursa, so he loses his overpower, and then he gets the Disruption during the Static Storm on the Ember, so he prolonged him for quite some time.
Still hovering around this Tormentor.
They don't have the Ursa this time around, so Ame's running over to connect. He's got the Blink Dagger now finished, but ultis were expended from XG. Disruptor ult back up at 15. Bach.
They've got to try and somehow get on top of XM. He's doing a bit too much damage right now. Coming for the Twin Gate now. Arme's on the way over. Look at the jump.
Undying. He's got Disruptor ult up now.
And he's able to get it off. He's controlling the Ember Spirit. Arme's able to jump into the side. Again, cleaning up the 2 supports pretty quickly. The Snowball by a bit of safety. Shiro trying to fight back, but the Enrage is ready for Arme. He's able to tear through Shiro. And now they can maybe even look towards Bach. Bach's trying to finish up the job. Will manage to ensure that nothing to say kills Arme off. But Bach, he's not getting out of this. It's going to be another trade in which XG are coming out on top again.
Almost actually able to... It's so close to bring Undying down before he gets the Static Storm. They end up surviving on nothing to say at the least, and I think that is his Mage Slayer going to be finished up, and they do bring down Ame at the tail end of it all, but this was without Ravage.
That was
a
little bit awkward point in that fight. I'm sure he probably would have been able to cut out the Sprout and kill the Nature's Prophet anyway, but Bark kind of vacuumed the Ursa out of the Sprout on top of... You'll see it at the bottom. He probably would have killed him anyway.
I think he was going to get him anyway.
But he kind of vacuumed him over towards the Prophet.
It happens. Chaotic team fights is for sure.
Look, let's have a look, because we'll see it down here in a second. Look, Shiro's trying to keep his distance, and then that vacuum just drags him out of the Sprout and on top of the Shiro Nature's Prophet. So,
honestly, Planet Shards may have also done some weird stuff that may have pushed him to inside the Sprout.
That's true. It was probably a combo of the two of them, right?
It was like 3
the
spells.
vacuum was kind of dragging him out the Sprout. The Shards were pushing him out the Sprout. Either way, Shiro didn't stand a chance there, thanks to his teammates' best help.
And now I think Tidebound can't make the move to come down to contest.
No, not after those two fights.
No. There's a Ravage available, so much harder for them to approach it. XXS, like very kind of standard build, but deviating a little bit for the Tidehunter. The Mage Slayer looks quite nice this game versus the Ember Darkseer. Next item will be that Shard as well, which is very good versus, all 3 cores. This Shard is good on versus every hero.
Timing,
really, definitely versus the Ember more than anything.
I mean, it's going to mean that they don't just have to sort of rely on Undyne dropping a Static Storm to give them a chance. Tough times for Tidebound.
Absolutely.
Nothing to say, falling behind. And we talked about the last game. He was a big reason why they did potentially have a chance, right? A lot was sort of weighing on his shoulders as the puck. It's going to be hard for him to be able to provide that same level of impact this game on his Ember unless he's able to have some sort of insane fight, because the recovery's been very slow from him. He's just not getting a lot of farm.
He has to put himself out there to start the fights, because him and Bach have to initiate at the same time, so it allows them to get these spells onto him. Yeah, he's definitely struggling in terms of last hits because of it. 96 only on the Ember at 18 minutes. He also keeps walking to jungle camps, and a Wrath of Nature bounces and steals him, so he's getting a bit of his farm taken away there from Shiro. They have a nice deep ward that I actually didn't see when Y placed this one, but they do see XM for a moment. They see where the sniper's positioning is if they want to try for something, but yeah, still very difficult to get there as all the ults are ready for XG. And Roche is probably their next.
They can walk in and take it, right? They've got the Ravage, they've got the Static Storm, as you say, so they're ready to cover a fight around this spot.
Planet can give them some scouting information, and they're all swinging over. Wall is down. Start to poke.
But who goes in? Who gets stuck in?
Well, now the wall's down, so they can just. They look like they're gonna reset. Did these wards actually catch them? I don't think it did, right?
I don't know if it saw them smoke.
I didn't see if the one on the cliff actually caught them.
Oh, that one did, I think.
You did? I think they were up on the northern trees.
When they pressed it?
I don't know. Either way, it looks like they did see it because of the way they're positioning.
Yeah.
Roche is going to start shifting.
They might still get caught.
Planet.
With the surge, we'll take him out of there.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nothing to say. Hasting around. Dangerous. He's out of remnants. Does poke. Could get extra space. Shiro forces the lanes in. He's just spamming Wrath of Nature. He's not saving it for fights at all. He just wants to get that extra farm. Keep the lane shoved in a good position. And that Roche, they're not going to be able to just full commit for it since it did shift to bottom. Ame going full aggression. He's going for the basher before that BKB. How are the Yules looking? Planet getting closer to his Yules, so they will have an answer versus the Ursa since he's not going BKB yet. So that is one thing that could hurt Ame, since he is playing versus the SD and the Tusk. There is a fair bit of control that he has to worry about. And a Blink now finished up for Y, so they do have these double Blink saves if the Tide doesn't catch them into that Ravage. Do they want to smoke? They are.
They go Tidebound. They're going to give it a try.
They did see Jinkyu walking toward top. That ward that they still have placed in that deep position is spotting the Veno. Starting to get his team to connect toward him, though.
Yeah, it's hard to make the hit now.
GQ.
See if they can take him down quickly. They get the lead in with the punch.
He's fairly tanky.
He is, and he's got backup with him. Static Stone gets dropped down. Shiro will TP in to try and finish him up, but Jinx is able to force his way to safety. Now XXS is in on top of them. Ravage is there, sets up for Arme to clean up the both of them. Nothing to say. He's got to try and run away from this with the remnants.
That was his last one. Ame, he's got the blink up in 3 seconds. Nothing to say.
Well, the Sleight of Fist to stop the blink for now. There's a regen rune.
Poison. Disrupt, but the glimpse is there.
It is. Drags him back into the silence. They tried. They went for a play, but this poor old Venno is not a poor old Venno. You can't
so
kill
much
him.
HP. I mean, 1800 HP with the Solar, the force to reset out.
Yep.
It's even harder than last game. They just can't even make plays.
I mean, they got 4 heroes in the top 5 net worth right now here at Xtreme.
And now they get that roast for free. Yes, there's just no way for them to take team fights again. It's just, I mean, exactly like last time. There's no way for them to take a 5-on-5
We'll see this again. Really trying to at least threaten him, but Shinkyu's perfectly fine. Forces away. Shiro TP'd into a position where he just wasn't able to get anything done. And Ravage at the ready. Arme in with the backup. It was just all over.
Yeah, it barely even looks like they needed the Ravage there, to be honest. They're already right on top of both heroes getting cleaved down, but why not use it there, right? 10,000 gold lead. Now it's getting to these ridiculous levels.
It's getting crazy.
Yeah, nothing to say. His game.
He's had a rough game, right?
It's been very hard, but
it's because he did all right in the lane, right?
He did, but they made this decision though, right?
Sure.
Taking the Ember in this position, they wanted to get some type of snowball play, but when you pick it into the sniper, you just do all right. You're still falling very behind.
Yeah, and it's definitely because, you know, I think the panel sort of mentioned, right, one of the needs to get something like an Ember towards the end was due to the fact they really wanted to enable the fact that they had this Darkseer, right? And sure, it's given them the Iron Shell target to play with, but what we are seeing is, you know, it's very unlike the Darkseer of last game that Xtreme have. You know, but he doesn't really have any wombo combo to go with, right? The Vacuum there's not really anything with it.
Oh, and they don't really have team fight. Their team fight is the Darkseer.
It is the Vacuum.
It's a Vacuum, and that's
on his own, yeah.
Well, in the
you
last
definitely
game,
feel that in these plays.
Was like, yeah, it was 4 layers of that Vacuum on top of everything too. So, yeah, I mean, Xtreme just masterclassing it again. It feels like with the draft and with the approach to the game as Bach. The Bash comes out as the Surge comes out.
I should be able to have him. They've got the glimpse. As Bach will fall.
Starting to make it look pretty easy. On
they are. It's going a similar way as last game now. Maybe even more brutally so with the fact that just everybody's so farmed on Xtreme.
Yeah, I mean, this last game it was like 1K, right, in between, but it didn't feel like that 1K. This is 13K.
Now you're seeing the farm,
but this truly feels like a 13K lead, or even more than that. You see the approach is just so difficult for them to, take any fight. And I'm sure they're feeling that pressure now at this point, looking at their farming. Like, Y is farming bottom on the river on these croakers, and he actually might just get caught. They seem to know that he's down here anyway. Undying has the blink. Yeah, they're getting a pretty pick off here. Clean plays from XG. And the Basher's now done, so Ame, there was no real time for them to take advantage of the BKB not being there either.
Hey, Shiro. Just got to try and get that level 25 and start for the old Triumph Rack game. So, you know, 9 levels away. It's a long way to go.
No, I mean, this is one where they can deal with the tree. I mean, if he even gets to that point. Doesn't really look like he is going to get to that point. BKB finished for nothing today, but nothing to say. But as we said, it's so delayed at this point. Yes, he can answer versus the Ravage. He can answer versus the Disruptor ulti, but he's not doing much damage now.
Mate, ooh.
Shiro.
He just casually walks past each other. Where's the bash? There it is. Shiro is caught. Same time XM, he's able to just freely BKB TP away. He himself has no threat of any sort of bashes. Yeah, Punch wasn't there.
Not there in time for Planet.
No.
Nothing going the way of Tidebound now at this point for the last 10 minutes, it feels like. Ult's coming back up. Disruptor ult is at the ready. Ravage is at the ready. They want to strike. No Nature's Prophet to even shove these waves out. Yeah, that's another thing I do have to highlight for XG. They're playing versus Nature's Prophet plus Darkseer, and it feels like they've had the lanes always in a good position.
It's been a lot of jungling.
Sure.
From Tidebound.
Sure.
Is that they're just scared of showing. Well, I guess it's fair, right, against this Blink Disruptor. You know, you're showing the lane, you're going to get caught.
I mean, versus anybody at this point now.
Yeah.
XG, yeah. Showing the difference between the two teams, truly, in this series.
Yeah, I wasn't anticipating this to be such a one-sided affair, but it's ended up pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
This, but from what we saw from Tidebound, it was like, okay, when these two teams meet head-to-head, might get something close going on, but yeah, we're definitely seeing quite the difference between what they're able to provide today.
30 seconds still on the Aegis. Crimson Guard will slow down the push quite massively. But XM will just continue to poke. They've got the Venom wards for the vision. They'll drop the wall just to push him away for a moment. But it looks like they can probably just swing to mid if they'd like to.
Yeah, I mean, that's the team fight done.
Yep. Ame will actually just deal with the Treant. It is taking a tier 2. But his team likely to stick in this area. Can they go fight a 5v4? Is that like, I mean, that's their best attempt if they can go for something like that. But Ame can connect pretty fast as he is near that twin gate. And yeah, it looks like they're trying to at least get something, but there's Venom wards placed everywhere, so it's scouting them even as they walk outside. Ame looks like he's going to go for the shrine, and he might get handed a kill out of it too. And they're actually bringing more backup. He's hesitant, but he's got buddies as well connecting.
Can they kill him? He's got BKB, but he doesn't have TP. He does have backup though, and in fact, XXS ready to jump in aggressively and start to take the attention away from Ame. Now with further time being bought, and Dying can also join the fight. Assassinating onto Y. Xingqiu's in with the ult onto Shiro. Shiro will try and turn and stand his ground towards Xingqiu, but Xingqiu's able to force out of the Sprout. They just can't fight back in Tidebound. They just have to start running.
They connected so fast. Can they all get away versus the Disruptor? It looks like they're actually going to be able to not lose anyone on the side of Tidebound.
Nothing says he's hiding in the trees.
Is he going to get found? XXS found him.
They find him.
He's got the leash.
How did they know?
I think the Venom ward maybe saw him for a second.
Yeah, someone spotted him out. He has to BKB and run.
And the catch in the back, Undying just blinks in.
He gets the static storm onto the both of them. They've got the glimpse as well on towards Y. That's enough to kill him.
XXS.
Planet getting P-tipped by XM. As Planet will buy a little bit of safety inside of the snowball, but they're on top of him, and he can't get out. As Planet, he'll get Crimson Guard. Okay, maybe he will get out.
He'll get out.
Was able to save him. Buck doing his best, trying to keep the boys alive.
And yeah, we see that Venom ward as it ticks away. It was what saw them. We saw nothing to say. Forcing a BKB can't be... I mean, he needs like a perfect BKB for any type of approach for the fight. Has to just run with it fully. And the threat of the Ravage, they can't contest into this fight.
Yeah, making these plays easily without having to use all their ultimates now. Xtreme, they're that far ahead.
Octarine now finished up for Ursa too, so just continuing to dominate in terms of net worth. I love this build too, this Octarine build. Once you get that 25 and you're just Earth-shocking and applying Fury swipes on everybody, it becomes so ridiculous and hard to deal with.
Let's go for the Tormentor as well.
Yep, very soon. It's going to shift toward top. His team's connecting, and yeah, it doesn't look like Tidebound can look to contest it at all. Yeah, XG just keeping the lanes in a very good position for themselves, even though they're versus Ion Shell plus Nature's Prophet. Just, yeah, like you said, they've been stuck in the jungle for quite some time, it feels, on the side of Tidebound.
It's hurting their money. I mean, the farm on the cause of Xtreme
and Xingqiu.
Just, it looks completely unfair. Look at them.
Look at Xingqiu, dude. Yeah. He's gonna pass a Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
And we've seen NP almost break records at this tournament. I think it was like a 1100 GPM one, I believe it was, at like a 60-minute mark for Malrine the other day.
Yep. I mean, it really seems like this was kind of their perfect pairing that wasn't a pairing, right? Just having the Veno with the Tide. Like, to the point where if you ever see XG come out with the Venom, I think you got to take away the Tide. Like, this hero just works so well on its own.
Yeah.
XXS, yeah, I don't know what else he could have been on that would have been able to achieve as much as he did playing the lane solo as he did as a Tide.
Or like we said, hindsight's 2020, but putting the Shadow Demon top to prevent the pulls, right?
Sure.
Like sometimes
you could see what other teams make that adaptation.
Well, also because like the double thing, right? It's the SD to stop the pulls, and then it's a Tusk with the Darkseer so they can actually use the Ion Shell in the lane, right? So there could have been, but that's all hindsight at this point, massively, as the XG approach doesn't seem like it was something that Tidebound had fully anticipated.
No, weren't completely prepared for.
Ag soon to be finished also for Undyne, so yeah, just getting even more and more answers for these Poor heroes on the side of Tidebound. They got to get outside the base. They're getting trapped, so they're going to smoke out and look for a potential catch here. But Xingqiu is unbelievably tanky now, also with the Gale Guard.
They're going to try.
Throw everything on him.
They can. I mean, he's only now... Oh, what's going on? All right. Well, either way, it's taken them... Maybe because it's taken them so long to kill the Veno, they just assumed there was lag. They're like, this guy's not dying. We're all hitting him.
About to end, and then he can Solar Press Greaves. Yeah, he can Solar Press Gale Guard.
He's still alive. Finally, he falls. But now, Xtreme's ready to come in with the big punch back and kill off the two of them.
Hey, you got a big core of Xingqiu,
Sure,
right?
but it takes so much. It's so much time.
Shiro is like, I am not joining that, you guys. That's suicide. I'll throw a Wrath of Nature for you. Yeah, actually, it truly is a masterclass approach.
Yeah.
Into the high ground they go. Tide now, Anchor Smash affects buildings, so he can just stand in the front line as well. Take 0 damage from the tower and continue sieging even harder.
Up they go. Shiro trying to cut waves. I mean, Undyne's going to likely be able to force a BKB out of him.
Yeah, he might. Let's see if he just turns and tries to fight. I mean, this is kind of clever from Shiro.
Okay, Glimpse has been used, so now he can go. So that will work. Force out the Glimpse defensively, and then he gets the freedom to TP without having to BKB.
Ravage at the ready. BKB even on XXS for the front line. And they're going to get a rush. Another one.
Yep. This will be a free one.
Yep. Super comfort for XG. And the later, I mean, the longer and longer the game goes too, it's just better and better for them, right? So
I mean, they just have 4 heroes farming to their heart's content, right? Whilst on Tidebound, they're only really able to get farm on Shiro.
And not even in like the best kind of position, right? He's literally just been jungling this top side, it feels like, for almost the entirety of the game and just Wrath of Naturing. Now even Bach is starting to get to that very difficult part where he's matched nothing to say in farm 2. I mean, if Disruptor gets another big fight, he could actually surpass. They could have 5 of the top 6 pretty soon. Xingqiu just continues loving life. He's going to go buy the next aura. He's going to buy a pipe next. Level 20 has been hit, so even more wards. Shiro. They're looking for this Veno. Xingqiu.
They're going to go
seen this before.
And this time? Yep, they're not even going to kill him this time. Xingqiu plays it perfectly. Saves the buff, slides out of there, pops them on him, and he can't die.
He's just patient, right? The Demonic Purge, they don't have the damage to kill him in those 5 seconds, and then he pops the Solar Crest, then he pops the Gale Guard, then he's able to force staff into a defensive position.
Ready for the Shrine here, Army.
Might even find the Ember. Is nothing to say gonna jump.
He's not gonna jump. He wouldn't.
That would be so sad for him. In the meanwhile, though, Undying has Aghanims, and he is on the prowl. He is searching for a target, and he's gonna find one.
Let's have a look.
Remnant's out, but he did see the direction that the Remnant was. He's got a ward. He's gonna ask for a core to back him up. Nothing to say.
Oh, he's going for a TP.
Nope. Uh-oh.
Tide's on his way.
Ame's coming.
Is there any way out of this?
He puts the Remnant on the left side, but yeah, Ame's connecting. BKB's used.
Ame's closing in.
Dun, 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 dun.
He's in the trees somewhere. he's on the other side of the tree line. Oh, they see him now. There's the glimpse. He's going to put him back behind.
Slight dodge.
Dodges it with the slide.
He's making him work for it.
He is.
Meanwhile, in the base.
Meanwhile, the base.
XM peeping from low ground.
I mean, Undyne's just going to leave him down here.
He has no TP to get back to base.
Yeah,
he's stuck.
He's just...
Ame joining the mid lane. And there's no Ember Spirit for...
Forever.
30 seconds.
Okay, for 30 seconds. Oh, yeah, he's got another one out. Oh, well, that's the mid-rack.
That's the mid-racks. They can definitely look to continue.
30k gold. Ready to join them in 10 seconds. Nothing to say. He's very close to having the Shivas. Full pipe now on Xingqiu.
Okay, Nothing to Say has to TP himself in a defensive spot, though, so he doesn't get glimpsed back down there. Okay, torpedo base. Can you imagine he gets glimpsed down bottom? That would be devastating. It already is devastating, but... Nullifier on the Tide. Now they have the Dispel versus these, you know, buffs that the Darkseer usually can provide. Ame.
Planet's watching from the back lines.
Zin.
Nothing to Say tries to start something off, but immediately gets back. They'll get the vacuum wall onto the three of them. Arme trying to get back over towards Nothing to Say. The BKB's popped. They'll get another slight of fist off into the remnants. Nothing to Say jumps back to safety. They'll take Arme out the once.
Planet tried to jump back lines. He got caught by the Disruptor.
Shiro. Mr. Force Plant. They get the glimpse on him. And there's the jump Ravage. But the BKB's there in time for Shiro. The Ravage does catch on for the other two of them. Buyback comes in now from Planet. They're controlling Arme, but he still has the BKB and the Enrage ready to press if he feels pressured.
He's hanging on to that BKB. I mean, Ravage not really connecting in the best way. Great disruption from Y, but either way, they get the Raxes. And that lead just continues to grow.
And they can go again down bottom.
They sure can. They still have double BKBs ready. XM has a fresh MKB that's been delivered to for that butterfly that was purchased from Shiro.
Shiro,
the damage.
I mean, it's so much coming out from XM now with this finished MKB. Tier 3's gone. Final set of racks exposed here. It's Xtreme push on.
They still have all their BKBs at the ready, so Tidebound scared to try to jump the final racks.
Nothing to Say he's going to try. And with the punch up on the water, but now Arme turns straight over towards Planet. Planet's gone the Static Storm. Catches the two of them, catches Nothing to Say and Bark. The disruption will come out defensively, but it's over. GG is called. Xtreme will take the series 2-0 against Tidebound as, well, I guess the stomps from yesterday, that it's flooded into the day, folks. We're getting 2 stomps to start this one off with.
In XG, this one was played to, again, it's pretty much perfection after that. Even from the preparation, right? The way that they started these lanes, Tidebound maybe didn't anticipate this type of move. I mean, they definitely know the jungle Venos happening, but maybe not anticipating Boots Tide just dragging waves. And very early on, this game started to feel like it got quite out of control.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, XXS really did play it perfectly. When he's left to his own on the lane, he, out of all the players at the end of it all, he's the one that doesn't die. 4-0-17 on this true solo offlane Tide Unturbo. What a game, what a draft, and what a series. Xtreme, all theirs today is they get the 2-0 stomp against Tidebound.
Listen, I don't mind a stomp when it's a well-executed stomp, when it's just a well-constructed draft, put together well, executed well. That's what we got here. And I'll say to the panel, I'll just take you back to what we said on day one when we were assessing the teams. We said Xtreme Gaming, that's your dark horse pick for the tournament. I've seen nothing yet that would make me think that was a bad opinion.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, you said it there pretty well. I think this team in general just looks incredibly good. Their drafting is on point. They have an identity, and I think that's what truly matters, is they know exactly what they want to do in this meta. They can interchange heroes here and there to make it happen, but they have an idea of how to play the game. Xingqiu on the Venomancer was great to see. XXS on the offlane Tide. He did a good job just playing his role, right? It's not an easy position to be put in, be solo offlane, but he played the lane really well, didn't die, cut when he had the opportunity to do so, and just played very patiently.
Clint, I got a question for you. I want to diverge a little bit from the raw Dota here for a second.
Okay.
Can you still say that Xtreme Gaming is not one of the funniest teams at this tournament? This is they did a jungle mid-Veno ditching the mid lane, and in this game, they first picked Xingqiu jungle Veno and just said, XXS, good luck. Surely they're funny now.
They are indeed funny.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
but are they funnier than Dyrachyo?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Well,
we'll see by the end of the tournament, I suppose.
Yes. Yeah, we will.
I love seeing creative Dota. You know, it's like I say funny, but what I really mean is it's creative, it's interesting, it's subversive. They're not doing what other people, you know, think they should be doing, and it makes drafting against them game 2 so hard because this was completely unlike game 1. And the thing is, they didn't have to do it. They didn't. Like, they could have just played normal Dota and probably beat this team, but this guarantees, if they can execute it, that they're gonna stomp game 2. So I agree with what you said. A stomp is fine if it's interesting like this.
No, but what I really like about it is it's what it does to the complexion of the whole tournament, because like you say, they were already 1-0 up in the series. They don't need to pull out some wacky draft at this stage. You know, it's in the upper bracket, first game of the day. You can just, do whatever. You can just play normally and maybe beat Team Tidebound on those terms. Instead, they've pulled out this jungle Veno, and what it says to everyone else in the tournament is, like, all bets are off when you play us.
Yeah, and it also speaks to their confidence, I think.
Absolutely. And I just think as well, as I said, they've been one of the funnest, maybe not the funniest for me, but one of the funnest to watch. I just love watching, these players execute these heroes so well. And you can see on your screen at home, the Tide, just hugely impactful. That hero's very strong right now. But XXS really took it to, really elevated it to a new level in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most impressive thing about this game for him is that he was given a terrible hand, right? He's got a jungle Veno. Like, oftentimes you'll see an offlane player be like 0-6, 0-7 in a situation like that, but he understands he is to support this game, right? The Veno will be a core. Once you have the understanding, you just minimize the damage that's done to your team. He did it very well. He just didn't die. And then he knew when the Shadow Demon left, he can start cutting waves. He found his way back into the game, or a lot of offlane players would have maybe just chain fed and made the game much more difficult.
Yeah, and Jingqiu with the start that he had in the jungle, also, it was a little shaky at the start with the crazy brawls that were happening, but generally he did a lot in all the fights. And I think when you're jungle Venoing and you have you can see, like, look at his net worth. This is an enemy mid lane Ember. This is nothing to say that we're talking about here. And Jingqiu has more net worth than him. He also had more net worth than his offlane. He had more net worth than his sniper mid at a point in this game. So he had a lot of pressure on him to essentially grief his offlane, but then make up for it with good gameplay, good farming, good net worth, and he did.
Yeah, and this is about 15 minutes in the game here. This kind of goes to show you, like, this is your one chance as Tidebound to maybe win this game. NP is very far up. You do have this Darkseer. And then after this fight, you are going to continuously be playing against this combination of Venomancer, Disruptor, Tidehunter, and even Sniper to a degree. They have all this great AoE control around areas like this one. So the first one's kind of a draw. All 5 heroes come back. So it's a 10 versus 10 for like 2 minutes straight in this game. But it just gets to a point where you run out of steam here. This NP, he's got a very, very fast Mjolnir. But Ursa, do you see what he does to this hero at some point in the game? Like, you die eventually on this NP. And I feel like this was the last fight that they had in them in this game. It's hard to say. I mean, it's 16 minutes into the game, but it feels like they're out of steam now. Like, sure, your NP's farmed, but you're never going to win a team fight ever again in this game. And I feel like in this situation versus Xtreme, that's a tough spot to be in.
Well, now we can go over to the victorious Xtreme Gaming with Sir Action Slacks.
Thank you so much, my friends. Yes, indeed, we are here with Lillian from Team Xtreme Gaming and, of course, XXS, who played quite a beautiful Tidehunter. On that Tidehunter, let's talk about that. You're in the lane as Tidehunter, you're having a nice time, and then your Venomancer decides to ditch you and go jungling. Is this planned, or were you simply betrayed?
就是首先就是我们看到了一场非常精彩的潮汐的比赛嘛，然后就是你的潮汐其实一直都玩得很好，我们也有过精彩的发挥，但是那个你的辅助剧毒就这样子径直的走进了野区，这是我们事先安排好的吗？还是就是你被背叛了？
肯定打野剧毒是大家团队决策吧，然后我以为他们会毒狗上来挂我，然后来了个海明，其实上线还挺好打的，就玩起来了。
It's of course it's a team decision, and I assume that it will be a Shadow Demon who play against me, but it's a task, so I think it's much easier for me.
Oh, okay, so good decision then. Thank you so much. Great holding on the microphone. No, you hold that now. That's yours. I get to use my hands now. SXS, do you believe that you guys are going to see that team again? Are they going to survive? Or was that beating, the end of their road? Will they be losing their next match?
就那个老师还想问你，就是你觉得我们还会再遇到这个队伍吗？比如说我们掉下去碰到他们，或者说是他们一路杀上来跟我们会师决赛？
感觉可能会掉下去，然后在败者组再干一次。
I think we will lose somewhere in going to the lower bracket and face them again.
Oh, you were expecting to go in the lower bracket? That is not a good mental. You got to yell at him for that. That's not okay. But tell him that that is not okay.
他说他让我一定要骂你一顿，说这样我们俩就是不可以发生的事情，就是不可以。
没办法，因为李逵和雪碧太强了。
We have no solutions because Liquid and Spirit were just too strong.
Wow, okay. Well, I believe in you, so I think that you guys can do it. So best of luck to you. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll see his prediction comes to fruition. I don't think so. Can you throw it back? Can you say back to you guys?
谢谢大家。
Oh.
Yeah, well, yeah. Listen, I'm gonna pick up lots of languages here. It seems great stuff. No, that's crazy. That Xtreme Gaming are like, look, those guys are just way ahead of us, and it's like we're sat here singing their praises. I think it's good that you stay humble and have a little bit of kidology around you. I'm sure they don't really think that, and the way they've been cooking with the drafts and the executions, I think there'll be some teams hoping they avoid them in the upper bracket.
Yeah, you need to come up with a plan, right?
Yeah.
I think the one thing that Xtreme has shown, though, that they have a good plan, right? It's how do you beat their idea of the game. I've been feeling this way since the beginning of this patch so far, is that if you have a lot of team fight, you have the scale. Most of the teams that have done this, either on purpose or on accident, are winning games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why I think, you know, XXS, this guy's a legend. Like, he's playing on a team with a bunch of legends, right? So you know that they're capable of being like a tier 1 caliber team. They could have an ego, but they don't. And I think that this is really important. And this is exactly why they have a plan, because they feel like they have to work really hard to beat all of these teams. They feel like they have to work really hard to be in the position that they're at. So I expect them to come into the next series that they play with the same sort of vibe that they had in this one, which is you don't know what's coming. Even if they win game 1, they're going to completely change up game 2. And I think this is going to make them very devastating for their opponents.
Yeah, I can't wait to see them play again. It's just been such a joy to watch. But for now, we must go to a break. When we come back, we're getting into the second series of the day, which is going to be Gaimin Gladiators versus Tundra. You don't want to miss this one.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Pudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I got a treat for you here today. It is Saberlight from Team Liquid, and we are going to be playing Dota 2 Letters. Okay? Yippee! Look how excited he is.
So excited.
The rules are very simple and complicated at the same time. You'll get some hints. It's either going to be a Dota hero or a Dota item. You have to guess what it is. You got to get as many as you can in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. However, you can ask for hints, and we will show you a letter of the Dota 2 name. So what would you like your hint word to be? It can be anything you want. Just yell it out.
Can I say hint?
Yeah, sure.
Or should I get something like more
Get something
creative?
spicy in there, man. Something else. What's your safe word?
No, I think I'll stick with hint.
Hint it is. All right, we'll go with the standard hint. Let us begin the game. All right. Wielding fire, ice, and lightning, I am an arsenal of arcane power. Many spells.
Hint.
Hint.
What? Invoker.
Yes, you're correct. See? You picked up the game. Master of blades with a bounty on his head. Wow. Go. A cunning blade that lets the wielder traverse vast distances. This is the hardest one. Are you gonna dump hints? Yeah, there you go. Dump them now.
Shadow blade.
Close, but
Silver
no.
edge.
They're close, but no. Got plenty of hints. 8 hints.
Skip. Can I skip?
No
okay,
skipping.
Then hint.
Another one. It's not shit. No.
Okay, another one.
Another one. Swift blink.
Okay.
That's okay.
Nice.
You still got 5 hints. Okay, Celestial Warrior brings light in the dark. Celestial Warrior.
Hint.
Okay.
What? Lina?
Close.
There's Luna.
There you go. All right, moving on. Deadly aim.
Sniper.
No, marks target with both weapons. Both.
Muerta.
There you go. Very good. The embodiment of strength and speed, they enhance the wielder with resilience and quickening steps. It's an item.
Yeah, I would imagine the second word is D. Okay, hint.
What?
I don't know.
G? Okay.
Okay, how is this
they
supposed
just
to be
gave you a
helpful?
hint. Go ahead, you can do
Another
this.
hint. Okay, I should get this one. What? A? Okay, another one. I don't know. Well, it's not Aghanim Scepter. What?
No, it's not Agnum.
Okay,
it's 3
hint.
words.
Hint.
Hint. It's Saint and Yasha, man. All right, you're out of hints.
Well, that's rough.
You can do this. From the shadows I strike a predator who ambushes the weak and disrupts the strong. Okay? It's a hero. One of the rare 2-word heroes.
Okay, well,
You should
this
be
is
familiar with this hero from the last patch.
rough. The Night Stalker.
The Night Stalker is not correct, no. Try again.
Which hero has... Okay, I don't know.
That's okay. I'll let you have the basketball in the air here. Okay, you can get one guess, right?
Okay.
There's a popular hero from last patch. Assassin hero.
Assassin hero.
Very difficult.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now it's just embarrassing, you know.
No, it's not embarrassing. Just take it. Take your shot. Take your shot.
The Spectre.
No, it's not the spec. That's not even the correct amount of letters. Can you show it to him, please? It was a Nyx assassin.
Okay, no one plays hero.
What do you mean? It was just what do you mean?
No one.
Well, now, but yes, you did very well. You
Yeah,
did very well.
did.
Yeah, you did middle of the pack. A lot of people got to 7. You did good.
Thank you.
Very standard. So yes, I'm impressed by your knowledge yet again.
What can I say? This was too easy for me.
Oh, wow, that is incredible. With how much you struggled with it. Why couldn't you get Sage and Yasha?
When I read the description, I kind of got it, but then I got confused. There were so many letters, and it just overwhelmed me, you know? I was like, okay, it happens to the best of us.
Just a man to action, you know? Words don't mean anything. Just going out there and doing your thing. I get it.
Yeah. I kind of just like, go with the flow.
Okay. Well, hopefully that flow from Team Liquid will be going quite quickly here at Wallachia. Best of luck to you and your team. We'll see more of you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, Saberlight's performance are nearly as bad as my hosting because we don't have Gaimin Gladiators versus Tundra. That comes much, much later. First of all, we got the small matter of Aurora versus Team Liquid. So we can start setting the table for that one. I guess I'll start by talking about Team Liquid because I did say it right at the top of the show. I think they came in under a bit of a cloud, disappointing performance last time out at Dream League, and people are kind of like, where are they at right now? But they've been steadily improving here, and it's the man that we just saw, Saberlight, that's really been coming into his own and starting to click within his team.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Saberlight has been criticized a lot, to put bluntly, about his performances since he joined the team. He had very big shoes to fill. I also feel like this is a player that, you know, is very active on social media. He tweets out, like, thanks for the carry, like, on day number 1. Like, he also alludes to he wasn't feeling so well. And then recently, his name is 15K or bad. He hit 15K MMR. And I think these milestones for players like him are a big confidence boost as well. So I also have a couple of clips to show some day 1 Saberlight when he's tweeting he's not feeling well compared to later. Like, in this game, he played Primal Beast. I feel like in this situation, you see your mid lane, Shaker's farming a free wave there. You have heroes on the top lane. There's a Beastmaster. There's also a Shadow Demon. If you're going to cut this wave here, you have to know that they're going to come for you, right? You can't be too greedy. You also see a little bit later here that Boxy is going to make a play that he wants to go mid lane. So this is a situation where I know he has this game knowledge that he can't continue to go here. And you'll see Boxy says, let's go gank mid. How about we do that? But he wants to get that last Centaur creep. He really wants it so badly. But it puts him in a situation where he dies. He baits his Shaker to come as well. His Shaker will also die, and now they can't make a rotation to Nisha's lane to go get a kill on the enemy mid laner and make a good play. To me, this is like very sloppy play and uncharacteristic, and this is just kind of like game 1, like Saber like getting used to the tournament. And then now we can see Saber God in action. He's playing the Nigma in this situation here, and now you have Boxy with a Faceless Void who's going to set up really nicely for you. So what position does he put himself in to get a perfect black hole? A lot of players would try to blink in and get 2 heroes with this one, but instead he decides to take it a little bit smarter. He's gonna go to the low ground there where nobody can target him, so he eliminates Mickey from getting doomed. We don't get the BKB off for the Doom as well here, and he has absolutely flawless positioning. I feel like he's really meshing into this team. He's starting to make these high skill plays where otherwise he wasn't as confident in doing so.
Yeah.
That was a cool fight to look at in retrospect, actually, because I remember we were watching that game and we were like, they have so many big team fight ultis, but none of them work casts on multiple heroes. And you know, because it's Liquid and because they won the fight, that the target priority must have been really good. But I think the Saberlight black hole was like a little bit off camera. So it's really cool to look back and see like, okay, this is exactly what he needed to do to protect his carry. And I think that's one of the hardest things to do is every Dota player has the instincts. You want to hit the big black hole, you know?
Yeah.
But sometimes all you need to do is get the one guy and make sure you're not going to get interrupted.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Liquid just overall, I mean, look, they did need Saberlight to kind of come into his own element, but I think they've been just playing just well in general, like individually, they're kind of getting back to looking like their old selves. Like it's easy to forget they are the reigning, you know, TI champions. And, you know, I think they're always a good team to watch.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I feel like Mickey is playing way better as well. He's finding a hero pool that works for him. Of course, Saberlight gelling, and just the whole squad feeling a lot more confident. And Aurora on the other end, sure, they did win yesterday, but it wasn't convincing against Yellow Submarine, right? Like, game 2, I thought they're going to lose, but eventually they did pull ahead. And I think this is a very scary matchup for Aurora, because if we've seen anything from Aurora, they're pretty slow. They're definitely very safe. Nightfall wants to get his farm, and Liquid, when they're playing well, they're not going to let you farm anything. They're going to run at you.
They are the fastest team in Dota whenever they're playing well. I think they're literally the fastest. This is how they won TI, and they are looking like they are getting back into form. Although on the flip side, I will say, Aurora, they have an extremely high ceiling. These players have played together before. You have Panto, who was on, you know, Chimera. Toronto Tokyo slotting into the offlane actually a lot better than expected. So I don't think this is going to be exactly easy for Liquid. However, I think there are some clear favorites here.
Well, the draft is about to get underway. I'll just continue the point we were making about Aurora. It's like it's such a good roster on paper, but yeah, we've certainly seen the good and the bad from them over the course of this tournament. And
they're chaotic.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going to have to be a lot more polished, I think, if they want to beat Liquid.
I mean, I think it's very clear to see they were a top 8 team, right? But they're also kind of on that line, right? And I think that's where they need to step it up, because now that we only have 8 teams remaining, you're going to have to beat the big boys at some point, and this is going to be the first step for Aurora. Definitely, I think Liquid are going into this one as favorites, just because Liquid's been playing a lot better, but I also think there may be a mismatch of styles here, because I think Aurora is slow. I think a lot of that does have to do with Nightfall. So if it does go late enough, sure, Nightfall is going to be great. Can you get it there is going to be the big question.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they look to cheese something from Lornoff in the mid lane. Maybe not cheese, but maybe he's the one that they're going to want to play around. You know, get him his Storm Spirit, something like that. He can control the fights, or late pick Huskar, where they can snowball around him. Something along those lines. Giving away the Magnus.
Yes,
always
but
a bold move on this patch.
Like most of the Magnuses we've seen, though, right? Like it's some Mickey or Duraccio carry mag. I don't think Nightfall plays this.
He definitely does not.
So is it a bold move?
Let me check his pubs actually. I mean, they could get the Abaddon as a
well, it's not a
response.
signature, right? So that much we know for sure. So typically speaking, if you're to play for certain teams, giving away mag is a bold move. But I think Liquid is calling Aurora's bluff here. It's like you have Toronto Tokyo. If you think about him as a player, well, he was a mid laner with Collapse, who played the Magnus really.
Yep.
So and then Nightfall, he's not really a mag player himself here. So I don't think they have any like historically good mag players, and that's why Liquid is calling their bluff.
Aurora Gaming's turn.
He has so many Smurfs. Oh my god.
You can't say that.
He only has okay on his Smurf number 1, which he's playing on. He only has 3 matches, and he has not played the Magnus, but he's just not playing. It seems like.
Yeah.
He has 5 Smurfs. That's insane. He might be the biggest Smurf culprit in Dota. Actually, I think people have gotten real triggered about Nightfall in the past.
In the past,
I think number 6 is the one he's playing on, because 3 matches does not seem right.
Coal in the stocking for Christmas.
No.
I just woke up. Leave me alone. 10 seconds.
You know, Liquid is one of the teams where they really love the fact that Jakiro is meta and that they can first face pick this, because
for sure, yeah.
when it wasn't, Insania would be like forced to pick it because all the other 5s would be banned, the Chantresses, Chens of the world, and he'd be like, okay, I'll play Jakiro, and then we'd see the win rate, 100% win rate Jakiro. You know, the guy's extremely good at it. Something about this hero, his positioning, his laning, like all of the things that you need to do on Jakiro, I think fit Insania's playstyle.
I mean, Insania is like the Ame of position 5. You know, like. One day Jug will be good and Ame will be right. I mean, that's the same with Insania and Jakiro. Like, he was playing this hero before it was good and trying to find ways to make it work. I know he made his Oracle work. He's one of the few players that play it, but he has a couple wild position 5s that he'll play no matter the patch.
And this is another one that Liquid is just forcing in every draft. And I mean, it's getting played in pubs. Its win rate is quite good. I think to most other teams, like Weaver is decent, but they just love playing Boxy on this hero. Like, I think mostly we've been seeing it as a response to Ancient Apparition in lane. You just, he slows you.
Just
you
the
run
whole game, really.
Yeah, the whole game. Weaver destroys AA. But Liquid just thinks it's good. Like, they'll play it on Boxy. They'll play it on Mickey. It's not even that bad against a PA carry to carry if they did have to, rotate it to that position.
Yeah, interesting. I do like this from Aurora, though. Like, all the games I have seen Nightfall play in, his PA is by far his best here.
Yeah,
by far. And then you have a mag behind it too. And this does automatically show you that Magnus will not be a carry.
No.
And I don't think they had any intention of doing that anyway. So it's going to be up to Toronto Tokyo most likely. I'm not sure about Lornoff. If you have that tab open there, is Lornoff pub in it? But in the meanwhile, I'll see if he's played at this tournament, and he has not played Magnus yet. They've also not played Mag in the offlane one, so probably their first Mag game of the tournament.
And just while you're looking at the numbers, you can see they've got the Warlock PA combo in there. So
Lornoff has not been pubbing Mag.
No,
it's their first Mag of the tournament on Aurora.
Interesting.
So brand new hero into the playoffs. I mean, they looked at all the games that Mag did win. It's like, we have to play this hero probably, right? If we want to win, we have to play this hero. That's also a correct and a wrong response, I think. It's correct in the sense that you acknowledge this hero is good. However, if you haven't played it yet, are you going to do well with it? That's like, I'm glad they're testing out, though, at least early on.
Yeah. Liquid already beat the PA from Aurora, by the way, and the way that they did it was with a Sven carry. That was what they thought the carry-to-carry matchup was. That's good. Or maybe it's a pacing thing.
I mean, it depends. Like, there's 2 things you look at when you're a carry player, generally speaking. One is, win condition oftentimes will be, can I out-carry the enemy carry in the late game? That's one way of looking at. The second part you have to deal with is, can I get out of the laning stage? Can I get to the late game? So you ideally have to deal with the laning stage first, and then you look at the carry-to-carry matchup. And if you can do both, then it's like a perfect pick, right?
They also play the Void on Boxy, which they still could do if they wanted to run the Weaver as a carry against the PA. And, you know, like you said, you want to get out of the lane. Weaver might be one of the best carries in Dota at always getting out of the lane on.
It is, but it's a really bad carry-to-carry matchup. That's the only downside.
Yeah.
Because you are squishy and she has a big burst and likes Abyssal. But if you do tempo it hard enough, it is fine. You can definitely potentially do that.
And it's a blind Weaver. Like, you don't know what the support is or if the mag is
I mean, if some pot comes out or something, you'll probably just not
It's a support, yeah, for sure.
Play that anymore. And they'll pick the Slark. This is a hero that, I mean, you can buy Silver Edge. That's good in that regard. But it's really good versus Magnus. And very hard to RP this hero. Even if you do, you're not going to be able to, like, skewer him back and RP him at the same time.
And if you RP his team, he'll get the Ag Shard. He'll save his team.
Yeah, exactly.
So
and
this is an annoying counter.
Fatal Bonds you don't care about at all. In fact, Warlock hates playing versus Slark. So.
Yeah.
Good pick overall. I do like a lot how Mickey has been able to just, like, change his play style. Because before he was only playing ranged carries, right? And now he's getting better at these melee ones. We see Sven, I mean, Terrorblade to some degree is melee for a portion of the game. He's playing some Slark. He's adapting to the meta.
So mid lane, I'm still leaning Puck. I think that's a good call.
Aurora?
Yeah. There's not great disable on the side of Liquid. Lesh, yeah, ground targeted damage versus the Slark. That's always
Tide.
good. And yeah, Tide, you can't crack and shell. Lesh just running at you with raw damage. Is that not, like, doubling down a little bit on, you know, like, high damage dealing hero with...
It is a bit, but I don't know. Puck is, like, good and bad versus these heroes. Like, it owns Weaver, good versus Jakiro. But versus Tide, it's like, I don't really have a hero that kills Tide right now.
Aurora definitely wants to pick their mid right now, right? Because they have the two bans, and then they don't get last pick anyway. So
yeah, I agree. I think you for sure pick a mid. It's not necessarily an easy pick. They kind of go middle ground here a bit.
Yeah, at scaling, he will eventually do damage. Mana burn versus the Slark and the Tide is honestly pretty nice, and it's mana burn where even if the Slark is ulted and you can't target him, you're still going to burn his mana. These heroes are very hard to kill, but if they have no mana, you know, they're still kind of useless in the fights. And it gives them team fight some damage as well. There's some pretty good Pango counters, though, right, in the mid lane.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Nisha just goes for Puck himself.
Yeah, some Puck Queen of Pain.
No stuns that outside of RP that kind of catch that hero right now, and RPing a Puck is very stressful as a mag player. You just don't know if you're gonna get outplayed. So not the best counter. They banned the Morta, which is a silence, strong laner. Good versus Weaver, good versus potential, all these like maneuverable heroes, even Slark, if you catch a good silence on him, he does not enjoy that.
I have a theory.
What's your theory?
Subconscious, okay? The subconscious mind is much more powerful, Richard, than we realize. 95% of the thinking goes on in the subconscious mind. There's two fish heroes right now on the side of Liquid. Nisha is against a Pango mid. He's going to pick Slardar. Subconsciously,
I thought you were doing Kunkka.
No, subconsciously it's because of the fish, but consciously he's thinking, oh, it's really good against the Pango. I've picked it a couple of times. They're going to Slardar, and it's a subconscious trickery that's going on.
Just psychoanalyzed him.
Yeah, you can see Jabs. He's despair because his mid laner suggesting, pick me Slardar. I don't want Slardar on my team. It's a piece of shit.
It is.
Yeah.
But they would have 3 fish.
Exactly. Subconscious mind. Fear.
Well, it was tied to fish. He eats fish, but he's not a
fish. Eat fish all the time.
10 seconds.
Look at sharks.
Correct.
Anyway, Fear, back to you.
What do I do with that?
Do analysis, man.
I mean, there's not much to say.
So
I think they just need a support. They need a position for.
I thought you were a marine biologist. Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, lots of species eat their own.
Yep, correct.
So,
correct.
I didn't really want to get into that, you know.
Fear's a big fan of cannibalism.
Oh yeah. Black widows as well. Spiders eat each other.
Yeah, they're good.
Praying mantis.
Praying mantis.
They go for a lion. Okay. I mean, not the greatest against Tide. I guess against Tide, you can like hex him, mana drain him, and kind of like kite him in the fights and just not try to kill him. Because otherwise, you're going to crack and shell purge
Nisha's laughing.
Oh, he's laughing
so hard. I think this might be.
Yeah, they're laughing about the Slaughter.
I think the line pick was a defense for the upcoming puck. That's what I think. It's like if they pick puck, guys, we're effed or something. So we need to get a stun. So that's my logic on the line, because line not that good versus Slark, not good versus Tide, and they'll just pick the Ember Spirit, which good mobility. A little bit better versus heroes like Puck, just because you can chain him from afar. He doesn't really like that. You have the magic absorption shield, which helps a bit. Just a solid pick overall.
Yeah, classic counter to the Pango mid. Maybe not a counter, but it's always done very well in lane. Chipping away at him with the Orb of Corrosion, especially on this patch, is going to be...
Do you know why it's good in lane versus him? Do you know the very intricate part of this matchup that makes it good?
It's because you can't take off the shield, and...
no.
What is it?
When he shield crashes, you slight dodge it.
Ooh, that's intricate.
It's very intricate.
What if he goes for the double jump?
You can still slight dodge.
Yeah, but you don't know if he's going to do the double or the single.
If you have a whole wave and a hero there, I think you're good. Anyway, Ember, very good versus Pango for that reason. And plus, obviously, if you root him, it puts him in a situation.
I like that you're bringing actual technical analysis to the table and not types of animal.
No, that was technical analysis. I think just because the Lion came out, it's not good to pick the Slardar. Of course, Lion, King of the Jungle, is going to beat any sort of fish that's going to come out. But I like the Ember. It's also a...
Sharks eat land mammals.
It's a decent Mage Slayer game. You know, there's good magic damage between some of the non-PA heroes on the side of Aurora Gaming. And I mean, I also feel like if you're ever getting a last pick Ember on this patch, you're happy.
Right. Well, we've got Slacks on the sidelines for some draft insight.
Absolutely, yes. I am here for Draft Insight with Team Liquid coach Jabs. Why did you make that face when I said Draft Insight? You don't think I have any good questions here?
I mean, kind of, yeah. That's kind of what I...
Okay, great. Let's start things off with the Tinker ban. Pretty interesting that you guys are going to be ones that ban Tinker, kind of becoming an iconic hero, especially for Insania right now. Any particular reason why you guys took that out of the pool?
I mean, it's mostly because Aurora is a Tinker team as well, and we're second pick, so they're just going to pick it.
So you think that they're better Tinker than yours?
No, I just don't think we can pick it before them on second pick.
I see. Any surprise coming out from that last pick Lion? I heard some shuffling in there, perhaps laughter, indeed. Would you like to talk about that?
No, that was unrelated, but someone in our team did call the Lion, so we knew about it.
Okay, I'd like to make a bet with you. Okay. Tell me something that would be super hard to do in this match for you, and if you fail to do it, we will do another coach's interview after the next draft. But if you succeed, you can skip it. What is something that is hard to pull off in this game for your team?
Probably time the Tormentor and actually remember it exists.
Time the first Tormentor?
No,
or all of them?
The second.
Okay, second Tormentor. We'll see if Liquid gets it, no interview. But if you don't, we'll be right back with Jabs. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
We'll keep track of that.
We will indeed see what goes down on that second Tormentor. Here we go. Game one, ladies and gentlemen. The next best of three of the day is Liquid versus Aurora. And we got some fun stuff coming out. Both these drafts, they look kind of good, bro. We had some one-sided stuff going on earlier in the previous series. This one, I'm seeing a lot of potential, a lot of team fight, a lot of everything coming out from both of them.
Huge wombo combo. Yeah. Huge counter initiation from both sides. You know, Tidehunter, talk about it a million times. The combo breaker versus Magnus, it's been like that throughout eons of time. But there's a lot of team fight coming up from the side of Aurora. The Fatal Bond, explosive damage if they can get the connection. That being said, though, Liquid, they do have some preventative measures, depending on the positioning from Tide for counter initiation, Slark getting his shard, being able to save buddies, and yeah, let's see what build also Boxy can go for this game. I'm curious to see. I think there's so many different potential builds you can do on these Weavers, so.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see this one. I feel like from performance so far, Liquid's plays impressed me more, but when it comes to these two drafts, I actually kind of prefer Aurora's here.
Yeah,
It's Mag PA, they've got a Warlock. It just seems great. You know, seeing those first three heroes come out on a draft feels pretty good.
Nisha? Looking at pretty dead. Is he going to actually get away?
He might be all right. They might actually be able to turn and get a kill first. They're looking to try and bring down Mira. Shikuchi forward from Boxy. Boxy's going to get it. First blood for Liquid. Boxy will die, of course, but yeah, getting that first one, yeah, not quite being able to finish Nisha off there.
I guess the slow, the blood grenade plus the dual breath, they couldn't quite catch up to get that extra bit onto Nisha. We see right there that mechanic that Fear was talking about. That's why we see the Ember and the Puck a lot versus the Pango. You're always able to just phase shift dodge versus that shield crashing lane, besides the other benefits that you do get as the game progresses.
Yeah, so
Did you sort of like the fact that they still went with this Ember despite the fact this line comes out, that they don't care that catches there?
Yeah, it's the mobility still. Like, there's still a lack of lockdown, right? It's still completely dependent on Tamira, and this hero is still very strong. We did see it suffer a lot, in particular that last game when he was versus the sniper, but this is going to be a very different one, as you see Nisha have a lot of good games, especially with versus these Pangos.
Oh, Boxy.
Boxy.
Should be alright. That's Shikuchi and a few one charges if necessary.
Getting brought low. It's been difficult for most people to deal with this lane, right? The Warlock PA lane has been pretty much dominating anybody they play versus, but this is probably one of those lanes that can deal with it, because Tidehunter is just fantastic versus the PA in particular.
Yeah, and for the Weaver, right, it kind of takes a misplay to put yourself in a position where you're able to get caught, so...
Yeah, level 1, perhaps just because the cooldown's very long, if they have a sentry and they get a couple extra hits on you, you can get tripped up, but yeah. This should be a pretty solid lane for Liquid. Nightfall should be able to get good farm, but they can absolutely get some kills in this lane on the side of Liquid once they get the bugs online for Boxy. A lot of minus armor.
Yeah, what about this bottom lane? So when you're running with this line, so that we don't really see too much, do you sort of have kill potential? Now, how much pressure is going to be put on Mickey?
I think the fact that he has Jakiro, it's going to help him a lot. Slark, though, is one of those heroes that can still suffer in lanes. And Lion, he's a pretty strong hero in terms of what he can do inside the lane. These little right clicks, they add up. I feel like every time I'm watching Lion, he does so much inside the laning phase, just hitting and hitting and hitting. So let's see if he can actually slow down Mickey, because the reason they wanted this Slark is because it's versus the Magnus. And Mickey actually playing that nicely, just hiding in the tree there, getting back up to full HP. So Mickey, I don't think he's going to feel too much pressure down here, actually, because of the Jakiro. Now that I'm thinking about it more. Does get skewered.
Yeah, we'll be able to trade pretty good damage into him. So yeah, not really enough to threaten Mickey right now.
Both going at the same time, right? We saw Insania get stunned there from Mira. If Mira wasn't getting hit by Insania, perhaps he can look for Mickey on the side there, but both making similar moves. Saberlight is dropping a bit low up here. He's got the stick charges, so he should be fine.
Yeah, difficult for these two to go for the kill.
Yeah. They get the side pull up as well. See if Panto can secure the last hits. He'll get 1, he'll get 2. Nicely done. And yeah, this game definitely has that, what we were talking about mostly from that last game, so much about just team fight being that important, right? Super late game scaling carries plus heavy team fight to emphasize with it. So the bugs are out, Nightfall. Not to back away. He's got a ton of stick charges though, so he is okay. But that will secure the Lotus, it looks like, for Boxy.
Yeah, good timing for Boxy to make that move.
Yeah, they get the both of them.
Force them away.
Catch, it's onto Mira. Double stun does not connect. Sanya cannot close that gap, though. Mid lane. Isha going for that slight. And now he is pointing those points in Flame Guard. So like Jenkins said, that's the other thing about this matchup, too, is there's no way for you to break that Flame Guard in this mid lane, too. For Lornoff.
Yeah, very even so far on the CS.
Dead even, in fact.
Do you sort of see the team bringing in a support to try and make something happen? No, could we get like an early move from Mira, trying to catch out Nisha before he hits the 6?
I was thinking Mira for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe even Boxy. The bugs are actually quite strong, even versus Pango.
Yeah, it does give you the potential to dive.
Swinging over. Looks like they're going to look to secure the rune. Nisha pops the Flame Guard, trying to ensure that he can get this water rune. He gets it.
And Nisha's able to grab it.
And Lornoff now. Can he distance himself? He gets caught in the chains.
He's not going to be in trouble. The bugs come in. TPs are coming over. Lornoff's already gone.
Nisha out-clicking him there and getting the chains as he's swashbuckling. It's literally during the swashbuckle, so he's caught on that high ground there. Anyway, he's actually... Okay, I was about to say, is he actually going to be able to get the secondary rune? Not going to be the case because the Fatal Bond's actually nearly getting brought down from these imps.
I mean, Panto. He's seeing if he can get him for another Shadow Word.
He might just be able to. He's got it on him. He's got Flame Guard, though, but one more right click.
The right clicks.
Fairy Fire.
One more. Can he get it, Panto?
He's got a slight as well, so he can't. Nope, doesn't look like he's going to be able to.
Oh, that was close, though.
If Panto had a blood grenade, right?
Oh, that would have done it, maybe. Yeah.
But I don't believe that they had one up.
A little bit of a pause. See what the issue is here. Just adjusting the chair by the looks of it.
Yeah, looks like it. Yep. Cool move from Panto. does have these 2 Black Grimoires, so he's gonna have that level 6 very early, as we always see for the Warlock. The moment that he's able to pop it, he will use it and probably drop a rock on one of these lanes. Saberlight, though, now left in this 1v1. He's able to thrive off of it. Double bracers finished. Still free farm for Nightfall, but the Tide is also getting very effective farm up here.
We've seen Nightfall get away with this quite a few times before in his PA.
And he's
a very solid pick for him.
It's definitely with a lineup that enables him truly. Fatal Bond, they've got the Empower, they've got the Lucky Shot later on that's going to start applying onto everybody.
This is the thing as well. I feel like in terms of some of the matchups, it's just a pretty good game for the PA. Like, if this PA gets ahead, how are you sort of itemizing on the Slark to sort of deal with the farm PA? You don't really want to be getting that MKB early. Maybe you go for some sort of Bloodthorn build, but we'll have to see what Mikkei's plan is going to be in terms of dealing with that PA down the line, because on bottom, try with the lead in onto Mira.
Let's get the Dark Pact off. There's Boxy also in the area.
Yeah,
Mira
should be able to chase him down with the bugs upon him.
Toronto also.
We'll get the skewer back onto Boxy.
Mikkei's looking to dive.
Yeah, they'll be able to just chase him down. Shockwave will slow them momentarily, but they'll clean up the 2 kills. Double for Mikkei.
Big kills. Permanent agi gained. Boxy, his movements both times connecting now. And yeah, like you were mentioning for the PA, right? He has a lot of things enabling him, and also there's no BKB piercing lockdown. So at some points, Nightfall is going to have a good way to be able to jump in and out.
That's the thing, right? Yeah, you can just BKB and kill people. Yeah. The PA's scary. It's early days, but we'll have to see what Liquid's plan is going to be against it.
There is a good chunk of mobility, though, right? The Slark and the Ember, they can also reset and kind of kite away depending on how the disables come out versus Nightfall. So not the easiest for him to stick on targets. And also, there's a Tidehunter on the other one, right? So the 3 cores in particular can be a little difficult for Nightfall.
6-minute power in. Boxy going to try and take it away from Lorinoff if it spawns bottom, but it's going to be up top. Nisha will secure it.
Nisha's very close to level 6. He's going to have that just a bit faster than Lorinoff. Boxy continues to do a lot of scouting here. He sees Panto and he sees Mira. These 2 supports, they look to be very in trouble.
Yeah, Mikkei's ready to connect. Gets the jump in onto Mira. Ice Path follow up onto Panto. More stacks for Mikkei.
That's 4. Nice Ice Path from Insania, but great scout. Boxy, honestly, he's making so much happen here, but the Invis.
Yeah, tried to make this play here before Nisha hits the 6, but yeah, Invis was at the ready, and now he has hit the 6 with the creep dying, so nothing to be found with this Rolling Thunder.
Early moves from Liquid, just that much more successful. They're even looking to contest the Shrine of Wisdom here. Boxy still sticking at this tri-lane. Toronto, Tokyo going in.
He's got backup coming in, but the Ice Path down onto the 2 of them. Toronto Tokyo is in trouble. He's going to get healed up by the Shadow Word. Westbuckle comes in on towards Mikkei. Mikkei trying to get into the tree line. He's going to get out. Mikkei will survive.
Insania.
He'll take the Shrine of Wisdom. Boxy's able to TP out. Insania.
Is he going to get okay, he's not going to get
Yeah, the Shadow Word heal should keep Panto safe. So Insania will die, but it's a lot of TPs. And Liquid, they got the Shrine of Wisdom, and they got their carry out of there.
I mean, Mikkei, that was huge. The raindrop, I believe, saving him at the end of the day there. That little extra absorption for him to get the Dark Path and go to the side. Great aggressive play from then. Aurora have to TP to react, and they still don't get that Shrine. Panto eats the Tome. It's not quite hitting him the 6 just yet. He's just shy of it, 52 XP.
They really want to try and get Mikkei. See if they can find him before he hits the 6.
Gonna try.
Get the setup. Locking him off as well. Dark Pack comes to an end, so there's the opening for the Hex into the stun. They catch him. Very necessary here. They have to try and slow down his game. Top lane at the same time. Got the Ravage set up onto Nightfall. Has he got anywhere to jump to? Can't get him ready just in time. Is that going to keep him alive? It might just.
Boxy is going to look for the dive. Doesn't have an Urn charge. Can he close the gap?
Oh, these jukes from Nightfall.
And Nisha dies all in the meanwhile, too. They drop the Golem on him.
I mean, Nightfall's going to be fine.
Yep, he gets out.
Healing up with the cornucopia. He's okay. He survives this.
I think he got a couple of Asian procs there, right? That looked like it was the difference maker, living with 20 HP versus
meanwhile,
the Ravage.
what was going on in the mid? Golem dropped.
They Golem and rolled on him. They just rolled chain lockdown him on top of him. Now Panto can actually get some tower damage too. So Aurora responding very nicely. And Nightfall, slippery. Very good moves. Nice and even early game here. Nisha looking to rejoin the fray behind Mira. Ice Path off the mark.
You can go for the TP out, Mira. Nothing to stop it.
Heads up move.
And Tower continues to get beaten down upon here by the Golem.
Doesn't look like they're going to be able to finish that golem off either. So they get the mid kill, they survive on the PA, and they get 1,400 damage or more on this tower mid, and he just brings the golem back.
And with Ravage used, there's much less of a threat for Nightfall up here.
He almost finished the entire tower, down to 100 HP. Okay. Trying to just get some extra stacks built up. Going down the defusal route, so looking for that tempo build. Boxy top.
I mean, they really want Nightfall. It's just not going to happen with this composition of heroes right now. They need more. Maybe with the Ember.
He's got an Arcane. It actually just expires.
It's still risky to dive this. Creep wave's been cleaned out. They can't afford to dive the tier 2 now. Maybe if they did still have the Ravage, but with it on cooldown.
Rotations.
They can't go for that sort of play yet, Liquid.
Here comes Lorinov. Mira as well, level 5 on the Lion still. Not quite 6. They'll be able to protect Nightfall. Securing Power Rune. Mira playing around with Lorinov. He's got Rolling Thunder at the ready if they do show somebody here. Nisha will get a courier snipe. Who's going to get the luck? Looks like it's Nisha again, getting the rune. A couple times now.
That's a good one as well this time.
Yep. See where they look to hit again. They've got Golem back in 30 seconds. They want to continue to play around Nightfall, looking to ensure that their carry can get that free farm. Toronto Tokyo can just back up, go to the jungle on the right side, so he should be safe if they just look to play around the PA. And they're going to go top. Saberlight. It's fairly tanky. It's quite tanky, in fact. He's got the Lotus and Ravage.
See if they can finish him. Got another anchor smash off here. It's too much work. They don't want to waste any more time trying to go for him. Saberlight's able to walk it off.
Playing very confidently forward versus that lack of damage early on, especially since most of it's going to be physical from them. Golem, though, at the ready. See if they want to use it. Probably wanting to use it on Nisha when they can chain combo with the Rolling Thunder. But Liquid's going to be the ones to smoke and perhaps look for that setup with Nisha, maybe expecting this movement.
Yeah, they've got this Ravage ready to go again.
See the mana draughts being picked up, the most popular neutral item besides the Orb of Destruction on the cores. Nisha will get revealed. Can't quite get the catch there onto Panto. They really want to hang on to this tower here.
That's difficult, though.
Now that Saberlight's turned up. Here comes the wraparound, too.
They get the opening.
Catch.
Setups there, straight into the Ice Path, Macro Pyre of Insania. Lorinov gets it completely destroyed, and now the space is there for them to take this tower with no chance of a defense from Aurora.
Smart connection there coming from Mikke. He's always going to be able to set up ganks early now that he's got Diffusal. Versus all 3 cores, the leash is very efficient. It's going to be very effective versus them as Panto.
They could look to try and poke him under the tower. Nisha still with his Amplified Damage Rune going. I mean, Panto will drop the Golem. Nisha taking a lot of damage, but he has the Remnant at the ready, so Nisha's out of there.
They'll take that all day.
A kill and a Golem, yeah.
And Mira, can he play his way out of this one?
I don't know if he can. He's got the stun. But Diffusal and Pounce at the ready. This should be another stack for Mikke. This Slark is getting a lot of action out of this early game. 5-1-1, already 6 permanent agi, just 12 minutes in.
And Boxy quickly shifts over so he gets the Urn charge as well. He's going to have Vessel finished pretty early on. Looks like he's actually pivoting his build, wanting to have that extra catch. I think I like that, actually. Going for this Atos instead. We've been seeing it. I mean, Atos is just on the rise for most heroes, but Panto at least trying to maximize with this Golem we see there. Doesn't get killed off. He's able to get some extra farm.
Yeah, they hit the scan, so at a good time as well. Lorinov was about to head up into this area.
Good read.
He won't now. They'll go for a smoke play. They don't have the Golem, but they do have the RP and the Rolling Thunder.
They've got the Blink RP as well, too, on the Magnus. See who they find. Do they just settle for Insania? Looks like he actually is able to just walk himself out of this.
It's a little awkward now. They've shown themselves.
That tree line playing to his favor. Not sure if they saw the Blink Dagger, though.
Yeah,
they will in a moment.
Might expect it, though.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Around this sort of time.
And now he shows himself mid, so they should be very aware that that Blink RP is available. Shrine of Wisdom, Liquid. Looking for the potential setup for a steal. Lorinov's trying to finish his timing, it looks like. Wants to get that Diffusal perhaps before that next fight, but might want to join his team to ensure that they can get that Shrine. A lot of circles drawn there from Boxy, anticipating the movement. There's a lot of Aurora heroes shifting.
I mean, they're definitely going to want to try and hold their Shrine of Wisdom here.
Here comes 2 more heroes of Liquid. See if Toronto Tokyo, he gets scouted, Blinks gets broken.
The bugs out, won't catch on Toronto Tokyo. He's going to try and step up to the Shrine, but Mickey's there ready to battle him. They'll skewer Mickey out of this. He'll use the RP as well to hold Mickey back, but Mickey got the Shadow Dance off. A bounce away. Toronto Tokyo is still not quite able to finish off the Shrine of Wisdom as Nisha and Boxy continue to contest it. The Rolling Thunder comes into play. They will finally be able to secure it for themselves. They've killed off Mickey. If they get anything else, the rest of Liquid will be able to run. So Aurora, they come out on top of it. They get the kill, and they keep the Shrine in their favor.
Bringing the numbers. Now Ravage is up, though, and they don't have their ults.
And Liquid don't have Mickey.
They don't want to push forward. Too many heroes are back. Mira. Nearly having the blink on the line, so Aurora responding accordingly. And the slight there we saw, you know, since you're invulnerable during it, that's where it gets Toronto Tokyo the moment to claim that shrine. Good response. And Nightfall, top of the net worth, he gets involved. He gets the big kill. Gets the last hit onto Mickey. And it looks like he is probably going to rush that BKB, it looks like, since as we were mentioning, you know, no BKB piercing disables.
Just a very, very good necessary move there from Aurora to put everything into that fight.
All right, we got to write it down, Owen. Remember, very important for Slacks here about this Torment, their timing.
Yeah, the second one's the one that Jabs doubted his team's ability to keep up with the timing of. So we'll see if indeed in 10 minutes' time they're ready for that second one, Liquid. Look at the first.
Very important that we have to point that out. You're welcome, Slacks. Larnoff, very close to the defusal. Glad that he joined over with the team, though. We saw how successful it was, even though he didn't have that timing. Panto has the Golem.
He's got a lot of backup as well. So Liquid have to be careful about how they poke.
And he's fine. I like this Pavis build. Probably the most popular build on the Warlock, just going for the Solar Crest. One of the few that still does build it. Mickey getting massive crit from Nightfall onto him.
Boxy.
Careful.
Stun's going to be off the mark. The ice buff on Larnoff, but he's able to get the Rolling Thunder off. Boxy, up at the time that sends it back over towards Mira and can help Nisha take down the Lion.
Larnoff. Okay, we'll be able to bounce himself over the line. Has to just full disengage. Doesn't want to stay in that area. No Rolling Thunder for 80 seconds. The RP is at the ready, though. So is the Golem. So they always have at least some type of ulti to fight if they would like to on the side of Aurora. Boxy. Atos finished for Boxy, Blink done on Mira. Now they've got a good follow-up to that RP.
They'll RP and Golem this.
And there's that follow-up with the
Hex. Done, into the skewer, back over towards Nightfall. I mean, they drop a lot, but it's worth it. Very cleanly done. Same time up top, Larnoff. With these two of the damage, it's going to just opt for the TP out, but
the neutrals!
They didn't, I mean, it didn't even need the Ravage, maybe, because indeed the neutral stepped in with the interrupt. Still, though, he's surviving through this. The heal's coming in as well. Ice Path is back up, so finally they will get him.
And Panto also gets surrounded. He'll go down, too. The neutrals.
I mean, yeah, the neutrals were there. You know, Saberlight didn't want to be outdone by them, so it's like, well, if you're going to Ravage, I'm going to Ravage.
I was about to say that, you know, they're friends, right? He communicated with them, the Tidehunter. He's like, use your tentacles, and I'll use mine. There we go. Boom, got him. Top tower in jeopardy. They've got a glyph available. They will use it at the last second there.
And they're getting good pressure, Liquid, but still the Nightfall grows.
He's got a big separation between him and the Slark.
That's the thing, and we've seen PA be an awful lot scarier than a Slark in this meta. We'll see again up top.
Either way, the TP was going to get canceled, right? The Ravage was going to come out, but yeah.
The neutrals got it first.
They did, but boom, the chain stun. Imagine the neutral steals it too. If he didn't Ravage, maybe the neutral would have actually gotten the last hit there. I don't know. But yeah, Nightfall continuing to have that clear separation, but this game, the net worth is close.
Yeah, overall indeed, but yeah, just in terms of carry to carry, I don't know how easy it's going to be for Mickey to carry this game against this PA.
That we shall see. They are shutting down the Pango quite a lot, though. We've seen now. Larnoff 0 and 3. Actually struggling quite a bit here. He did get blessed with the Brigand's Blade, so it does at least have that. And it's a brawny one, so a little bit tankier, but Yeah, fairly squishy still on this Pango. Has to be careful of his positioning. And there's the Ags. So I feel for Liquid, they definitely want to look to take more fights at a faster frequency, but definitely still having to watch out because they're playing versus 3 big ultis.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
One is always up, it feels. It's all about enabling Nightfall now. Give him the mana, give him the heal, give him the Solar Crest. Of course they both get the Brigands. Liquid, yet to see which tier 2 they've decided for. Essence Ring for Saberlight, Iron Talon for Mikke. Oh, and he got the Alert Iron Talon too, which is very nice on Slark, actually. I always try to point out the night vision ones. It's very hard to sometimes, though, as we don't really get too many of these, like, you know, night vision heroes. But that actually is pretty huge on a Slark. Kind of cool.
I think Aurora, they're kind of chilling. I feel like...
Feels like they are chilling.
Which team do you think would be more confident in their scaling in a game like this?
Probably, I mean, on paper it would look like Aurora's, but I wouldn't fully count Liquid scaling out either, right? They do have massive minus armor that can come out with Tide Weaver with an Ember and a Slark, so. And Jakiro overall has been a pretty good hero in later stages of the game too as a 5. BKB is done though. Aurora have another big timing they can go for here. And yeah, it is hard to always go against the PA in the later stages, right?
Yeah, they're definitely looking to fight here, but at the same time, Liquid, they're not afraid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke on smoke.
Who's going to spot who first? Let's in. It's a Ravage onto the 2. They're catching the line and does catch Nightfall, but Nightfall's still able to pop the BKB. Turns to Insania, takes out the Jakiro. Mikke, he's got to start running. They get the Rolling Thunder bounce over towards Saberlight. It's the 2 of them dead, and Aurora just lose the Lion, so...
Not what they wanted to connect on.
It was, you know, it was one of those sort of situations where Saberlight, he sort of takes his chances, right? They see the team, goes in, ravages. It does clip Nightfall at the side, but he gets his BKB off. They didn't have enough burst or focus to kill him during that Ravage stun.
No. It's like one of those situations of smokes. It's smoke on smoke break, right? Where you blink and you're like, oh, I might catch 5 heroes.
Exactly. You take your chances.
You just catch the one. Or, well, the 2. You catch the other one on the side.
Yeah, did get Nightfall.
Lornoff gets the roll. Mikke actually very quick with his fingers to get the Shadow Dance there, otherwise he does die. But Aurora get themselves some nice big kills. Looks like they might lose something as we're back into this game here. Toronto will go down. But a solid strike, and we do see, of course, too, the Shard coming into play there from Nightfall. Always going to be very annoying for something like the Tide Saberlight. He's actually queuing up the Ghost Scepter. I don't blame him. So Blink Vlad's Ghost Scepter soon to be done there for Saberlight.
Because this is the thing, it's like, even if it's in a cleaner situation where they can throw down more onto the PA, I just don't know if they kill Nightfall right now.
Not with the BKB being still, you know, like 8-9 seconds. Yeah. It feels like once it's lower, maybe, but yeah, the BKB is a solid answer to Liquid at the moment. Yeah, so
you can
far.
see, yeah, the record pretty good. On the outside, 1 loss.
Mira, the bugs, there's a nice path. He's dead. Ult's gonna start coming back up though. RP back up in 10 seconds. Golem about 50 seconds, so Liquid trying to get as much as they could out of that downtime, and they did find themselves 2 kills so far during it.
Mikke just looking to stats up, get the S and Y.
Versus the RP.
The Ags,
sure.
yeah, that for sure makes sense.
And
it's just they're going to need to sort of be able to prolong these fights, right? Because they just don't have that kind of instant burst that's comparable to something when you look at Aurora with this PA, right? Slark can become this terror in the fights, but it's a slow build-up.
I think that's exactly it, right? Either they get like this beautiful Tide Ravage when nobody's near and they try to pop a target with the follow-up, or it's just prolonged team fights, yeah. Keep poking and prodding, use your S and Ys, your status resist, get those S and shift stacks building. But for Aurora, they have very explosive. If they do get like if a big RP comes out, the fight's over. If he gets like 2 or 3 heroes, it likely is just a decider.
You're up.
Comes the clash again. All the ults are at the ready.
We're getting close to that key timing, that second Tormentor. We'll see if
I was going to actually put up a timer for myself to remind myself.
Yeah, it's coming up soon. Liquid In with the smoke, same to be set though for Aurora.
Again, both teams.
And we'll see if they sort of make the call for Saberlight to try his luck again and just go in with a sort of blind Ravage.
It's going to be around the power rune, it looks like. It spawns top.
It's going to be top, and it's a good one as well, the Arcane.
That could have been a massive clash right there. Liquid still walking in about at the exact same spot as we saw before.
Nightfall's pretty far forward. There's the Ravage. It will catch on to the 4 of them. Can they burst through Nightfall? He's able to put the BKB on the RP onto the 3 of them. It's a beautiful one there from Toronto Tokyo. As this fight, it's all Auroras. They can turn over to Saberlight. He'll pump the Ghost Scepter, go for the TP out, but the skewer's up. And there we have it, just the perfect counter initiation from Toronto Tokyo. It was a good Ravage. It catches the 4 of them, but bam! The 3-man RP, and then suddenly the setup is there for Nightfall to burst them. They got close to killing Nightfall.
Not quite.
It looked like there was maybe going to be a chance to kill this PA, but they didn't. And if you don't kill the PA, she will kill all of you.
The counter initiation just too damn strong. I mean, Toronto Tokyo absolutely delivering this game. All he really needs to do, get a 2 or 3-man RP, and that one it was picture perfect. Great follow-up, even though he gets caught in the Ravage.
Mirror might have found a little bit of a bonus. Fingers in. Moxie tries to slide away. Does get the time lapse off. So it's going to be a difficult bonus kill. But one that if they've got any stuns, they do. Hex is back up. Another one for Nightfall. And at that fight, they needed to kill the PA there. They don't kill Nightfall. He's 505 now, level 19. We'll see it again here.
I mean, watch Tokyo. It truly is all him, right? The Ravage, it's there. They even try to control me. Saberlight doing a great job of trying to get the control, right? Even throws the dead in the water.
And then bam, just BKB off the skewer. And then there's the setup for the 3-man RP. Loronov's in on top of them with the Rolling Thunder. Golem dropped, everything dropped, and the fight is clean for Nightfall to clean up. It's tough. They need it. They had to kill the PA. I couldn't see how they were going to do it earlier. I definitely can't see how they're going to do it now.
Nope. As the game progresses, it feels, that much more difficult for them to do so. As I don't know, how can we even count this time? Did they not remember? But I don't know. It doesn't matter.
I know. I think that counts as Jabs having to do the interview because it was Liquid needed to get it and they didn't get it. So you
go, Jabs.
definitely put that down to Liquid. They took a rough fight at a point where they weren't going to be back on the map and be able to take it. So yeah, no Tormentor for Liquid. Goes the way of Aurora.
Now they've got top 3 net worth on the cores. Their supports are also in a very comfy position. And when you start winning these sequence of team fights, and there's downtime between it, those ults just come right back up for the next fight, so they're going to likely have everything up at the ready again.
How do they... Are we getting any items up soon from Liquid that are going to help in their ability to kill a PA during a Ravage?
No. Not quite as Toronto.
He's out.
Just BKB, BKB the trump card versus this lineup. BKB super effective versus the lack of lockdown through it. Yeah, no big items just yet. Nothing really.
Maybe they can get Panto. Nope, chains won't connect. Panto's fine.
I think the next big item I would say for them to have that extra catch is like a Hex that comes out. So they have the follow-up, right?
Yeah.
Ravage, Hex, try to change Disable him before he gets a BKB or any type of save from his sides. But the damage might just not be there anymore because it's getting close to Satanic and Boxy. He'll get caught again.
Just getting so much on this PA. I don't know, from what we've seen, I feel like if I'm playing against Aurora, this is probably the one carry that I really don't want to play against.
Especially with this type of, these 2 other cores, right?
Because these guys are really good with it.
And PA, it's beautiful synergy.
Yeah, they know how to play their PA lineups very well, Aurora.
What's the win rate overall? I know we saw Nightfall stats.
We might be able to bring that up.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I could look at that.
There you go. Look at that. Very quick. 65%. That's a pretty nice win rate, right?
On 23 games.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That's pretty crazy. I know in the beginning of the tournament it was 100% win rate or 80% very early on.
I don't know if we can get this one, but what do you think win rate is with Magnus? Because we've had a few Magnus PA games, right? That's been pretty solid. It's got to be even higher, I reckon.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We've got Magnus on his own, which is also, of course, very impressive.
High,
You put those 2 together, that's like 136% win rate, Fog.
That's really good math. I like that. Magnus, Ag's done also, so now Toronto Tokyo has an extra element just to be able to catch rather than just having the RP. That game's gotten so much more difficult, it feels like, for Liquid. See how they look to approach these fights. They found Toronto Tokyo.
They have, but I don't think he cares. He's able to get the RP up, but okay, Shadow Dance and the Dark Pack was theirs. This time the RP's not great. Try and TP out, does get stopped by Dead in the water. So this time Liquid, they'll clean up a couple of kills. Still, Nightfall was able to make sure that he got something on the way out, takes down Insania.
Did they see Panto?
He's still sticking around. Nightfall's ready to look again. They're looking towards mid-game. Rolling Thunder comes in.
They're on him.
They're on top of him. Nightfall's going to be able to finish this off. Another kill for the PA. It's just unstoppable.
He truly is.
Level 22.
Yeah, and even though the RP is awkward, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter at this point.
He is.
Yeah, they're that far ahead. It doesn't matter if they miss all their ultimates, honestly. PA's probably just killing everyone anyway.
Yeah, and a Satanic now finished too, so even stronger. Yeah, Nightfall, look at that. He's even high-fiving. He knows.
He knows
how potent he is.
It's going to take some big mistakes from Nightfall to lose this game right now. This game is all his.
Yeah, Liquid's going to have to, I don't know, it's like you have to try to buy time, but as we said, you know, time can be very difficult for something like PA Magnus. Boxy might just have to do that though, right? Just have to start trying to cut waves, but so far Mira has been hot on his tails every single time.
And it's just with their heroes, right? They're just heroes that build to survive, build for control, but like Ember and Slark, they just don't tend to go for an item build that's going to really step up the damage, right?
Yeah,
it's all about just trying to live, and ain't nobody able to live against a farm PA. It doesn't matter what you build, the PA is going to kill you.
Yeah, they need, I don't know, like these fights have to last, it feels like, over a minute for Liquid to have a chance to be able to bring down this PA. And even then, you know, that's where PA, you know, just jumps from target to target and explodes them. They will have Shiva's done, so Nisha is still progressing in his build, but still not, yeah, still not that explosive damage. Or Nightfall. Level 22. Ulti's coming back up soon. RP's up in 15. Golem in 50 seconds. And the wave's all in a very good position for them too. They've got mid shoved in, bottom, and top. Mikke even being spotted by that deep ward.
And the shot from Mikke will be pretty big. Might be able to bail people out of getting RP'd, you know, give them that level of protection.
He tips him because he didn't find the ward. I mean, he'll be able to potentially save people, but the issue still lies what you're saying, right? The damage. How do they actually bring down like these cores in particular? I mean, mostly the PA. They can kill the other two if they catch them off guard, but...
Time for Insania to queue up that Aghanims. That's what they need. Exit a stun.
The catch. They just keep finding Boxy when he's trying to do this type of play. It really is it's Saberlight's Hex, right? It has to be that. But even then, it's like it's an extra form of control.
Can you kill him during the Hex and the Ravage? Yeah. Is that then going to be enough time?
We'll see if it ends up working, but this current state does not look like it is. Toronto, Tokyo. The Ninja Gear, looking for a potential jump if Nisha shows. They're swinging Nightfall.
I mean, Loronov's here as well. It's going to give them some good info. Nisha's got to be careful. Get the Hex opening. Nisha kind of getting baited by Loronov's presence. They have the RP into the roll. Still surviving though. Nisha, it will live. They'll get the Horde Toss and the Skewer off. Nisha very low. He's out of mana. They'll be able to run him down, finish off the job as Nisha gets taken out once again.
And Mikke,
they've got to run. Mira,
Hexed.
They get that opening for the Hex. So they will be able to still get the pounce off, so didn't have quite the chance to follow that up. Still Nisha dead for a full minute. As we saw, it took him a bit of time to take down Nisha. You know, he's got the items to survive with the SMY and Shiva Scar, but still not enough. They still get him.
It also is what Nightfall wasn't there, right? So if Nightfall was there, then he would die very quickly, right?
That's true. They were doing that without the
yeah.
PA.
So that was with him still connecting over.
Yep.
Ravage will be up for the next fight, and there won't be an RP and a Golem, but they're just getting the push going without it.
And here we go, level 24 PA, very close to the 25.
Now, I mean, Saberlight, the Ghost Scepter now no longer going to be able to protect you. They can fully break and just commit onto him. Same thing for the other supports as we see Ghost Scepter and a Glimmer on Insania. The answers are there for now. A solid game plan from Aurora and their execution. It's been solid.
Yeah.
On to the next lane.
And I say an unsurprising one as well, right? This isn't the Aurora that we've been seeing, right? As we had on the stats, they've done this 5 times with the PA.
It might be one you just have to either take away or pick up yourself.
I think it's his best right now with the way that they play. It just works perfectly with their style. Just building around Nightfall's PA.
Yeah, and Liquid, you know, opting to go for a bit of a different one, a less popular one, but the one that has been banned in some situations, the Slark for Mikke.
Yeah,
he did get a lot of early kills, but after that, it just doesn't feel like he really does much damage.
True, the lane was pretty good. Got like 6 stacks, I think, in, 15 minutes. Yeah. But here we are another 15 minutes plus later, and only managed to get 2 more in that sort of gap.
It just doesn't feel the same, right? Where it's like you have to hit somebody for, it feels like 20 seconds as the Slark, when PA can hit them for 2 seconds.
It's just tough. It's like...
It's tough.
Just the nature of these two heroes, right? It feels like on PA, regardless of everything else going on, you have kind of like an 80% chance to win because you're a PA. And on Slark, is regardless of everything else that's going on, you got like an 80% chance to lose because you're a Slark.
Hey, what the hell's that creep doing there? Whatever.
Here they come.
Smoked up on the side.
Who wants to start as Liquid though? I don't know if they do want to. They see some presence here and they start to back away.
They're claiming high ground. They have the Hex.
Okay, let's see if this can do it.
Is it enough damage?
Hex into Ravage. Can they kill Nightfall? They're trying for a big wraparound. But it's a very big wraparound.
He has 3,000 health and he has double. I mean, yeah, this is tough. This sure is tough. Boxy waiting in the trees to break the smoke. They did anticipate it, both teams.
They're doing a little circle around one another.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Each team taking each other's side. Now we're going back to the circle again. They've completely swung back to where they were before.
Oh, look at the Hex. They're going to go for Lorinov first, but the column gets dropped down. Lorinov's going to be able to roll up. They'll look towards the side. Simlo will drop the Ravage, but the BKB was already out from Nightfall as they kill off the Tidehunter. Now Nightfall's ready to move over and look for more. Rolling Thunder controls Nisha once again. Nightfall turns towards Boxy. He'll get the time lapse off. Doesn't matter. Skewers there from Toronto Tokyo. 3 dead on Liquid.
They might call it.
I think they might. It's going to be very close. Insania dies to the side. I mean, it's a what can you do kind of position you're in, and you've been in it for the last 20 minutes.
You have to catch like such a big Ravage on the back too, because there's always the counter initiation.
Yeah.
Olem comes out, breaks everything. Pango gets the roll off. Saberlight feels like he has to jump Ravage. It ends up clipping what? The Warlock and that.
I mean, there we have it. If they don't call GG, you know, they'll make them. They go for the tier 4s. They're ready to close this one up. They'll get the fortification out.
They pop the counter glyph.
But they can stick around. They don't have the buybacks up anyway on Liquid here.
They can just end this.
Moonshard to speed up the finish. There's the first buyback.
And he gets caught.
And they'll kill him straight away. Oh, there we go. Tier 4's gone. On the Ancient, Mickey's going to try and kill a support.
But he
won't.
can't.
They'll just turn and be able to kill him. Rolling Thunder into the RP. Mickey's out. GG is called. Aurora will take this game 1. My goodness, I don't believe they're going to get this PA again. There's no way.
So.
There's no way Liquid can let them have this sort of lineup. They're just too good with it right now.
He did die. He lived with 20 HP top. That was the only potential gank that they could maybe get onto him. He survives. And quickly afterwards, game spirals as Aurora winning every single team fight.
Absolutely. There was just nothing that Liquid could get going their way, really, for the last 15 minutes. Fantastic stuff all around from Aurora. And yeah, Liquid, they're going to have to reassess how they want to try and approach Aurora in this matchup, because Aurora, they get to do what they've been doing already. They do it again, if not even better this time. 11-0-9, as you say, on Nightfall. Aurora, this game's all theirs.
Yeah, I think Fog said it best. The PA, Nightfall, the combination that might not happen again for the rest of the series, and that would be very wise indeed. Aurora taking that first one against Team Liquid, and it was incredibly one-sided.
After you
Fear?
Okay, yeah, it was very one-sided. I don't think they should get PA again. That hero is Nightfall's by far best hero this tournament, and very cocky to give away the mag plus PA. I get the mag, right, because they haven't played it yet, so like test them. And if they can't play it, then it's a best of 3. You have a good advantage mentally going into this game, but unfortunately, they are not tested when it comes to Nightfall's PA. They're very comfortable on this hero. Add those 2 heroes together, they've got the Warlock, they've got the Magnus, they also have a Pangolier. They have ultimate team fight here.
Yeah, this is an insane combo. That's what I wanted to mention, was the mag.
Oh, sorry.
I think that Toronto Tokyo has really proven himself in a lot of these games. You know, I completely agree with the idea that go ahead, test him, you know? He passed the test. He can play mag. Yeah. This was insane. This fight in particular, like, I thought this was a really good Ravage from Saberlight. He hit 4 people, but it wasn't enough because he didn't hit Toronto Tokyo on mag. And that was enough for Toronto Tokyo to hit a 3-man RP on the most important heroes when Nightfall was at like 20% HP in this fight. Like, that is just prime mag performance.
Yeah, and to me, this is just another game of overwhelming team fight with the harder carry winning the game, right? Like, this seems to be a trend in most of these games. Like, if you get far enough on a hard carry, you have the items, and then you have the team fight to back you. Seems like that punches your ticket to victory.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly did, yeah.
What do you think the reason behind that is? Do you think, like, there's just so much farm on the map, or you get so much from, like, kills, or the game is so skirmishy?
You can't trade objectives anymore, right?
So you pretty much have to fight. So the team that has the stronger team fight will win But then eventually late game, you have to have a carry to do the damage to win in the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like ratting is just kind of hard to do nowadays, unless you're NP. That hero can do it. But it's like, there's one Tormentor now. It spawns at a set time. Whoever shows up gets to take it. There's Roshan will spawn at the set time as well. Like, it feels like every objective now, before you'd trade Tormentors, right? Like, maybe you'd split push and give up Rosh, but now it's just like all these timestamps where you have to show up and fight, and having team fight in those moments does matter. Plus, going high ground is not easy either. So you want to take the fights outside of the base.
It's my carry right here.
Yeah, your
That's
favorite.
my carry.
Making the little heart.
Yeah, PA's a good hero for him.
Yeah,
honestly,
best,
just not committal. You know, he can farm and it's fine. And I think like of all the heroes to BKB TP on, not that he's been doing that. I think that you can do that on PA and it's fine.
Yeah,
we've been talking about this whole tournament. He hasn't done it one time.
Unfortunately,
I mean, give it time. Give it time. Okay. But anyway, so let's try and break down the game. Even though it was one-sided, there was some interesting talking points. I'll start with you, Clinton. I know you've got something you want to bring to our attention.
Yeah, of course. I think the early game wasn't looking so bad for Liquid. I think if we go back here to like 7 minutes when the Shrine of Wisdom does spawn here, this is where things start looking really nice for Liquid overall, because like they just stole the 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom away and they got their own 7-minute. You can see Insania taking the backline. And typically speaking, when you do manage to take 2 of these shrines, you put yourself in a great early game advantage, and that's exactly what Liquid needed to with this lineup. Sure, Aurora definitely had the team fight advantage, but it's a little bit skewed in a game like this, and I wasn't sure which way to go, because you have ultimate team fight versus heroes like Tide, Slark, who kind of like negate the team fight by being evasive and Ember, but unfortunately at the end of the day, it wasn't enough for them.
And you wanted to highlight a Tide Ravage.
Yeah, I had a couple of them in there, actually. We'll go ahead and take a look at this one. This was just on a Lion, and this can sometimes happen, you know. He was right in the read that there were a bunch of heroes there, but unfortunately, Aurora was actually running into the fight, and so they dodged the Ravage by running through it. So I think after this, Saberlight adjusted, and he was like, okay, well, I know that I need to hit better Ravages. Sometimes you need to hit 2 to 3 heroes instead of just 1. Sometimes you just need to hit 1 key target, and in this fight, he did a really good job with the Ravage, but here's where hitting a 4-man Ravage is actually not enough because he didn't hit Toronto Tokyo. Like, it was a hard game for him to play. At a certain point, for you said, he's playing into a PA with Break and a Nullifier, so the Ghost Scepter didn't really do anything either. Like, it was... I will defend my boy Saberlight and say that it was a tough game for him once the gold lead started accruing for Aurora.
Oh, yeah, I agree. It was definitely a tough game. Like, this PA matchup is always hard for Tide. And if you do get enough net worth on the Tide, it becomes, or sorry, on the PA, it becomes impossible for the Tide. But speaking of the PA, I wanted to talk a little bit about this matchup in particular and how it kind of like changed the game. Slark is not a normal carry. This is not some carry that's going to 1v1 win the game and right click. He wants to play the map, right? And that is something that they tried to do. But what I really liked about Nightfall this game, which was a little uncharacteristic, you're going to see this team fight happen early on. And okay, Mag, we're praising him for all the good RPs he hit, but this is a fight that was not starting well for Aurora at all. You lose your line, RP hits on just about nothing, your Magnus dies. I feel like of old Nightfall, he would have left and TP'd out already.
I mean, Toronto Tokyo tried to Nightfall there too.
He's staying here, and he manages to get a kill onto the Slark, even though the team fight has already ended. So once again, just showing his understanding of this hero, his confidence on this hero is like leagues above any other player on this hero right now.
Yeah, he's never going to live the night falling down. But to be completely frank, like his reads on when to stay and when to go, he's honed it. Maybe this is a new Nightfall. Maybe this is prime Nightfall.
He evolved.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think definitely when you come in for criticism for being a little bit passive, it seems to be when he's on the PA, he feels that he can be aggressive and confident and really go for it. And it's just added a dynamic. You know, here we are, Aurora, you know, ahead in a series against Liquid, looking very good for it. So we're going to see if they adjust in the next draft. But we are going to take a break first. When we come back, we'll see if Team Liquid can take game 2.
Stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, welcome back. Team Liquid have dropped a game here against Aurora. Aurora in the driving seat. We're going to talk about an aspect of the draft we might see now before we get into it, and that obviously is this Nightfall PA. You were saying that obviously it is the hero he feels the most confident on, but he's had it like 4 times in a row now and won all of those games.
Yeah, this is going to be that was his 4th game in a row, right? He has played it previously, so he has won on this hero 4 games in a row now. And I feel like that says something, right? Like, you go into this prep and they think, nah, it's not the problem, and they lose to it. So absolutely, without a doubt in my mind, they can see this trend, and it will not get through this time around. And if it does, I will be shocked, because winning on the same hero 4 games in a row, why give it for the 5th time? That would blow my mind, Jenkins. What do you think?
I'm just trying to theory craft what the counter is to PA, because I remember on the last patch, Bloodseeker was the counter, And like it was even, we would see a draft where it's like first pick PA and then
you want to talk about Bloodseeker?
First pick Bloodseeker, but this hero's like unplayable, right? Like,
I don't know, maybe
the ult is good. You can rupture the PA and she can't blink around. That's okay, but the eggs got changed, right?
Yeah. So basically, they put the barrier on the shard now, right? So they removed Blood Mist. It's gone. It's not in the game. So the old shard used to be, it did pure damage when you right-click them based off their maximum health. That is now the Ags. And now the shard is kind of the old Ags where you'd get a barrier when you overheal. So essentially, you're just missing Blood Mist, which was a very core part of that hero.
Yeah, the like reason you would beat PA is partly because of the rupture, and then partly because you're a magic damage carry. You're not like a traditional like right-clicking carry, but that doesn't exist anymore. Looking at Dota buff, like all of the counters to the PA are not carries. If the carry-to-carry matchup, like PA wins all of them. Like the best heroes against PA, Primal Beast. But like I said, it's an offlane, and I think in competitive, when you have a 4 Protect 1, you've Nightfall playing his best hero, like you're going to have a game where this hero is getting farm, and I think these like non-carry counters probably aren't quite enough. It just seems like this hero, there's a reason teams first phase ban this, not even against the Nightfall teams.
They could have taken the Primal, though.
They could have, yeah.
Which is a little strange as well, because the Tide, I don't think it's very good versus PA throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, just break him.
Yeah, once you get the Shard, he's killable. This hero is supposed to be unkillable. So, anyway, I think Liquid learned a lesson on this one, and we see top 3 safe lane core combos.
This is
lots
why
of Jakiro, lots of PAs.
This is why I highlighted also like the Warlock PA combo is so strong,
I mean, even last patch, it was like meta. It even has died down a little bit. So we just kind of replaced in Jakiro with PA. So yeah, I mean, these combos are just Jakiro Warlock plus carry. Seems good to me.
Yeah, they will all kill the offlaner a dozen times, and then he will go cry in the jungle.
So we're about to find out.
There's the instant
PA. That didn't take a rocket scientist. I mean, I respect the fact that they came in with an idea, and they're like, we want to destroy Aurora at their best, right? And that leaves an impression game 1, because it's really hard to come back from that. So that was definitely a Chad attempt, but now they're playing one game from being knocked into the lower bracket here, so probably doesn't feel that great.
Oh my god,
and they're just going after Nightfall, like, bro, bring something new to the table, because these are the 2 heroes that he has played by far the most.
Yeah. Think it's a solid.
Next one up is Doom carry.
Yeah, I think it's solid. I just no, not the Doom carry. Good God.
Yeah, the targeted bans. Yeah.
I just wonder, you're letting a lot through if you do this. I mean, and still, I feel like Nightfall can be his life stealer. You can play. Well, the DK didn't look too good as a carry, did it? That was actually quite pathetic. I would say we don't want to go back to the DK.
Well, he also went the fire facet, right?
Yes, this facet is bad.
Pathetic.
Yeah.
So I think you can do DK carry, but I think the reality of DK carry right now is you're not the hardest carry in the game when you play this hero. You need like a mid that also brings some damage. Maybe a tri-core situation, but who picked first? I'm confused.
Drafting. It was Liquid.
Oh, okay. Because that beast came out immediately. Yeah. It's like they didn't even care what you picked. Like they didn't even think. Just immediate Beastmaster pick there. But I do like this NP a lot. This is a hero that before it was like super popular. They were always playing, no matter what iteration of the roster. But Mickey, he's real good on this one.
Yeah, I will say this time and time again. Liquid picking Nature's Prophet is a different team.
Yeah.
Completely different team. There is no team that knows how to play around a Nature's Prophet like Liquid does. So automatically I give them a draft edge the moment I see this hero come out. And it always makes me think, like, why the hell do they not pick it in these situations? And then, after that, I think, well, okay, this is why they're so good at it, because they know when to actually pull it out, whereas other people are just kind of willy-nilly taking it out.
Yeah, they didn't want to put their NP win rate potentially on the line versus
that's exactly
the Nightfall PA.
People think about that a lot, definitely.
Yeah, of course. Stats matter. They don't lie.
They do not. And I could see Boxy playing this. This is up his alley. He likes the Dark Willows, the Hoodwinks of the world. I feel like, at least in laning, it's a similar type of hero. You're just like guaranteeing the lane win. Maybe even a little less like disable going late, but then you play to scale. Play to split push.
10 seconds remaining.
And the mag does go out. Wait, was that first phase?
That was first phase.
Okay, yeah. The mag goes out in the first phase.
It does, yeah, you're right.
Yep.
It's been out.
And then Storm Weaver.
These
the
are
second phase bands.
The Storm
Mobility.
ban. It's Storm ban against Lornoff. I'm always a fan of. Like this guy, I've never seen. He controls game when he plays hero, and we've also heard that whenever he is playing Storm, he's the one that's making all the calls. You know, he's zipping in, he sees the team fight, and he's like, go on this guy, go on this guy. Like it for this team in particular, it lets them play the exact sort of play style that they want in the fights.
Yeah. We can see we're burning through reserve time of Aurora here. Really making sure this ban is good, because you get banned into pick here, so they're probably discussing what they want to pick here. And whatever they ban here will likely cover that pick the best it can. Or they're thinking more so for the future, potentially, on their next pick. So usually this stage, it's not uncommon to see teams take a lot of time, because there's like 3 picks in this phase. And you have to like try and cover them the best you can with 2 or even in this case 1 ban. And they choose the Enigma.
I feel like so many teams get just, you know, like this seems to happen more often than not, where it never gets banned and it always looks good. And it's always in this slot where you don't really want to reveal anything about the draft, but you're just getting a good hero, you know?
He's just a solid, good pick right now. Look at that. That's more than a solid pick.
Barely any bans, and yet the win rate is 56.5%. 46 games. That is crazy.
I mean, there's just so many heroes like these Tinkers and Dazzles and Night Stalkers that just like are auto banned that you just can't ban at all. Then when those are auto banned, there's like 2 or 3 heroes that are just like team specific, right? And then nobody is a team-specific Jakiro. Actually, every team's team-specific
Every team is, yeah.
Jakiro, so it's just, unfortunately, won't make it into the banning stage there. But we do get to see a Morta. Boxy is the residential Morta player on this team. He's quite good at it. It'll more than likely allow Saberlight to have a better game, too, which you love to see it. This hero's very strong in the laning stage.
Yeah, I like the Marta. I mean, there were a lot of places that they could go with the draft on that pick. They could have Faceless Voided as well. But I'm glad they're going back to a Boxy Classic. He's so good at this hero. For Insania, he's only played 4 heroes this tournament. Silencer and CM are the other 2.
So what's stopping them from picking a bad in here? You see Jakiro and Beastmaster. I mean, even Tide would be good.
Maybe player preference.
He picked Tide into PA.
He did. But I just mean Saberlight has not played Abaddon yet. Neither has Mickey.
Okay. Well,
he's going to go Tide again.
I'm fine with this. I think maybe from a strategic point of view, Abaddon might be a little better, but...
Tide Morta is a very strong lane.
It is.
Like Morta...
So is Abaddon Morta.
True. Yeah, that's true.
It's just preference, right?
He just wants to play Tide Hunter.
That's fair. More team fight, too, which I think when you have NP carry, I'm just going to say it's NP carry because there's a 99% chance at this point in the draft it will be Mickey playing it.
Okay, so this is most likely the carry?
I would imagine, yes.
I feel like this does fairly well against a Tide Muerta in lane. Tiny's hard to kill.
So I would disagree with that, because I think we have different opinions on Tiny versus Tide. I feel like it's a rough matchup, personally.
Tiny's low armor?
Low armor, high base damage. That's just kind of like what Tiny does. And plus, when you anchor him with the dead in the water, he hits very slowly. He doesn't remove that anchor very easily.
True, yeah.
So, like, there's a lot of things that Tide does that is very good versus Tiny, but there's also, if you look at the other way around, that you buy Silver Edge on Tiny, you can burst him, BKB is good. If not, Insurmountable SNY makes it so Ravage doesn't last very long on you.
I like that you can't crack and shell the Avatos as well. That's what I like, that this is good against these, like, status resist type heroes.
Sure. I mean, I think it goes both ways, that's all.
I totally get the laning argument. That makes sense. And I think with a Muerta, especially, right-clicking from super far away could be an issue. But they have Jakiro, Shadow Shaman on Aurora. I mean, these are very excellent heroes at showing up to this lane and killing the Tide or the Muerta. If they can ever... I mean, this is like a crazy amount of disable and damage in the laning phase. If they can ever pair any 2 or 3 of the heroes on Aurora together, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill. 3 especially. A Spirit for their mid lane would definitely tie things together really nicely. Just something to go in, get things done.
There might be an argument for picking your 5 here, though, as well, just because NP can flex. And it'll put Aurora in a position where
for Liquid, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they don't know what to ban. But they'll just pick that immediately, so we've got our cores. Is there any angle? Like, I don't play support much. Do you think there's any cool picks that Insania could do here as a position 5? Because obviously most of the 5s are going to be banned or taken.
I mean, his cheese picks are like Oracle, maybe Wyvern, something like that. By the way, I think if you're Liquid, you're required to ban Huskar right now and probably DK.
Aurora Gaming's turn.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think DK has just looked way too good. You know, Lornoff can play it. And they're going to ban Silencer. Bit of a combo breaker. I mean, I don't find Silencer to be like OP this game by any means. Your versus Beastmaster, Tiny, they kind of just dump their damage and don't care. Shadow Shaman does care.
No, it is an interesting question you asked though. Like, what is the cheese pick for him for last pick?
I mean, he sees a lot.
Yeah, he sees everything, and I think Insania does have a hero pool where you can get something like slightly cheesy. I mean, maybe the angle is you have an Ember Spirit, you want to get all the runes. Oracle's better because of that, you know, something along those lines. I'm just trying to think what is his hero pool that you could cheese right now. Let me look at his Dota Pro tracker.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you think Oracle. I think Wyvern is good.
He has played Oracle.
They banned Gyro, so they think this NP could be support.
He is trying Treant Protector in his pubs.
Also another unpicked hero this tournament.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
That's playable here.
It's actually playable, yeah.
The double Treant lane?
Yeah, it's good. You play in front of the natures, melee plus ranged guy, extra healing. It's
but he kills your trees to make a tree.
He kills a single tree. But that is enough. It makes you angry. Monkey King ban. Okay, so they're going to leave the DK.
A bold choice. A bold choice.
I can understand mid laners not wanting to play against Monkey, though. There's some trauma there, but I
understand all these arguments, but what I don't understand is these Embers still playing into blind matchups because it has not looked good in the last few games we've seen.
Yeah.
But whatever, it's fine. If they can make it work, this hero is good outside of the laning stage. It just has that moment of vulnerability, like in the laning stage. And you got Mickey. Mickey is like probably the best core player in the world when it comes to helping his other cores. Like, he'll TP mid early if he needs to, if that's where they're struggling.
Okay, I can kind of understand this pick because they're clearly also thinking about the DK as the mid laner, and Ancient Apparition counters all of these, like, you know, healing based heroes. DK, of course, with the Dragon Blood regen.
And they shouldn't have banned Huskar.
That's true.
It's debatable.
That's debatable. Yeah, maybe the lane is so bad that you have to do it anyway.
I think DK is still playable versus A, right? Like, it's not like Huskar versus
It
A.
is.
That's unplayable.
Yeah, but they at least DK's not in a completely free game now.
Yeah. I mean, is there something they can pick that is good versus Ember that doesn't care about
Ancient Apparition?
Yeah.
No,
they're still just going to go with this. Because,
Yeah.
like, if you go Puck or something, it's just kind of like, yeah, you're good versus AA, but you're not really good versus the Ember itself.
Yeah.
I mean, all the mobility heroes like Quap, same story. You're not really good versus Ember, but you're good versus AA.
Yeah.
So I kind of think you're forced into doing this, but it's still good. The AA will be the damage needed to kill this DK and these tanky heroes, sure.
DK is just such a normal hero. I honestly don't feel like anything really counters him. We've even seen Timbersaws come out to try to counter DK.
Yeah.
And he just is still fine. Like, the hero just doesn't get
What does
countered.
this AA do this game? That's like my question.
It's good combo with the Tidehunter if they can, like, AA Blast, Tide Ravage, plus one of the other cores.
But the Frostbite aspect of this game is kind of not there.
It's pretty weak. Yeah, it's
I
pretty
mean,
weak.
it's just purely meant for damage.
You're definitely playing just for damage.
Yeah. Is it good enough?
How's the lane is my question. So it's AA against a Beastmaster plus Shaman lane. That could be feed central. Like,
I
that's
mean, AA, whenever in the past, right, when you have AA on your team, it's like, oh, okay, they're going to brood us, they're going to beat us.
Yeah, pick summons.
Pick summons, so this is bold.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, man. I could see him having some issues in the laning phase. Maybe this is where Boxy comes in and makes a rotation to try to help.
Yeah, I'm
But he needs to go mid as well.
I have to say,
Ember versus
Aurora's
DK.
drafts, these two games have looked good. I'm definitely on their side for this one, but never count out a Mickey Nature's Prophet. Even if his support dies 10 times in the lane, he'll find a way to carry this game.
Yeah, he'll get 25 kills and hard carry. I mean, he won a TI. You got to show some respect.
All right, well, we can go to Slacks on the sidelines for some more draft insight about this one.
Absolutely. We are here with Jabs yet again. Jabs, so good to see you. First question, is it normal for you guys to lose giant team fights before the second Tormentor spawns to ensure that you don't get it?
Yeah, I guess sometimes. I mean, one of the reasons, I suppose.
Well, away from that, let's talk about the draft itself. PA, you're going to go ahead and ban that one this time. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, the hero is just annoying, no? I feel like how many times have you played against PA and then you thought, I don't really want to play against this hero anymore? It's kind of the same for us.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, absolutely. Lesson learned, if you will. I do want to talk to you about that AA pick. When I saw that AA come out, I didn't really know why. That seems a little crazy. And then they picked Dragon Knight into that AA. Pretty interesting stuff. Why did you guys pick it originally? Were you trying to prevent that Dragon Knight pick, or?
I mean, it prevents a lot of the heroes he had left on mid, and it's just a nice hero. I think it's like a China meta hero, and we kind of played against Chinese teams and kind of got inspired, I suppose.
Okay, good to hear. Do you think that Mickey is going to be able to carry this game with the iconic Nature's Prophet? Is that why you guys picked that first?
I mean, of course. I think when Mickey plays this hero, I feel very happy. You know, it's a nice time. He really enjoys playing the hero, so I hope he's going to have a fun time.
Well, he enjoys playing it, we enjoy watching it, and I enjoy our wonderful interviews. We'll get more from him, but for now.
There we go. Thank you very much, Slacks and Jabs. Yeah, let's see if indeed Mickey's Nature Prophet can win them the game here, Liquid. Or if Aurora's going to come out on top again, because Aurora looked pretty good last game, and we heard it from Fear in the panel as well, right? The draft looks good. It does. It looks well-rounded. And yeah, just really sort of a question of what this last pick AA is going to be able to offer them, because one thing's for sure, when you look at the lane setup, it's probably not going to be doing much in the lane, right? It could be tough.
Yeah, definitely going to be hard, and I feel like it could be one of those situations where it's difficult to secure Mickey's lanes, maybe. Yeah. But, I mean, the Treant tends to secure in a lot of situations just on its own. But Mickey might actually just get caught for a first blood. Chicken fingers, does he skill the shackle? He does.
All right, they've got the opening.
The gap, though.
They're not going to be able to continue for this. They'll hold back.
I think the Treant maybe blocking them a tiny little bit there. But yeah, let's see how it ends up going, because just like they said on the panel, this hero hates getting surrounded.
Sure.
AA in particular. There's not really any vision aspects you have to worry about unless... Well, once there's the Helm of Overlord if he wants to go down that route on Toronto, Tokyo. But yeah, this hero does not like to get gone on. Similar to like a Disruptor, if it's like if you're the one getting gone on yourself, it feels really, really tough to play the hero. But let's see how he does on the AA in particular. I'm with Fear though. I do like how Aurora is, especially today, so far that we've seen, pivoted into their drafts. Definitely feels like it's quite a nice approach.
And towards the end as well, we obviously saw a lot taken away from the mid options for Lauren. Do you like that he's ended up on the DK? Yep. Pretty solid?
Looks good. It's great versus the Ember Spirit. Gets that. It's the initial catch to have the follow-up for the Shaman or the follow-up for the Ice Path. Or, yeah, anybody. They all have Disable, right? Every single one of them on this team has multiple forms of Disable to deal with something like the Ember. It's literally like 8 Disables on them.
It does not look like an easy game for Nisha to get the freedom to jump around.
For sure, yeah, insane. Yeah, it's absolutely one of the bigger problems to play versus Beastmaster or Lycan in particular, as these more fragile like AA silencers, these backline type of heroes. Bottom lane, this is the one where they can get aggressive. Liquid should have Panto here.
Yep, looking like the first blood. Can they give it to Saberlight? Yeah. Oh, no,
the blood grenade.
It actually does tick out first, so Boxy ends up being the one getting the bounty for that.
Yeah, this is the lane that I'm watching for Liquid to have the most success in, because they have the Anchor Smash versus the Tiny as well. It's a lot of physical damage.
They're going to try for Nightfall as well. And they might just have him. He's got 5 stick charges. He's into the trees. Panto now returns to Held Pow.
He's okay.
Yeah, we'll be able to hold them back, so Nightfall will survive.
Doesn't have much regen on him, though. They have a salve on Panto. He's going to have to throw onto him there. But yeah, this lane doing very, very well. Anchor Smash also super effective versus Tiny, reducing a ton of that damage that he does have. But yeah, it's all physical to deal with the zero armor Tiny. Nightfall buys a Wraith Band to deal with some of that aggression, but yeah, he's kept low now. Yeah.
Nightfall's sitting super low.
It really is. Foxy is low, so they know he's going back.
Sure. They know there's not going to be any follow-up to anything that Saberlight tries to start.
They'll be able to salve him in a second once he has the opportunity. But they want to keep applying pressure on Saberlight with this double creep wave. Saberlight dropping low. Should be able to get the drag back.
A lot of pressure.
Yep. He was able to get the kill, but his CS actually is looking a little grim from the pressure from Panto. As Saberlight...
He's fallen very low. Is he just dead?
Panto.
Okay.
What a play.
Yeah, Panto just able to kill him.
He's going to fight back for his Boxy, too. Boxy
He's
could
level
even
3 on
die.
Panto, so it's level 2 dual breath.
Let's see who wins the fight. Looks like Boxy is standing his ground.
So Leferia 5 available as well on Boxy if he needs it, and he won't even need it. So they'll kill Panto, but I mean, Panto got the job done.
A lot of harass. Boxy just got there, and he's down to 100 HP. Thought perhaps with the level 2 dual breath there would be enough. Top, Insania.
I should find him. I mean, Mickey at the moment not going to have enough damage to try and threaten Toronto Tokyo back in return. In fact, Mira can keep chasing Mickey down. They've got the shackles. Toronto Tokyo stepping up. Mickey, he's gone as well. I mean, it's kind of as expected on that top lane, right? It's one of those lanes that, you know, especially if this was a pub, the carry is probably not going to be too happy if his teammates last picking an AA to support him against this Beastmaster lane.
No, it's
not a fun lane.
It's not a fun lane either because they can never really get trade kills. If they catch the Shaman really far up, maybe, but the Beastmaster should almost never die in this lane. Yeah, very strong approach here at the start in these first couple minutes. We're seeing the DK have the edge over the Ember Spirit as well. Lornoff having an excellent time in that matchup. Saberlight, again, taking a beating.
He's got to be careful. Nightfall's stepping up. Avalanche in a few seconds. And how they're doing on regen down there, they're going to have to start getting through quite a bit.
He's got a salve,
It
so
does have the
Saberlight
salve,
will
yeah.
be able to get healthy again. But yeah, his laning phase, I mean, yeah, they were able to get that early kill, but now, with Panto having these levels, it's problematic for them to pressure Nightfall. He's all the way at the top of those last hits now.
Yeah, just the power of the Jakira. Panto doing a great job here with it.
Does this hero lose lanes? Maybe not. Maybe not versus anything. Doesn't feel like it. This hero is insane. The Jakiro in particular. Mid.
Lornoff. Free fire, not quite enough, but still. It's going to force Nisha to have to take the walk back to base.
Means level 6 is going to hit really early for Lornoff to be able to apply pressure and force rotations as well. They're winning all 3 lanes.
I mean, that's the thing.
Nikkei is farming, but he has died once.
But overall, the edge is definitely favoring Aurora in this laning stage.
Panto even looking to make a move. Top Insania. They
they're
popped
ready,
the glyph.
They're ready to collapse in around them. They'll look towards Mickey first. Backup's coming in for him. Nisha's going to try and help out, but Mickey, he'll go down. Can Nisha at least find some kills in return? It's going to turn over towards Panto, but Panto's able to keep his distance from Insania. I mean, it's not easy for them to find these kills.
They'll get the kill bottom onto Nightfall because he's left alone.
Toronto Tokyo, he can clean up another one, and he's just got to be careful.
He's
the
also
Hex is
going
back
down.
up into the shackles. They get all 3 of them top.
Toronto Tokyo is going to be out of control this game. It truly does feel like. He's top net worth. He has a great lane setup. We do see the tiny down bottom die, but a great rotation. Again, Nisha struggling in mid, tries to make a rotation top, and he just gets defeated.
And I mean, so far, you've only got to imagine that Liquid have got big plans for the AA down the line, because everything that's gone wrong up top, you can kind of blame the AA pick for so far.
Definitely quite a bit there. I mean, great plays coming out from Aurora. Even, I mean, this whole mid tower now also dying because of the rotation that Nisha tried to do up top. He doesn't have a TP to come back out either. The tower's dead.
It's gone.
Panto lives.
6 minutes in. Not often that you see it go down that quickly. Top lane, Mickey's dead again.
Another catch.
Oh, I don't know.
Control.
This is getting pretty messy, top.
Boxy. Can he deny?
He can. It's something, but it's not a big win for him.
Nope. And they're starting to make the move down toward bottom. The Shrine is there. The Shrine of Wisdom. We already see the line drawn. Boxy's like, guys, we need to make sure that we get that. We are hemorrhaging kills all over the place. We need this XP. Great aggressive wards we see placed out from Aurora as well, too, watching the Ancients. And
Zaya's dead again.
He's gone.
Oh,
and also
and Saberlight. He's also dead.
They are owning this game.
They are crushing them.
Sit Mickey trying to TP in, but
oh, okay. I mean, maybe they can get Panto. They will. But Dragon Form is up. Mickey, he's got to start running. Okay, he's got backup. Nisha comes in, but the Avalanche is there. Mickey is dead.
They'll get their Shrine.
They do. Can they at least get Lauren off?
Looks like with the magic damage, they should. They have another dead shot. And yeah, Lornoff's going down.
There we go. Something for Liquid. They still need a whole lot more than this to rectify the situation they're in, though.
Especially because Owen, it is such a good Beastmaster game too. Just on paper, looking at things, he's gonna actually go down the Ags route because he has the Beast mode build instead, going for the Helm.
His tower's
He's
going
great
down.
versus everybody. Tidehunter is great versus Beast, but Beast is good versus literally all 4 other heroes. And he's off to a actual phenomenal start here. Tower's gonna drop. It's gonna be 2 components finished already.
Mid.
Mid again.
They've got the opening. Mirror's just able to walk up with the Hex into the Shackles. They've got the Ice Path.
And everyone has so many stuns.
They've got all the lockdown in the world to deal with this Ember. And so far, those last 2 picks from Liquid, they're not looking too hot-fogged.
They sure are not. I mean, they did do this thing that Fear was talking about too, is Blind kind of picking this Ember, not knowing the matchup he's against. And so far, it seems like, yeah, Aurora just has every single one of those answers.
Can Liquid calm this game down somehow?
Things are accelerating too fast, really. Mika, he's going to be able to do his Nature's Prophet thing at some point soon here, but he's level 5 only at this point. So he'll be able to start getting these Wrath of Nature and get his jungle going, but pressure on the towers, that's the other thing that Aurora's lineup does, right? Everyone hits buildings. Tiny, DK, Beast, Shaman, and Zakira.
Oh, they take over the map. Yeah, it's going to be very... Who's going to turn up and clear waves and stop them?
It's going to have to be like an AA Ice Vortex from the backline and a Slight, but yeah, not easy for them to set up for these defenses at this point. They could lose complete control of the map in the next few moments. Yeah, literally all 5 heroes hit buildings.
Quite the stack going on here as well around the Ancients.
He's able to clear this one out.
I mean, are they going to be able to steal this Ancient stack? What is this, like a quad Ancient stack?
I mean, they're spotting it. Liquid needs to defend this.
They can't let this go.
Mira.
He's got the openings.
This far forward.
Simple's going to be here to help out, so Mira should die.
They should get the kill. Is Boxy going to tick out? He is. And they will secure their stack.
Yeah, they needed this. They couldn't let this stack slip away.
And there's that tower last hit for Toronto Tokyo. 3 parts for the Aghanims finished up already. Top of the net worths on all 3 cores by a significant margin. Support's also having a fantastic start because of that tower gold and that extra kill gold they've gotten. Saberlight. A little bit of anti-synergy. Mid.
I'm going to try for Lorinov.
They should have him.
Got him with the Ice Blast. Lorinov will pop.
Biggest kill they've gotten yet. Mobility might be like the key how Liquid has to play this one, right? Just looking to set up kills with Nisha all over the map with Mika TPing in and an Ice Blast to follow, but they're gonna have to answer the lanes in particular. They can't just, TP and set up for that with the way that Aurora has been able to push all 3 lanes in. Yeah, we did see the 1-for-1 shrine. How many bounties, actually? Do we have that by any chance? If we can
Yeah, we got the bounty numbers. We can bring those up. Yep. There we go. So
yeah, because I was going to say, it feels like they've also been able to claim the majority of them in this game with their aggression.
Quite a while.
Yeah, and that adds up. Very significant amount. Now they go back, get their stack. Lorinov will go back down that Mage Slayer build that we see on every single one of these DKs after the blip.
It's going to be pretty much the Ags done very soon for Toronto Tokyo, so definitely one of the faster ones.
And it's going to be a triple timing, right? They'll have the DK blink, they'll already have the Echo for the Tiny, and then he's going to have that Ag, so. Liquid, they're going to smoke. This feels like the way they have to kind of play it, right? With the AA, with the Ember, making moves.
Sure, just blowing up people with the Ice Blast.
And then Mika can join in if he feels necessary, or just throw a Wrath of Nature to commit. But Aurora getting a ton of farm on the map, and they might be reading this move. I mean, Toronto, Tokyo, let's see.
It would be the big kill. They've got the chains. Ice Blast coming in, they'll get it. Massive kill here for Liquid. Can they get out?
Mira's here.
Gonna try and stop their escape. We'll get the Serpent Wards down, trapping in Insania. Ice Blast to follow up as well as the Macropire. Mira still alive. He's gonna try and run, but the Sprout will contain him. So Liquid will ensure that they get 2, and they only lose the 1 themselves, just the AA.
It's good kills. I mean, they stopped the Beastmaster, he was literally about to have the Axe. He was 150 gold away from it.
Yeah, they need to just sort of keep going for this off cooldown with the Ice Blast.
Every blast, I want to see a move happen, pretty much. Blink's now done for DK, Lorinov. So it looks like Aurora probably can look for that group up if they'd like to force something here. Maybe wait until 15-minute Tormentor, but they could look to pressure with these 3 item timings they're going to have. Nightfall. about halfway toward that Shadow Blade as well after the Echo. He's having a pretty flawless start.
I mean, for Aurora, is there any need for them to look for smoke plays, or are they happy to just keep farming on these 3 cores?
They can. They definitely can quite easily. I mean, Lauren up with the blink, it can enable them to just look for any setups, because Mickey is very fragile, right? If they do find this MP ever. Hard to find him, of course, because of the positioning that he's in, but they have 10 forms of lockdown for Ember too, so if they ever find Nisha, he's very likely dead. As there's that Ag's done. They might be patient until the Tormentor, though, right? They might still wait for 2 minutes until they make like a big move so they don't die and give up a Tormentor. As you see Insani already kind of prepared in the area for it, even though it's 2 minutes until it does come up. He's prepping those sentries, prepping the extra vision after. He's eyeing Nightfall a bit here, but he needs
I think
probably 2 more heroes.
Even if Mickey comes in with a TP, him and Mickey's not enough right now.
They're going to swing everybody, so they're going to bring the Tide as well.
That's what they've got to keep doing, get these kills to get themselves back in.
Yep. They're going to run into Mira, though, not the target that they ideally want.
They'll have to take it. Indeed, this will get the info for Nightfall to get out of there. He's away.
Yeah, good play from Mira. You know, you can't catch that gank. Liquid has to look for these big ganks onto these cores, and it's just going to catch a Shadow Shaman. And now the counter smoke comes out.
And Liquid, they're going to want to try and take some of these towers. Of course, you have 14 minutes in there yet to take a tier 1 themselves.
Okay. It looks like they don't want to fight head-on into the 5v5 right now, into the Tidehunter. So at the least for Liquid, even though it's just a Shadow Shaman kill, that tower does get brought down. We'll be able to get their Shrine of Wisdom as well, too, for Mickey. Slightly stabilizing things, but still, the issue of the 3 cores free farming. And just that, it really is just an overwhelming lockdown. Nisha's gonna need... I mean, this is, I don't know, S&Y is not going to cut it this game, right? Versus 50 different disables. It might be an earlier BKB necessary, but it probably will just be S&Y BKB anyway, as every game on these Embers. They're getting their stacks going, so Liquid's able to kind of slow pace down a little to get this extra farm onto Mickey after he died 4 times. Lots of pings coming out.
They're going for the Tormentor.
Liquid's prepared for it. Aurora trying to make a move toward the mid lane, but that does mean that they give this up.
They might trade it for Roche.
Okay, that's true. They do bring down the Roche very quick. Down to 2k lead. Liquid. Can they make it in time?
Getting over to the Roche pit.
I don't know.
Pretty tricky for them unless they run straight there, but even then...
The Ice Blast is going to scare them. They're going to back up.
And there's going to be a chance now without connecting.
Liquid, they're making some big moves here.
Smoke up from Aurora.
Wrap around. Saberlight.
It's got the Ravage at the ready.
They see the high ground. They predicted the move.
Going to try for the wraparound here with the rest of the smoke. See if they can catch the Roche supports first.
Roche is quite low. Mira.
Mira. Finds Saberlight. They don't really want to go on him, though.
That's not the target they want. Anyone but him, pretty much. They're going to go back into the Roche pit once they get some information. It's very low.
Yeah, they might be able to quickly finish it off before Liquid gets back in. Can Liquid time a sort of jump? No. Stepping up, but it's already gone. Aegis for Toronto Tokyo. They got what they came for, Aurora. Liquid not able to stop them.
If Saberlight had the blink, then perhaps he has 100 gold until he is there for the Tidehunter. So Aurora will be able to sneak that one. But Liquid with some good macro movements there to stabilize at least the gold.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And they've gotten some itemization now. I mean, they're starting to get a bit of a timing themselves now, too. Nisha has Mage Slayer done. Saberlight's about to have Blink Vlads. And Mickey, he's got the Mjolnir. So they've got their farming items and some of their fighting items. And pace really has slowed down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mira. So Toronto Tokyo. He's got a Glimmer. He gets stunned from the neutrals.
Mira might still find the grab with the Ether Lens.
Close, but not quite.
Now they're thinking if they can maybe go back in towards Toronto.
That's a risky one, though. He is Aegis Holder with a Glimmer. And Liquid, they're making good moves. They're prolonging, getting that farm. Mickey is pretty much caught up with Nightfall.
Solid plays around the Ice Blast.
It looks like Glimmer's nearly done, or getting built up for AA. I believe the Atos, it's done for Boxy. Yeah, they're starting to acquire some items here. So Aurora, not able to get any connections just yet in the last couple minutes, it feels like, actually. What?
They're looking at mid.
6 minutes almost. Saberlight.
So if they can get the setup. Ooh, not quite able to get the toss back.
It's only level 2 toss. Not enough range.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See how much more they're able to try and push with this Aegis. They've got the smoke coming in. They know that Nisha's down here.
Got the amp damage on the DK2. Can Taranko get the wraparound with the Glimmer? He can. Where's the Remnant? It is put down.
Get the root. Don't quite have enough follow-up, though, after the Roar. They'll make the jump over towards Insania, but...
Reshotted.
And Toronto, does he tick out? He does. That's the Aegis gone. Same time top, Boxy. Just trying to scare off Nightfall for now.
They really want to try to find Nisha. They saw the Remnant somewhere around here, but he's just going to go back. Does have a Remnant that he might come back to, but we'll see. Space acquired for Liquid.
Dire's middle tower.
They're definitely holding on in a much better state now.
Yeah.
But they've managed to slow things down as they have. Mickey in a good spot. And still a bit of time required for Saberlight and Nisha to get to where they'd hoped to be.
I mean, they've almost fully restabilized things. In terms of gold, it's still a slight lead for Aurora, but the experience is actually dead even now. Only a actually 20 XP difference.
Aurora, these BKB timings.
Maybe that's going to be the next call for them to try to make a
Yeah,
move.
we've got, what, 1,000 gold still until Lorinov has his.
Yeah. I think the way to counter Tidehunter, right? Triple BKB timings and you go for those jumps. But yeah, Liquid.
I mean,
that farm on Mickey.
Yeah, I'd imagine that Liquid's going to want to try and find fights though before those BKBs are done. You know,
I would think so, yeah. I still, same kind of, concept. Still look for these kills almost every time AA blasts up whenever you get information.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, it's going to be the call. Yeah, Aurora's just going to wait for BKBs. Too scared to make any aggressive moves into this heavy magic damage. Lorinov, that's pretty much, that's going to be it finished after this catapult mid. BKB's done. Liquid looking for a catch. They want to get them before the BKBs. See Panto.
And they'll go for it. Panto wants to lay down the Macropire, but they will fall for this.
Support kill, but a kill nonetheless. They didn't have to expend anything. BKB's done.
And they're pushing on for more.
He gets it off a bit late. And there's no backup for him. He is in trouble. That is the first BKB usage.
And TP's coming in now for Toronto Tokyo.
The Glimmer?
He's got the Glimmer. Holds back Saberlight with the Roar. Lorinov, he's not going to be able to get away, though.
They will get the catch on Mickey, though, in the meanwhile.
I mean, Chimera and Nightfall collapse back in on this and look to do something else. It's still scary, though. Ravage is still at the ready for Saberlight.
Saberlight is too threatening, it seems like, for them. Now they're getting more numbers.
They're going to try. Get the Serpent will drop down. Ravage will go off on towards the two of them, but Nightfall's still able to get the toss off, and they don't have the damage to kill the Tiny, so Nightfall's fine. Mirror and Toronto Tokyo, they're chasing Saner out into the trees, so... Now, with the Ravage coming out, didn't get them any kills, and Liquid end up, by the looks of it, losing both of their supports. That was the Ravage down.
That was a big move from Aurora, forcing that play. I guess they thought maybe they had some damage for Nightfall, but he's a 3,000 HP Tiny.
Yeah,
you need to have the AA blast on him to have a chance to go for these type of kills. So, a wasted Ravage, 2 minutes. That's a big one used.
And because that's the thing, right? Well, next time it is up, they'll have the triple BKBs.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was sort of that window for Liquid to maybe find a big play with the Ravage that was not going to be as easy to find now.
And now for the next Tormentor, right? That's going to probably be that next Tormentor or Roche going to be the next big fight around those BKBs while the Ravage does come back up. So We'll see if they can execute around that. As Mickey, we've seen he's very vulnerable. It tends to be the case for Nature's Prophet, though. You have to build this way.
Yeah, you have to do this. You have to rush the meal on it. Because this is what allows you to just have that crazy acceleration and farm.
And then, I mean, Hurricane Pike is just so good, right?
Yeah.
Back range, the repositioning, etc. So you just have to build this way.
But I'd imagine, do you think he will feel he does also need himself a BKB?
Yeah, I would imagine.
I don't think you can skip it, right?
No. I mean, you see Nisha, right? This is a game where I was mentioning.
Yeah,
sometimes
Nisha
yes,
knows.
wise, you need to get. There's too many disables. The status resistance is not going to cut it versus 15 different disables that they've got or whatever it is.
Wants to get his shard first, but yeah, I would be surprised if we don't see BKB queued up next for Mickey.
Okay, BKB finished for Toronto Tokyo. As we said, BKB on Lorinov. Nightfall also has his. 2 minutes until the Tormentor. About 1 minute until the Roche can spawn. Lorinov really likes to go this build, at least. He queues it up again, but we saw him do this the other day as well, just going straight for that Moon Shard.
Yeah, did pop off with it. It was a game where they were very far ahead.
It was.
Right? So a little different, but yeah, went for the Moon Shard into Daedalus.
It makes sense when your Dragon form gives you so much extra damage and you're already getting extra minus armor, but yeah, a bit interesting.
Yeah, because I mean, at the moment, they're only really killing you if they get the Ice Blast on you, right? If the Ice Blast isn't there, you're already survivable enough with the BKB.
And that's going to be really the question, at least for me, for Liquid 2, is you can, unless you somehow get them completely stacked up, you're only likely going to Ice Blast one of them.
It's true.
In a lot of these fights. So there's 3 different of these cores that you have to somehow answer. Nisha, the roar.
I've got the setup into the Dragon Tail. They'll put the BKBs to make sure that there's no counterplay from potential Ravagers waiting in the tree line. Insania will be able to TP away.
Almost get the next catch also. Not quite able to. The Tumblers Tori into the roar. Nice play there from Toronto Tokyo, catching him off guard.
And Nightfall super close to having the Silver Edge.
And they can actually not be as threatened by Saberlight. Then they can just full commit onto the Tidehunter in some of these upcoming engagements.
They can. If they're able to step up and pop BKB, they can kill anyone.
Either BKBs or the Silver Edges, if they can actually get that break hit. Ags finished for Saberlight.
And he's in. It's the Ravage. Do they have the damage? Sprout down. Nightfall's going to put the BKB, and he's just going to TP straight out of this.
Lives up to his
He'll
name.
get away. I mean, it's a good Nightfall there from him.
It truly is.
It really is. I mean, that's the Ravage used. They got a support kill. That's it.
He tried to cut one tree. He actually cut the wrong one, and he's like, I'm out of here. Instant BKB TP out. That's a Ravage used for just the support again. So 2 minutes, and it's around this Tormentor and Roche timing that we were mentioning that Liquid won't have Ravage for.
I mean, this is the thing, I guess, at this point about Liquid's lineup is, you know, we're seeing these Ravages being used by Saberlight, but they kind of have to, right? Because outside of that, what is the setup? It's slight chains.
Yep.
You know, the solid, the hard setup, it is the Ravage, so it has to be used to just try and make these moves happen in this state of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, Boxy, he's got Atos, but that's a single target. He's going to have Gleipnir soon, which at least will give a bit more of that AoE control, but yeah, they're not the same lineup as Aurora by any means, where everybody has multiple forms.
That's their only hard stun, right?
Yeah.
The only way that if you get in, press it, they're not going to be able to press BKB if you get them before. Everything else, they can BKB off.
100%. And there's that Tormentor, so they don't even have to use much to obviously get it. They're able to get this one freely, and now they have all their spells for that Roche. They could probably... Do they have a smoke? I don't think they do. Yeah, no smoke on them, so it doesn't look like they have one to go for that, but can just look for a play now.
Nisha, feeling confident. He's out of that.
Very methodical game so far from Aurora. Hemorrhaged a little bit of kills. Liquid started to bring things back, but now, again, back in that comfortable position.
They are. I mean, it's going to have to be a very impressive performance from Mickey to carry this one, right? Which we have seen from him on his Nature's Prophet. He does carry these sort of difficult games. This one is definitely going to be another challenge for him.
As a level up from the difficulty, it seems like, as he does have BKB finished. As you said, he's getting the items. He's sticking close to net worth of Nightfall. His other 2 cores are massively falling behind.
They're not keeping up.
No. And it's definitely 3 cores that are scaling quite nicely on the side of Aurora. All 3 are great into those later stages of the game. And they're going to smoke.
They can take another good fight here, Aurora. That Roshan will be theirs again.
Lornov's hit 18, Moonshard acquired, and he's got Nemesis Curse. So his damage has gone up absolutely insane now.
There we go.
Ravage is back up.
Is Liquid going to be ready for this?
Is Saberlight in particular going to be ready? Because they can full commit for him if they want to.
On the high ground. They'll blink away initially, they'll turn, they'll drop the Serpent Walls straight down on a Boxy. Macropire to follow. Mickey's going to TP in. But Boxy's already gone. Toronto's able to get it straight away. Finds Mickey perfectly with a Blink Roar. Mickey's gone. Liquid, they have to run.
He just actually delivered himself. They're going to go for the Ravage.
Okay, it's on to Laurenov.
Do they have the damage?
I don't know. There's an Ice Blast coming in. That will connect. That should do it. So Laurenov does die.
But Nisha's committed.
Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo, they're still ready to fight this. Nisha's out of mana, gets hexed up. He's dead. I mean, it gets them the Dragon Knight kill, but it's definitely a little bit desperate fogged.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey literally just ports in, and even if he gets BKB off, he's dead anyway. He just gets roared.
Yeah, we saw this last game as well. Toronto Tokyo's been... but they got to be careful. They're stepping up.
Insania.
He's dead. Sableye got to get out of it. Does not want to show his face after that's happened.
This is the best series I've seen Toronto Tokyo play.
Yeah, I was going to say, both of these games, the blink responses from him in the middle of these team fights. We saw it last game on his Magnus, this game on the Beastmaster. He's been crushing it. Buyback comes out now from Insane. The Ice Blast is back up. They are relatively low on Aurora, so they'll have to hold back from the Roshan for now.
Another Gush, won't connect. Ice Blast, he's guessing in the fountain.
Is he going to find anyone?
Nightfall. Nightfall's TP.
Oh,
it's not going to be enough.
It's not going to be enough.
If it was a little sooner,
yeah,
perhaps.
he's already healed up.
They're going to throw the Wrath of Nature as well. Let's see.
Maybe if Mickey TP's in. Just TP into the fountain, get some hits in. Did he have BKB? He could have actually done that.
No.
What do you mean? If he BKBs, TP's in, puts the Miona shield on him and hits him, he will kill him in the fountain. I mean, he will die for it, but would you trade your life for Nightfall? I mean, I would.
I mean, you would.
know what I mean?
That's for sure.
That could have been the play. Just go in there.
That would have been a hell of a play.
That would have been amazing. Should have done it.
Roche. Ravage still cooldown, 35 seconds. Aurora now set up in position for it again. And Mickey somehow has to just be like in perfect positioning in these fights to be able to attack. But as you said, there's always going to be the BKB roar.
I mean,
piercing roar.
Like, is someone buying a Lincolns for him? Is he having to buy Lincolns for himself? What are you doing about this?
I was wondering if Nisha was maybe going to queue one. It doesn't sound awesome, but it might just be what they need.
Toronto Tokyo's going to do it every time, unless they can be sure that they catch Toronto Tokyo with like the Blink Ravage. Like, Toronto Tokyo's probably going to be the top target for Saberlight to find with the Ravage, right?
But I mean, he's got this super defensive build, right? The Glimmer, the Gale Guard, the BKB.
He's playing sneaky.
I really like the way he's gone. And now, another break. So I was waiting to mention this one. 15 on Mira. They've got the Hex break now also for the Tide. So they got double ways to initiate onto Saberlight. Smoke up from Liquid. Ravage is back online.
See Nightfall.
Blowing everything
Drop the Ravage. He has got BKB. He'll get it off. He'll get his combo off, but they will kill him. Same time though, Toronto Tokyo is able to find Insane to the side, but this is a trade they'll take. Liquid.
Seconds.
Now, is that going to be enough to allow him to look towards the Roshan?
Don't think so.
Toronto Tokyo. He's going to find himself another support by the looks of it. Gets the setup on a Boxy. Boxy goes down. The Macropire catches Saberlight. He's just cleaning up again.
He's the true carry.
It certainly seems like at this game, he had a beautiful start in the lane.
And now they can get the Roche themselves. Even without Nightfall, they did have to blow literally everything
to kill him
this time.
And even then, he still was able to pop BKB, get his Avalanche toss off.
He still did, 3k damage or so. And yeah, that Roche, it's going to drop. Yeah, Toronto Tokyo truly is the real carry in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like the struggle right now for Liquid is they're only ever killing anyone. I feel like, honestly, for the majority of this game, right, with Ravage and Ice Blast.
Yeah, and it's never,
that's the only time.
Like it's going to be the case where Aurora clumps all 3 cores to get hit by it, right? It's always only going to hit one of them in those fights. Unless it's a huge slip up, it feels like, from Aurora. Mickey, 2,000 gold difference between him and the Tiny.
He's at the top.
So he's still farming super
Can
hard.
he carry this on his Nature's Prophet?
Would be insane. He's queuing up the Lincolns himself, so he does know what he needs.
He's got it. Yeah, someone's got to have it for him. And indeed, in his case, with the farm he's having, he's got to do it for himself.
I mean, this would be a pretty insane
if he carries
this. Able to do this on his own, because, yeah, as we said, his other cores are falling further and further behind. Nisha,
he's out.
Double Remnants. Aegis on Laurenov. Now harder for them to go for that individual pop. They can still go for Nightfall, but yeah, don't want to use that on Laurenov when he's got Aegis. Interesting.
What do we got?
He's keeping the manage route instead of taking the Whispers of the Tread. Maybe he's focused on other things at the moment, priorities in mind. On the Jakiro in particular, as you see. Refresher. Okay, well, you can handle one roar.
Yep.
What about a second? Well, you can't handle one roar.
No,
Maybe once you get a Lincoln's, you can handle one roar, but two of them. And overall, Lincoln's, it's, as I need to always mention, it's not as good as it used to be by any means a long time ago, right? Because they have a billion items, or a billion things that can break that Lincoln's, and then just throw the roar off.
It's just so much catch that we're seeing from Aurora's lineup. And it's paying off so far.
Yeah, he actually still keeps the mana draw. That's really interesting. I mean, it does scale throughout the whole game, even though it's a tier 1.
Sure, it's percentage.
Yeah, very, very cool. It does make so that Jakiro always has mana.
Now more lockdown, more control. Low enough with the Orchid. Another way to pop potential Lincolns, follow it up with the stun.
Push commencing. As we said, they take towers very fast if you do leave them alone even for a second. Ravage is back up and into this Aegis. Liquid looking to avoid. Looks like Lornoff wants to continue.
I'm in the mud as well, right? Yeah, 2.5 minutes on the Aegis, see what happens.
Yep. Force a reaction out of Liquid. They will start to get the reaction. Tide, Gush, they'll back away. Insania, looks like he, or sorry, Insania. Mickey almost is getting the top tower. He's got these treants constantly coming in. So very close to him claiming a tier 2. Might force a reaction.
Doing well on the levels, of course, so on track to, you know, we will see the level 25 this game. I don't think it's going to end before then. Can he keep this game alive for Liquid?
And can he do it on his own, right? They are going the Hex build again onto Saberlight, so not opting to go for like a refresher for the big double Ravage, just going for the single target. Thought this game he might actually just go for refresher, but
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
I'm trying to Tokyo. What does he want to go next?
maybe he'd get something to break the Lincolns, but he's kind of, you know, doesn't really have the slots for things just yet, so maybe he goes, eats Ags, goes AC.
He's
or
hunting for maybe solo setup potential.
I think a Hex is probably, you eat the Ags and get a Hex or something along those lines.
Oh, they're going to make the jump here.
Foxy.
Well, he's just gone immediately. Have to be a bit careful around Saberlight. They'll respect the fact that he has the Ravage. They won't try and push on for anything more. They'll settle for an easy kill and step out.
Shrine of Wisdom. Looks like it's going to be the call there for Aurora. Just looking to control the map. Going to take the one on the left side, also on the right side. Get that XP going for themselves. Fair bit of it, too. Onto the two cores. Mickey throws the scan. He was probably thinking about TPing to that left side if it didn't end up connecting. He TP's bottom, but there's actually a ward here. He wards his sentries, but they know.
He's got to get straight out.
Oh,
he's going to catch him.
That was so fast by Toronto.
And just in time, a moment later, they wouldn't have caught him. But Toronto, as I say, has been on top of his game today.
Dude, that was, I mean, it was within 0.3 seconds, I think he TPs. As soon as they see Mickey appear, it was instant. That was so fast by Toronto. And that's the big kill. 75 seconds that they can get the push going. The lanes now will be dealt with.
I mean, they might even be able to force the buyback.
It feels
what's
like
the response going to be here from Liquid?
I mean, they have a banner. The Aegis is getting reclaimed, but they kill it so fast. I mean, look how quick it was. Like, yeah, pretty much instant that they get on top of him.
Yeah, and good job he did it first. Of course, there was mass TPs coming in from his teammates, right? They needed him really in there first.
I mean, that was, wow. You know, we were already talking him up, how well he was playing in the series, but yeah, that's another level. Quick TP, and he's got the roar up again soon, and he's got the refresher.
I mean, how much do you sort of concede here, Liquid? You just let the mid-racks go? You just really don't want to buy back? Do you let 2 sets of racks go if they pressure?
I don't know about dropping 2 sets. You probably don't want to contest this one here,
Let's have a look, because they're setting up to pressure a second. 30 seconds, still without Mickey.
It's an expensive buyback.
You just let this go?
They want these Lincolns. They have one finished on Nisha. Ravage.
It's on to Toronto, Tokyo. Ice Blast as well. They throw everything down on the Beastmaster. It will kill him. Can they get more? With the Gleipnir under the 4 of them here, they'll try and chase the rest out. They'll BKB TP out. Nightfall gets away. I mean, it looks like the Shaman will die. So Miro dies, but the rest of them escape. They got what they came for. They got a second melee Rax. Didn't force out the Nature's Prophet TP, so at least for Liquid, buyback. So they're able to hold back on then Mickey's buyback. But objectives, damage is still done. And again, Ravage Ice Blast, that'll kill someone.
Only way that they can kill someone.
Only way.
Only way they can kill Core, say, yeah.
Sure, yes, yeah.
Yeah, Toronto getting a bit too aggressive there, jumping forward, gets caught out.
Okay, did they not see the gem?
I don't think they did, actually, because I didn't see the gem either.
Oh, no, they did. Boxy's got the curry out front.
Okay,
yeah, there we go.
And Mickey, I can see why he didn't want to buy back too, right? Like, he really needs Lincolns,
for sure.
right? He's like, we need Lincolns or I have no way to play this
I think so as well. You have to let those racks go down if you're Mickey. You don't buy back. It just kind of ruins your game too much. And your game is the most important thing right now.
Yeah, we see
Liquid
Nisha
have a chance to turn this.
He did go for that Lincolns as we kind of anticipated for him to either throw it onto Mickey or not as Nisha.
They've got ways to play around it, though. It's going to be out in time there with the Remnant. They're still looking to try and fight this, maybe. They know Nightfall's BKB is still on cooldown.
10 seconds until the beast respawns.
Looking for the setup. Nightfall should be going down here. Yeah, they'll catch him out alone whilst he hasn't got his BKB ready to press.
90 seconds. He spent his gold.
How much can they do with this?
They might be able to start poking this high ground out.
It's a long time.
Still is scary because of this Toronto-Tokyo Beastmaster. He's got a Yules. Okay, so he went a bit of a more defensive route, getting rid of his Glimmer Cape.
Still the rest of the team very strong. So Liquid have to be careful, even though there is no Tiny for a minute.
Phantom.
They really want to try and push this. I mean, at least force out the buyback that they think is there. Obviously, we know it's not. Liquid don't know this, though.
Saberlight. Ravage is back up in about 10 seconds.
They're definitely going to want to stick around. Toronto Tokyo does have the double roar at the ready.
Nice blast.
He's going to go in.
Goes the roar.
Put the BKB, but indeed Mickey's having to slide out. Now they turn towards Toronto Tokyo. Put the refresher, but he's caught in the sprout. He's in trouble. He's trying to get out of it. Saberlight moves forward. Toronto Tokyo trying to back up with the remainder of the BKB, but they'll catch him. He's dead. He doesn't have buyback either.
Oh my God, Liquid.
They're going to take this top set of barracks.
The quick Lincolns being thrown out onto him. He pops the Yules on him, but the BKB, he just couldn't get through it.
Oh.
Liquid opening up the opportunity for Mickey.
Level 25 now.
Oh. Game state has changed drastically.
Yeah, big shake up there with those 2 deaths on Aurora. Nightfall going down. Toronto Tokyo going down.
Look at the, I mean, we can bring up that win probability. It says a lot. That 25 NP really starts to change things. They even potentially can get this Roche. There's no Beastmaster for 50 seconds. They've got this Roche. And Saberlight, I believe that's his refresher. Yeah, he's going to have it done after this, too. Liquid, at the most important moments, have found some big catches. He actually gets a free refresher, too. So.
Oh, there we go. I mean, and not many teams have been able to deal with the pressure of a level 25 Nature's Prophet. We've seen this so many times before.
I mean, Mickey. They've been able to prolong this game to this state.
They have.
Aurora, they need to have another clean opportunity happen somehow with their whole 5, but they cannot have another mistake happen. Saberlight just has such ease into these team fights. He's actually going to pass over the refresher shard to Mickey for the double BKB, double Lincolns, and he's going to, because he just finishes up his home, and they can probably just look for this next fight. An amp damage on Nisha. Mickey actually says, you know what, Nisha? It's better off on you. He passes it over to him. Liquid has gotten to the point where team fights actually maybe look easier for them now than Aurora because of these Lincolns and these refreshers.
Yeah, they've been big game changers. Just had to get here.
And Saberlight has cheese too. Yeah, hard for them to even focus for him now too.
Well, they're looking at Toronto Tokyo.
They're
going to get the jump. They've got the Hex opening, Ravage into Ice Blast. Not a chance. He's out for 90.
Liquid playing this to perfection as the game progresses to this point. I mean, Nightfall, he's sneaking in to go for a Rax. It's just the ranged one. We'll be able to claim it. But the push commencing. Here come the trees.
See how much they can get done here, Liquid. Tier 3 gone.
And there's no Beastmaster.
Look at these trees. They're just...
Are they going to hit tier 4s?
I mean, the trees are that strong, aren't they? Fortification will come out. He does have buyback available now.
Those bounties, I mean, Mira with a heads-up play, smoking and actually grabbing the bounty from the enemy jungle.
Nightfall, that's the BKB.
Oh.
Had to use it there. Boxy was able to poke that out of him.
That is awkward. Liquid. He doesn't want to buy back. He's going to have
to. Got to. Mirror, trying for the wraparound. They're going to lead straight away and on towards the Tide. See if they can kill Saberlight. Time they can. Saberlight's gone.
Now the roar.
Another turn for more. They get the ice bar set up on towards Mickey. Toronto Tokyo moving in with the damage. Mickey to fall the once, but he's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2.
Nightfall.
Toronto Tokyo's got to be careful. Had to bounce away. Falling low whilst the ice blast is on him, and he will go down for 2 minutes. They get the ice bar onto Mickey again. Can they finish him off? Nightfall tried to close it, but Nightfall's dead. Buyback immediately from both Nightfall and Mirror. They have to try and punish Mickey.
Mickey, can he get out? Panto gets caught by the side. The calling is humongous. He clips him.
He's going to go for the TP out. Mickey's going to get out safely. They've gotten away with it, Liquid. They force out the 4 buybacks, and they get out alive.
He doesn't have the BKB to approach the fight, so he literally just has to like walk in and walk away over and over again.
Takes so much damage.
All right, Liquid, a masterclass of just waiting for this moment, waiting for mistakes from Aurora. Now they have time to just respawn. They had to commit so much for the Tide to ensure that he can't get these Ravages off, but then there's an Ember cleaning up and a Nature's Prophet getting all this everything off too, so you do get that Tide, but at this point now they're starting to deal the damage on these other cores. Liquid. 50 seconds. They're gonna have about 30-something seconds when the Tide respawns. Do have to deal with the tier 2 bottom, but Mickey, he's gonna shove the waves in. Pharasma is about to be done too. His damage has skyrocketed. Nightfall needs to find better approaches into these team fights. They need to have just simultaneous jumps at this point to deal with Liquid. They can't be the ones initiated on, and now they're at this huge deficit. Liquid, they're not even gonna go toward bottom. They've got the banner in the mid lane.
20 seconds until Toronto Tokyo's up. This tree is gonna take the buildings pretty quickly. As the tier 4s are gone, the Ancient's exposed. Amira's trying to start some sort of action on the backline, so drop the Serpent Wars down, but he's out for 100. Just doing everything they can to try and take their attention away from this. They're going to look with the jump on a Boxy, but indeed with the cheese that pierced the veil, Boxy's fine. Toronto Tokyo's going to be back in the game. Nightfall caught with the change. The Ice Blast, he's dead. He's gone. Toronto Tokyo jumping, gets the roar off onto Mickey, but they just don't have the damage. They've got to run. It's over. GG's called. Liquid able to hold out through a tough early and mid-game to turn this one around and take the game to victory.
What an unbelievable comeback, really, right? All around that bottom defense, isolating the Beastmaster, then getting so much more after that. Mickey, look at him. His Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, this is why they get him the Nature's Prophet.
Absolutely terrifying, but a ton of credit to Saberlight. I do have to give this Tidehunter clutch Ravages, bringing things back, the Ice Blast, the combos, it was there. Aurora probably kicking themselves a bit in this game.
Absolutely, they got the 2 sets of racks. They would have tasted victory after such an explosive beginning in this one, but yeah, Liquid able to shut them down and push this series to a game 3. 1-1 now between Liquid and Aurora.
Yeah, that one an absolute sickener for Aurora, so far ahead, and then obviously Liquid just battled back into it and able to tie up the series. So guys, what did you make of that one? I'm guessing you had to change your notes in preparation partway through.
So that was classic Liquid, but it was also classic Toronto Tokyo Nightfall, like Bet Boom days. So it's not that unexpected, but it was at the same time pretty unexpected after seeing game number 1. So it was a bit of, I'm still trying to regulate how I feel about this game, because I feel great that Liquid, they played so well in that mid game. They were so far behind, and they kept making these small rotations with the Ember, with the A, getting these small picks, just whittling their way back into the game.
We can literally see an example in this game of why you don't Nightfall, like how this play style can be punished by the good teams, because there's just that one time that he BKB TPs out. And, you know, sure. Okay, well, this fight I want to talk about, actually. This was really nice from Aurora, where they lost Nightfall, and they still won the fight with the Beastmaster. But then Toronto Tokyo dives into the base. They have to BKB TP Nightfall out, and then Liquid takes advantage of this, and they find him. This is what I mean. It's such a long cooldown, and if you're playing against a team that's this high caliber, they're going to find you. They're going to punish
this play.
And he had the false sense of security that he could get away with this, by the way, because that earlier team fight we watched in the highlight reel, where they went in without Nightfall and it was fine, but this is late game we're talking here. Like, he just got kited, and completely kited by the Sprout.
Yeah, I mean, they're just like,
And then this
it was like one bad moment into the next, and that's just kind of how you lose these games, right? So they caught Nightfall top, he died, so he's dead for 90 seconds. The correct choice here in most cases is just let that Rax die, right? And then you can take another fight. But sometimes these deaths just start to snowball out of control, and then Toronto Tokyo dies. It wasn't just a death. He uses BKB, refreshed, BKB'd again, and he just didn't have anything up. He's
in the trees.
He's just, yeah. And then after that, like, he dies bottom, and now all of a sudden you're in a situation where you're winning this game. You just took 2 sides of barracks. Now you're losing this game. And it's a hard thing to, like, watch as a spectator a lot of the times.
Sure.
Where it's just, like, it's frustrating, especially, like, you want these guys to succeed. You've seen this before. You don't want it to repeat. But it was just a rough game. I think Toronto Tokyo Nightfall had a little bit of frustrations in this one.
And obviously you've talked about it before as well. Sometimes volatile personalities, so it could have that like negative effect, because I genuinely feel we should be sat here now probably talking about a 2-0 to Aurora.
Yeah, I think their coach is going to, shout out to Nisha on the screen. Great stuff here.
Yeah, yeah, really well.
I think the coach of Aurora is going to have to do some therapy between the games. I don't think this is going to be a draft issue or a play issue. It's pure attitude. It's pure mental game. When he's blinking in like that on Toronto Tokyo, when Nightfall's having a BKB TP, Lornoff is having a BKB TP. If the vibes are already bad on the team because of one person, you might have other people getting frustrated with each other. Like at the end team fight there, we saw Mira Serpent Ward trapping Lornoff, and then he dies and has to buy back. Maybe he's frustrated. Maybe Mira makes this mistake because he's frustrated because of the vibes. So yeah, they got to talk. They got to chat.
Vibes important in Dota. Let's break down some other aspects of the game. I'll start with you, Clinton.
Sure. I mean, we already played the clips. I don't know if we're playing them again, but if we do,
we can.
All right, sure. Let's go ahead and break it down again, because like this game just really did come down to a couple moments here. Like the early game, let's talk about what Aurora did really well here. You're underneath your tower as a Tide, and you get solo killed by a Jakiro. And then not only does he get this one kill, he goes into another fight and almost gets another kill. And then top lane, this is like back-to-back here. This game's going great. This Beastmaster destroys A as we thought he would. And then in the top lane, Mickey dies. And this wasn't just his only couple deaths. This continued for about 5-10 minutes more. And Aurora just complete control this game. And all of us sat back there, was like, okay, Aurora, they're just going to stomp this game in 20 minutes.
Yeah,
they're primed to do so. But you have to give credit to Liquid as well. They were great on like holding it back. We got some more clips here of them just continuously diving Mickey in the top lane. It was an unmitigated disaster up here.
Yeah, it couldn't have started worse.
This is one of the issues with Nature's Prophet when there's 3 heroes playing into him in lane that all have stuns. Also, Ancient Apparition. I think that we were questioning at the end of the draft, like, well, this hero kind of gets run down, and he's getting run down, and it even spills over to
Nisha TP'd in as a level 5
You actually called it. You said that could be feed central, I think is what you said.
Yeah, and it was a absolute devastation of the highest degree, Clinton. I think you said that during the game. It's something you say a lot, and it was. Like, at that point, I was like, this game is over. But Liquid, it's easy to forget because you have a Dota player's mentality that they're just the most resilient team. And here we have the very first Nightfall.
Yeah, you were on Nightfall watch this.
I was waiting for it. Yeah, it tends to happen unless he's on the PA, which he's been on PA in every single game. So that was the first Nightfall. This one did not get punished, but Liquid saw it and they thought, okay, well, let's go on Nightfall here. Of course, they get a pick off from Toronto Tokyo because he jumps in, and then Lornoff and Nightfall both pull the Nightfall, which this is honestly fine. Like, I think this is a good play from them. I'm memeing here, but they should BKB and get out. However, when Liquid then translates that into an eventual kill on Nightfall, who doesn't have buyback, the entire game is blown wide open.
Yeah, I'd also like to, on that clip specifically, we saw the both course TP out, but what I did want to mention on that one was that was the beginning of the throw. Toronto Tokyo tried going behind, right? Yeah. He got hexed. This is your refresher BKB Beastmaster. He didn't have to go in there. He just had to watch Tiny hit the barracks.
You could just wait.
And then go back. And that is what caused Nightfall to have to BKB TP out. That caused the beginning of the throw as well. So unfortunately, this game really did come down to, I feel like, Toronto Tokyo being out of position in a lot of cases and Nightfall.
See, that's what I'm worried about, is because of that, they're going to blame each other. It's like
that's the problem.
It's like Toronto Tokyo is going to go, you didn't have BKB here because you BKB TP'd, or you got picked off when you didn't have BKB. And then Nightfall's going to go, well, you blinked into the base for no reason. We could have just ended the game. And we've seen this
That's a good argument, actually.
Yes. It's a decent, it's an okay argument, and that's the problem. Is I don't know if these
they're both wrong.
They're both wrong, and I don't know if these two can handle it because historically they haven't been able to.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out because we are going to take a break, and then we're going to go to a game 3. We'll see you in a moment.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Pudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yeah, they say acts of kindness are diminishing in this cruel, cold world in which we live in, but it was super nice of Aurora to throw Team Liquid a lifeline in this series. So we are going to a Game 3, and I don't know if we're going to see much different in terms of the draft, because ultimately I think Aurora are going to feel very frustrated that they weren't able to just see that one out based on the fact they'd done everything correctly, it seemed.
Yeah, I think this game is going to be very interesting because, like, you have one team who kind of got steamrolled, right? but inevitably won the game. How are they thinking about the game? Were they thinking the AA was good? Was it bad? Was the Ember good? Was it bad? What adjustments are they going to make? Do they think they can just like come back into the game? And the other side, you have Aurora, who played so well for 95% of the game, slipped up a little bit. Are they going to overcorrect the draft? Like, what discussions are they having? It's interesting, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're going to see a completely different game, I feel.
There will be a lot going on. I mean, obviously, it is the upper bracket, so you're not out of the tournament if you lose. It might not be the worst time for a Hail Mary or a curveball or something a little bit different.
Yeah. Let's just say what we expect.
Okay.
Okay, because I would say the most highly likely thing to happen, and I'm just going to say what everybody's thinking, is that Aurora is tilted.
Yes.
They're going to go into game 3. Liquid probably doesn't feel too good about that game, but they're the type of team to be fine with it, even if they lose. Like, you know, the whole Blitz thing. If they lose a game and he says, oh, you know, we're just friends, yada, yada. Like, this team they're known for this, right? I think game 3, Liquid is going to have a normal draft. Aurora's going to have a normal draft. Nobody's going to correct anything, and Aurora's going to get stomped. I think that they are tilted out of... I think they're tilted, but
let's see. I wonder if the camera guy can get over there. We'll see.
Yeah,
I want to have a look.
I'm curious too.
It's the amateur body language hour. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, no, Lornoff.
I mean, he just looks a little sweaty.
Yeah, I
mean, it was a long game.
It was a long one.
It happens, but I don't want to see the old, you know, Toronto, Tokyo, Nightfall kind of issues. I want to see them just squash the beef.
I want to see it later in the tournament. I want them to go farther.
You just want to see it no matter what.
Because they're fun, but I think it is fun to have the characters.
It's also worth noting there was a little bit of self-awareness in terms of the things they said during the media that they did. They did an interview and they said, look, we're going to be very happy with top 6. That's kind of where we set ourselves. Whereas obviously I think the roster is very exciting, but you can see it might have needed a little bit longer, you know, just to get everything clicking. Here we go. Oh, yes.
Oh, Toronto, Tokyo. He's not happy. He's fidgeting.
Like I'm bird watching right now.
He's fidgeting. He doesn't look happy.
I mean, of course he's not happy. Well, no one would be happy in his situation, right? Like, he owned that game. Like, you have to keep in mind, he played amazing. Like, far better than I expected him to play. And he dominated the game. And then just 2 major mistakes and the game's over. So, like...
That's all it takes?
That's all it really takes. And I think, in general, like, there's 2 ways to go about it. Either you don't realize it, and then you spread a little bit of that negative feelings towards your team, or you just compartmentalize and be like, okay, my bad, guys. Played a bad game. I'm hoping that is what he's learned throughout his career, to just look inward more and be like, my bad. I had a bad game. Yep. Let's fix it.
Right, well, the draft is about to begin. So we shall see what, if any, adjustments are made.
It's exciting, though. I mean, I can feel the tension. I can really feel it, because on one hand, you also have Liquid that is unbelievably resilient and not a team that you want to throw a lifeline to, right? It's like, this is a team that can be getting stomped 2 games, and 3rd game, they just straight up stomp you because they make these adjustments in the draft and they make these adjustments in their mentality and their play. Now, my question for them is, of course, they have Jabs. He does an excellent job when it comes to drafting, when it comes to analysis, but in terms of attitude and in terms of those big adjustments, I would say that this is a Blitz thing, mostly. You see this when they're drafting with Blitz, so I do wonder if he's, you know, calling in and talking to them, or if they can adjust without him. Especially with Nisha drafting now, too, right? It's like, this is different to other tournaments.
Got the exact same bands coming through from the last
Which is interesting, right? Because I think this NP, we talked about Liquid and how good they are with it. You could not have a better game against that NP. It's not possible. And you still lost, right? So they're really coming to the conclusion, we're not going to play a new game. We're going to play the same exact game, which heavily benefits Liquid, because you cannot have a better game than you did last game on Aurora. I refuse to believe it. It's impossible.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
you still lost.
Yeah, I mean, so far it is looking like a run back, so I don't know.
You're right. There's no like forward progress for Aurora, whereas for Liquid there is. they can make the adjustments. And I'm sure at the end of the laning stage, like when they were not doing so well, like they know exactly what the mistakes were.
Or they can just make a couple adjustments in the draft later on, right? So I hope this isn't just like sheer stubbornness by Aurora and being like, no, we win this game. We'll run it again. Doesn't really matter. We won't make those mistakes. But what they have to keep in mind is it won't be the same game. This is not the same game whatsoever.
I think if Liquid did run the same draft, I would also just pick the exact same draft. I mean, I felt like they completely outdrafted Liquid, to be honest. I remember at the end of that, they had the DK versus Ember. They had, you know, Jakira Beast, Tiny, like there's such strong lanes. They had a break mechanic and the Shadow Shaman. Like it all felt really good. But I really doubt that Liquid doesn't change a couple of like key heroes in this, which will mean that Aurora can't just draft the exact same thing.
I mean, there's not much you can change, right? Because like you pick the NP,
maybe the Ember.
Then there's like a Jakiro, which doesn't get banned.
Well, no.
And then Tiny gets picked, and then you pick Tide, right? So what are you picking instead of Ember?
This is the exact same thing. Probably not Ember. I would probably change the AA, actually. I think that's the one.
Yeah, so the Ember and AA are probably the only ones you really wanted.
Yeah,
change
maybe Ember, but definitely AA.
I think I'll go back. I'm going to repeat myself. Well, Tide or Bad didn't look good here.
Yeah.
Maybe a Mort.
I mean, we could have actually just played back the previous segment. And
yeah, I mean,
had some time off.
Literally nothing has changed. Yeah. Not a single pick. This is potentially where something. Nope. This is potentially where something may change.
Okay.
Oh, there's a change.
Oh, they take the Tiny.
All right.
Okay.
So what's the thought process behind that one, Jenkins?
Oh, let me think that one through. I'm lost here. What do you think?
Horse noises don't help me.
Well, so I think Tiny plays into blind matchups way better than Ember does. You're taking away this Tiny Jakiro lane, which Tide struggled immensely against in the last game. NP is still open to be flexed to any role at this point. So their draft, unlike last time where you knew Tide was off lane, you most likely know Mickey will be playing the NP. I think Nisha can play NP as well, so that could be a mid in case you do get Huskard here. Now you oftentimes get yourself in a situation where I think this Tiny just leaves so much uncertainty where Liquid are putting which characters. And Mickey is really good on this carry Tiny as well. And Nisha is insanely good on the mid Tiny. Yeah. And I think it just really comes down to you can't commit to hard counter this.
You know, it also forces Nightfall to play something different. Like in the previous draft, and this one of course too, we see a lot, like the two main heroes that he's been playing getting banned out. The other ones we decided like weren't that good for him. Tiny looked fairly decent for him. Now he has to play something new.
Yeah, well, as Clinton pointed out as well, like what was it? The third and next one was Doom. Carry, you said
that he played. Yeah,
not so good.
Not so good.
I mean, he's mainly just been spamming Ursa and PA.
I guess if you think it's Tiny, if you know it's a Tiny mid or a carry, you can go Lifestealer. Oh, they take the AA.
They're just stealing heroes at this point. So I guess now you can kind of like hard commit what you want to do with your position 3, because I don't think any of these heroes are gonna be position 3 for Liquid. So you can take your Saberlight hero now. I honestly think the Tide was fine in every single game. It didn't do well in the laning stage, but I think that really wasn't just because the lane was too hard. I feel like they just got outplayed a little bit on the lane. So if they, famous quote here, play better, I think the lane will just go a little bit better this time around. I don't hate it.
I do like, though, if they do pick the Tide, then Aurora can run Nightfall on the DK in the safe lane. And I think it'll do very well against a Tide Hunter. And then that leaves Lornoff open to getting a last pick, which means Liquid would have to ban out the Huskar, leaving, potentially other picks for Nightfall if they want to just run the DK mid. It gives them options in the draft if the Tide does come out. Maybe that's too 5-head and you just think like, okay, well the Tide.
Do you want Saber to be open to playing any of the heroes picked already? Is I guess the question.
There was a time where he would play Nature's Prophet, but it was a long time ago.
Is that better than Tide? All right, well, they'll keep it open. So Right now, we don't know where Tiny's or NP is going to be. The only thing we do know is Morta and Silencer most definitely supports in this game. I still think they need a Saberlight hero. I mean, he can play NP, as mentioned.
I feel like the Silencer is more like the reason we saw AA last game is because Insania hasn't played that many heroes in this tournament, and he just happened to get last pick. So like, okay, what can we pick for him? And that's why they give him the Silencer here, because it was probably going to get banned. This is one of like the 4 heroes that he's played. So I feel like the AA was not, this is a perfect AA game. He was just thinking like, what can I pick that's okay in this game that's like a decent last pick? And he'd rather just get one of his 4 heroes.
I mean, yeah, the AA looked good in the late game, but it looked terrible in the early game. So
yeah,
I think they want to skip past that atrocious early game and get something more stable for that mid game. And they banned the Baden here. I mean, it makes sense. And Tide, those are the 2 heroes we talked about last game being picked for Saber. So same mindset as those being the best offlaners for this game. This is where potentially you come up with something new and cool.
Yeah, he's going to either have to be Primal Beast or something new. And Primal against DK, not that good. You trample in the lane and he just stuns you. Even in the game, it's just BKB piercing disable and the Beastmaster as well. Primal loves to build BKB.
I mean, I know you didn't like the DK versus Tide, but like I don't know if there's anything better than that. So they chose not to go for it. They went the Silencer instead. So I honestly maybe want to see like some Mickey Terrorblade or something and just throw Tiny mid and just... Oh, TB got banned. Never mind.
Yep.
They're afraid of the TB. They think the DK is going mid. This is the beauty of DK on second pick, you know? It can be a good carry. We all know it's a great mid. So they're more afraid of the mid DK here, and they're going to ban out some of the carries. This is an interesting pick, because I'm looking at Liquid's draft right now, and it doesn't look very good. It definitely looks a lot worse than Aurora's in the grand scheme of things. But they always find to make things happen whenever they have Tiny or this Nature's Prophet in their draft. But I'm really worried about Saberlight and what he's going to play. There's so many offlaners that are banned, and they're just going to default to a Sand King. Does give him some team fight. But yeah, Tiny Sand King, these heroes run into one problem. And it's if you can't get kills around that 15 to 20 minute mark, you'll never get kills in that 15 to 20 minute mark because they're just these blink initiators that have mainly magic burst damage.
Do you think the Nature's Prophet mid-flex prevents Lornoff Huskar here as a last pick?
We've seen Huskars destroy Nature's Prophets mid.
We have, but
so
I'm not sure.
I'm going to say no, it doesn't. Not at all. I mean, you can still play it. I don't think it's bad. I think you probably are looking for a mid here because I think this DK... Or maybe be fighting in a safe lane. I don't think if there's any better carry, is there?
Maybe also he could just play his Pango. I mean, it's against Silencer, Sand King, Tiny. They're all like magic damage. You can roll through the Muerta bullshit on the ground too.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what Aurora picks here out of those reasonable picks, unless they go outside of that realm, their draft looks incredibly solid yet again. It's just going to come down to, is their play going to be just as solid as the last game? Those are where the question marks will be.
Yeah.
Hanging. And they'll pick a carry. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, this is fine as well. DK is going to go mid. Probably not going to be contested by NP or the Tiny. It'll be like a trade farm type of lane.
Yeah, let's see who's playing what. I'm curious. I mean, I just love to see Mickey on the Natures in general.
You know what I really love about Aurora's draft is you have Jakiro and AA, and you have 3 stunning strength cores in the front line. I think whenever you do play these type of heroes, having that setup stun really makes or breaks your game.
Oh, no, he's happy.
Yeah, I know.
He's happy.
I mean, his draft is good.
That's a good...
Tilt watch is over for now.
The Liquid is done for. You got a happy Toronto Tokyo against you. That's a rare sight to behold after losing a game like that. Wow.
Wow.
All right, what do we think here?
I think Aurora's draft is just way better.
I think the drafts are all series. I think they've really been definitely done the homework.
Second pick has been winning more than first pick this patch. And I think you just have a lot more options. There's a lot of good flex picks like this DK that put you in advantageous position in the first or second pick. So
I think Liquid has their options though. They do have a ton of damage between the SK, the Tiny mid. Like this is really good magic burst. legitimately all of their heroes do damage, and they have good team fight. Silencer, Global Silence, Sand King.
Mickey is playing Tiny.
Yeah, it's Mickey Tiny. You know, if Nisha can get like an early start, he can show up to every fight as well.
Well, look, guys, we need to stop talking because we've got Slacks on the sidelines again.
It's shut up. I'm here with Jabs, everybody. Welcome to the interview once again, Jabs. So good to see you here again. I got really worried that last game. Felt my heart was palpitating. Did you deserve to win that game, you think?
No.
Okay, tough, but happy you did, though, right?
Of course.
All right, we got a lot to talk about with this draft. Silencer, Sand King, they stole your precious AA. I need to hear your thoughts. What would you give the enemy's draft in this one? 1 out of 10, 10 being the best.
I mean, so clearly we saw A dominate the last game, so they had to steal it. But it was our master plan. Now they took the bait. They're playing A, and we're just kind of chilling. We got Silencer. I think they didn't expect us to pick it because Beastmaster kind of covers it, but I think it's just kind of good for us against this team. So we're running it anyways, and the guys are happy. You know, winning a game like that, I feel like the vibes are good.
Okay, I can feel that. Would you recommend kids at home pick Silencer? I mean, this is a hero we don't see too much these days.
I think we see the hero quite a lot, unless I'm like tripping. But yeah, pick the hero. It's like fun. You steal people's intelligence. You become very smart. Might help you in real life too.
Yeah, help these interviews out a little bit.
It would help you.
Okay, that's very cute of you. It's great interviewing you. I really like it.
Yeah, I mean, you're forcing me to.
And there we have it. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's go ahead to our game with the casters.
There we go. We'll let Jabs go free, and Stacks won't be able to keep him hostage anymore. There we go. Game 3.
Sorry, Jabs.
Coming up here. Aurora versus Liquid. And indeed, as we heard there from the main man, Jabs himself, didn't feel that that last game was going to be theirs, but it was Fog. They got the win.
I mean, that's what happens sometimes, you know? It doesn't matter if about on paper, you know, that's what, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter. Either way, yeah. Let's see. Different cup of draft, but Aurora, I am with Fear again. It looks like a really strong approach. Liquid deviating a little bit here, going for the Sand King, which has only been picked once this tournament and did not look good. So let's see if they can make it work. They also have Toronto Tokyo playing his Beast again. He has switched his facet this time around, so it looks like he's maybe going down the Helm of Overlord route so that he can increase the pace a little more rather than going for kind of carrying from the offlane. Even though he did play really well in that last game, 1 or 2 small mistakes were, I mean, kind of big mistakes, to be honest with you. But those added up massively for Liquid, and they were able to take the game. So let's see if the adjustments are made from Aurora for this game to close it up. And he is queuing up the Helm of Overlord immediately. It's very good. It's similar concept, like I was saying, the Silencer as like an AA in terms of like the weakness in the lane. Nice deny on the board there before that tree hits it.
So, because all in all, you'd imagine this is going to be Aurora trying to play to the same timings as Game 2.
Yep.
Like they're just looking to run it back.
Yep. Looks very. They're just like we through. Like that's kind of what they're saying right now. Insania.
What's he got?
I mean, he's very low. He has a boar on him. He's an AA auto attack flying through the air.
Oh.
He might be dead. It's gonna be close.
Let's have a look. Let's do the maths here.
There's an auto attack. There's a boar attack. Perhaps there's still a little bit of a blood grenade slow. He looks like he might take out. We'll see.
Is it because the boar is about to shoot out another attack? Or
I think it's a little out of range, but you see the AA projectile is in range, is flying right now.
So what about where's the boar's at? It's just hit.
It's too far, so it hasn't attacked. Yeah, it just hit before. I think he might live because of the armor from the tower. He's at 7, so we'll see. It's gonna be close.
I don't know.
If he gets a second hit, he dies, but if he doesn't, I think he might live. Either way, we'll see.
I think he's dead.
Okay.
Because even if he doesn't die, can't they just like run the boar under the tower and then mirror in a few seconds can get off another chilling touch?
It's 8 seconds on.
That's
a long time. We'll see. Either way. This is definitely going to be another one of those where it's a Beastmaster versus either a Silencer or an AA in lane. Can definitely be a problem. They adapted, though. It's not the Nature's Prophet in the lane versus the Beastmaster. They switched the Tiny, so they want Mickey to have a better start of the game. Sure, he was able to make the godly recovery in that last game, but you heard it from Jams himself. That probably wasn't supposed to happen. But so there's a change of the mic.
Change of the mic,
on
okay.
Nightfall.
Okay, we'll get that sorted.
And let's see how Nightfall is able to do on the Sven. We saw Mickey the other day really struggle in the lane, but that was versus a very difficult lane. This one, it looks like Nightfall should be set up for more success.
Yeah, I mean, do you like Sven at the moment?
Yeah, it's natural to way to rotate because your Ancients are right under you, right? Yep. So you can like go through the Ancients, go through the portal, take the other Ancients. There's a lot of cool things. And I think Fear was talking about this a lot, and I think a lot of us has been, is spellcasting supports are really, really strong at the moment as he puts the tree down to protect himself.
He's dead.
And then
First blood for Mira.
Good call. And he denies the boar as well. Couriers, ooh, almost able to snipe that one also on Mira. In this top lane, it shouldn't be as bad for Mickey by any means himself, but Insania very likely to have a very difficult start again. Mid matchup, Lorinov, he should do pretty, he should free farm in this one versus Nisha. See if there's going to be extra denies that Nisha's able to get with that Treant though.
And on this bottom lane then, with the last pick Sand King, so what is it about the Sand King that sort of bumped him down the list of priority when it comes to looking for an offlane hero? Like, what does he not do really that so many of the other offlane play styles can offer right now?
He just feels very, I don't know, his lane feels weak and he feels slower, a lot slower than he was before. He used to feel like he could actually pressure in the lane, get the caustic plus stingers going, but nowadays I think the 5 positions are maybe just too good for him. I'm not sure. He just really feels like he suffers way too much in the early game. And it takes him really long to get online. But we'll see, because it's Saberlight. I think the reason they want for it is because it's his comfort, right? It's one of his most played heroes. He absolutely loves to play it. And maybe they didn't think that the other option that the panel was talking about was as good as one, right? They were mentioning the Primal Beast.
So far, definitely the slower start being that for Toronto Toko. I guess okay, he does have a pretty big wave with him here, so that will get him in good spot.
And the next wave, it's, Insania's pulling it, but it's the kobolds, so it's not really a one that's going to deny any of it. It's just going to move the lane positioning, but might not even move the lane positioning much because of this double wave that Toronto's built up. See if you can get all the last hits under the tower.
One in lane.
Panto.
It's going to be saved in. Nightfall holds back the 2 of them with the stun.
Being able to get aggressive onto the Jakiro is a big deal in the early game. As we've seen, this hero has secured almost every single one of the lanes as this 5. But so far, Saberlight's having 11 CS. Mira?
I want to try for him. Throwing down the blood grenade, but I can't stay on target.
Lotus. Got an avalanche, but not going to be able to get over there versus Toronto. Silencer, yeah, it's a little better, right? It's like the Tiny is better in the lane versus the Beast and the AA, and the Silencer is better than the AA was before versus the Beast too, because he can actually trade a little more effectively. Of course, later down the lines, the summons are still an issue, but seeing Mickey, 13-2. Fairly decent time. Nisha actually the one ahead in these little bit of denies that he's been able to get versus Lorinov in this matchup. Another one actually that he gets there.
And do you like that Liquid switched that up then this time around, have Nisha on the Prophet instead so they can fit the Tiny in the safe lane?
Yeah, I think that was the whole adaptation. Like, Mickey doesn't want to start 0-4. I think he started 0-4 if I'm not mistaken, or 1-4 in that last game. So I think just wanting to have a better early game. Because that last game, Aurora completely took over the game. So I think overall Liquid does want to not be so far behind to start. Saberlight.
Try and turn here with help of Boxy.
Nice
dead shot in. Panto should be going down above the stick charges, but Saberlight's got him.
Fantastic body blocks. Yeah, he's having a very good lane so far. 19-3, same as the Sven. Better than his counterpart of the Beastmaster. And Boxy also has 8 last hits himself, so they actually have 27 last hits down here on the 2 of them. Some might be small creeps, but either way.
Very close start so far. Nobody getting bullied out of the lanes, but we saw last game it was very clear that Aurora had the edge on all 3, but this time round, Liquid, they're matching.
Yeah, that little pivot, right, like you were mentioning. The Tiny in the mid, or the Tiny in the top lane and the NP in the mid is making that difference here. Just better matchups across the board. Insania chasing away Mira. Mira will be able to get the stacks. Does he get both? Looks like he will. So will Boxy, so. He actually does not get both on Mira. Boxy did get both, though. Similar efficient moves as Saberlight will be able to go back to those Ancients. That's another thing, too, that people, I think, when they're playing versus Sand King, they started to block his Ancients every time, and then he started struggling more, too. Going in aggressive, Saberlight.
He's going to turn towards him. They'll get the stun on him. Saberlight. He should go down. Yep, Panto will finish the job, and the room will be there for Nightfall to survive.
Panto. They're pinging, I think, for the Nature's Prophet, perhaps. Nisha is very close to level 6. Wrath of Nature is going to be online. This could catch them off guard. Nightfall sitting at 300 HP. He's getting that healing up, though. Here comes the bounces.
It's not enough to kill him, but it will be enough to bring Panto low enough for Boxy to finish him off with a dead shot.
I think the first Wrath of Nature always catches people off guard. It just, especially if it's a mid laner, it comes so early. does force Nightfall all the way back to base, though.
Middle tower is under attack.
Rune, Mira will be able to at least grab it. This is actually a rare situation where it's neither heroes that actually have a bottle in the mid lane.
Well, they're going to bring the extra support up top to maybe see if they could get the chance to pressure.
That pressure is starting to build up. Now that the levels are there for Toronto Tokyo, it's about to hit 5. You're starting to feel like Mickey is having a bit more difficulty stepping up. Insania as well. He's got boots, but it's a 700 HP silencer. If he gets caught on at all, he's just dead. Here comes the push. Get the drag. But they're holding that wave there. They have the board, they have the summon. Trying to continue applying pressure on this tower.
See what Liquid can do to sort of peel this off. That
Wrath is up in, what, 10 seconds? Maybe that'll be the call for them to try.
And maybe even looking to make a play down bottom whilst they know that the supports aren't there for Nightfall.
Lornoff is going to start hitting the mid tower. So Nisha, he can't really leave this lane. Which doesn't have to either. He can just always commit that Wrath to assist his allies. One for one shrine. I feel like for the first time today, I'm not seeing the first shrine contested by one side. And those stacks, they are at the ready. So what, a triple stack on the hard camp, I believe a triple on the Ancients also. And they're, yeah, just Sandstorm. And I'm seeing Boxy doing the tech that I was talking about. I'll wait for it in a second as they go on Mickey top. Yeah.
Mickey steps out a little bit, and it's enough for them to close in upon him. TPs are coming over, but they can't keep him alive. Mickey falls. It is a big connection now on all three of the heroes with that Nature's Wrath. Enough to take out the Chikira, dead shot onto Mira.
Massive.
They get the cleanup, Liquid.
So, I'll mention it because this is exactly what they're doing. I talked about it the other day, but Boxy's keeping the Courier on top of the Ancients. So he's giving vision so that the bounces will be maximum whenever bounces to those heroes. So you saw how much damage Nisha did. It was pretty much max damage on every single one of those bounces. A lot of people, I've mentioned it like twice the other days, but yeah, a lot of people talked about this tech at TI where you just leave a Courier over some neutral camps so that those extra bounces come out. And even, you see how Mickey's doing it too. So look at Mickey's Courier actually up in the dire jungle around the river. You see his Courier kind of floating there too to scout.
Bringing TPs in on the mid. Lornoff's going to step on the for Boxy, but he gets to pierce the veil off, and backups come in. Stabilize got the epicenter closing in over the walls. Lornoff burst strikes there. They bring the dragon down.
Great moves. I mean, Boxy. Did he dodge the stun? I mean,
he did, yeah, with the pierce the veil.
Pierce the veil, right? Very nice move. Liquid responding accordingly. Nisha having a explosive start here. Top of the net worth. Mickey is slowed down again on the Tiny, but it's Nature's Prophet is having an infinitely better start than that last game. And it is Nisha playing it this time. TP's coming in. Considering for Tokyo, but opts against it.
Yeah, wasn't too happy with the setup from Mickey. If they can get him with the curse, though, and that might be a bit more appealing for Nisha to follow up on.
I mean, Insania a little bit low on mana, but if he sees the angle, perhaps. Panto is TPing up as well. They're calling for Boxy.
Yeah, they're ready to go for this to get the Avalanche. Nature's Wrath comes in. Toronto Tokyo. It's another kill to be found here for Liquid. They're making the moves now. And getting away with these plays. And as of yet, Aurora not really able to quite match the pressure here in this early game.
It's a much different game. It feels like from Aurora how they want to posture aggressively. Toronto has been slowed down. Even though Mickey has been slowed down, the adaptation in that lane is definitely working. Nisha very farmed in. Yeah, the Couriers, they keep moving them. They're just going to keep doing it. So I'll try to keep track of them whenever they're scouting the neutrals to get those maximum bounces on the side of Liquid. And Saberlight's been left alone for some time. He got to get his Vanguard. He's got phase boots finished up. So he's going to be pretty tanky.
I mean, because with these early plays coming out from Liquid, what's sort of Aurora's first attempt at trying to go for actually going to be looking like? Are you just looking towards the Blink Dagger tunnel?
Yeah, low enough Blink.
Really? Yeah.
They'll have the synergy with Blink, and they have the Helm of Overlord for Toronto Tokyo, but not easy for them to just set up for these pushes versus the farm that the Sand King has at this moment. He does get found alone bottom.
He's got the Burrow Strike, but yeah, won't save.
Yeah, overall, the way that Liquid can defend towers this game, it's much easier. They can either have the Sand King just sitting there in the Sandstorm, they have the Wrath bounce through, and then they have much better ways to follow up. Much better early game from them, and they just continue to get these stacks going. Nisha is very farmed. Matching the Sven still at this moment. Nightfall has been left alone for quite some time. So he is top 2 net worth, still having a very solid start to this game. There's a lot of things that can trip him up, though. You know, Liquid does have a lot of disables this game. And Saberlight ahead of his counterpart. You know, he's having a better start than Toronto Tokyo.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bottom lane, Aurora. They're probably not going to want to turn up and try and defend this.
They're going to make
Panto's out.
Blink. They want to find Nisha in particular, but if they can find Mickey too, that works.
Yeah, either of them works for them.
Yeah. The line is drawn. As soon as they see Mickey, because they see him, they're probably going to go for him.
It's the safer play.
Yep.
Let's go for the guaranteed opportunity.
3, 2, 1, blink.
There we go. Dragon Tail, Ice Blast, Ice Path. Nothing to be done. Mickey goes down.
Nightfall. On the flip side, they are scouting him. Insania does see him. They don't have a blink to close the gap, though. He'll be able to get himself away. Tower will drop.
Look at the trade top.
And they might get the trade mid, too. Lornoff just blinks forward to hit the tower with that M damage. Liquid looking to set up a gank instead of trying to defend the mid tower. They want to shut down Toronto Tokyo more. Slow down the speed of that Helm of Overlord, since he has shown that he's going down this route this game with both his facet and the build.
Can they get that catch, though?
They don't have a blink, so it's a little difficult for them to
sort of
close
a walk
the gap.
up and burrow strike, really.
Yeah, and he breaks on Saberlight. They'll settle for Panto. Toronto Tokyo will say thank you to his Jakiro, tanking the gank.
Dire are scanning.
Mick is struggling, though. Nisha is having a really good time, but yeah, Mickey's farm, it has been slowed down a lot. Seeing him, between him and the Sven, is what, almost nearly 3,000 gold difference. Nightfall, able to just hit these Ancients freely. So far, not getting contested much at all. He's almost level 12 also. And Nisha, he's going to be the true carry.
He really is, right. That's the thing. You know, even if the Tiny doesn't have this crazy net worth,
it's not that
big. Your Nature's Profits at the top, you're in a happy spot.
I mean, last game, too, they were just losing control of the map quite quickly. This time around, they've stabilized things early on. It's 14 minutes, and they've only lost the 1 tower. I think Saberlight might... I don't know if he finishes the Halberd. I kind of want him to get the blink before it. Then they can look to make aggressive plays on their own. Otherwise, they kind of have to make the counter moves in most situations until he has a blink.
I guess it depends. Maybe they feel that they don't need to be too proactive because they do have this Nature's Prophet.
Saberlight. And they close the gap. The blink gets cancelled. But he's still going to get caught.
Global. That should give indeed time for Saberlight to be perfectly fine, and indeed with the dead shot coming in, they'll actually end up picking up a kill themselves. So able to keep their Sand King safe and get the opportunity to find a kill. So at the same time, top, they get the Sprout onto Toronto Tokyo.
He's
used the Roar to try and get away, but indeed the Avalanche comes in. He'll go down. Liquid.
Heads up moves. Nisha able to contribute in both sides. That Wrath, and then being able to just TP top. He's got the Mjolnir done, and slowing down the momentum more and more of Toronto Tokyo. That Helm of Overlord is getting delayed.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tormentor, 15 seconds.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Liquid can set up for it a bit easier, it feels like, at this moment, just because the NP can TP in and the rest of the team is in the area. What's the next call for Aurora gonna be? There's the blink for Saberlight. I do like that he did this instead of Halberd first. You can still go Halberd afterwards.
Sure.
Yeah,
just having it ready for the next team fight.
You always want somebody with a blink dagger when you have global on your team. Like it just synergizes so well for the blink initiations. Playing in the area here, waiting for his team to be able to join over. And for Aurora, looks like it's just going to be farm till BKBs on the 2 cores and go with Helm of Overlord with that. An Ice Blast being sent toward that Tormentor. Actually had a pretty decent time as well, too.
Oh, this might be
pretty big one.
Quite annoying, yeah. Careful now.
They got to stop it.
Yep.
Can they swing down?
He's probably going to...
It's close.
My goodness, he took a couple of hits there from being in the AoE of that Tormentor. But will survive.
And now they can swing down themselves. The Helm of the Overlord is coming, and that was a huge...
Yeah, that might have just done it for giving them a chance of having the ability to challenge the Tormentor.
Yeah, they might be able to get it themselves now. Arcane Rune on the Sven, Saberlight. So be careful how he shows himself here. There's the scan, Liquid. Expects this move to come. They're going to bring backup.
See what they can find first here, Aurora.
I mean, this is all of Aurora.
Saberlight's on the high ground. Oh, he's going to jump past them. He's able to get away with the burst strike, but no, Lornoff's able to follow up with the Dragon Tail stun.
Now it's awkward, though, Lornoff.
Ice Path holds back Saberlight. He can't get in range with this Epicenter.
Oh, that secondary stun from the Ice Path still lingering. He waited to pop it. That is an Epi used. Aurora? Still hesitant to make the play. Liquid looking for the fight themselves. They have full information. This ward scouting everything.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And they didn't find it. They only found the sentry, so Liquid's getting the wraparound.
They're going to look towards Nightfall. Global silence, pop everything on towards the carry, trying to eliminate the Sven. They've got him. Nightfall's gone. And they could try and turn for more. Panto to get caught. Aurora, they have to run.
That ward, it's beautiful. And the catch, Toronto.
Okay, dead shots there. They
got a stun.
For the Twin Gate, they will. Again, Boxy.
What a shot.
Indeed, max range there, coming in, clipping him around the Twin Gate.
And now they'll get the Tormentor. The AA Blast is coming again. Is it going to be able to get some cleanup hits?
Oh.
Not quite.
I mean, it's still going to be annoying.
It'll be annoying, but they're fine.
But indeed, they'll survive through that. And Boxy, we see these Muerta players nowadays, they're just a little bit too good.
And this ward in particular, right? The one that it lasted full duration. That was placed from Insania earlier.
He's going to get the jump on mid. Nisha. That's going to be a free and easy one there for Lordoff and Panto. Something here for Aurora to find a bit of a strike back.
First time Nisha gets caught. Top of the net worth will get slowed down. Can they turn it into more? Aurora? Ideally wanted to catch another one, perhaps with this DK, but looks like it's not going to be the case.
Yeah, difficult now with the Halberd complete on Saberlight. Will be ready to turn and stop them from being able to finish them off, whether it's Lornoff or Nightfall.
And Nisha, he knows that there's vision there. He actually is calling it as we see that TP.
The dead shot.
Boom. It's a beauty. Saberlight chasing away Aurora out of the jungle. Team is connecting. Global's down for 20.
Saberlight's
Nightfall.
He's going to walk right up into them.
His BKB is being delivered.
They have the avalanche.
But he's already dead.
Combo, and he's gone.
And he popped the BKB.
He did. That was rough. I mean, they have to try and bail everyone else out of it. They're able to use the Roar to try and run Aurora. They do end up getting Saberlight. So it's something, but yeah, a bit of panic there for Nightfall, who's just sort of walking around in front of them all.
He got he got hit for way too much damage before he was able to get it off. He got Avatos comboed into a huge Wrath of Nature. He was at like 20% HP, pops it and dies instantly. That's the first BKB usage by both him and Lornoff. Lornoff will at least get the kill on the sinking, as we said, but that hurts Nightfall. I mean, he had a rough game last time on the Tiny overall in terms of like how the game was. He's, Toronto Tokyo was having such a good time. This time he's 0-2. Still, he's very farmed.
Yeah.
Back-to-back getting caught.
And just the overall gap between anyone and Nisha, it's only going to keep growing. Liquid and their Nature's Prophet players, pretty good at winning the games.
Smoking up. They know those BKBs are still on cooldown. They're going to look for another grab. They have Epicenter. They have Global. Lornoff, they saw him. They're cutting him off. He's looking pretty dead.
Yeah, BKB still cooldown for 25 seconds. Good Sprout blocks off any chance of him cutting his way to safety. Lornoff's gone.
Liquid playing very clean here. Aurora starting to get a bit sloppy here. They've got to be careful in these next few moments. Got to be careful with these BKB usages in particular. And Roche shifting toward bottom.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Liquid still have, for the next fight too, they will have that Global still available.
They will. They're not even have to use everything to make these moves right now.
And they're going to get the Roche themselves versus that Beastmaster draft, so things continue to look up and up for Liquid.
I mean, what's the play from Aurora going to be? I mean, that first BKB, as we said, did not go great. Did they just have to try and get out again around the BKB on Nightfall?
Yeah, I mean, they ideally wanted to have a big timing with the Helm of Overlord plus double BKBs, but it's just not been the case. Liquid has actually just been controlling the state of the game, even when they got those timings. And now they've got an Aegis on Mickey. He's not that easy to bring down by any means. Now at this point, he's 2,800 HP, and he's got this Aegis. He's gonna have the Yasha finished up too. He's gonna be able to start joining a lot easier with this team. Things definitely starting to feel a little problematic for Aurora. I'm wondering what that next timing is. I believe, is that a pipe coming up? Toronto Tokyo has completely pivoted his build, right? Rather than going for like the Ags full carry kind of stuff, he is like a support cast Beastmaster this time around.
And all the more pressure onto Nightfall and Lauren off to be that sort of scaling carry. And Toronto Tokyo wants to sort of put his stock in just keeping the team alive.
Let's see where they want to go. Another catch. Another kill. Can perhaps look to pressure here. Nisha still in the area with the tree. Maybe he just farms, actually.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Getting more out of the map here as time goes by. Liquid actually shifting also to perhaps make another move. Maybe expecting that they can find Nightfall. Hey, Nightfall. They might run right into him. They saw him for a second.
Catch, yeah, they know roughly which direction he's farming within.
Seems to know himself. He's joining his team. Perhaps they're going to smoke themselves. They've got the pipe timing, so now they do have another big one on Aurora. That pipe.
They've got a chance to turn.
Double BKBs.
Yeah, if they can get the God String for the BKB off, they can fight back Aurora.
It isn't Aegis though, so it does make that extra element of which target you want to prioritize with the AA blast.
Foxy. Foxy. Do Liquid just want to let Foxy die?
They throw the roar out. Okay. We wanting to ensure that he does get brought down. Nightfall gets a good kill streak from it.
The dust on Mickey. Nice connection as well. So they won't go for the blink.
It's Aurora used just for a 4 position. Probably need to just back up and farm. Yeah, I don't think you can go for another play without the roar available.
Highly likely that Liquid can look to just try and get back at them, especially when Boxy's back up in 10.
Yeah, they've got everything available. They've got global, they've got all the team fight, and
okay.
Toronto Tokyo.
He's gonna find the setup. Nisha in with the follow-up, the pipe. It's not gonna save him.
Feels like the Liquid hits just are hitting just better every single time in comparison to Aurora. Finding those bigger kills. BKB soon to be finished for Nisha. They were able to get a sneaky ward down, Aurora, while they did make that smoke movement before. I wonder if it's going to get taken out. Looks like Boxy might know.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Maybe not. He's just stacking. Just kidding. Bottom tower drops. The Tiny and the Nature's Prophet able to quickly clean that one up. No response from Aurora.
Maybe looking to play around this ward here.
Anto.
Submarine doesn't want to go yet. Meanwhile, Lornoff does get the jump kill onto Boxy.
Nisha TPing in. Mira not going to be able to TP out. Lornoff.
They can punish.
He doesn't have TP for 5 seconds.
He's going to put the BKB.
He has no mana.
Now, but indeed, he's trying to tread switch, but it's still not enough mana to TP.
He is caught as well. Not worth it. They get the 4 position, but they reveal their ward, and they both get killed for it.
And they're using the BKBs. Bottom. Okay, he's pretty far, but he's got an Aegis.
And he's got global coverage.
And indeed, he's got the global. Nisha's ready to TP over and help out. Mickey will get the toss back into the Avalanche, keeps them held back. Nightfall trying to come in from the side, puts the BKB, gets it with the God Strength. They've been able to cut down the Tiny that wants. Turns toward Nisha. Nisha's gone.
The Force Staff.
So they go for round 2 onto Mickey. They've got the dust at the ready. And they keep chasing this down here. They're going to have the curse slowing them down a little bit.
Saberlight's connecting. They saw him.
Mickey's thinking about getting back in on this with that. Whoa.
Awkward stuff coming out there. The forced Hurricane Pike from Nisha, and then I believe that Insania forced the same time right back in. A little unfortunate there. Saberlight also just walked through the tower, so they actually saw him.
So they're going to run right.
Instead of him being able to get a setup too. So yeah, they're going to run and disengage.
There's no way they want to try and keep this going if you're Aurora, right? And you know there's this Sand King coming with the epicenter.
That's a big kill. I mean, Nisha has been still top of that net with. That's only his 2nd death that they're able to get there. But a bit of a slip up there from Insania.
I mean, the cores were pretty far out, right?
They were incredible.
You know what I mean? Mickey's kind of pushing around here. with the Aegis. Sure, he's got the Aegis, and he said he trusts in the global, but
it still was very deep.
There's a bit of a risk.
Yeah.
Cost Nisha his life.
And let's see if they can get out with the rest of them. Because they have Saberlight behind. Don't believe that Toronto Tokyo is going to want to charge in on his own.
Well, he's...
It's a crazy move.
He's not going to put himself in danger.
If Nightfall was healthier, perhaps. But yeah, Nightfall is just way too low. Striking back.
Yeah, definitely seeing sort of the potential still of the Sven. You know, sure, he might not be on the same level as Farm as that of Nisha, but when he gets that God Strength off, he's hitting pretty hard. Still sticking around in the area. 25 seconds until they've got Nisha back.
Liquid still posturing as if they want to go aggressive here. They don't have global. They've got the Epi. Foxy.
See? Just the blast onto him.
He's got Glimmer.
He's going to get out. Now he can try and get the dead shot down onto Mira. The pipe has been popped. Is it enough to keep Mira alive? No.
And Foxy should be just fine. Now there's no AA blast for 40 seconds, Liquid. Can shove these lanes in. Nisha pushing in top. Bottom already pushed in, so they could look for another grab. They have this deep ward. It actually spots Toronto Tokyo. Mickey.
See if we can buy time for the rest to close in. He can avalanche into toss. Toronto Tokyo uses the roar, but Saberlight.
He's got the mana only
Catch him with the Burrow Strike, ready to block him off. Nisha TPing over as well. Toronto Tokyo goes down again.
These wards, these sneaky little wards that Insania and Boxy have placed 2 times now are able to get some pretty massive kills for the team. Immediately, Aurora, they go play on the opposite side of the map to get themselves that extra farm. Yeah, those wards really catch them now a couple times. Level 20 up on Nightfall. Still is very farmed on this Sven. Oh, and he also... Okay, this is nice. So he did... I was trying to make sure I point this out. He's keeping the Iron Talon. So doesn't have to have the Quelling Blade in his bag so he doesn't get sprouted, because we've seen too many times Sven's versus Nature's Prophet just get stuck. So we'll have the Iron Talon to cut the tree. Smoke coming out from Liquid.
A blast coming in early.
Does connect onto them. Aurora's still on cooldown, 15 seconds. Full Satanic on Nightfall. He actually even swaps in the Quelling Blade too. So making sure that he's got multiple ways to cut since he disassembled that mask. 5k lead now for Liquid. Able to avoid each other.
They can sell for the Tormentor here, Liquid.
Yep.
They do it nice and quickly.
They got the timer, actually. They did get the timer this time. Saberlight will have the Gale Guard to protect himself, so that little barrier.
When Ice Blast in a couple of seconds.
Saberlight's got to blink out. They actually need a +1, it looks.
Yeah, they couldn't do it actually with the 2 of them.
Okay.
Is there an Ice Blast coming in? He's not doing it.
No, he's not. They got away with it. And Saberlight gets the shard. It's a nice one. It adds up. The extra bit of pulse damage. Smoke up, Aurora. Looking for a potential wraparound. A Liquid is not very healthy.
Nightfall is very strong right now.
Yeah, and Mick is down to 1k HP right now. Can they find a catch?
Nisha would be a massive kill, but he's positioned very carefully.
Yeah, they seem to know. They were pinging where he was too, but they can't quite go for it. The Treant continuing to scout things. Nope. +250 for Saberlight. He'll find the Helm of the Overlord, and they are getting a Lincoln soon, Owen. So similar to last game, but even more so this game, all 3 of the cores can get prevented to get a lockdown from that Lincolns.
They're big.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. They were big last time. Beginning of the turnaround, and they could certainly be the same here this game.
He's pretty much
sort of cementing their advantage.
Yeah, Saberlight's very close to it. Nisha's queuing up the secondary one too, so they're gonna at least have 2 built up. Mickey probably doesn't need to go down that route. He can probably just stick for his own items. 7k lead. They continue to get the growth in terms of gold, in terms of control on the map.
Lauren off.
We'll see him with the ward again. And is that ward actually out of range again? It is, out of the sentry. Oh my god. I think I've seen that like 3 times this game. Just on the cusp. Wrath of Nature. Lanes are shoved in. Liquid. See if they want to look for an engagement, or if they maybe wait for Mickey's BKB. He's very close for it. They're about to, double Lincolns and a BKB. So the next time in for Liquid, this next fight's going to be really hard for Aurora to approach. Have to find the wraparound, perhaps take out the global before it starts, but also just keep tabs of these Lincolns.
And Aurora's got to try and find some sort of way that Nightfall's able to stay on targets. Because if he gets kited by Liquid in these fights, it's going to be pretty tough for Aurora to get any sort of kill.
Yeah, he is the majority of that damage. Lornoff does have a Mjolnir this game, so it did pivot from the Moon Shard from that last game. Gem now picked up for Boxy. Liquid just playing around this high ground. Yeah, double Lincoln's done. BKB for Mickey. They're looking very formidable now at this point. Scan comes out. See if Aurora wants to jump in. Lornoff.
Who can they find? They'll find Boxy. BKB's popped. They'll quickly look to try and kill him, but he's able to get the pierce the veil off. They didn't even have enough damage.
And now the re-engage.
Yeah, now it's getting a bit messy for Aurora. What do they want to do about this now?
Nightfall did not use his BKB, so he still has it, but he's getting comboed.
I was going to say, he might have to pop it soon. Here we go. BKB, God Strength turns to Mickey, but Mickey's also got his own BKB ready to go. They can just kite Nightfall.
Nightfall.
He's trying to step up.
He's gone.
So Aurora took a jump in, but the Lincolns is there on Nisha.
Liquid just truly understanding how to play in this game again.
Yep. They're making it look very hard for Aurora to have any sort of hope in these fights.
It's like they're toying with Nightfall. He really wants to save his BKB, save the Satanic God Strength, etc., but he just can't stick on a target. The Lincolns comes out, and then they have too much burst for him. By the time he's actually there, he's like 10% HP.
How do you even play these fights now as Aurora? You know, they sort of made the jump on one of the should have been squishier targets. They couldn't even kill him.
I mean, that's 2 or 3 times, though, I've seen Boxy just bait them.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he's able to get the Pierce the Veil off, the Global comes out,
See it again here.
and they don't have damage.
Yeah, Lornoff at this point, just yet not enough to threaten him. Boxy still with about a third of his HP, can put the Pierce the Veil, slide out, and then at this point, it's awkward, right, for Aurora, because they really want to try and make something happen. They turned up looking for this fight, but Nightfall, he can't do it on his own at sort of the front of it all with the BKB out from Mickey. They just kite him, and by the time Toronto Tokyo makes the jump forward, his carry's already dead. And now the base.
They push so fast. I mean, Liquid, they're about to hit 25 on Nisha, too. Well, he just hit 24, but very close to hitting that 25. Yeah, you can see. He got him. Like, that really was, that's a gotcha. You know, he's got this quelling to try to get out of it. It doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do when you just get burst like that. Rapiers are starting to get queued up.
Hell
I think they're understanding the state of the game.
Here we go. Not the most traditional rapier build, and this early in the build, but it has to happen. Lornoff knows he's had enough. He does not want to blink on to Boxy and not kill him during his BKB Dragon Tail stun, you know what I mean? The next time he's got to make sure he gets these kills. Rapier will do it, and he's pretty close.
If you can hit him. If Boxy gets the pre-Pierce the Veil off.
Sure, if he's able to indeed
it's
dodge
really
the projectile.
But she has been quick a couple times. Mickey, bottom, still has 3 minutes on this Aegis. Full dataless for Nisha, and he's about to hit that 25.
They've got to try and get this Rapier.
They need it. It really, really feels like they need any big thing that they get. Not tiny thing, massive thing, really. There's no fights going in their favor this game.
See how quickly will he get it? He's going to have this creep wave top.
Okay. He's still a ways away from it.
I mean, they're going to know he's buying. Well, actually, they're not going to know he's buying it, right? Because they'll see the relic. Maybe it's a nullifier, you know what I mean? Then they might not expect him to go the full Rapier way right now.
All right, Owen. Here he comes. Nisha, at level 25.
Oh, it's early this time.
One more creep, and he's pretty much got it done.
What's this guy? Look at this guy.
Yeah, he's cool.
What's this one? The Ancient Croaker. That's what this one's called.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one most people are taking now. It's the big AOE. Well, not big. It's a small radius, but it's the AOE stun.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah. It looks funny, though.
Low mana, you can spam it out.
Yep.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, I was just thinking about. I mean, I'm not going to mention it, actually. There's some cool combos I was just thinking about. So when it's in water.
Yeah, you were thinking of
a Slardar.
Hey,
I was thinking the same thing.
It's like, yeah, you get 20% outgoing. Sorry, 16% outgoing now.
I knew. I saw you mousing over it too, and I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Aghanim Slardar strat with this.
Push commencing. Here comes the trees. The banner is down.
Where's the Rapier?
Not quite there yet.
It's not there yet. I'm gonna get this man some money.
The buildings. The melee racks. The hero creep is doing it. And now the hero
will finish
itself
off the job.
has finished it.
What do you do? Level 25 Nature's Prophet, what do you do? What do you do against this?
Need to do some big simultaneous jump up. Blink Dagger has been purchased for Nightfall. He's hoping to be able to actually hit some targets. Okay.
Jump! They're going to try and burst Mickey. They'll be able to do it the once.
They didn't pop BKBs either, so they're holding them.
So they're going to do round 2. Deadshot will push him back. Trying to took us in. Gets the roar up. The force is there in the glimmer. They keep Mickey safe.
That's a lot expended. They may have not used the BKBs on the cores, but that's both. I mean, that's all 3 ults from the cores. Dragon Form going down. God Strength ticking away as well. So Liquid backing up and resetting to wait for those to wear off. Yep, and there's your God Strength. It's gone. Rapier.
So close.
Very close.
Let him get his Rapier.
But he doesn't have Dragon Form for 30 seconds. So Liquid, we're going to go back in.
And there's the jump. Saberlight's going to try and get over the epicenter, but does make a connection with the Burrow Strike. They turn towards him, but the Globals pop. They have to force Nightfall back to safety.
But the buildings...
Base is there for Liquid to get the objectives. The second set of racks is taken. Ronos tries to lean forward. He's got to be careful. Gets hit by the break hit. The right click's coming through for Nisha.
Oh my goodness.
He's got to run. He'll survive.
And actually, did they glyph after the Raxes were dead? I think they did. Okay, cool.
All right, yeah, it's on cooldown.
Yep. So Liquid, they'll back up. Quite a bit expended there from Aurora. Liquid can reset for anything to come in and... Oh.
He got the nullifier.
So I think what he's thinking, though, is if you saw what happened there, the double force stabs and all that, he's thinking maybe because he can go for... But yeah, either way, they need something more explosive, it does feel like. Dagon's starting to get queued up. Mira has his soon at the ready. But it's not going to be ready for this push that's coming in. See if Liquid wants to fully force the issue or play patient. Butterfly now finished as well. I mean, Nisha is 6 slotted. And one of the best items, we mentioned multiple times, versus something like Sven, does not like to slot the MKB in, and he also he can't really. Unless he wants to sell the Revenant's Rouge, which might be something he has to do. All right, Liquid, yeah, they're chilling. They just back up. Everybody gets another set of items to be delivered. They're going to wait for this Tormentor. Or they're just going to play it safe early on the map in particular. Maybe wait for that next objective. Because Aurora, they are truly trapped in the base now. It's a Nature's Prophet level 25 with double Raxes already claimed.
And not easy for them to go anywhere right now.
No. Through control. Nisha will grab a shield and a illusion.
Radiant are scanning.
And here comes those pesky treants down toward bottom. They have a ward to scout them, but it's gonna get a hit or two off. Toronto Tokyo has gone the Dagon.
They've got to have it. Can't let these treants hit.
Here comes the push.
Yeah, they're ready to go, Liquid.
Looks like they are not waiting for that next objective. They want to close it out. Take that next big fight. Nisha, as we said, I don't know how they do damage to him at this point.
Yeah, they're all just so massive.
Yeah. Double Lincolns to cover, and his damage is, He doesn't even need to just use the tree for the push. We always have to say that, too. He has plus 400 and something damage when that tree is near him, when he's amongst those trees. Ags Jakiro.
Gonna go now. Getting all these waves shoved in against them. Top Nightfall trying his best to scramble towards this MKB, but still a bit of a way away.
Do they want to back? I mean, they can back up to get the Tormentor or whichever. They're going to see Lauren off top, so maybe they just set up for the kill immediately. It's instant TP from Nisha and from, I mean, all 3 cores.
I know where he is. Is he going to go for the BKB TP out? There it is, but
There's
the
too much
damage! Far too much for him to survive through.
Oh my god, yeah, I mean, Tiny hitting for 600, Nisha hitting for 600 with the Daedalus too. 70 seconds, he's got buyback. And looks like they will go for that Tormentor now. Or will they? No, they just jumped their okay, they don't care for it, whatever. Oh, they didn't see it, I'm not sure. They probably just don't care for it. With 50 seconds, they want to get that push going, force that buy. Oh, it's an amp damage bottom too.
So Aurora's response is going to be Nightfall was not quite able to get that next time done. Mick gets in. So makes the jump, they get the follow-up burst strike here on towards the two of them. They'll turn towards them, but the glimmers do keep them safe.
They force the buyback.
He's down. Nightfall moves in over towards Mickey. The Ice Blast pass over as well. Trying to finish off this Tiny. Mickey forced back to safety. He'll be fine for now. The Sprout down on the Nightfall as BKB's come to an end. Saberlight trying to bounce forward.
He does.
Him with the burst drop. So Nightfall's able to turn with the Satanic, but the Fear Dead Shot pushes Nightfall back. They've lost Lauren off. It's a die back for the DK. They'll get back in, cut down the Sand King. Now look towards Nisha, but he just dies to Nisha. Mickey's back in with the combo and Toronto Tokyo. Double kill for Nisha as he survives and he can TP out and reset.
He just stands his ground. Panto even dying at the end of it all there for Tanisha.
They're throwing out the buybacks, trying to deal with this final push that Liquid's been coming in with.
That was a cool play from Saberlight. The Epi into the bounce forward with the Ogre Seal Totem to set up for that dive play onto the Sven and push him out of position. Pretty cool stuff. And there's just no way. You see even the Sven trying to stand toe-to-toe with Nisha. Nisha just hits him right back.
If he was just kind of that, if he had that MKB. If
he had that next item made.
You know what I mean? A little bit further ahead, there would have been potential in these fights.
But even though it's a 4k HP Sven and he looks squishy, it's just how much damage Nisha and
I mean, they just do ridiculous amounts of right-click on Liquid's cores.
Treant.
Toronto Tokyo now, another buyback coming in.
I mean, he has to buy back to Dag in the tree. I think that's... No, just in case the fight does happen. But Liquid immediately with that buyback, they back up, reset. Roche
Play it safe.
Yep.
Now why not? They're on the verge of winning the series.
Yep.
No need to let it slip away from them.
And look how much gold they have to spend too. Everybody has like 2,000 to 7,000 gold actually, I should say. Another Lincolns for Boxy. A blast. Only hits on Nisha.
Double global now.
Does he have the gold to sell the Revenants? He's under ward vision. They need this
MKB.
He needs it desperately.
I mean, you don't want to sell the Revenants, right? You have to sell the treads.
Okay. I mean, yeah. It doesn't give you enough gold. That's the only thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Depends how urgent you felt.
I was like, I don't want him to sell it, of course, but yeah.
He should have enough, right? What's he got? He needs 2,500. So a couple of waves top. It'll be close. So should be able to get it for the next fight.
Okay.
Oh, actually, he's teaming back already. Never mind.
I was going to say, the Treants are coming in. The March of the Trees.
It does mean he didn't manage to stay out on the map long enough to finish the MKB, so he's just going to have to try and find it from these waves coming in bottom.
They're giving him every one of these creeps.
He's so close.
The AA Vortex actually takes 2 of them.
250 gold away from the MKB.
Still playing into an Aegis, Andis. I mean, everyone's so massive at this point, too, so... I mean, it's what he needs, but is it really going to be enough at all?
Sure. I'm still going to have to take some massive slip-ups from Liquid, really, it feels like. 36k ahead. Double global.
Oh, yeah, Insania's got it at the ready. So hard to play, Bruce.
Oh, Mickey nearly finding a chance there.
All the waves being pushed in.
He's got the MKB.
Let's see what he can do. Another Dagon ready. Mira's got his online.
Liquid does feel like they can just go in whenever they feel like.
Whenever Mickey makes the call, whenever he wants to fully jump in with the Swift Blink combo. Here's down.
Mickey's in. Trying to get the set up. They'll put the global, but the BKB's now out. Lorenoff backs away. The first global gone. They'll use the fortification as well to keep the rack safe. Sprouts in. They're in with the bow strike. Nightfall's dead.
Dead in one stun.
He didn't get the chance to get the BKB off. He's gone for 2 minutes. As Liquid can take the objective. And we'll turn towards Mickey, take the Aegis out of him, but the Mega Creeps are out. And Aurora, they've got to try and hold on 4 versus 5.
They don't have damage. Buildings are falling. Saberlight.
Okay. He's ready to pick up some more glory here. Gets the toss back onto Lorenoff. Lorenoff's gone without buyback. Liquid cleaning this one up. GG is called. This game and this series, it's Liquid's.
All right, Liquid. This one just looked completely different than the last one. They were absolutely dominant during pretty much the entirety, it felt like. Maybe the first few minutes for Aurora, but afterwards, yeah, Liquid just playing the map to perfection. Love their itemization across the board, and I love the little pivot that they did, right? With the Tiny being in the safe lane, the NP being mid, just allowed them to have a much better early game and get to this point of just dominating.
Yeah, some of these teams that can just pop off with the Nature's Prophet in the mid or the carry position, this hero is looking very scary in their hands, and being able to get it at the start of the draft, it doesn't matter where it goes, it's going to pop off. This time it was Nisha, 14, 2, and 17, doing it from the mid. And with that, a rough series for Aurora. It looked at the beginning of this one, they maybe had the chance, but the turnaround from Liquid happens across the 3 games and now ends in their favor. Team Liquid, they take this 2-1 against Aurora.
Yes, congratulations to Team Liquid. A very Aurora series and a very Team Liquid series, because we saw Aurora within touching distance of a victory. 2 mistakes, it's taken away from them. Then in the deciding game, Liquid, totally unfazed, unflappable. They rally, they put on a clinic.
That's how the cookie crumbles.
Indeed.
Yeah, that is how it crumbles.
Yeah, crumbled.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo, he did make some of the same mistakes in that game that we saw him make in the second one on the same hero. Kind of the blinking in and the BK being, you're like, what is going on? Nightfall as well.
I'll put a positive. So speaking of the same hero, this Nature's Prophet, different player though, same result. Like, Nisha had an insane game on this NP. Like, early on, you have the ults flying around, participating in every single kill. In this late game, he's manning up against a Sven and winning the man fight. Like, that's how farmed he is in this game. And it's a team like Liquid that is, like, so hard. Like, you look at their draft, right? You think they're, okay, maybe they don't have the better draft, but they have, like, the players for every hero that they play, and they can flex them. Like, Nisha Tiny, one of the best. Mickey Tiny, one of the best. Same with their Nature's Prophet. So they just have all these comfort picks, and they utilize them so well.
Yeah, Saberlight as well. You know, he had some funny deaths here or there, but
he did his job.
He did his job. Like, his blink stuns were really solid. Like, he was getting a lot of two-man burrow strikes, and when you have an NP popping off and a Tiny popping off to boot, like, all you need to do is blink and stun the right people. In that last fight, by the way, Nisha, the Sprout placement was so nice. Like, I swear to God, every single fight, Nightfall felt completely isolated by Liquid.
Speaking of it,
like they just knew to kite him. He doesn't have a blink dagger. Just play around it. Like, his BKB is worthless if he can't blink in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I think that fight we just saw there was very much so telling of how you're desynced a little bit, because like Sven wants to jump in and kill heroes right away. DK, he blinked in and stunned, and what's the follow-up, right? Like, you just walked in, no harpoon, no blink dagger. You're incredibly farm on the Sven, but even you see in these fights, you're not hitting anything.
I think the thing that was weird about that moment that you just highlighted was as well, like, the harpoon came out, I think, like, immediately after that.
Yeah.
Could have just waited.
Yeah, and the fight before that, the BKB came out right before he got jumped, and he popped it before. Like, so many unfortunate things, and you can say it's, like, unlucky, right? But at the end of the day, you have to know your timings, right? And perhaps, like, you wait for your timing before you do these plays, and that was kind of like the difference between Liquid and Aurora this game. They got outclassed. Liquid knows exactly what timings they want to hit. They know how to play the map. They know when to do which objectives as well.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of like showing Liquid's game understanding, just being much higher than Aurora's in this series.
Yeah, and similarly, in the way that we talked about how you have to take the PA away from Nightfall, it might just be that moving forward, you have to take the NP away from Liquid.
I think so, honestly. The thing is, like, there are some series in which this is true when Nature's Prophet is not a first phase pick hero. And now we are in a meta where Nature's Prophet is a first phase pick, even if you only have one Nature's player and you're not a Nature's Prophet team. We saw in this game, Liquid playing around the Nature's Prophet insanely well. There is one clip which I believe will be coming that will demonstrate that, but they had the courier on the Ancients, right? And this is something that only these like freak Nature's Prophet players will do. And to have a team that's also doing this, like, it's really cool to see a teammate that is doing this. Boxy is stacking the Ancients, so there are more creeps to hit. And then there's a courier, Boxy's courier, sitting on the Ancients, that is making sure that the Nature's Prophet ult is hitting all of those Ancients, farming it a little bit, and then doing maximum amount of damage whenever he's using it on one of the lanes for a kill.
Yeah, a very, very polished performance. And, you know, look, without harping too much on it, Team Liquid looked dead and buried in the series. There was a period of time we were really getting geared up to be talking about Aurora progressing. But this is the thing with Team Liquid. I wouldn't say they looked necessarily great over the series in its totality, but they're just very resilient. They're very tenacious.
Yeah, I mean, I like to say something about teams, essentially. It's like, it's great if you're a good team and you always know how to win, but you can't be the best and you know how to win a game that is unwinnable.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you can't win games that are very difficult to win, you're not going to be the best. And I think that is something that Liquid is learning to master and they're really good at. Is like they can win the games they're ahead, but they can also win the games where they're losing. And that is very instrumental to why they're such a great team.
And I'm sure we'll get some insight about that because now Slacks is with Nisha.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nisha, for joining us here in this series. I know these games mean a lot to you. You're a lot of, think a lot about it. Which one in this series did you guys actually lose?
The first game? Or what are you asking?
Well, I'm asking which game. Do you remember which one you lost?
I think first one, but it felt like we lost second game more, to be honest.
Yes, you guys actually did lose that first game. It was the PA Magnus game. You remember
that? Somewhat.
Somewhat. Any recollection of how that one went down? Was that just an outdraft? I mean, was that one just kind of you guys not having the power to finish it out? You remember anything from that game?
Did they play Tiny or PA?
They played PA Magnus, sir.
Okay. What did I play?
All right. Game 1, old history, old news. Let's talk about Game 2. Game 2 was a little rough, a lot of mistakes. Yeah. What's your review? Tell me about that one.
I think that was the hardest draft to play so far. Mid was hard, the top was hard, bottom was hard. But the genius of the draft came in together at minute like 20, so we won, I guess.
Indeed. But you guys were hitting your stride. By the way, Game 1. Did you play Ember Spirit or did you play Dragon Knight?
I played Ember.
There we go. All right.
Twice, yeah.
Twice. Very good. All right. Enough of that stuff. Let's talk about the power of Game 3. Love watching you guys in a Nature's Prophet draft every single time. I was curious, when Prophet gets picked, I know it's an infamous first, flex pick for this team. Who decides who gets to play it? Is there a player that wants to always play it more? How's that go down?
I think we usually ask each other at the end of the draft who wants to play it. Nobody decides, and we wait a lot. But this game I said I might 1v5 with Tiny and with Furion, so I just felt Furion more this game.
Okay. And who taught you how to micro on that hero? Notoriously difficult. I mean, walking those guys up to the racks and hitting it. Did you spend a lot of time with that? It's a really hard skill.
I watched some... I used to play offlane Furion back in the day, like 10 years ago. But I did watch some Notail play +5. He was always pulling the waves. Watched some Marine mid. So I just kind of got experience from watching.
I was being pseudo-sarcastic. I mean, watching those little treants just walk up and hit a Rax 3 times to take it down looks pretty easy. Is it easy to do that, or is it kind of hard?
That is pretty hard. When they have 2 Dagons, 20 stuns, it's pretty rough. It's very hard. Very hard job.
Well, don't try that at home, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, Nisha, thank you so much for the interview. It was a pleasure watching you guys succeed yet again. Quite a tough series for you guys, but you pulled through. And we'll be seeing more from Nisha over here at PGL Wallachia. Back to you guys on the panel.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Slax. Don't feel so bad about my memory now. I thought I had it bad. It's like you just played the series. Didn't remember any of it, but who cares? They won.
Yeah, I'm the same way, honestly.
Some of us are just instinct players.
I only remember the last game I played. Everything else deleted from history.
That's
when he goes to the gym, he doesn't even count reps. He's just instinct. I'm not even kidding.
That's true, yeah.
He just goes until he can't anymore. I feel like there's a lot of instinct players around the Dota sphere.
All right. Well, look, any final thoughts? But let's just have a quick thought about Liquid, maybe their chances of the tournament. We talked about how they've been struggling at other tournaments a little bit. Have you seen anything that's convinced you they're turning a corner, or is it same old, same old?
I mean, they're definitely getting in Liquid form. And by that, I mean, they are a team that is, you don't know what to expect. They can get stomped one game and be like, this team is bad. And then they'll turn it around and just destroy the next 2 games, right? That is just typical Liquid fashion. So, yeah, they're back in the form you'd expect them to be in. They look good.
Yeah, Liquid is the type of team to me that as a tournament progresses, they get stronger and stronger and stronger. Like, there are some teams where they get stronger to a point, and then they peak, and then they just kind of bomb out. Liquid is the type of team that in the next series, they're going to be even harder to beat. It's going to be even closer. Whoever is up against them, it's going to be tough because this is not going to be the same Liquid.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, guys. And especially thank you for the Inspector Gadget cosplay. I appreciate that. And that's it from us, but not from the action. 2 more series to come, but we're going to be going out. We're going to be swapping in Shiva, T-Governor, and Lacoste. Make sure you stick around.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Oh, I mean, Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the second half of the day here for PGL Wallachia Season 3. I am joined by Tigov and Lacoste for our upcoming series, which will be Falcons versus Team Spirit. Lacoste, how are you doing?
Doing great. I mean, we just witnessed a great series, and this is what I want to see. Back and forth Dota, a little bit of a throw in the end, 3-game series overall, but yeah, we saw some nice strategies coming out from both of the teams.
Yeah, we did indeed. Tigov, how are you doing this afternoon in the playoffs?
Oh, I'm not.
Well, we are.
We are in the playoffs. No, it's good. I do like the fact that we're now at the double elimination. It's a bit more exciting now that we have that, everything's on the line. Upper bracket, though, the real fun starts when we get to lower bracket games. Yep. Sending people home is part of the main fun of actually in tournaments.
One thing I'm really sad about is that we had China against China in
Yeah.
the
That is
true.
bracket as the first match.
But I did see someone say that does guarantee that there is a Chinese team in the top 6 100%, which can be seen as a good thing. So I was happy to see it from a positive point of view. So our first series is going to be Spirit versus Falcons, and this is a series that already happened in the group stages. So we're very interested to see what the teams have learned from the series that they did a couple of days ago. But before we're seeing what they learned, we're gonna learn something from Tigov.
Yes. So,
yes.
Of course, Venomancer and Nature's Prophet have been running around this tournament quite a lot, but I think the key thing is why. All right. So Venomancer with the Plague Wards, it has a piercing type damage, which means it does an extra 150% damage to the jungle. I think the only other hero that has that is like Shadow Shaman with his ultimate. So it's like you already have bonus damage from a spell that's very good in the jungle. And the Nature's Prophet, it's a reinforced, the Greater Treant. So it does 250% more damage to any tower, any building, any structure. And then heroes do 50% damage to it. So I think a lot of the complaints to these heroes, it's not like how much damage it does, whatever. It's simply the attack type. So maybe in a future patch, the attack types could get changed.
Yeah, maybe bring back the fire damage, bring back chaos damage. No, just kidding. We're not going to go into that territory.
Yeah, you got to chill. But it's like, well, at least with the Nature's Prophet, we have seen it before. We spoke about it before on other, other Wallachias and whatnot. But it's every time you get Nature's Prophet into a draft, you already base do 250% bonus damage. Then you have Xtreme multiplier. It's just a race to how quickly you get 25 to break the game. And it's kind of fun if you're playing the Nature's Prophet, but if you're against it, it does feel like a little bit too much of a simple approach to play Dota. I wouldn't mind just losing the 25 talent first and then see about the attack type, but Venomancer is really good because of piercing. Nature's Prophet is really good because of reinforced, and I don't think we speak about it that much, but they're the key reasons why they're good.
Yeah, and the key reasons why Aurora felt the pain just now as well. Let's focus our attention on Team Spirit versus Falcons. Now, these two teams, as said, have faced each other already. And Lacoste, that was not a very even ordeal.
It was not. When they played, this was 3 days ago, basically, when it was also last series that Team Spirit did play. And we could check some of the drafts that they did play, because I think they made a massive mistake. First of all, giving away Magnus to collapse immediately on the 8-pick, which sometimes you do forget. You can tell that Falcons, they are playing these like tanky heroes. They did go for lane winners as well. When you think about the Dragon Knight, Razor, Slaughter plus Crystal Maiden, these are the type of the heroes that are supposed to win the lanes, but Team Spirit did kind of out-strategize them as well, outplay them in the lanes. Same thing did happen in game number 2, which took them slightly longer to win that game, but overall, it did feel like Team Spirit are in full control of both of these games.
But we also had the interview with Crit where he said that after losing to Spirit, it did knock them into another bad series against Tidebound, and they had to kind of like learn their way to kind of recuperate and recover from that. And I think the drafts that we just saw on screen, there's no chance that started draft can happen. That won't happen again. So I hope for the competitive nature of the series, we do see a brand new Falcons, because of course Spirit are very dominant.
Yeah, I think we'll see a brand new Falcons, but maybe also a brand new Spirit, because they've had a couple of days of relaxation, or maybe Lacoste a couple of days of practice on some heroes that they have seen from others that might be popping up in the upcoming series.
They've been cooking pretty hard, Shiver. I was looking at what they've been up to in the last week, and there's some interesting stuff happening. I think Samael is the one who kind of started this trend, playing OD, and other roles also started to pick up on it. And if we look what Collapse has been up to, with Lara what has been up to, and Yatoro in the last few days, he played, these are pub matches, 9 games, and he won 8 out of 9, which is pretty impressive. So he's been spamming the hero, and Yatoro also played it, so they want to use this potentially as a flex pick. This hero kind of suits the meta when you think about it, because you have a save, you have really good laning, you have roach taking potential, Falcons as well. They are playing very tanky heroes, and this is pretty much the best hero in the game, other than Timbersaw, that Falcons did play to be able to deal with those heroes.
Yeah, I mean, OD is exceptionally strong at the moment, but also when you look at the pubs of Yatoro, like, he's still trying to play a carry Ricky, he's trying to play carry Spectre and Lone Druid, Necrophos, Venge, like Juggernaut. Like, I think the fact that in the time off, when he's not in the officials, he's still dabbling to go, okay, what's the next thing that I can push into the game? And it's often why we are praising Spirit at the moment, because of the depth of their hero pool.
Yeah, we're going to see how Falcons will also adapt to what's thrown their way, and potentially something that gets thrown their way is a collapse axe. Did I read that right?
Yeah, this is the one that surprised me the most because I thought this hero was dead. Being an X spammer myself, it feels like the hero is very, very slow. It feels like you definitely need your core items. You can't deviate too much from your itemization. And we're going to be seeing what he has been up to in the last week. Basically, in the last 4 days, he's been playing 6 games of Axe, which is pretty insane to think about. And one thing to point out is that in the games that he won, he did get Blade Mail plus the Blink Dagger pre 15 minutes, and the games that he lost is when he got Blink Dagger 15 minutes or afterwards, which means that he was unable to contest the Tormentor, which is a pretty big objective to take right now.
I mean, the hero always lives or dies by the fact that can you get through the laning phase?
Yes.
Can you get yourself tanky enough to play behind the tower, to skip waves? And maybe with the rivers, the move speed, like being able to escape a gank, it could give a little bit of life, but if there ever was a player to bring it back into the meta, it will be the lad on screen.
If you drop an axe in the river, would it fall down or would it float?
I mean, I hope it floats.
It will definitely fall down. Guys, come on.
No, I'm just thinking if axe is, like, if he's going to be going faster down the river or if he's going to fall down and stay there.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see if it's going to get picked up. We are in the draft for game 1 of this best of 3, and we focused a lot of our attention on what Spirit has done on their days off, because it's always interesting to see what the teams are trying out. For Falcons, we didn't really have to guess that much because they had to play every single day. Yesterday was their last series. They 2-0'd Heroic. But it was a long road for them. They played the max amount of games you could. Tigov, do you feel like looking at what they've done over the last 5 days, you did see a good trajectory of them renewing what they are what they came here with?
Yeah, I think yesterday was based on the heroic drafts, right? Like they had this early phase pick for Amar. They utilized the last pick in the draft for Maureen to really understand what he wanted. Tusk Gyrocopter was a combination that we haven't seen too much, but they brought it back into life. So I think yesterday, it did install a lot of confidence for the return of Falcons, but I would argue that Heroic helped them a lot because their drafting was subpar.
Yeah.
And it felt like it was easy mode for Falcons, at least in strategy. So this will be the real test to show if Falcons have actually improved since the last time they faced.
You're playing against the best team in the world right now because Team Spirit, they look kind of unstoppable. Falcons, if you look at the teams that they've beaten so far, they managed to beat Nigma Galaxy, which is not a top-tier team at the moment. They beat Xtreme Gaming. They lost the Spirit. They lost the Tidebound, and they also beat Heroic, who
They didn't beat Xtreme Gaming. Oh, they did.
They did.
They
It was
lost one
2-1.
game. They lost one game there, yeah.
And would you look at that, Shiver? Another coincidence for Team Falcons. 20 times in a row, they're playing Dire.
Ooh, that coincidence. Yeah, he didn't want to answer the question as well. Yeah.
And every game that Spirit played here in Wallachia, they played Radiant. All 6 games that they won,
You can definitely tell the difference. It's a bit of a smaller sample size because Team Spirit didn't drop a single game, so they only played 6 games, but every single game that they played on Falcons in this tournament and the last few games of the Dream League, they were playing Dire, and this is what I want to see. I wanted to see this adjustment. They do have the first pick overall, so instead of giving Magnus to collapse, they are taking it for themselves.
Yeah, but I thought also we heard that they don't really know, like they don't really feel like there is a difference at the moment. How come 2 teams have such a vastly different?
I think that's quite a vague answer, just for interview sake. But in regards to side, like when you think about Radiant safe lane, when you are playing the position 5, blocking the hard camp on the pool, it's further away from the lane. It's also harder to block without you using a sentry. You can't really body block it. When you play, let's say, Dire safe lane, you can eat that one tree. You probably all know what I'm talking about. You can actually body block the hard camp very safely. It's nearly like half the distance. So if you just purely talk about the hard camp, Dire safe lane is easier to play than Radiant safe lane.
So why does Spirit prefer Radiant?
But then,
like, what's the good thing about that?
Then the argument for Radiant will be if you can keep your safe lane tower alive, then it's the closer tower towards the Tormentor. I guess there's probably also Twin Gate to Tormentor as well.
Yeah, we also see different ideas from different teams.
Yeah,
That's
of
why
course.
Dota is such a good game, because you don't necessarily need to be right about what you're thinking, because other teams are also doing well and winning with their own strategies and their own way of thinking what's better.
If I had choice, I would take Dire, but that's because I'm a position 5 and I want to play the nicest safe lane for myself, right? And I've not really looked at the Radiant advantage too much, but either way, Magnus and Ember. I think the for Falcon's sake, taking away the Magnus that I already mentioned, we know Amar has been, starting to play it a lot more, so there is that flexibility in it.
Yeah, and I don't think you ever want to give it away. You only have 3 bans, and they had to ban other heroes. They also ban out the PA and the Tide, as just mentioned.
I think, the Tide's the important ban here.
Yeah.
Magnus playing into multiple elusive / tanky cores prevents Magnus from having a good time. Like an RP, is like the value of it goes further up, and then the pressure, if you miss the RP, the fight can just fall apart.
5 seconds remaining.
And then first team Spirit.
Do you still want to remove maybe Monkey King? Yeah, you do. It's just too good of a matchup against Ember Spirit in the lane. Not the classic Malrine hero, but he does play it from time to time. It's not like when you think about him. I love this. I have been a big fan of these 2 heroes paired up together. You always have enough damage. Pretty cheap spells. Searing Chains coming out from the Ember Spirit, and also followed it up with an Ice Path, Macroplier, another Ice Path on top of that. So you have multiple layerings. And one hero that I could potentially see Team Spirit picking up as their position 4 is Keeper of the Light. If it's a good game for it, we've seen that this combo is coming back. And I think, T, you talked about the hero, maybe not on stream, but we talked about the hero being super strong right now with the recall facet, because you can be pretty much, you can teleport yourself to the hero, or you can teleport somebody away to yourself.
It's just the pacing that you have to deal with. It's so much pressure on the map. And Spirit, with the Jakiro and the Ember, the way that they've won a lot of fights is they poke the first fight, then they kind of run down the river, they bait you into a bad position, and they fight you again. So already the way that you described Jakiro with Ice Path, Dual Breath, Ember with Sleight and Chains, if they continue picking these heroes, then Falcons, they need to make sure that wherever they take the fight, they need to kill that hero. But they do have a lot of skirmish. CM, Word to Magnus. Other than RP, there's a lot of spells to throw out. They're ready to take a fight.
Spells. Yeah. They want to be fight ready at every single stage of the game, especially early on. They do not want to give Team Spirit any kind of advantage. They love to play Crystal Maiden. They just enjoy having this. Snaking found another hero other than Enchantress, because the hero has been slightly nerfed. But not even slightly. I think the hero doesn't feel strong at all right now to play. So this gives them cheap lockdown for Ember Spirit. A lot of the time you would see Ember go inside of the fight without having to worry about a single thing. Now you're playing into dead shots, playing into silence, of multiple layers of abilities that he needs to be careful about.
I just really want to see Keeper Light here.
Yeah, just get Coddle. A good laner with Mars as well. You want to lower the cooldown on his abilities.
Counter argument to that would be, it's not additional lockdown, so maybe the traditional Dark Willow for like the Mars Dark Willow, the team fight. The way that we describe Falcon's lineup, you need to take fights to feel good, but they still go for the Keeper of Light, which is fine. But to go back to the Falcons, when you want to look for a fight, if you're running into an arena, if you're running into just additional spells and you don't get the kills, you're just giving Spirit more farm, more kills, and you're kind of throwing away the game yourself. So Falcons need to be careful that they can make this game difficult on themselves.
Yeah,
the Mars pick is really good.
The question is, where do they want to play this Magnus? Do they want to play this from the safe lane, off lane? They do not want to reveal it yet. Overall, they don't have the last pick. It is a good lifestealer game to start with. You don't have any abilities that go through debuff immunity. So if we're talking about some mid-game fights, if this lifestealer is going to have a good time in the lane, and he should, playing into Mars and Keeper of the Light, because he's going to be paired up with the Crystal Maiden. Not your strongest safe lane, but it does secure the lane for lifestealer.
Falcons has not played Magnus this Wallachia yet, but I would imagine both Malrine and Amar can play them. Also for Spirit, this is very similar to a draft they had against OG, the first draft that they played Wallachia with. And at that point, it was Yatora with the Sven.
Yeah, I was Sven or Terrorblade are the ones that come to mind at the moment.
And Terrorblade is banned.
Where's that? Oh.
First phase banned.
I am so blind, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sometimes you do forget. The drafts are long. The drafts are like between 12 and 15 minutes long.
Yeah.
I would also be fine with some casual Yatoro Morphling that could come out. A good matchup against Lifestealer. But we've seen the rise of Ursa recently, because this hero pretty much gives you everything other than taking objectives in terms of towers and sieging the high ground.
It just helps if Spirit have a carry that can start the fight. If your Mars is able to follow up, Jakiro can follow up, Ember also follow up, it really kind of opens up every engagement, and Ursa Sven are the 2 carries that would kind of fit that bill. Gonna have a little think if there's something maybe that he hasn't played so far that also creates that opportunity. You already mentioned Morphling.
Yeah, I think Sven is probably the higher tier than Morphling right now, because you're playing into Lifestealer, you're going to be buffing up the team, you have a guy that's never going to lack damage to kill the enemy heroes. Problem is still you don't have the BKB piercing tool, but overall you can kill the other heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like I have to ask, does Yatoro, does an OD fit here? Considering we talked about it, it kind of
yeah, I mean, they're going to have last pick, so potentially.
Sure.
In regards to trying to cook up a new hero, I think the carry Riki has been something that a lot of high-level pub players have been doing, but we haven't really seen it competitively. But if there was a game to do it, you're laning into potentially a Magnus. You have last pick in the draft, smokescreen into Muerta, CM, Lifestealer is devastating for them. You already have teamfight and damage, recalling him around the map to then get pickoffs with Diffusal Ags. Like, I could see a world where it potentially is viable if Falcons are to get the perfect two bans and to force Yatoro, to think a little bit differently.
Falcons turn to ban.
Whatever he wants, you kind of give him. But are we in agreement? Actually, do we want the carry to be able to start the fight, or do we just want him to have like the best matchup?
You have Mars, so it doesn't necessarily need to be the guy. You also have Ember Spirit poking. They have long distance poke as well with some Keeper of the Light and Jakiro spells. So when Mars goes in, I think that'd be fine if it doesn't necessarily need to be the Blink Initiator. I just love Sven, but I also love Morphling a lot.
And then for Falcons, they have to decide if the Magnus is the off lane or the mid. I think is there any Amar hero that's strong enough for them to just pick it? For example, is there like a Timbersaw pick here where they flex it between mid and off lane, the Mag and Timber double flexed?
I think maybe there is reasoning to pick Dawnbreaker, because you know that if Mars goes for the Bloodsport facet, you're not going to be seeing inside of the arena, and then you can just easily drop that ulti in the middle of it, which is going to give you a bit of a counter initiation.
He's played a lot of Bristleback as well.
Bristle's banned. Like, that's always banned
that's
against
the first phase ban.
Oh, my bad. I'm blind.
They're not
Yo,
going to
Lacoste, say something
hero.
so then we can say you're blind as well, so then we can be the three blind ones.
Keeper of the Light spell.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, well done.
Blinding light. I like how we said that for production.
Okay, well, let's see. They have got one more ban left on the side of Falcons. They can literally look at the record for Spirit, and the only one that he hasn't played yet is the Sven, but they'll leave the Sven in and ban the Faces Void instead.
Okay.
And we got the Pango pickup.
Yeah. Kind of forgot to talk about Pangolier into Mars, Ember, Jakiro, chaotic backline style heroes that force defensive remnants or even force out the arena.
But where's he going to be
quite
played?
nice.
Because it doesn't say anything, no?
Probably technically can be mid or off lane. I think I would just like to see it mid. And then Magnus can play off lane. He can twin gate the bottom, empower his Lifestealer. He can gank mid, empower. Now Lifestealer and Pango will utilize empower quite nicely to ensure they scale into Spirit. They'll have the items to deal with the aggression. It's also another early defensive hero. But I really like the carry Riki. I don't know why. I'm just calling me. It's probably heavily wrong and pointless, but if it's right... Whew.
Cloud could be very good, but also to point out that this Faceless Void ban, it's not about the time zone. This is about Chronosphere, because this is something that Yatoro does play, and he plays it old style with Mask of Madness, with Mjolnir, and then, because there are no saves whatsoever, there's a lot of melee heroes, time dilation good pretty much in every single game, but you would be able to lock down this Faceless Void, and Slark is going to be the last hero pick for Team Spirit. Interesting. Add Keeper of the Light to that.
The map play is devastating. If they get to an item or two on Slark, you're running around, you're dewarding everything, you're combo breaking the Magnus, you leash up the Pangolin. Like, it's just all out. I want to break your map. I want to prevent Falcons from being the team that makes stacks and farm. Like, when Falcons lost the Spirit last time, we were critiquing Falcons on they're too slow of a team, they're making too many stacks, they're not farming them, they're just scaling, right?
I'm just going to throw it out there. Team Spirit cooked really hard with this draft. The reason is you are fighting inside of the Mars arena with the victory feast facet. You get extra damage. You get extra bit of a heal when you get the kill. 50% of that is added to your allies as well. You have Keeper of the Light with the Blinding Light, which has been, the heal has been buffed to 70% at each level now. And you also have Slark with the Shard and everything. So I think fighting inside of the arena, if they catch 2 heroes, it's pretty much GG for Falcons.
But Magnus has been a star of the show, Tigo.
Yes, and that will be the star of this game. If Falcons can see through that aggression, utilizing power to farm up their Lifestealer and Pangolier so they can become like that front line, they can soak an arena, they can enable their supports to enter the fight and not just get deleted at the start. But that comes with time. So for Falcons, they need to find a way to win their lanes, to delay Spirit's aggression, to get a couple items on their cores, to play out the game on their terms. Because Spirit's lineup, you put, what, level 6, 7 on any hero, they're running around the map, they're trying to kill you. So, yeah, it's going to be a fun game. Like, if
it's going to be a fun game. I've been trying to theory craft stuff with this Mars facet, and this seems to be something that is super strong. Also, looking at the damage from Falcons, it's a bit of a slow damage. Pango's damage is slow. Lifestealer as well. He needs to get a couple of right clicks in. So I feel like in the middle of the arena, it's going to be very difficult to take.
Well, it's going to be a fun game from the sounds of it. And we're going to get some extra insight on these drafts with AUI 2000 and Slacks.
Thank you so much. Yes, here with AUI 2000. AUI, Crystal Maiden, why don't people ban this against your team? This is like a classico for Mr. Snay.
I don't know. I think it's hard to ban supports like that. You know, they're not that important in Dota, so you just ban core heroes.
Absolutely. Slark coming out as the last pick. Pretty crafty little shifty hero. Do you guys think you have enough to catch that one?
Yeah, I mean, we were debating between Slark and Faceless Void, but since we were picking Pangolier, we thought that the Void ban was better, and we think we have a good amount of AoE for Slark.
Absolutely. Up against Team Spirit, again, kind of a stressful team. Is there anything you do to relax, kind of shake it out before you have to go against them once more?
No, I mean, we've played a lot of good teams, and like, it's Team Spirit right now, they're honestly probably the team playing the best, I think. So like, it's not easy to go over them, but it's not like we're like afraid of them where it's like, outside of possibility to win or something.
So no like rituals or, like any karaoke or anything, to get the jives right?
Yeah, no, we do karaoke.
Roads take me home to that place where I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, Cinderin, country roads.
And that's the end of the chorus. I can't add to that.
Okay.
I don't know the next verse.
Thanks, Cinderin.
He didn't sing a verse either.
Thanks for joining us, Cinderin. Appreciate that. Always useful.
Happy to help. Yep. Do you want me to sing the Danish national anthem?
Why don't you sing what this series is?
Falcons versus Spirit.
God, you're really tone deaf, huh?
Sorry, I'm not in tune.
Game number 1 between Falcons and Team Spirit. Might have action pretty early on. This is a full 5-man smoke from Falcons. It's going to be broken up. They're still going to go to the high ground. They're not afraid. They're looking for high fives. They're going to receive them. Amar will chase everybody away. Back to country roads. On their way back to West Virginia.
Well, if that's what dire is, things have definitely changed.
Well, in America these days, absolutely.
That's West Virginia, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah, tell you what, son.
Time for a little bit of a bounty hunt, perhaps, but don't know if anybody's really going to be interested in fighting after this smoke was unsuccessful for either team. It's not really easy for Falcons to set up a fight on their terms, playing into a potential Blinding Light and Jakiro. I think they're just going to settle for their own half. Well, Crit did walk forward. He might slightly regret this.
Blood Grenade onto 2 as well. Miposhka, he's going to continue on. The Illuminate's going to do a ton of damage to Crit. He's going to get first blood by Collapse, who comes in with the huge rebuke. Cinderin, first blood goes the way of Spirit. So
you'll have to get that on Collapse.
What's that?
You'll have to get that on Collapse.
Oh, absolutely.
First blood. This
hero is one of the best Mars ever.
Yeah, I mean,
if not the.
he's playing against one other player that has the potential claim to that title.
This is true.
But that player is playing Magnus, who, ironically, he is playing against the guy who has the claim to being the best one of that of all time. So.
Yeah, they're cosplaying each other, I guess, in some ways.
Will be interesting to see. Obviously, the teams are because of that, very, very familiar with the pitfalls and the strengths of these particular heroes and what to do about it. We'll see who draws the longer straw here. Obviously, the start for Collapse here is massive. This hero, Mars isn't necessarily the best laner, but I would say when you get first blood on him, it makes an enormous difference compared to other offlaners. Fast getting the 2 bracers allows you to trade way, way, way more efficiently and rush a potential soul ring and then start, you know, spamming your opponents. You're also playing with Caudle, so they could potentially flat out win this top lane from that. Nice spear from Collapse there. Good damage onto Snay, but he will protect himself with Crystal Nova. That's interesting to say out loud. Welcome to modern Dota.
Yeah.
It's gonna...
I actually have a question. I don't know about this interaction. Sometimes Mars go for Euls, right?
Yeah.
How does that work against Lifesteal? Are you able to get it before Rage can get off? Like in terms of Eul's spear as they're coming down?
Oh, so you mean if you Euls them and throw the spear so it's under them as they land?
Yeah. I'm trying to...
I think you can still Rage. I think it's one of the few things because it has a cast point of literally 0.
Yeah.
But it might be something a little bit down to server ticks and luck.
Yeah, okay.
So if this was CS2, of course, your favorite video game of all time with the sub-tick system, it would effectively be a dice roll.
He'd get it every time, actually, on the spear.
Oh,
I'm just thinking because it's Peeker's advantage, Cinderin.
That's true.
You gotta learn.
Yeah.
If you're on the aggressive, you're gonna win. Anywho, this, of course, is the upper bracket. So best of 3, loser is not out. And winner will play against the winner of the next series, which is Gaimin versus Tundra. So this upper bracket is bonkers.
It's
so
packed.
many great teams.
And
it's unfortunate that 2 Chinese teams faced off against each other. That's the only downside.
Yeah. Well, the upside to that, on the flip side, you could say they had a guaranteed top 6.
Yeah.
So that's what you do get out of that. That's not to say I think based on the strength that the Chinese teams have shown so far in this tournament, it would be a massive letdown if both of them just bombed out.
Yeah.
So I would, at this point, expect at least one of them to reach top 6. Obviously, that was a given when they played each other, but regardless. But a top 4 definitely within striking distance for those teams as well this time around, which is exciting. This genuinely feels like a tournament that there are, I would say, 4 to 6 candidates for the championship, which is not very often we see that. But in my eyes right now, the favorites for the whole thing are the team on Radiant right now. Spirit have played an incredible tournament so far. You heard it in AUI's interview. He thinks Spirit is the team that's playing the best right now. But that, of course, also means that if you are the team to take them down or even take a game off of them, that could be the start of something good here for Falcons.
I mean, Falcons in this tournament, and I guess in recent memory, they've been maybe a half step slower than we're used to seeing them, maybe not as polished, but they always have that. It always feels like it's a possibility that can just turn it on and then become the Falcons that we remember from last year, being so dominant.
It feels like whenever you're halfway through the tournament, AUI just gets turned on.
Well, that's one way, depending on your perspective, Cinderin.
Yep.
If you walk into a room, absolutely he's going to get turned on.
Coincidentally, it's always after he has a coach interview with Slacks that it feels like the draft just gets so much better. He's really in the zone. I think there might be something going on there.
Yeah, we'll have to ask them after the fact.
Yeah, he should ask that in the next interview question. Are you attracted to me by any chance? I think that would be a good coach interview.
Yeah.
And then you just start singing in his face out of nowhere.
It can't get any worse than the last one. So I think it's pretty fine. As Malrine on the Pangolier in the mid lane. He is sitting on 27-5 versus Laurel, who's not too far behind 26-2. So far a wash. The Pango in general, as we're going to see Rue get gone on by Skeeter. And
nice block.
Very close to getting that last right click off. The spear will disconnect them. But Pango has fallen off in a lot of ways. What are your thoughts on the hero right now? Especially in the mid lane.
The win rate of it is, I think it's like 40% in this tournament with a decent sample size.
It only took 20 nerfs, right?
Yeah. And despite that, it's still going to be good sometime. Actually, Malrine and Laurel really going at it. Nice
dead shot, Laurel. He's going to get silenced now. He actually dodges the blood grenade. He's going to be able to walk away. Crit finally hits him with that gun.
Very close.
Although the blood grenade coming up from Aposhka. Now he might be able to get a double kill. Crit, able to stick up. Big swashbuckle from Malrine. That is 2 kills for Falcons. Could have been the other way around easily.
That was super close. I think Laurel was half a second away from having another slight. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, that was tight. Or never mind. He was not going to slide Shannon. I psyched myself out, but like you said, fight on margins. 1 or 2 more attacks either way, and it could have been a 2-0 for Spirit, but instead the dead shot from Crit was clutch, and it's a really cool rotation. Obviously, Muerta has some interesting angles. I want to say the new layout in mid lane actually helps her compared to where the trees were before. I think it's easier when you're playing Dire to get in and find some angles here when you're ganking mid for a hero like Pango. But to follow up on the whole Pango thing, I flat out think some teams have just been overrating it. I think the reason its win rate is where it is that it has been picked with too high priority earlier in the tournament. You can see in this game, Falcons pick it as their overall last pick of the draft. Yeah. And that's, if Pango is in that spot, I think that's fine. I don't think this hero has to always be so flexible and strong that you can pick it super early. It's fine that it's a little bit more of a later consideration.
Yep, and Mallory is doing A-okay. I mean, Ember can be really annoying. Like, roots in general, just Pango cannot stand. So Searing Chains is always going to be an issue unless you itemize against it. Eventual Shard.
They did pick him into it, though.
Yeah, they did.
He knew that was going to be his matchup, Malrine did, and he still
I mean,
went
he's
for
had
it.
a lot worse matchups that he's somehow dominated, so he's going to be confident on pretty much anything he gets his hands on. As Yatoro will pounce away.
Yeah.
And, I mean, his CS is actually struggling. In terms of the cores right now, he's bottom of the barrel.
Slark is a notoriously weak laner. The way this hero wins lanes is when it's playing against a favorable melee hero matchup that you can bully together with your 5, but by pulling Miposhka off of bot into mid with crits rotation, the TP of the Jakiro helps out quite a bit. Magnus is so strong in the early stage with just his raw stats and the build that you go for with the facet of an Eternal Empowerment that you actually just stand there and you hit the Slark sometimes and you can win the trade. When Slark hits 6, this changes drastically, but until then, you have massive damage advantage on Mag. Mag is hitting for about 120 right now to the 80 of Slark, so it's going to be hard to out-CS that.
No doubt about it. It's going to be the Mask of Madness build for Amara as well, as we've been seeing pretty much, I wouldn't say every game, but most of the games.
It's been the carry build, mostly, right?
That's true. He has been a position 1 most of this time.
He saw Doracio's game yesterday, and he was like, I can also be Alchemist in the offlane.
Yeah, the 1,000 GPM essentially.
He had like 850 GPM.
I mean, that's a good point, though. This is offlane, so do you go for this? I mean, he obviously went for that facet, so you want to farm.
It is. If there is an offlaner that would do a build like this, it would be Amar, right? He's got a reputation for sometimes playing stupid greedy.
Sometimes. Dead shot is actually disjointed. He gets his ult off the RP to follow, though, into Malrine's ult. They find the connection. Was really close.
Really, really nice. Amar was level 5, and he knew he was getting 6 from that last creep.
Miposhka, he's going to get caught out now as well. Gets off the dual breath. Ice Path as well. Crit coming in, not even needed. Shield Crash is enough. Double kill for Malrine.
The classic way to bait something like this is where you're playing Lion, right? And you're level 5, and you Earth Spike the range creep to get 6, and then you finger the carry.
Yeah.
This was the Magnus version of that, which is pretty unusual to see, but Amar knew he was going to get 6 from that creep, and then he instantly skewered into baiting out the Dark Pact, and then got RP off. So beautiful stuff from the side of Falcons here, and a good start to the game. You heard on the panel Lacoste in particular praising the lineup of Spirit in their ability to out-heal and sustain damage. That might be part of the reason that Amar is thinking about this build. Because if he just goes for a standard, let's say, RP Horn Toss kind of build in the offlane, maybe his concern is we can't kill Slark in the RP. Your carry's a lifestealer. He doesn't burst. Pango can have a little bit of burst with a Swashbuckle and a Shield Crash, but it only gets you so far. So if that's the mindset here, I actually kind of like it because it shows you're very much, you're planning for minute 30, right? And having that level of foresight shows a really deep understanding of the game. Now, that doesn't mean this is going to work out and that it's the best choice, but it just stands out to me as an interesting way of thinking about it. Also against Ember, right? Similar logic. Can you 100 to 0 him in RP or not? If you can't, things can get quite tricky quite quickly.
Indeed. Searing Chains as Malrine showing off his newly picked up Diffusal Blade. And there's a nice juicy stack here on the Spirit side.
Yep.
I mean, that's going to be kind of hard to take. I guess you got Illuminate and Slight, but it's not like this is for Yatoro. At least not anytime soon.
Mars is okay at doing some of it. Jakiro can cook it at level 6. They'll have a way to get these stacks.
And Scan comes out, so Collapse knows this is coming on Malrine's side. The smoke will not result in much. We can see the build on Skeeter is actually going to be very standard, just the Radiance.
Yep. Straight Radiance Rush, no armlet, shenanigans. Wants to keep scaling. Now, the Slark versus Lifestealer matchup is actually got out just barely from the calling. That was very close to Crit being able to land that silence. And who knows what would happen, but... Wait. Laurel's going Blade?
When you're cast... Who's that? Laurel?
Huh. That is unusual.
I mean, we've definitely seen it before, but typically it's when you're struggling on the Ember.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this isn't the best Mage Slayer game, right? Like, what are you really countering with a Mage Slayer, which is the standard Ember go-to item? But I don't think these are the most obvious Blade Mail lineups either. Like, Lifestealer can largely ignore it. It's annoying from Huerta, for sure, but she's a support. Pango can do a ton of damage regardless. I don't know. I'm not completely sure I follow this one. I definitely follow the not Mage Slayer, but then the question is, was this the second best choice after that? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll get it a bit later what the angle is.
Well, they triple team on the stack, so they do get it in the end. And we've seen a lot of stacks stolen in this tournament.
Yep.
And I feel like teams get a little too greedy waiting to take the stack, so
yeah.
It's good to see that.
And Falcons are good at invading.
Yeah,
so it's great to ensure them while you can, for sure. Collapse top net worth on the Mars.
Okay.
Just realized he's still staying up there. Yeah, that is...
It's been a hot
angle here
since
from
I've seen
Radon.
position ones go Midas in this patch.
Well, Slark, one of the few melee cores that really doesn't like to play Battle Fury. And obviously has the luxury of farming largely just through mana regen, which separates him from quite a lot of other carries that are mainly focused on their, attacks and therefore go for different builds like Maelstrom or whatever. Slark can farm pretty quickly with a Midas, so I don't mind it if your mindset is that this game is going to play at a pace that will allow you to pull this off. But of course, this makes your hero very weak for the foreseeable future. Like the next 10 minutes, I don't think Radon offers particularly much in fights. But Spirit might just want to split push the game. They've Caudle, they've Ember, and they've killed a mate.
Yep, Snake King has fallen. And of course, we are seeing the recall facet from Rue, as we've been seeing all tournament long. It has been insane. He actually had the Solar Bind one selected. Maybe he pubbed with it, because I don't remember seeing one in a pro game at this tournament. It's been almost exclusively the recall.
The recall.
Tier 1 tower for Spirit.
I think the thing that's might give recall a little bit of an edge in general is that the thing we like to talk about with facets is how many circumstances in the games is it going to matter under, right? If you have Solar Bind, that's a strictly fighting-oriented facet. Recall is used for everything. It's used for defensive plays, offensive plays, efficiency, saving town portals. There's just a lot of major benefits to having this during every single second of downtime. It's just the better choice, right? Solar Bind is the one you almost always take on mid-Caudle because he's a fighter and he wants to go and find kills. But for support, I really like the mindset behind having this. It's kind of a jack-of-all-trades facet. It's just good at all aspects of the game, which is kind of crazy when you think about it.
Kind of an interesting pace to this game, though. A lot of the games that we've been casting, there's been brawls non-stop from the beginning. And in this one, at a certain point, it's like both teams agreed, okay, let's just let each other farm. We'll give you a couple towers here and there, but we're opting to wait for these big item power spikes, which I guess we can talk about now. Obviously, from the Spirit side, the Slark, Mr. Yotaro, is not going to be that close to anything because he picked up the Midas, so he's going to be even slower. But Skeeter with the Radiance, I assume that is go time, or at least skirmish time for him. So about 800 away from that.
Yeah, and this also begs the question, who's going to kill the Tormentor? I think neither lineup's really good at it. So you see Falcons already have placed the Vision down there, and now Mipushka's going to go and try to clear it out. His Sentry will... It is actually in range, but he didn't see the ward because of nighttime. So that one's going to be able to stick there for the time being for crit. And he is pinging them to attack it. You might get your wish here with a fight. It does feel like a fight that should, on paper, be good for Falcons. They have Mag Blink with Pango Diffusal. And of course, like we talked about, Slark Midas. Just not very useful right now.
Yeah. not so much. Sacred Relic on Skeeter, so he doesn't have the Radiance, but at least that's some damage. As Laurel's going to show on the wave, Malrine. Smoke will pop. He's going to show himself. Actually, it's a lot of damage with that Diffusal Blade. Trying to get off his ult, but the annoying... Okay, we have the RP jump in. There's the Collapse ult finally going off as Amar will be the first to fall in this fight. Malrine with the ult. Laurel will get shot by Crit in the end, so it's a 1-for-1.
That was so heads up from Laurel, though. He insta-chained the Blink RP. He got changed off before he got RP'd by the mag, and therefore the Skewer couldn't come out, and that allowed Collapse to find the arena and get the counterplay for the 1-for-1 trade. And I think if you're Spirit, you're probably pretty happy with this, because in the meantime, Radon was just free farming with his Midas, and yeah, sure, Skitter was also farming, but Slark needs the space more than anyone. Diffusal completed will offer him a bit more fighting.
Bot lane, Collapse in a very precarious spot here. Trying to go on top of Snake King, but with all these TP rotations, it's just going to be his death. Now again, you talked about the Tormentor. Normally this will be done at the latest around the 17-minute mark after a skirmish. Let's see if this is what they prioritize after this Tier 1 tower.
It seems very available right now. Taking out that Tier 1, removing the Watcher, your ward's stuck there on Falcons, so they still have some sort of vision down here. And yeah, Spirit will concede it. You can just tell how bad this lineup isn't killing it.
Careful!
They got it done.
And Crit, unfortunately for Falcons, will get the shard.
I would have rather had a Crystal Clone for sure.
No doubt about it.
Still, a nice win for them.
I mean, part of taking the Tormentor now is just taking away from the other team as well, so.
Yeah, and I think this is the worst game state Spirit have had this tournament, minute 17, right? I think they've basically almost been always been ahead, or at least been in a comfortable position.
We have the Infest Bomb onto Radon. It's going to pop the ult, attempt to TP out. Malrine, whoa, so close. Not to be, though, as on the other side, Amar gets caught off guard and is taken out.
I feel like
he had the facet for, he has the Pango
I was
facet.
just going to say, yes, Thunderbolt. I think he could have hit that by just driving in a circle, right?
Yeah.
Is that, I think that's still possible, right?
It is.
A bit of a, I don't know.
Maybe it was just
consider
like a really
Malrine
weird
an
angle.
absolute master of this hero, so I'm really surprised he didn't find that connection there. But
well, Malrine's going to find another connection. This time from Collapse. Is going to spear him onto the low ground, it looks like. And Collapse is the one taking a ton of damage as Snake King gets off his ult. It'll be a trade.
A lot of stacks on Radon right now, but no ult.
Yep, Skeeter.
Oh, Hazel. Never mind. It got ready
He
again.
is taking quite a bit of damage, but I don't think Yatoro can stick to him any longer as the rest of Falcons have come to play. So lots of one-to-one trades here early on. We're in for a really good game.
Yeah,
I can feel it.
There's a possibility of this one becoming a nail-biter down the stretch. I will say, though, it is a really good Slark game. The Spirit took their time to identify this as the right pick for the situation. And Radon's game, I think now, considering that, like we talked about, his laning stage didn't start off the absolute best. He's running a Midas. He's second and he's basically first in net worth now, tied with Pango. Slark can completely take over this game down the line. So I do like Spirit's chances, mainly because of the carry-to-carry matchup here, where lifesteal of winning against Slark is mainly something that happens in the mid portion of the game, where you come out of the laning phase strong, you have the Radiance, and you're fighting with your team before Slark gets multiple core items. But you can't really counter Slark in the same way as lifesteal by going Ags like you used to, because disarming doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
And that used to be a big part of that, because then Slark, when he wants to go in and has to use... Generally, the way Slark works in fights is you go in, you use one of your defensive cooldowns, whether that's BKB, Shard, or Ags. You hit sometimes, and you either reset or use them in sequence back to back to back. Lifestealer could counterplay one of them. So when you would go in, he could just infest you and kind of force you to use the defensive for nothing. But now, he infests you, you're like, so what? You just keep hitting stuff.
Yeah.
So I do think that's a bit of a problem here. And Falcons need to itemize specifically against Slark.
Malrine, he's infested. They're going to see Yatoro. Permastun is coming for him with the freezing field as well, and down goes Yatoro.
Not missing the drive that time. On the mark the whole way through is Malrine. And yeah, the freezing field. Obviously a nice ability here against the Slark and his ult.
Interesting that, maybe I'm wrong here. Is it normal to go Armlet after Radiance?
I don't feel like that's that normal.
I'm a little surprised by that.
Yeah,
maybe they want to up the aggression that they see that Yataro's playing a bit greedy with the itemization.
Possibly just a pacing thing, yeah, that they're like, all right, let's turn it up and really put some pressure now. But you could have argued maybe something like Sanjay Yasha could have been an approach here instead, because that's also a pretty aggressive item. But
yeah, I assume that, I mean, Ags was typically, what, like third item maybe in a standard?
I don't know if you buy it here.
Yeah, I'm just saying, in this
At
patch,
all,
I don't know where it slots in. Is it fifth? Is it sixth? Is it seventh now? I'm not sure.
I think there's still games where you can buy it third or fourth if the conditions are right. If it's a very important game to make sure you get Infest off more so than as a defensive measure than an offensive one. But like in this one, it does strike me as a pretty good Manta game actually on Lifestealer. But I don't know if Skitter wants to go that route or the Sanjay Yasha. But I feel like you buy one of them. He's eyeing up SNY now. And then, I don't know, AC maybe, depending on what Mag wants to build. Amar is planning a Harpoon plus BKB, so I don't think he'll be buying the AC. And of course, you also have the option, rather, of buying AC on Pango. Since this hero has been changed, we've seen players run that build. But Ags for the time being for Malrine, and then probably Basher. I think anything you can get that can just make Yataro's fights harder will be valuable, and Basher definitely one of those. Collapse with a completed BKB 9-seconder still to be put to use. Laurel has a 9-seconder as well. And then they have 2 Solar Crests, so a very clear physical counter approach from the supports and immunity approach from the cores here is the idea. And of course, Solar Crest is insane on Slark. It's like, I think this is the single best hero in the game to put Solar Crest on. Because it's a snowbally hero in fights. You want to accelerate him and get him up to stacks quickly, and by just pumping him with Solar Crests, he can just keep... It's just a... yeah.
Well, he's got Ags
Match
now.
made in heaven.
So double pounce and ridiculously long range.
Yeah, they could even Chakra him for a 3rd pounce if they wanted to.
True.
Probably most likely going to reserve those primarily for Laurel, because Slight Chains is just...
It's just too good.
Yeah. Speaking of Match Made in Heaven, that one is definitely too. The Caudal Ember, the classic. Snaking. Ooh. Breaks the smoke and stays alive.
Yeah, Haste Rune available for Laurel right now. The smoke won't turn into any kills. They do get a couple wards down though. As this is going to be an early Ags from Crit, actually. Yeah. Wow, he's only 1,000 away, so
he's having a good game on the board.
This is one
very
of the,
farmed.
This is one of the coolest newer Ags in the game for sure.
I like it too. He's actually the net worth difference of the game is him. He's him, Shannon.
He's him?
Yeah.
Got it. With a capital H.
It's go time. Smoke up.
Oh, BKB for Amar. This will be the reveal as Malrine. He's infested. Crit will show on the wave. And they're going to wrap around now. They find Laurel, or is it the other way around? Get the Searing Chains up. There's the RP only onto 1. Do they have the stun lock? No. No silence came, but the BKB already activated from Laurel. That's going to break things up. So they did force a BKB, but it was for the reverse polarity.
Yeah. And if Spirit had been closer with some of their heroes, they might have even turned that one around on them. Miposhka now. That's a little bit late on the TP. Stuck around trying to get the wave. He did get the wave. It will cost him.
And how good are the Roche capabilities of these teams?
Pretty bad.
It's the same as the Torment, really.
Yeah, they just don't have objective lineups, right? They're not good at killing Roche, Tormentor, or buildings on either side. So it is going to lead to this kind of a game where getting objectives is more of a later portion of the game kind of thing, or something you claim off of a major pickoff or a teamfight victory. The Falcons Tormentor came off of getting control of the area and taking the bottom tier 1 tower. The Roche is going to be a lot harder to get because of its placement on the map.
Up, crit. Well, he gets the silence off. I think he's already bought the Ags, attempting to TP out, and he's
really
fine.
Nice. Really, really nice TP, yeah.
And
deserves a tip for that. That is a very... That's such a clever spot to find to TP there. That was super next level. Give him his Ags.
Yeah. So Deadshot is thick and juicy, and it will pass through multiple people.
Yep.
So you can fear multiple. I mean, this is a crazy Ags. I was actually a little surprised. We've been seeing. I was wondering how long it was going to take for a game for me to watch, at least, where Muerta prioritizes this as like the first main item, or I guess this would be the second in this case. As for Don, he's going to force out the ult from Crit. He's already used his ult, though. Has to be careful. He's going to get stun locked now, potentially. Rolling thunder from Mallory. Not able to find the second connection, though. And now the pounce away. Samar looking for an opening, but doesn't look like one will come quite yet.
This is actually a kind of cool pairing that I didn't think about. You can lower the cooldown of Depth Shroud by a lot with Caudle. And it allows Slark to, because usually the issue he has is that Depth Shroud and Shadow Dance don't overlap very well. Because Shadow Dance is a 30-second cooldown at level 18, and Depth Shroud is 75. But with Recall plus Chakra, you can kind of line them up. But Don has the ult ready again. He's in there.
Will not connect successfully. He's a dead shot onto Yatoro. Has to be careful. Will pop the ult. Shadow Dance is now down, but Depth Shroud, like you said, up in 10 seconds.
This is going to become such a strategic game on like zone control.
Yeah, I mean, he needs a BKB, of course, at some point.
Yeah,
I would assume.
The Sanjay and Yasha first by the looks of it.
Really? Wow.
He's both queued up. He only had the Sanjay and Yasha before, and now he did add the BKB, so you can interpret that how you will. He might just end up scrapping the Sanjay and Yasha idea. And I think if he gets the BKB first, I don't think you go SNY after that. Then I think you go for something more ambitious, probably.
Yeah.
So Charmin time. We'll go the way of Falcons again. See if they get the Crystal Maiden one or...
Snaking to Skeeter instead, so...
Infest applies a 50% duration open wounds to enemies in the damage radius.
Yeah, it's a weaker shard, I would say, but it can definitely have its use.
It's a lot better when you have Ags.
Yep.
Then you have the lower cooldown. So without the Ags, it's kind of meh, I guess.
Yeah. Not the best,
want to trade
this
for
will
Roche.
be a trade, yeah. I don't think Falcons are coming.
No.
Looks like Snaking already had shard, that's why he didn't get it. So the
oh, I see.
Only one remaining now.
It would have been Skitter or Amar.
Yeah.
I think they would have rather had Amaris. I think they've had the worst RNG possible on both of them.
That is correct.
A little bit unfortunate.
Two 50-50s lost.
Yeah. That will happen 1 in 4 times, funnily enough.
Or 100% of the time, to me.
Oh, it works. Yeah, I've heard when you flip a coin,
yep.
You have, if you pick heads, you have like 40% heads.
Yeah.
And then 59% tails.
And then 1% the coin breaks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you're like extra unlucky. You're not just unlucky, you also have accidents.
That's right. Whoa!
Oh, that was a path there.
All right, well, Snaking will likely still die anyways. Collapse with the BKB to get away from Malrain, rolling
Snake's
thunder
level
away.
14.
What's that?
He's level 14 on the Maiden. It's very high level. It's actually a quite meaningful kill when the supports are this. He's the same level as Collapse. So you can't just bleed out too many deaths on this main. It's his second death, okay? So it's not like he's had a terrible game.
He's feeding.
But if he does get caught off a couple of times, that can lead to a meaningful comeback for Spirit. It's not your traditional, okay, oh, they caught Maiden, whatever, right? He's level 15 now after that Wisdom, so it's a meaningful kill at this point. Also, the death timers will be longer, of course.
Oh,
Nice
RP finds 2 as Skeeter is just ripping through them. Rue, he's going to get open wounds, but here comes Yatoro to try to turn this around. Illuminate's going to heal him a bit, but Rue will likely end up dying here. Amar, he's infested. They're just going to use the Nightfall maneuver to get out of here. Back to base they go. Malrine, he's going to pop a Lotus to stay alive. Shield crashes back into the arena as a freezing field from the outside. You can't see anything because of the facet of Mars. They only lose the 1 on Malrine right now. They're going to lose Aegis, though. Crit falls shortly after. There's the Infest. Laurel cannot get away. He's going to get Frostbit and beat down into oblivion. Yatoro, Aegis lost. Already at half HP. He is getting eaten up.
He has a lot of
Will
stacks
pop
now.
his ult, though.
If he gets reset.
Dark packed away, pounces well, attempting to TP, but the skewer brings him back under the tower. Amar gets the kill. Big fight for Falcons.
Damn. Couple of really sick back-to-back plays there from Amar. Finds the 2-hero RP setup, and then TP's back to, was it base? I think? He TP'd back the whole way in
I
the middle
said
of that
he TP'd
fight.
back to base, but I lied because I didn't actually check, so it was a 50-50, which is probably I'm wrong, right?
Yeah, you're probably
based on my look.
Yeah, he probably didn't even TP.
Yeah, that's possible.
We're gonna see it here. So here's the replay. Nice 2-man RP here from the Mag. They don't kill Caudle instantly. I think the target selection there actually incorrect from Falcons. If they kill Caudle first, they can get the Jakiro after because Jakiro does not have Ghost, but They do still get it done. He TPs here. It was all the way back to base. And he's actually running all the way back to this fight. And I understand why Spirit felt confident here. Oh, they TP'd out the mag with the infested Lifestealer. We can go for this with an Aegis.
Yeah.
But Crit stayed alive for so long with the ult. And Snaking's Freezing Field, of course, slowing things down by a ton. And now they're just in this enormous calling that just keeps growing.
Man, yeah, the one we saw in the last series, that's the biggest I've ever seen it.
And this looked a bit promising for Radon, actually. If they don't get the skewer here, this is really nice from Amar. But if they don't find this skewer and he gets to full reset and heal up, he might have been able to re-engage and get more stuff done there. But nice from Falcons. 7K lead.
Yep, finding a little bit of breathing room, but this is against Team Spirit, of course. 69%. We're going to ignore that last chain there. Thank you, Gaimin. He's a big fan.
Nice.
Up. All right, close that now.
Nice.
There we go. 69 again.
Nice.
Skeeter, I mean, we did see that as well coming into play there. We didn't really mention it, but, you know, the Empower on a melee target, very, very powerful, of course. And he actually breaks apart his S and Y, so I think you're right. I think it will be the Abyssal into Manta, or the other way around, Manta into Abyssal.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. You lose the status resist.
Yeah.
But being able to Manta the Searing Chains, the Blinding Light, there's a lot of annoying spells for sure.
Yeah, the Manta is... There's just a lot of value to exactly those two spells, but also everything Jakiro throws at you. If you're out of rage, then it just buys you... Lifestealer, a lot of the time in later portions of the game, is about buying time to bridge the gap to your next rage. And usually the way you do that is either through BKB or through infesting. But Manta obviously can also be a piece of the puzzle. So it's a very comfortable spot now for Falcons. Skitter is stupid farmed.
Yeah.
360 CS. He's playing with Empower. And of course, Lifestealer, every CS, you get that little bit tankier.
Oh, yeah. 440 right now.
Give him enough time and he'll be invincible.
Yeah.
This game goes to 450 minutes.
Yep, he'll
we'll
have a lot of
tier
HP.
5 neutral items then.
We'll have tier 10 at this rate. And...
Okay, if you... Let's entertain the idea that games went really long in a patch. Like that the average game time was an hour and a half. When do you think there should be some sort of way that just finishes the game? Like, what do you think is, okay, now the game has gone long enough, it should end?
I mean, we had that back in this when the FPS started to break and Darkseer had fire coming out of his ass.
Okay, well, that was not an answer to my question. That's not what you think. That's what we had. And it didn't end the game either.
I think
so it was actually a terrible answer.
I think having strong nudges like tier 5s is the best way to do it. If you just have a set
so you
thing,
think an hour is a good time to be like, okay, like now the game should be about 10.
Yeah.
Because I know some players love long games, right? Everybody who loves techies wants to play forever and never leave.
Yeah, of course.
The old techies, that is.
But they're masochists at the end of the day.
So you're on board with like an hour is a healthy upper bound for a Dota game.
Yep.
Okay.
It should be rare.
I think most people are probably on board.
I think
with
we're in
that,
a pretty good spot right now. As Skeeter inside of Malrine right now. Nullifier is next for Malrine. They're gonna run into Maposhka, although they see Yatoro instead. Oh my goodness, that is some damage. Whoo!
Insta-gib.
Yes. He does have buyback here, and they will likely try to force it. There are 3 tier 2s though, still up and running.
And now he no longer has buy. What did he just purchase? He bought a Mithril Hammer? That's good to have in your inventory when you're dead.
Okay, Amar, he BKB skewers, and they're gonna find a little pick off onto Maposhka. And that's another hero that's, oh, they dropped the gem?
And Octarine now for crit. He is so far. He has about the same net worth as the Mars.
That's, yeah.
On his Muerta, 135 CS to his name as position 4.
28 minutes faster than the previous record.
Oh.
This is
it
like
has been bought in 1 match and it won.
Oh, shocker.
Well, it's looking good right now. Lincoln's now for Amar.
Have we had 2 callings up at the same time before? What is the cooldown on this spell? 22 seconds now with Octarine.
You definitely should be able to with Dance of the Dead, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen
especially
that
if you
thing
played
last
with Coddle
forever.
too.
Yeah. That would be interesting.
Yeah. I don't know how that's coded.
Frostbite. Skeeter, he's gonna get hexed. This collapse is gonna get hit by a dead shot.
He has to.
Open wounds, yeah. BKB away.
So Magnus bought Lincolns, and I was looking for what he's going to use it for. And the only things it's blocking right now are Mars's Hex and Slark's Orchid, which makes it really good, right? Because you can't just get it off with some random trash.
Diffusal.
Or the Diffusal.
That is, by comparison, that would be the quote-unquote trash, right?
Yeah, but it's really good here. The Lincolns for that, because it makes Collapse.
Rolling Thunder, they're going to try to assassinate again. Yep. This time it is Laurel, dead on the doorsteps of his base. 70 seconds, no buyback.
Falcons have so good vision and just so good control of the map right now. Spirit, we've not seen them like this yet this tournament. Just playing keep away.
They have literally not lost a game, if I'm not mistaken, up until this point.
Yeah, I don't think, I believe that's correct. But I don't even remember seeing them down on net worth, really.
Yeah.
So this is one of the greatest comeback teams ever, but this one's going to be tough. You're playing against insane AoE damage from or control rather, with RP as well as Pango ult. You're playing against an Omega farmed Muerta who can be a third carry. Lifesteal is easily top of the net worth board with Empower. Yeah, everything just coming together beautifully for Falcons this game.
Oh, yeah.
Can't really put much of it.
Well, they're going to wrap around. This is without Ember for still 25 seconds. Crit would be a huge kill. Hex initiation into the pounce, into the spear, into the ice path, into every single spell. But the Infest will keep him alive. And now Crit pops the ult, so they cannot attack him. And the first to fall is likely to collapse. He pops the BKB and gets away. Maposha gets run down, though, along with Rue. Man, they needed that so bad, as Yatoro already has his BKB on cooldown, as he's going to try to pounce away. Collapse on the other side. It matters not. They lose the Slark, and they're right next to the pit. I mean, Crit does die. That was their initial target, but it takes forever.
And Collapse had to kill himself to get it done. So I don't even think that trade is good. It's even. Right? Mars from Muerta at this point is more or less an even exchange, but Slark just not really finding much presence in the fight once again. And what a great Infest play from Skitter. It means the world in that situation to save the Muerta and buy those precious seconds here. So you're seeing in this opener, they need to spend a ton of this is the issue, they needed to spend a ton of the lockdown time on connecting Radon. They spent the entire Hex before he could get on top of the target. Like, imagine that situation where Slark has a Blink Dagger, they kill Muerta, and the fight is a totally different beast. But
yeah,
just having that extra couple of seconds on him and then getting saved by Infest, big deal.
They're inside their base, and Maposhka, another death, does have buyback here, but Yatoro without it for 30 seconds. Well, he's back up and running the old-fashioned way.
Damn.
See how safe they play.
That coach interview from AUI, there might be some truth to it. Like,
what, the country roads?
No, just talking to Slacks just really brings out the best in this team.
Oh, Amar, he's going to use the BKB to take off the Searing Chains. And Rue is completely isolated. He's going to burn down to the Radiance as Skeeter will be able to secure that
nice
one.
Try on the Manta, but
Alrain has his ult. Collapse just dies. That's within BKB as well. Nullifier applies to Lars, can pop the BKB of his own. Yatoro focusing on the lifesteal. This is still an Aegis lifestealer. BT dubs. Sorry, I know you said I should never say that.
Yeah,
again.
nobody really says that. Any ever.
MB.
When did people say BT dubs, Shannon?
I'm old at some point.
That's not an age thing. I think that nobody ever said that.
That's not true.
Okay. Nobody ever said it unironically.
Not going to hit the spear. Has the sheep still available. And I mean, this is 3 buybacks still from Spirit.
And there's plenty of time on the Aegis. Skitter has 3 minutes to go, so they can just regroup, wait for the next Pango ult to be online, which is only 30 seconds away. They retain their RP. He's going to get a refresher now on Mag. Okay, this is reaching impossible territory now for Team Spirit.
Yep. Not looking good here.
The amount of advantages. We're at a point now where Falcons can flat out whiff an ult and still be stronger. You see this Manta, nice attempt there from Skitter, but at the end of the day, it didn't even matter.
No.
This killed Collapse anyway. Just burst him down. Hands up.
I'm pretty sure he said, praise Gaimin.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
2.5 minutes on the Aegis. Roshan banner at the disposal. They are certainly going to push the envelope here, knowing that 3 buybacks on cooldown for Spirit. And now Smoke to try to expedite the process. See if they can find somebody in the base Don't have the vision yet, but the Manta illusions will provide a little bit of space. There they jump in first. Onto the Aegis target. Here comes Malrine with the Rolling Thunder. They're going to use the RP as well onto Yatoro, and he's dead. No buyback. It's up to the other 4 members of Spirit, but they have the permastun again onto the Ember. Laurel drops. He's one of the few with buyback right now. This will be 1 lane minimum. Harpoon, the instant spear from Collapse, gonna force out the buyback from Laurel. And Skeeter wouldn't mind too much just getting rid of the Aegis here, but still has a decent amount of time.
The question is now if Falcons have the read that there's no buyback on the Slark or not.
That's true, they don't
know this for a fact.
Yeah, that one's a gold-related one.
Yeah.
Mar jumping in. He's going to get speared for his troubles. There's the Infest. They know that Laurel just bought back. This will be a huge kill. Collapse coming in with the Mars Arena. They are going to finish off Laurel. That's a dieback for the Ember. And now they can pretty much safely say Yatoro has no buyback as Collapse gets solo RP'd and dies. Two remaining members are supports. That should do it for game number 1 as GGs are called. Falcons looking like the old, if you want to call them that, Falcons in this game 1. Really
yeah, they have a way of sometimes really leveling up for the playoffs. Now, this is game number 1. There's plenty of Dota to be played, and it's round number 1 of the playoffs. Probably the best game Falcons played all tournament. And conversely for Spirit, this was on the slower side. It felt like the moves they were trying to make, they couldn't really string them together, and there's a major difference between this lineup and a lot of what we've seen from Spirit. So also, maybe on a draft level, Falcons really had them a little bit figured out for this game 1. Spirit did not have tanky cores.
That's right, Shiver.
No tanky cores equals lose. That's what it seemed like for Team Spirit this one around. It wasn't really playing out the way we expected to before we went into the game, Tigov.
Yeah. You got a Keeper Light, you got an Ember, a Slark. You know, I'm expecting the map to disappear in the front of Falcons' eyes.
Big
and
team fire.
Aggression and slapping him in the face and then sending him to the lower bracket. And then they farmed. And farmed. And so I'm a little bit kind of, I guess, shocked by Spirit's gameplay. It did have a level of discipline where they knew that maybe if they mis-execute at some point, then the Magnus, Lifestealer, Pangolier will run away with their farm efficiency. So they were trying to make sure that when they did take the big fight, it was on their terms. But I did feel like they missed that window.
They did. Also, I like the fact that they're using Lifestealer plus Pango combination. This is something that they've been using when Ricky and Bounty were kind of meta from position 4. Nyx Assassin as well. They were using one hero to scout things out. But if I trust one guy that's going to play Pango really well, that's Malrine. That's no one from the mid lane. Win rate for the hero is not the greatest, but they are also making it work. I also thought that Spirit's going to have a much aggressive early game. Pair up this Ember Spirit with 2 supports, play super aggressive, something that they did in their series when they were playing against OG, where they completely dismantled them. I know that Falcons is a better team, but I also expected slightly more aggression because they just kept farming, and you can see that Collapse, he's not very happy with what just happened.
I mean, he had quite a turbulent game on the Mars. Right? At some point, he was top net worth at 9,000 gold. He was looking to take over the game. And then minutes later, you see him trying to take a tier 1 tower. He gets killed. And it was the small moves, I think, from Spirit that prevented them from truly kind of grouping up and trying to take over the map. And yeah, coming into the playoffs, like I said before, I'm a little bit shocked that we praised them so much on their aggression and so much on their ability to find the kills. And I think Falcons...
Game 1, they didn't wake up properly yet.
Yeah, give them excuses. Why don't
First game of the day. What time is it, Shiver? It's 5 p.m.
Yeah, they're still asleep.
There's a little bit of time, but also I'll give credit to Falcons, where I think the last time that we saw them play against Spirit, they were making stacks, they weren't farming them as quickly. This time around, they make like a double stack of Ancients, they instantly farm it. They're ensuring that any efficiency that they create in the jungle, they're utilizing it as soon as possible, not allowing Spirit to get that early vision down, contest stacks. It really was, such a good game from Falcons.
Yeah,
perfect game.
9-0-10
from Skeeter. He completely owned that game. They had no BKB piercing tools. You could see that they try to itemize to have something against him because Mars, he kind of rushed the Hex. Slark was also going for Orchid, which came in slightly later. Rue also wanted to get the secondary Hex, but it was just not enough. And standout player, man, whenever I see these top-tier position 4 players play Muerta, it feels like this hero is so imbalanced.
Do you want more nerfs to it, or what was it?
No, it's a skill shot hero. I don't think we need to nerf it more. We did remove the attack speed coming up from the Ghosts, which is fine, but this new tech that is coming out with the Aghanim Scepter, with the 2 Deadshot charges as well, Glip Glop as well, if it comes into the play, having bigger AoE on it, it's basically the whole screen when you shoot it, so...
Yeah, it's really fun to watch here.
It is.
I will say that. I love seeing those skill shots. And I love seeing some highlights of this game as well. Now, there were a couple moments that stood out. One in particular stood out to Tigov.
Yes. So the first one was, of course, when we actually got to see them fight for a little bit, right? Team Spirit, they opted to take the Aegis whilst Falcons got the Tormentor. But the key thing with Spirit's philosophy in this game was they didn't want to try and break the map too early. You can see that with Slark going the Midas. But this is the fight. They have to win this fight. And if they don't win this fight, then the game is just going to get difficult. And you can see already from the highlights, both supports are dead. They're trying to desperately continue the engagement as much as possible, but you're fighting 3v5 into Falcons who have pretty much even net, actually more net worth, my apologies. And for Spirit, this is what I meant when we started the post-game analysis, was they needed to find the correct time to create that momentum with their draft. And the moment which they thought was the moment was clearly not. They had to, after 10, 12, 13 minutes, we needed to see their heroes sync up a little bit more on the map, because waiting this long, you're really just playing into Falcon's game.
They needed a little bit of extra damage, it felt like. The Slark, even when he has 15, 20, 25 stacks in the middle of a fight, it still doesn't feel it's enough.
Just tickling them.
No. And then there was a glaring difference that we'd also like to highlight to you, and it does include our MVP player in Crit Lacoste.
Yeah, you can check the hero damage as well coming out from both of these heroes. Usually Mars, when he's not dictating the tempo of the game, he does tend to fall off, and you can see that Crit had a pretty good time. And if you look at the itemization, he did go for Rod of Aethos straight into Aghanim Scepter, so that fear becomes like whatever you fear from the first target, second target as well, it does bounce, so it feels really nice. So very good timing on it, and I also like that all these items are making you super tanky, because it's quite a lot of stats. He also did opt to go for Octarine Core to lower the cooldown on all of his abilities. And at this point of the game, they were so far ahead, but they tried to go for this Hail Mary play, kill Muerta instantly, and then you see the Infest Bomb, Infest Save coming out from Skeeter, keeping him alive, and you can see that Muerta pops the ulti. In terms of damage, most of the damage on their side is also physical, if there's no Jakiro, if there's no Coddle Blast, but yeah, Muerta is super tanky. And I'm also a little bit disappointed that we did not see Victory Feast facet. This is the one that I wanted to see, because Bloodsport in this one, in terms of the saving capabilities and what you see inside of the arena, it's not that great, because you have Lifestealer with the Rage who can come in, see what's going on, maybe get the Infest overall. Magnus is going to be blinking inside of it, but I wanted to see that extra bit of a damage and extra bit of a heal burst when you get the kill.
I think they also just need their carry to do more damage maybe in the next game. Yotaro, he only did about, call it, let's say 1900 more damage than his position 5 Jakiro in this game.
Yeah, well, they need to do a little bit better in game number 2 regardless if they want to stay in the upper bracket. Let's see if they can force out a third game to the series after a break.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back. You're joining us here for Wallachia Season 3, and we are in the third series of 4 series of the day, and we're in the middle of this series, and it is Falcons that is 1 game up against Team Spirit. I know. Team Spirit dropped their very first game of this tournament. We're going to see how they're going to deal with that and how they're going to adjust. I'm sure that there's already going to be some changes in the draft that is coming our way very soon. I'm joined by Lacoste and by Tigov. And Lacoste, I want to address an elephant in the room.
Ooh.
And I feel like the trade of Magnus first pick for Falcons versus the Ember first pick of Spirit, I feel like that's such an uneven trade, and that Spirit lost hard with that.
That's a very weighted question.
Yeah, it is.
That's my opinion. I'm a pleb opinion. That's my Ask Expert
I have to join you on that one.
Okay,
I
good.
think that was the key hero when they were playing against Falcons the first game 3 days ago. When Collapse got the hands on Magnus, you could definitely feel the difference. This hero gives you everything, and also BKB piercing tool, something that they didn't have in the previous game. That's why Lifestealer ended the game with 0 deaths. So definitely a hero, whoever has the first pick is not going to let it go through.
Is it first ban material? Because it's not just this series that this hero keeps being a menace.
Probably, yeah. I think Magnus is easily up there, especially with Falcons. They are one of the best teams in the world at punishing if you doubt yourself. If you don't make that move, if you don't invade the jungle, Falcons will always find the farm on their heroes. We just praise Crit for having more economy than the Mars. And that's exactly what happened here. We liked Spirit's draft for the ability to play into the map to get kills, but that didn't happen in the game. And when that doesn't happen, when you have that doubt, Falcons, 10k lead, win 1 fight into an Aegis, and they win the game. So I think for Spirit, I don't mind the draft. It's just maybe the Slark you could question, did it really translate into the game? Maybe there could be a different carry, but they have to be aggressive early on. Don't let Falcons farm. They crushed Falcons the other day, contesting every stack, breaking their greed. But this game, they allowed them to farm. It was very, very different in regards to playstyle, I feel, from Spirit.
If they also won that fight that you pointed out at 26, 27 minutes, I think that this game could have been much different, because you would get another round of items, you would get to those double hexes earlier, and then Lifestealer would definitely have to worry about something, because if you think about the saves that they did have in this game, not many on side of Falcons. So if you can lock him down, you could definitely kill him from 100 to 0, but you also got to be aware of the RP. If you're grouping around, this is where the counter initiation is going to come. So for the next game, I do like the combo. I do like everything that they did on side of Team Spirit when it comes down to the draft. I want to see more aggression. Maybe this Slark has to go. I'm not sure if it did what they wanted the hero to achieve, because in terms of the damage, it was definitely not there.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see a little bit of a change. We keep the sides the same, and I would expect that even if this goes to Game 3, we'll see the same again, because Team Spirit has only played Radiant this event, and Falcons has heavily prioritized Dire this event as well, and before that as well. But the order did change. So Spirit is first pick, and I have my doubts. Yeah, Team Falcons is not going to let Spirit have that. Magnus, very smart. And in terms of other bans, anything in particular that we then are looking at for our first pick? that will not get banned because it's basically a pick your poison.
Nature's Prophet has not been banned nor picked in the previous game, and now they're going to contest it in the first phase. That's the interesting one.
Yeah, very good second pick hero for Falcons. We mentioned the flexibility, but also Spirit likes to first pick the Terrorblade. So if that isn't banned out here, they'll ban Darkseid themselves, pick up the first pick Terrorblade as an option. They do have other strategies, but that could be a reason why they want to remove Nature's Prophet here, as I feel that would be a good response to a first pick Terrorblade due to the pacing that you set in the map. And they ban out the Dazzle from Falcons. So if Spirit do want to go down that previous draft line that they have done, then Darkseid into Terrorblade is an option they've had before.
And it's also a flex pick for them, because Collapse, if we go back to Dream League Season 25 finals, when they're defending the throne pretty much with 3 heroes, and then he gets the big Sunder off on Yatoro, who cleans up the fight afterwards. So there's always something magical about seeing these two players when it is a very high-stake game. And right now we're in the playoffs, and they're probably debating what you just said, whether they want to get their hands on that Terrorblade, or if they maybe want to remove it themselves. But knowing Team Spirit, I would agree that they're probably looking into that Terrorblade pick.
Yeah, they ban Pango.
Oh, this one was left in the pool because of the Nature's Prophet.
It's Tinker, Huskar, Darkseer that are still in the pool.
Yeah, I would say after the Terrorblade talk, then yeah, like you just mentioned, there's plenty of heroes that have just kind of got through the ban phase due to the respect that these two teams are giving to each other. And that is always the joy of when you get to see like the really strong drafting teams, because they start letting through the meta, banning out the respect of their opponent. And Miposhka has been playing a lot of Tinker support in his pubs.
Yeah, but not for the tournaments itself yet.
No, not at all. He's played 14 games and a 42% win rate. So it's not working in the pubs, but the mechanics are on point. He's ready to win.
Yeah, and I would imagine that's the type of hero that team play is especially important with it.
100%.
Yeah,
when it first became a support, you didn't need any team play. You just auto win the game. It was that good.
All right, T, check something for me.
I'm checking.
You're much quicker. You're a younger lad than me.
Yep.
Did Laurel, at any time in his professional career, play Tinker from the mid lane?
My God, this question, it was so simple. And then
we have to go because NTS,
we have to dig.
Did surprises. There is a possibility. The reason why Tinker is so strong from position 5 or from the mid lane is you are playing with the repair bots facet. So there's going to be a lot of healing that's going to come out from the hero. Very difficult to kill. 30% status resistance. Relatively long, relatively short cooldowns when it comes down to his abilities, and also being able to be anywhere on the map at the later stages of the game. Plus also itemization, stacking some of the barriers, buying Glimmer Cape on top of the status resistance that you have.
I have so much more respect for Lyle suddenly, right?
Why? Did you check his numbers?
Didn't play Tinker, probably.
He's never played Tinker in a competitive game. He's never played Lone Druid mid in a competitive game. He's never played Broodmother mid in a competitive game.
Wow.
He's never played Arc Warden mid
you know
in a
what?
competitive game.
I mean, in respect, obviously, but at the same time, I kind of feel like if I'm building a team, I do want a mid laner that does do that.
Maybe that's what's holding him back, potentially.
I
but
don't think anything holding him back.
No. Well, I mean, multi, come on. But the point, like, he's never played OD. Like, the fact that I can see Tinker, OD, Lone Druid, Brood, and Arc Warden as never to be played from a mid lane and as a pro player, that is respect to you, Lark. Respect to you.
He's a good lad.
He's honest lad, yeah. Watch him play one of those.
I was going to say, maybe he's been secretly practicing and nobody knows. And he'll pull out his Tinker and then we got here. Maybe, okay, it wouldn't be Grandmaster tier. Because you can see his pubs, right?
Yeah, he's not played Tinker in the pub. He has played OD though, like we mentioned in the pre-show.
Yeah, a lot of OD.
A lot of OD.
Yeah, let's take a look though. We have got Falcons thinking about what they're banning, and they're banning into pick. So Team Spirit, they focus their bans on crit a little bit with the Muerta and the Bounty Hunter. And now we got the PA ban coming out from Team Falcons. In terms of carries, by the way, that Lifestealer is still in the pool. And Skeeter did look very good on it in game number 1.
Yeah, it might be too early to think about the Lifestealer right now. Most likely it's just going to be one of the position 5s that's going to come out. Maybe get casual Crystal Maiden. They have over 80% win rate on that hero right now.
They play it a lot. Also, the hero that's still in that was previously banned is still that Terrorblade you mentioned.
They can still go for the Tusk that they've done before, and okay, they go for Jakiro. One option that I was going to talk about was if they do go for the Tusk here, it opens up for the Gyrocopter, any of these. Like, we really win the lane against slightly more farm-heavy offlaners. Like, imagine if Spirit was to go a little bit creative with Collapse's hero pool, Tusk Gyrocopter would prevent that creativity. But they go for Jakiro. still does the same thing. You could argue for position 5, extremely strong laner. I like just the map progression now from Falcons. Any objective they go to, with Arena plus Jakiro, these two heroes alone can actually create the chances to bring the tower to low HP, secure the fight, and every pick after, it can be whatever, like any response required to punish Spirit.
I have a question.
We might have the answer.
I hope so.
Okay.
Is it in this
7.
patch? No.
17.
No. Is it in this patch even possible to play Mars mid and then still go for Darkseer? Or is that like...
Well, anything is possible.
Okay.
But I don't think that's going to be the case.
Okay.
It's just that also his innate ability, you want to be playing against multiple heroes because you're getting that extra bit of a region on Mars. Something that is slightly underrated in some of the aspects. It got nerfed, like before you could see the range on it got nerfed. So basically before you could see when you are getting ganked, when your region goes up. But yeah, all the small details. This is going to be Tinker plus the Clown as the support duo. Ringmaster, it is a good way to disengage against, because you don't necessarily need to see inside of the arena, so you can drop your ulti. And we did talk about the lack of damage that they did have in the previous game. This time around with Sven, you're never going to be lacking damage.
But this is a very unusual draft.
It is. I mean, now we can talk about the Lifestealer Shiver.
Okay, let's talk about it.
It is definitely a hero that he loves to play. Like, maybe because Sven doesn't build into MKB, Sven doesn't build into Bloodthorn, especially not early on, and the natural progression for Lifestealer is the Radiance, so you will have not have that mischance, plus the Aghanim Scepter as well, which has been nerfed, but still a good item.
But being able to get a Radiance buying hero to disassemble it later for Nullifier into the Escape Act or the Tinker is very strong. They don't even opt to do that. They still go for the Gyrocopter. But for Spirit's lineup, it is all about survivability. Defense Matrix, the heal from the Marching Machines, Escape Act, the War Cry.
There's a big team fight coming from Falcons.
Yeah, one team's got team fight and one team's got sustainability.
Ooh.
And there's the
spell mechanic, and also great against Sven, because if you're locking him down in the middle of a fight, he's not going to be getting barriers. He's going to be getting his armor removed until he gets the shard, which is not something that you buy on Sven, but might get it from Tormentor later on. So definitely feels like a good Shadow Demon pick. I think one team as well tried to counter it. Maybe it was AVULUS when they were playing against Tinker, and it didn't work out well for them, but in theory, it should be good.
Okay, I feel like the deeper we go into this draft, the more Falcons one looks normal, making sense, where I'm left with the question mark for Spirit, which is not necessarily a bad thing, it just means that my brain can't comprehend.
They have really good lanes.
Okay.
March of the Machines with Sven is just a lot of wave clear. You get to, Tinker's March of the Machines, and then Sven. You secure his farm. Because the Ancient Camp is right next to your tower as well, when Sven hits 6, he can just farm that instantly. He isn't pushed to jungle deeper, again, utilizing the hill. So that's a very farm-heavy lane. And then Ringmaster with the Sand King, if that is your off-lane combination, you are able to just re-push the lane into your opponent. When Gyrocopter pushes the lane, you push the lane. And the speed on the map, it's all around Sand King. So I think Spirit deceptively looks a little bit weaker due to the lack of team fight. But if you get the items on Sand King, and Sven is able to accelerate his farm due to Tinker, we're going to see big clashes early on.
And I want to go back to Shadow Demon as a hero, because it synergizes really well with the other support and also with Mars, because it's a setup for your Ice Path. So you have Disruption into Ice Path, into another Ice Path, into potential Spears. So unlimited amount of lockdown coming out from these offensive disruptions. Maybe they need to ban some more elusive heroes. I'm down for some Queen of Pain that could maybe come out for Team Spirit, because in terms of lockdown, sure, like one disruption can kill you if you're layering your spells, but there's also an Escape Act, which is going to be very interesting, because I think the fights are going to be lasting much longer, because you have all these saving tools, you have quite a lot of armor, and you also want to be able to reset multiple times with Tinker.
I also don't mind the Tiny from mid lane for Spirit. I think as soon as Jakiro or SD shows himself, you start with an Avatos. It is going to be the triple Blink Dagger lineup, potentially. From mid, Sand King and Sven, they all normally would like to buy this hero. And if you are, I mean, Gyrocopter by himself, if you try to go high ground, you're going to get 100 to 0. I think going into places of darkness or fog by yourself is a recipe for just dying on Falcons, so they have to be very careful for that. And I think, yeah, Tiny or any mid hero that follows this kind of archetype is very, very good for them.
So Team Spirit got one more ban in them. They banned out the Huskar. I have to mention that the Ember Spirit is still in the pool, which I thought maybe Team Spirit was baiting to be banned, which then Falcons did not ban.
I mean, with Pelk ban and Storm ban, and Spirit themselves banning Huskar, if they ban Monkey, pick Ember, the only thing open for Falcons then would be potentially the Slardar. Okay, they banned the Ember themselves.
The Ember themselves, and they picked Queen of Pain.
Yeah. Just big damage, and still very mobile already that we mentioned.
Yeah.
You have that explosive damage that I really like against Gyro. You also have the follow-up stun. You talked about the Blink Daggers. You have a built-in Blink Dagger on Queen of Pain. So I think this game, Queen of Pain looks really, really good. Falcons, now you need to start thinking about, because they use this puck that they banned and did open up Queen of Pain. That's why I mentioned it. So they need to find something. I mean, it could be just some casual Dragonite coming out from the mid lane, which is fine. You have that lockdown that you might actually need. You might have another Blink Stunner, and you have quite a lot of armor, which is always going to be good against Sven.
We don't see it too often, but maybe Leshrac could be an option. Is explosive damage, SD's able to protect you early on, you have Arena to cover you. You like to get into the middle of the fight, there's a couple melee cores already. You buy Blink Dagger to get on top of the Tinker.
I like Leshrac, maybe not as much against the explosive damage from Sven and Sanking, because you could easily get bursted from 100 to 0, and then you're just gone. You build into some like Atos, which is fine, which is going to be the extra bit of a lockdown for Queen of Pain.
It also needs to be a Marine hero. I just suggested it here.
That could be Lina, like right against Queen of Pain. Problem is you're still fighting into all of these heroes who can jump you.
Yeah, I kind of want a hero that can stand his ground. Like Leshrac, you can eventually get to Bloodstone, Shivas, BKB, Yules. Like there's a lot of different items that provide that, oh, I've been jumped, but I can turn it around. Lina is a little bit more fragile, but if you win the lane, then it doesn't really matter.
It's going to be a DK.
Yeah, it makes the most sense.
We shouldn't have been creative. Yeah, we should have just stayed simple. But it is a very stable pick. Yeah.
That if DK gets jumped, he will live.
No,
you know?
yeah, we're right. You're right.
Fits the bill. Do we have a preference in this draft now that we see the full picture?
I learned one thing: don't underestimate the power of Tinker in this patch. This is not a strong lane in terms of, oh, we're going to be getting the kills with our Tinker and our Sven. It's going to be a bit of a slower lane for them. Maybe if they try to initiate, they could get a trade kill because of the Warcry and all the healing that you're getting from the bots. But yeah, I think that both of the teams got the draft that they wanted, slightly liking Spirits more again in this one, because they have Sven, also want to see the power of Ringmaster. I think this hero has potential, very hard hero to play overall, but a big fan of Queen of Pain. I think this hero has not been utilized how strong she is.
How we saw the previous game, it's going to be a lot of farm from both teams, and I think it's just down to who gets the better jump at that 20-minute mark, that 25-minute mark. Last game it was Falcons, but this time there's kiting on both teams. Tinker can kite, Ringmaster can kite, Sven can disengage. On the other side you have SD Disruption or Arena or an Ice Path. It is really going to be a matter of who's more efficient with their farm and which carry enters the game with more confidence to create that kind of game-deciding moment around that 20-25-minute mark. But it's kind of hard to say who really won the draft, as I see two identical kind of entry to the game from both sides.
Are we worried about the amount of team fight Falcons brings, or do you feel like Team Spirit was able to, in the end, match that?
Falcons have good team fight, but Spirit have incredible burst.
Okay.
So if they can burst a hero, then they'll have numbers advantage in the team fight, so that can kind of cushion the blow.
And they have the jump to jump the back lines, because you have two Blink Daggers and you also have Queen of Pain on top of that. So if you're jumping Shadow Demon and Jakiro as your initial targets, I think you have a pretty free entry to the fight.
Okay, well, that sounds like we're gonna a lot of fighting on our hands, which is good, because previous game we said there was a lot of fighting.
Farm, then fight. That's what will happen.
Okay, because previous game we said, oh, the lanes are gonna be pretty fun, and
just
then
didn't happen.
It kind of two positives kind of turned into a negative.
Yeah.
Turn to that one. Let's see how this game will play itself out, and if we're having a third game to the series. And first, let's hear some word from the coach of Team Spirit, Silent.
Thank you so much, Shaver. Yes, here was Silent. Silent, lot of burst damage coming out on this draft here. You got the Quap, you got the Sand King, you got the Sven. Are you guys nervous at all about the Shadow Demon? I mean, you picked a lot of these heroes after, traditionally great save hero.
Actually, I'm not feeling like Shadow Demon is right now is a good hero at Dota, but into Tinker, he's feeling like he can make sense.
All right, fantastic. Speaking of heroes that might not be too great, Ringmaster. A lot of people thought this would be OP, got nerfed, he's in. You seem to value that hero. Could you share why?
Ru was confident on him, and he was like, I'm feeling Ringmaster there, so we decided it's okay hero for us.
Okay. What do you think your chances are in this match? Are we going to be going to a game 3?
I hope so, but feeling like it wouldn't be easy. I'm not feeling like any good advantage on our side. I hope it will be win or a game will be easier, but really I don't feel like it's easy game.
Absolutely. Well, I wish you guys a easy game because I definitely want to see another game, and we'll go into that game right now with Sunsfan and his friend.
Thank you. Sunsfan here with my friend as Yatoro will die right off the bat. First blood for Skeeter as well. Man, could not have scripted that any better for Falcons. Terrific start to the game. We can talk about the drafts a bit. Cinderman, any thoughts overall?
Yeah, so as Silent alluded to, he didn't go into more detail about it, but I kind of thought of it the same way, that I feel like the only reason Falcons valued Shadow Demon this highly is to get Demonic Purge against Defense Matrix, right? Like, this Tinker, the way that teams have been utilizing it to make kills on cores, in particular in the mid-game, really, really difficult. You now have a crystal clear way of initiating fights where you isolate a target, you go on them, and then you purge them, and then you kill them. And they have a great lineup for that, because they have Dragon Tail as a blink stun catch, most likely. Amar will go dagger on the Mars as well, I'm assuming, and then Shadow Demon just needs to be in the neighborhood. So I like this as the approach of Falcons. Obviously, this seems like very premeditated. I believe they had this planned before the game even, or the draft even began. They were like, we'll give away Tinker this next game if they want it. If they pick it, this is our solution in the second phase. And yeah, you wouldn't expect Spirit to ban Shadow Demon either. It's barely been picked this tournament. It's not a popular hero. Like Silent said, he doesn't rate it very highly, but he likes it against Tinker. So.
Yep, makes sense. I mean, it feels like Tinkers have been reigning free, rather, in a lot of these games until like an eventual nullifier. Like, okay, we can finally do something about this stupid-ass hero.
Yeah, that's a great comparison. You just start the game with a nullifier in a way, right? That's obviously way oversimplified, but that's the idea. So let's see how the lanes play out. As you mentioned, Gyro getting first blood. I think this top lane is already Falcon's favorite on paper. I think Gyro Jakiro is stupid strong. Ringmaster and Sand King can try to hold their own, but ultimately it's hard for Sand King to ever play aggressive into these two heroes. The turnaround potential is way too strong. And most of the time you're going to be spent pushing into your own tower. The Flak Cannon plus Dual Breath on the waves will just push out the wave to force Spirit to be on the back foot, and then you're trying to pull camps if you can. You can see both camps open here. I think Falcon's very happy with that. This is, in a way, you could argue, just a slight variety on the Gyro Warlock lane that has looked super powerful as well. And they're playing it the same fashion. Jakiro, super aggro up in their face, pushing out the lane with Gyro, and then you're trying to pull hard camp when you can. You see here, Snaking will manage to pull only the range creep, but that's still very good.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough lane. Burrow Strike to get some harassment. I mean, I do want to talk about these heroes individually as the game goes on past the landing stage, both the Ringmaster and the Sand King. I guess we can start with Sand King. I feel like the hero it's kind of looked underwhelming. It feels like one of those heroes that you pick when all the other offlaners have been picked or banned.
Yeah, I think there was something else available for Spirit here when they did pick that Sand King, so I wonder what they were seeing, because to me this isn't an obviously good Sand King game. I think one of the main things I'm looking for in an SK game is, can you play your lane? This hero plays very badly from behind, in my opinion. And it's possible here that Collapse will just flat out suffer. You're seeing it here. Like, this is going to be the story of this lane. And you can't really do anything about it. You can try to pull waves on Ringmaster. Unlikely to happen against Jakiro. He's just going to pull you out. If you try to contest the pull, you're probably losing the fight there.
Yep, just like that.
It's...
Is he just dead? He's going to pop the Fairy Fire to stay alive. Burrow Strike from Collapse. There's the whip as well. Skeeter coming in, though.
Yeah, trying to help them kill Snaking with a body block, but unfortunately, Snaking was tanky enough to survive his teammate's wrath.
Behind the trees now, they both have to do the same thing.
How many tangos do they have left? They have 2 tangos between the Sand King and the Ringmaster. Ru is trying another pull here. Or rather...
Time to just suicide there,
okay.
yep.
I thought maybe he was pulling it to prevent Jakiro from pulling, but...
He just doesn't want to be in the lane anymore.
It wasn't the right time for it regardless. I mean, this is rough to watch for Collapse.
So, piggybacking off of that, the Ringmaster, we've seen... What was it, Spirit, that we saw them play it?
I think Collapse is dead now. If they have any detection, he's dead. There's a Sentry.
Sentry and Rocket Barrage is enough.
And now he's going to die as the wave pushes into his tower. So Ru needs to either pull this wave out and keep it alive, or Sand King gets no XP here and will now rejoin the lane as level 3.
Ru is the
against
core
level
now.
4 Gyro. I would argue neither of them is the core now. I think they're both position 4 on average right now in this game, which is not great, to say the least. Now, that's the top lane. It's looking grim for Spirit. What's going on elsewhere? So Quap against Dragon Knight looks to be a DK advantage, which is expected. This is a DK favored lane. Malrine with the 28 and 13. Many denies to the Quap's 21 and 3. And then in the bot lane, Amar and Crit seem to be more or less not quite drawing. They're a little bit behind Spirit. And this is, in a way, a similar logic to the lane top from Falcons, where instead of the Jakiro and Gyro pushing out, here it's the March of the Machines plus Cleave pushing it out, and then you're trying to pull. So kind of a mirroring of ideas, so to speak, in the 2 respective safe lanes.
For Laurel, is it not worth, I mean, obviously he would know best, but is it not worth getting Shadow Poison in this lane? You went 2 in Blink.
You mean Shadow Strike?
Or Shadow Strike?
I don't think you can overwhelm the DK enough with it to make it worth it.
Old school matchup, that's definitely, you would just max that, but I know a lot has changed since then.
Yeah, DK's going double Bracer makes it's hard to get through this. If you try to take the aggressive approach on Quap, what usually ends up happening is when you try to trade into the DK, he'll just breathe fire on you and he'll be stronger. And then, yeah, you poison him so he can't hit you, and that's all fine and dandy, but what's the trade-off then is you have put skill points into a skill that is a lane domination skill. You're not dominating with it, and now you lose farm because you don't have Scream.
Right.
So I think you kind of just have to do this, and it doesn't feel great. But it's the lesser evil to go 0-2-3 here.
Okay. Snake King trying to disrupt some of these stacks from coming out. Sentry will be deleted as Malrine will secure the invis.
Invis here. Interesting. Let's see if they can use this to make an aggressive move onto Laurel here in mid. They are bringing over the supports.
No. He's just going to pressure tower. Doesn't want to waste the Dragon Form. Crit comes over as well, actually.
Yeah, they need some way to keep the Siege Creep alive. Malrine not willing to tank for it. Will die. And here comes Miposhka as well. A nice 3v3 mid. Standard 6-minute stuff. And the play is over.
Yeah, but Falcon's still going to be okay with that. Still ticking away at that tower, as Dragon Knights do on that Corrosive Dragon.
Something Tinker is very good at is stacking camps. Because the new map layout has, I think, 3 or 4 sets of double camps on either side, whether you're Radiant or Dire, where you can march 2 camps at once. And Miposhka should be looking to really emphasize that against the Sven. He should probably also be looking to defend
Skeeter just gets it for free, the Wisdom Shrine. It's going to cost Crit his life. Oh, but then on the other side, we have Amar also taking it, so...
Yeah, I'm surprised Spirit were not looking to defend that, considering they have Tinker. He's really good at zone controlling the Wisdom Rune. You had Quap ult, but maybe they just feel like Collapse is too weak. I'll try to get him back in the game through, speaking of stacks.
Here we go.
Hero that is definitely capable of taking them.
Triple stack of Ancients.
He'll get there.
Shadow Poison will set up the spear. Miposhka will get the defense matrix activated upon himself. 3 points of Shadow Poison on him right now. And he's just going to get rebuked to the grave. Now Yatoro has to be a bit careful. He's going to use the Stormbolt. Spear will miss as a result, and the play is now over for Falcons. Yatoro will get a couple more right clicks for the road. He has the level disadvantage in this lane as Laurel actually comes in. So there's the Blink Scream.
Sonic.
Sonic to finish off the job. Nice rotation from Laurel.
In the meantime, they also killed Ru up top, so Falcons really putting the pressure globally here. They took the mid tower, they're killing in top lane, they're killing in bot lane, and now I would argue getting this top tower in this game in particular is massively important, because 2 of the areas that Tinker likes to do, these double stacks, are the 2 camps off to the left, just south of the Wisdom Shrine. He can stack these 2 with March of the Machines, and then the Ancients plus Big Camp in the triangle area, he can also stack those with March. So now that you've taken top tower, if you can get aggressive vision down, and you can start playing in this area with, for example, a support plus gyro or whatever, and just be oppressive, every single stack that is incomplete for Spirit that they flat out either don't get to make or even worse get stolen has really major implications on this game. And their lineup is kind of on the slower side, right? Like Sven needs time, Tinker needs time. If you take that away from them, you're the one running the show. Malrine with a DD. Oh, he's going to get a really good angle here on Radahn. This is a big problem.
Yeah, Dragon Tail Skeeter's coming as well. The creeps are doing damage, but it won't be the deny. Instead, the Breathe Fire will claim him. Big kill for Falcons.
And we didn't talk about this, but notice Skitter's skill build in this game. He went 4-1-1, so full-on focus on, once again, the whole oppressive approach to the lane. If Sand King wants to fight back, you make sure he doesn't have that luxury. And then you start maxing out Flak Cannon now for that farm efficiency later down the line. So looking great for Falcons. Skitter has had nothing but bangers in this tournament on Gyro. I feel like he's just, I think this is the 3rd or 4th game we've seen from him, and at least the games I've watched, he's just been completely owning. And this looking like it's shaping up well to the same degree. 3-0-0, 73 on the CS, top net worth.
Yep, Falcons off to yet another good start.
Very, very good start.
And Spirit, I mean, last time this was in part because Slark went for Midas. It was kind of the slower paced, wait for items kind of game. This time around, I mean, it's a Sven, so he still needs the farm, of course. Goes for the Mask of Madness, but this is not like that unusual.
No. But it does, I think this lineup that Sven is fighting into, he needs multiple items to really feel comfortable. Because if you try to enter the fight with just a Mask of Madness and a Stormbolt, you run in, you get Demonic Purged. You know.
Yep, Stormbolt was there with the whip from Rue. Amar
defensive arena.
Triple teamed Arena.
Try to get out.
Attempting to run away. Looks like he'll make it.
Should be fine.
Yeah, Laurel not in the vicinity, so.
Space created. Collapse being chased down by... Okay, Skitter's just not stopping. He'll just keep going. He doesn't have a dust, though.
Yeah.
So he just wanted to force out the Sand Shroud and then call it a day.
Yeah, lots of pressure from Falcons.
Yeah, and this is about to get worse because Dragon Knight Dagger, 100 gold away. Mars is now working on his dagger. Crit is even stealing farm from Radahn. That's where we're at. He's shadow poisoning the camp that Radahn was farming to try to steal the creeps away from him. He's just feeling that comfortable. Now we'll look to stack his own triangle, maybe for a quad stack here on both. And obviously we talked a lot about Spirit stacks, but Falcons have excellent stack farming heroes as well. They have Dragon Knight, they have Gyro, Jakiro, and Mars. So that will be absolutely no problem to take down in multiple different configurations, whatever heroes they want to reap the benefits, we'll be able to do it.
Yep, Falcons still trying to invade as Laurel has Dagon at the ready. Yatoro is going to be going for Echo Saber BKB, and he has actually an Aghanim Scepter on the list right now in terms of the queued items.
I think
the Dispel on... I'm trying to think what it would be this game. Against the Tinker would have been good, but that's his own team.
I think it's mainly for his ability to navigate fights when he gets purged.
Okay.
It's a way to guarantee that he can reach a target, right? Because the problem is if you get kited on Sven in this game, the fights get impossible. I'm not sure he's going to buy this. Like sometimes we see players make a quick buy like this as like it's like a mind map almost, or just like theorizing what you want to do and then you pivot. So this is probably just him brainstorming to himself, like, okay, this is the kind of game I'm imagining right now. Let's see when we get down the
showing
stretch.
Nightfall what he should have purchased in that last series.
I mean, I would argue I just think it's hard to play Sven without Blink. Radahn is a carry genius, and obviously he has had many innovative approaches in some games where you just you give him all the credit in the world afterwards. And this is definitely a creative way of thinking about it. Can't say I'm confident that it's
I think this was a bait, though, as the defense matrix comes out onto Collapse, as the Wheel of Wonder will hit onto two heroes with a huge sonic wave, and the whip to follow. Already 2 dead for Falcons. Laurel, he's going to live thanks to these March of the Machines. And Skeeter, he's in a lot of trouble. Crit will die as well as a buyback from the Jakiro, as Skeeter getting quadruple teamed right now. And he's going to die as well as Amar. He just places down the arena trying to get something out of this. He just ticks away. And Laurel still staying alive throughout all of this. It's a full team wipe and the dieback on the Jakiro.
Oh, so 6 for 1. Okay.
Wow.
Well, that happened out of absolutely nowhere.
That was a sick Wheel of Wonder as well.
That was a very good combination with between the Queen of Pain and the Ringmaster, especially Quap just popping off. Look at those damage numbers here coming in from Laurel. I think that was a 3 or 4 man Sonic. He had the Dagon. He got multiple level 4 screams off with that. But most importantly there for Falcons, Amar nowhere to be found, right? He's in the bottom half of the map. If you look at the minimap right now, Shadow Demon is going to connect to this fight. Amar isn't coming. So this is a 5-on-4. Full-on team fight without your big team fighter, that's just not going to fly.
Yeah, he ends up TPing in, and look at his HP on the top.
Yeah, he was farming bottom, so... Maybe a little bit of miscommunication, or just flat out got caught off guard there.
He was here like a second earlier, maybe Skeeter can get away, possibly.
Or if he's there in the early stages of the fight, they could have turned it around, right? But that, I guess that wasn't an option. He might have just not had the TP. Or felt like he didn't have the resources.
All right, well, that was a game-changing fight for sure. Spirit now in the driver's seat.
That was big. Now Radon, top net worth all of a sudden.
And this is about to be Tormy time as well.
He's holding on to the same quick buy. So I thought maybe, I was looking because maybe after that fight he would change to the blink because he would feel more confident that, all right, we're running this. I'm just going to jump in and kill heroes.
Yeah, I will say with the blink, you're against a Shadow Demon, you're against a Jakiro. Like, your blink is potentially going to get canceled randomly. Oh, that's very annoying.
That's the negative way of looking at it. The positive way is if I jump and kill Shadow Demon, my fight gets infinitely easier. Because then I can choose any secondary target afterwards and actually stick. But yeah, I don't mind the axe thought here either. It's like, I think both ways are good. It's just a different mentality. Radon gonna get jumped though.
Yep, Amar dies on the other side to Laurel, but like you said, it will be a trade of sorts.
It's a good trade for Falcons. They want to slow down this Sven so Gyro can stabilize. But that's the thing about this matchup. Gyro as a carry is at his best when there's no carry-to-carry matchup where someone can get in your face and win. So I would say historically heroes that have been tough for Gyro to deal with are Morphling and PA. Heroes like this. Morphling obviously also steals your Flak Cannon, which is even worse. But Sven is one of those that can just jump Gyro and force him out of the fight or even kill him. So slowing down Sven's item timing by like 2 or 3 minutes with these ganks is massive, because if Skitter can somehow pull ahead by half an item or a full like high quality item like a butterfly, all of a sudden the dynamic of that fight can change massively. So that's the dream kill. They want to kill Sven as much as possible. But it did cost them Amar, like you said. Yep. Amar's queuing up. I think, again, quick buy, a good way to tell the state of the players and what they're thinking. Amar has 4 Midases in his quick buy right now. Snaking will go down.
Snaking's not going to find that too amusing.
So 4 Midases in quick buy and Refresher in sticky buy is telling me he wants gold. So for Yotaro, we were thinking, all right, he's considering this or that. I wonder if there's another item hidden behind these 4 Midases that we can't see because the quick buy is...
Probably Divine.
Yeah, maybe.
And that makes the most sense. 4 Midases with Refresher and then Divine.
Yeah.
Perfect synergy. Well, Aghanim Scepter is online for Skeeter, so his farm is going to get amplified. His damage is going to get amplified, and still 2 minutes past... Wait, did they get Tormy? They did, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's the shard for crit then, so he has Demonic Cleanse. Into the Roche Pit Falcon goes.
It's not the best game for Cleanse. You can remove Laser. I guess that's kind of
Shadow
nice.
Strike.
You can remove Laser, you can remove Impalement Arcs. Shadow Strike is... yeah, you can remove that too. He actually does have 1 point in that now.
Very important.
This is a big moment, but Spirit
They're not going to make it in time.
Spirit don't even seem to realize this is happening. I think this caught them off guard completely. Or they would have contested this. They have all their spells ready. And Spirit's lineup is online to fight. They have a ton of damage and a ton of sustain. Tinker with Mech, Holy Locket, and even an Essence Ring for himself. He's a tough kill. Sanking with the Dagger. Quap with Dagon plus Kaya, a lot of damage. So ideally, if the type of fight that Roshan presents to you is the type of fight Spirit want to take. So that makes me feel like they just didn't have the read.
Both teams have very good fighting around the pit skills as well. So we're going to see one of those by the end of this game, no doubt.
Radon disassembled his Echo to finish the BKB, but didn't get to fight with it, so he will now assemble it again, I'm assuming. That's his next choice.
Radon is going to show himself in the bot lane. Rue not far behind. They were initially postured as if the Tormy was up, but not the case as Amar jumps in, gets the arena off, only the Tinker inside. They'll find Miposhka.
Very nice ward. Saw the Tinker TP, instant jump. Take him out and get the tower. Now, Spirit could technically look for a defense here with a potential Tinker buyback if they fancy that. But it's about to be go time if you want to do that. There's still ages
wants
on
the
Skeeter.
tier 2. There's the Burrow Strike. They've already lost the tier 2. Whip into the Stormbolt. Already half HP there as the Spear is going to connect onto Yatoro, but the box will save him. Sonic Wave onto 3 heroes, but Yatoro's burning away. World of Warcraft is not going to be addicted to any of these heroes. They're all immune right now. Amar will end up dropping to Collapse. Already 2 dead for Spirit, as Collapse and company will be able to take out the Aegis. One more Burst Strike for Collapse, but he ends up dropping after the fact, and Laurel now on the run.
Damn. Radon did not get his BKB off at all, despite getting boxed too. He just didn't use it, I think. Maybe he felt like the fight was over for him and he didn't want to waste the charge, but was there actually perfect stun overlap in spite of the box? There might have been. It looks like it, right? More or less. Really well done there by Falcons to counterplay it that hard. That's one thing about Disruption versus box, where Disruption is just a lot of the time the better spell. Sure, you can move a little bit with the box, but actually getting full-on banished is...
Well, it's a box, so I would hope something called Disruption sounds a little more powerful than box.
Yeah, and what you'll see here when he does get boxed, how much damage he takes afterwards. So here he's getting boxed at half, and when he comes out, he's on a fifth.
Yeah,
because it doesn't block damage; it just prevents targeting, similar to like a Slark ulti, for example. So. It did cost them their Aegis, but I think for Falcons, well worth it there, especially again, you kill the Sven. 4 deaths now on Radon. He's been having a rough series. He's been playing an outstanding tournament, but being tested today.
Rue wanted this Wisdom Shrine, but Malrine will claim it from him.
Rue doesn't have a TP though, so
yeah, he's gonna run right into Skeeter, who chomps him up.
1-for-1 Wisdoms.
I believe, is it a full BKB now for Skeeter on the way? I believe so.
Yep.
And after this, does he upgrade the Crystallis? Do you want to see a different item, perhaps?
So, I think you upgrade Crystallis, and I think you probably just get the brooch here, probably. You're playing against Warcry, so there might be more merit to getting the magical crits than getting a Daedalus. Don't mind a Satanic either, though. I think both options are fine, but yeah, he's now queuing up the brooch, so making the same call here. He's only 200 gold away. It's a very cheap item to make once you have the Crystallis completed. Amar changed his mind. Instead of 4 Midases, he will be going 1 BKB.
Huh.
Seems like, I think that's a good pivot here.
Yeah, one would think.
Yeah.
Not Slacks, though. He would go 5 boots.
Yep. Of different quality.
Snaking in the tree line. Falcons looking for a fight, potentially here. Sange Kai on Laurel right now. We'll have to prioritize for a BKB.
I'm not sure how much I like this Bloodstone on Collapse this game.
I was wondering about this item. We'll have to hold that thought. The focus right now is on the Gyrocopter. Skeeter will pop the BKB, gets Sonic Waved. He's going to get 4-stepped and the Glimmer. Is he going to survive through this?
Cleansed, he's out of there.
Laurel wants to try to continue to finish what he started. It's going to have to be crit instead. The consolation prize.
Really
but
nice.
Skeeter had to use BKB and now retreats. Does get out with his life.
That's a great escape. 4-staff Glimmer, Demonic Cleanse. He runs away, TP's out, and they used God Strength and Sonic for this. So potentially Falcons with a moment of opportunity when crit spawns here if they want to. It's a relatively minor window though. It's only a minute before Radon's ult is ready, so you kind of need to make the play happen fast. And well, if you're going to lose your Jakiro here, then Oh, some nice darts.
Yeah.
Real sniper up in this from Rue.
Radon will claim that kill. But yeah, back to the Bloodstone. When they changed it to not give AoE, one of my first thoughts was Sand King. Would he still buy this? Because it does feel good, the spell lifesteal, but the loss of the AoE is pretty big. It's a pretty big hit overall.
Yeah. I guess the basic Dispel is quite nice against Jakiro, but yeah. It's definitely not at the same tier it was before. Not even close. So I was wondering if he was just going to go, you know, BKB Shiva. I think would have been... I kind of like that a little bit better conceptually in this game. But you have Quap who wants to buy those items, and she will. She's got those on Quick Buy together with the Aghanim Shard. So yeah, he will go for the BKB as well, eventually, as it looks. So I do think that's just a necessity flat out for Sand King. It is a tougher hero to itemize elegantly, I guess, now than it was before.
Smoke from Falcons Is it Tormy time soon?
They've got really good vision for this.
They do.
Oh, if Laurel steps to the right to go for the Ancients, he probably won't, but they see him anyway.
Form, they will open things up, and that is a dead Sand King right off the bat. Does have buyback though. Rue will have to box himself. Won't do too much. They have the vision, they have the kill. So 2 dead just like that for Spirit. Amar.
He's got
Blink is
faster
soon
than
up.
does.
Gets the spear off. This is going to be another kill. As a Sonic Wave comes out, Miposhka will force out the arena. But a 3-for-0 exchange here. Does force a couple ultimates out of this, though. And they are pinging Tormentor, which just spawned a few seconds ago.
Amar is too frail to tank it, but the rest of the squad is looking quite healthy. I'll even have a salve for him. They could also Demonic Cleanse. Oh, they never used it.
There's going to be 4 up soon. Tinker technically has buyback, and most of their ults are up.
It's just hard for them to connect here. So this one will be conceded to the side of Falcons. Amar with the shard. Not the most obvious game to get 2 hero spears in, but if nothing else, it's more damage in the fight. It's the opportunity of maybe getting a double spear. So this was a nice attempt from Miposhka, by the way, with the instant warp flare cast on Blink from Amar, but he still had the same angle. So that was not going to miss regardless. Collapse finding crit. There's a dust. Warp flare. Oh,
covered the tier 2. He's actually going to be fine. Disruption. Oh, I say that. He gets hit by a knife. Careful now, Laurel. He wants to go in further, but he gets dragon-tailed under the tier 2 towers. Radon gets a Stormbolt off with the ult as well. Malrine pops into dragon form. He is healthy. Snake King and company focusing on Laurel for the time being. There's the Wheel of Wonder only onto the Dragon Knight, doing a considerable amount of damage, but that's 2 supports dead for Falcons already. 3 versus 5 as the cooldown is enormous. My goodness, ultra kill for Skeeter as Radon has to use the Nightfall to get away.
Jesus. That's such a crazy fight. A lot of individual highlights in that. Collapse played that fight borderline perfectly. They get a good Wheel of Wonder, like you said. Crit saves himself to begin with. He gets dusted just before he gets in trouble. He gets the Demonic Cleanse off and just walks it off with Glimmer Cape. And then as it looks the worst, look at the damage done as well, right? Falcons did 5,000 damage less than Spirit and still drew or even slightly won that fight. And it's just Gyro coming in, cleaning house. Damn, Skitter gets so much out of this. It's not only that you win the fight, but he got a ton of the experience himself because certain teammates were dead already. You're gonna see the replay here. So there's the Demonic Cleanse on this. Warp Flare plus the darts. Laurel wants to go in. There's the stun from Malrine. Malrine got a fat heal here as well. I think that might have been a big Lotus there.
Yeah.
I think that was Snay that had a 900 Lotus for him.
Back into live because Roach number 2 is being attempted. Skeeter getting pretty low. Does have Satanic now, though. There's Laurel. Okay. Well, Malrine is the one that gets the amp damage rune, and now if you're Spirit, you have to be careful of that.
Yeah, Skitter is big. Radon is not trailing him by that much, though. There's some clear separation in this game. The 2 carries are miles ahead of the other cores. But of course, the wild card in these kind of situations is Tinker just has a tendency to kind of get there eventually as a support as well. He's starting to create some separation. He's 4,000 ahead of his position 5 counterpart in the Jakiro. Of course, the Shadow Demon with a big lead over Ringmaster kind of equalizes the equation overall. But Tinker can get big items. He can get this. He's going Lens next, and then it's probably going to be the Ags from Eposhka, and then all of a sudden, there's a support that you have to give core priority in fights, almost. Because that laser can just chew through you when BKBs expire.
Puts down a ward, gets the vision, but the box going to mitigate a bit of damage here. Radon comes in with his ult, focusing now on Amar as the Wheel of Wonder being placed at a beautiful spot to complete the supports onto the other side as Radon attempting to round, but he runs into the arms of Mars with the arena, isolated and killed. And just like that, it's a 5 versus 4. Falcons can try to reap what they sow. Maposhka trying to keep everybody back with these March of the Machines. Amar getting harassed, very annoyed right now. He has to actually back away with the help of the Glimmer. I believe Falcons will just have to settle for the Roche. I mean, they kill Yatoro again, which is huge.
Even if this is all that comes from that, it's still such a massive win because of the specific hero that it is that they kill.
Falcons are still weary, though. They have to worry about the epicenter potentially. His collapse, he's going to get stunned in mid-animation. He is destroyed. No buyback for him, and Team Spirit. Box comes out with the whip to buy a little bit of space for Lara to blink away. I don't think Falcons are able to pursue her any longer, though.
Go get Rue.
And disruption into the spear. Another kill for Falcons. Just capitalizing on the positioning from Team Spirit and the vision that they're provided here.
Skitter now 14-1. Yet shaping up to just be yet another Skitter Gyro game. He is crushing it on this hero and has been for a long time. This is this tournament. He's 2-0, but across the last year and a half, I feel like this has been his best hero compared to the field. Just exceptional gyro player, and should be claiming an Aegis here for his efforts as well. Barely even has the slot for it anymore at 30 minutes. But he can swap out the Falcon Blade for the time being, but his next item will make it more tricky already to make space for this.
You think he's allowed to backpack a sponsored item? Falcon Blade? You get it? You got it? You sure?
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Oh, can you explain it to the audience, please?
The team name is
Slax
Falcons.
is watching. Oh.
And the item is Falcon Blade.
Got it.
Okay. I'm glad we're on the same page now.
Understood.
Aegis online. Roche banner as well. Only a 4K lead right now.
Naposhka showing. If Shanekin just went for a blind ice pack.
Whoa!
Yeah, if he had that idea a little bit earlier, he probably thought this is too good to be true. He must have moved. But if he had gone for that blind ice path, that would have been a dead Tinker. Just narrowly escaped the Dragon Tail as well.
So what's Team Spirit's next move? Obviously, Yatoro needs to stay alive.
Yeah.
He's going for Satanic next, it looks like. Wait, is he actually? Oh, he went for, I guess he finished the Revenant's Brooch.
That is so close.
So his damage is going to be a bit mixed now. He also has Shard, so his Warcry can no longer be dispelled by the Demonic Cleanse.
Well, what's the move for Spirit? I genuinely think what was increase their chances of winning the most is if Miposhka gets Ags. And then you try to stay alive in fights and make them long enough so that Tinker can start carrying together with the Sven. The question is if you're going to get there in time.
Pops his ult. He wants this kill. Disruption's going to dodge the Burrow Strike. Amar with a nice arena, but there's the Wheel of Wonder trying to counter it. Skeeter pops the BKB, so he's not affected at all. Already collapses dead. Radon trying to run off the damage from Skeeter. Remember, he still has Aegis for 3 minutes. Pops the Satanic as well. And that Aghanim's doing work against the tower. Still attacking through stuns.
And that kind of engage is just not good enough. It doesn't even matter if they hit the Sanking stun. The disruption is there. They have to flank. They have to find crit.
Oh my, they want to try to find the stun onto Yatoro. They will eventually. Not the greatest of layering. A Skeeter getting lasered up. Sonic Wave onto 3. That's a buyback from Collapse as Amar will Nightfall away. They might lose the Gyro Cup here pretty soon. Radon comes in with his harpoon, trying to finish the job, but he's just not winning this battle. That is a dead Yatoro again. And remember, this is Skeeter with still the Aegis. Dragon Tail from Malrine. Laurel in a lot of trouble. He links back to the north. Skeeter is not going to be able to finish it as Amar is coming back on that Mars. Collapse pops the Bloodstone, but gets speared into a box. And eventually, you have to think will die here as the Dragon Tail finds him. Burrow strikes to the south, but it's not enough. Down goes Rue as well. And these buildings about to be ruined by Team Falcons. They just need a creep wave.
And it's coming. This is at least one lane. It could be two. There's a minute on Sven and Sand King.
Yeah, it should be
look
two,
at those ridiculous damage numbers from Skitter. He's top of the DPS in every fight.
Yeah.
He's parsing.
2 Satanics in that fight, apparently.
Yep.
Still 30 seconds for Yatoro. And they know that Collapse is a dieback, so they have plenty of time to get this second set. The tier 2 still exists in the top lane, so they will likely fall back after this.
So 2 lanes, an upcoming Tormentor about a minute and a little bit away. Actually, maybe just a minute, because they've been pretty diligent about killing that on respawn.
This game's not over yet, but I will say this now. Something that we talk about time and time again with these really high-tier teams. They played in the group stage, and Spirit slapped them. It was a 2-0 for Spirit, and guess what? When you're the loser in that scenario and you're a very good team with a very good coach, you're going to learn a lot from that. And they have come back with a strategy that has put Spirit on the brink of lower bracket.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a big part of this series compared to the previous one is the drafting stage. I just think the bans that Falcons showed up with in the series so far have forced Spirit onto some heroes that we haven't really seen them play very much this tournament. So clearly they've been looking stellar on a stereotype, or an archetype rather, of lineup that they've been running for the majority of their games, if not all of them, leading into today. And now they've once again kind of been forced a little bit out of that comfort zone. We've generally seen Collapse on like super tanky and super oppressive offlaners, and we've seen a different set of carries. This is not Yatoro's first Sven game, I think, though, so that one is a repeat. Haven't had too much Rue Ringmaster either. There's some new things here. That doesn't mean it's not good, but clearly Falcons know what to do about it. And Malrine will get a Fireball. And this is a lot stronger, I would argue, when you are playing Green Dragon, because you can empower it with your minus armor.
True. And he looks to be going for Nullifier, so another way to deal with the defense matrix. Still a ways away, though. And what does Skeeter build next? He finishes a Butterfly, and I guess from here, it's either replace boots, upgrade Ags to the Synth, and get something else.
Yeah, I would say Synth into AC, maybe? DK's not buying AC, nor is Mars currently. So that would be pretty strong. Yeah, that's probably the best, right? Otherwise, you could get Daedalus and replace Brooch, but I think it's more powerful to keep the Brooch longer and then upgrade Ags and just flat out unlock a slot.
Wait, can you
even Sanjin Yasha
can you disassemble Brooch?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But I could be wrong. I actually don't remember.
What is the recipe? Is there an actual recipe to it? Oh, that's true. He has yeah, he can disassemble most items.
Oh, I forgot that.
It's
completely.
such
That's
a
true.
random one.
I totally forgot Gyro has this.
Thank you, Observer.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess he can.
Pretty
but
cool.
To me, that doesn't change anything for this specific situation, though, because I still think it's better to eat the Synth upgrade and then get an additional slot rather than disassembling into Daedalus, but it's a valid point. Oh, they found Tinker eventually. Miposhka is not going eggs. He's going Hex. I don't think they have the damage. I genuinely really think they need the lasers to win these fights. And the fights are pretty long.
Yeah.
Right? So you are going to find this impact on Tinker if you play it safe enough.
Most of these fights he's dying first, too. As Burrow Strike gonna connect into the Sonic Wave and the Wheel of Wonder placed as well, but Crit's actually okay. Lara puts him in a horrible position. He's just getting beat down by the entirety of Falcons.
Collapse almost died to Flak Cannon off to the side. It's time to get the hell out of there. Another failed mission for Spirit.
Could not get the support Shadow Demon. That's not a good sign.
Crit has a ton of utility. Glimmer, Demonic Cleanse, Force Staff. So you better burst him 100 to 0 if you want to get that kill, or it's not happening. And now Falcons might just go for the Megas, because they probably feel like they can force this quad buyback, but it isn't there.
Yeah. And there's Roche's banner, which make it much more difficult for Spirit to defend here.
If Spirit don't come back to defend here, it feels like they're kind of just conceding the game.
It looks like they've conceded the barracks.
Not calling it. They'll play against Megas instead of trying this fight. Hey, honestly, this is probably the best play. But it's like, it's the lesser evil, but they're both really bad.
Yeah.
But fighting it is probably just a death sentence, right? Like, how are you possibly winning this fight without your Queen of Pain when Tinker doesn't have Ags? You just don't have damage. Poshka, if he does manage to finish this Hex this game, I still have a hard time visualizing the fights. And man, has this been a quiet game from Collapse or what?
Yeah.
On Sand King, I mean, it's really not.
I was going to mention this earlier. I know that he plays every hero masterfully, but this doesn't feel like... It's weird that it has the initiation and like the same properties as a lot of the heroes that he's really good, like the Magnus and the Mars, but never identify him as a Sand King, you know?
It's one of the primary differences between the heroes you just mentioned and this is that the other heroes just lane better. Like this game, it's hard to look great when you have that bad starting conditions.
Oh, they scan, they see Radon gets disrupted.
It's gonna TP out.
BKB, Nightfall is smiling somewhere. Somewhere up there, Cinderin.
We've had more Nightfalls in this game than Nightfall himself did today.
That's true. It's because he could not get out even if he had the BKB. Well, he had suppressed BKB first for that maneuver to be successful.
Roche
and
time.
Roche again.
And this one has all the goodies. It's like a little bit of a mixed Halloween candy bag. You get a little bit of cheese in there and a taffy and a flag. If you're really hungry, anything goes. Wouldn't recommend eating the Aegis, though. Maybe it's one of those things where if you swallow the Aegis, you turn into Roshan. So people never swallow it, they just carry it, so they haven't
More
tried.
amazing ideas brought to you by Cinderin Dota. Be sure to follow him on social media for great jokes.
Wow. You suck.
That's why we're together forever. Skater starting to pound on the tier 4s now. Yatoro on the other side of the map. What is he trying to finish?
They need to deal
here?
with this banner.
He's trying to finish MKB, but he is not. Actually, he is kind of close.
600 gold. Can they buy this time? They have Glyph. Laser.
As Amar, he's going to use the arena and the BKB. They're going to get collapsed inside. He's ticking away. He's dead. No buyback for him. So even if Yatoro gets back in time with the MKB, it's a 4 versus 5, and that's not including Aegis.
Yatoro's back without the BKB.
MKB.
Yes. You are correct.
Well, he is in a world of hurt then. 50 seconds of no collapse, Skeeter. Still leading the way. Ancient's already at half HP here. They're wondering, where is Yatoro? He's off screen right now. Not doing himself any favors.
Wrap around to find the Shadow Demon, I'm guessing?
Yeah, there's the box. To delay this as much as possible. The laser is really annoying for Skeeter. He's going to get Sonic waved. Yeah, there's Yatoro. He gets hexed immediately. Amar and company going to stun lock him. Laurel trying to help out, but I believe Yatoro is dead.
Game over.
And this game should be done. His courier gets killed as well, so no MKB even in his inventory, Cinderin. Really sad to see. As the final Mars Arena comes out, Ancient fortified. They are dropping like flies, and game number 2 and the series will go to Falcons.
I was not expecting at the start of this day to be saying this, but Spirit got stomped today.
Yeah.
That's actually really surprising. I thought, you know, Falcons, like we've talked about, sometimes they level up for playoffs and really bring it. I thought even if they improved massively from the group stage that this would, at the very least, be close. But Spirit got smacked today. That's a really good look for Falcons.
Agreed, Cheever.
Very much so agreed. This was a great comeback from Falcons, and they do this in such dominant fashion as well. And we're going to break it down. We're going to tell you exactly how Falcons did it, or maybe how Team Spirit may have let go of their focus a little bit. That could be something that's worth talking about. But I'm here with Tigov and Lacoste, and they're going to tell me exactly what we should be talking about, Tigov.
Exactly, yeah.
Exactly.
I just got whiplash from this series because it's like during the Swiss group stage, I'm like, damn, Spirit, they're going to be dominant here. Maybe they falter in a game, but I just didn't expect them to fall in this way. But Falcons, of course, proving why they have consistently been one of the top teams in the world for the last couple of years. They understood their loss, they adapted, they entered this series with just conviction, exactly what they wanted to do. And Skidder returning to some very scary form, right? It's what was his scoreline in this game? It was 19-1-9 on the carry gyrocopter.
So dying only once in 2 relatively long games, which is pretty impressive. And I also like to see that Skeeter is back to playing traditional carry. So he's playing Lifestealer, he's playing this gyrocopter instead of playing some Stardars, some Dawnbreakers, some Tidehunters. We said at Falcons they need a little bit more time to figure out the patch, how the map is going to work out for them. And it seems like they needed an extra week or so. And now they're definitely back. The drafting wise, I would say that Spirit got the heroes that they wanted in this one, but they are also picking the heroes that we don't see usually paired up together, like especially with the Tinker support and also with this Ringmaster, which did look good in some of the fights, but also feels a little lackluster in some of the aspects.
Yeah, I did double check it, and I checked multiple sites to make sure I wasn't, wrong here, but this was Maposhkin's first competitive Tinker game in all his years of playing, so they're kind of pushing the boundaries and his hero pool there. It didn't really work out, but we didn't mention Marine that much. I think him on the DK from mid lane, the fact that he found the hero to play into the Queen of Pain, and then he was constantly ganking Yatora in the jungle. Like, he kills him at the ancient camp, he keeps chasing him, pairing up with other heroes. Skidder as well with the early damage from cooldown. They just utilized their heroes to keep poking down Spirit. So we never really got to see like the triple jump from the Tricore to burst a hero, because Falcons were just controlling the narrative the entire game.
Yeah, the support cast as well was very, very good, and especially, and of course, supporting Skeeter.
Look at that kill participation, 90%.
Yeah, it is. That is actually exceptionally high. Also, it makes me wonder why he's wearing a hat. His hair looks fine.
No, it's the hat buff. Some people go bald. He wasn't wearing a hat, I believe, when he was losing in the group. He puts on the hat, he only wins.
Correct.
He has to keep that one going. We saw Yatoro at DI is shaving his head. It has to do something with the heads. Maybe some of your ideas so they don't get out of your head. So he's keeping them inside.
Turn up the heating, and maybe that
could be.
You have to take it off.
Yeah.
But the big difference in terms of carries, what they were able to do, because usually Swen is the one who's on top of the damage numbers when it comes down to hero damage overall. Skeeter doubling, almost tripling the damage numbers right there. And also itemization wise, there was relatively early Butterfly. Sven, he's buying into all of these smaller items. He's building into Revenant's Brooch, and he's also buying into...
Sorry, one second, let me do a quick reset real quick. Hold on, there we go.
And he's also doing, the Butterfly, and then Sven is buying Mask of Madness, so he doesn't have enough slots to buy MKB or Bloodthorn, which makes this matchup really, really difficult for him, especially if he's playing from behind.
Yeah, and we talked about a lot of players on the side of Falcons already with the carry, the mid, and the supports, but we haven't really heard yet from the offlaner. So that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to head over to Slacks and Amar.
Absolutely, I am here with Amar, the fantastic offlaner. So good to see you again, Amar. Now, let's start things off with kind of a meta question, okay? Game 1, you are playing the Collapse Magnus, okay? You take his signature hero. He takes your signature Mars. I'm just going to frankly say you poop on him, okay? Game 2, you get your Mars, you dunk him again. Do you think about this stuff? Is this something that, like, hey, this is actually a big deal, or is it just another game for you?
For sure. I mean, I didn't say it, but my team did say, like, when we took Mars second game, it's mental damage, because we took Magnus and he lost on Mars, and then I took Mars, and it's just 2 best heroes. So yeah, it is sending a message. But thing is, I do think these are like, I mean, our heroes are kind of connected. Like, I think my Magnus has improved, but not that game specifically. But yeah, I mean, I pick for me. I don't care about my opponent really.
Okay, as always. Now, I did have a question about you guys in particular as a team. Please don't be offended me saying this, but you guys seem like you're really back in form. Like, things have changed a lot. You're looking at me like, you guys really sucked for a while, but now, today, coming back, kicking some ass. What changed? What's different?
I mean, definitely we had like some rough times, but I'm not sure if today like counts like for us as like a big day, because like I think they gave us the first game Magnus, which I think this hero is forbidden to give. Like it doesn't matter which player takes it. Like I feel like it's like too much to handle. And the second game, I think they're just like not like I think they picked a super uncomfortable hero for them. It's Tinker. I think they can't actually play with this hero.
Yeah.
And I mean, we got 3 signatures on our players, on all our cores. So...
Were you aware that was his first competitive game on Tinker? Did it feel like it?
It was?
Yeah, according to T-Governor. So if I'm wrong, fire that guy.
I mean, yeah, we actually remember that at some point there was a patch where he... Like, Tinker was broken, but he refused to pick it. So that's why today we just challenged it. Like, we knew that he doesn't want to play it. And yeah, it's looked... Like, it's not about him, it's about him and the team. They can't play with this hero.
Gotcha. Well, seemed to have paid off for you. Final question here, and most important one. I've seen that Skeeter seems a little bit, you know, tad bit under the weather. He looks a little weird. He's got that hat on. Does he have a fucking ratatouille under there? Like, he's actually playing good now. So was that him, or does he got a little rat under that hat that's playing for him? What's up with Skeeter?
Well, I can say is that Miracle first did it. Like, we saw Miracle doing it. So Skeeter thinks, like, he's a bad player right now. So he decided, like, I want to be one of the best players in the world. And he's like, let's copy Miracle. And he copied Miracle. Looks like the hat working.
Okay, so hat power, you know, we do a lot of things in Dota. We shave our heads, we wear hats, we have secret little rodents controlling us. We'll find out what is successful more for Team Falcons as we move on. Thank you so much for your fantastic... Whoa! Oh, we're doing one of those. Come on. Loud. Oh, baby! Take it back, panel! Ka-chow!
That was a good connection there for sure. Just like Falcons had a good connection here in the game. They were on the same page. The hat paid off. Lacoste, I feel like we're going to see that hat more often because it was Skeeter back in original form.
It definitely was. It's been a while since we saw Skeeter like completely dominant because the whole team has been up and down, mostly down in terms of where they were, getting in those like 7th places. We were used to seeing winning Team Falcons, but not so much recently. So they're definitely back in terms of the reading the patch, how they're playing together. You can see, I was afraid at one point of the game where Amar did queue up for Hand of Midas's, but...
Multiples, yes.
Yeah, but he definitely made a comeback with some really nice arenas.
He really, really did. Don't worry, though, Team Spirit fans. This was not elimination. Today, nobody gets eliminated as Team Spirit will now be dropped to the lower bracket. Falcons move on in the upper bracket. For their opponents, there is one more series that needs to be played. It's going to be Tundra versus Gaimin Gladiators, and that's coming your way after a break.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
everybody. We are here with Doratio
Hello.
Hello. Great intro. Thank you. A little enthusiasm. I like it. From, of course, Team Tundra. It is so good to see you again, man. It's been a minute. How you been?
I'm perfect. I'm feeling good myself. We won like 2 tournaments, and we are all planning to win this one as well, so we're gonna try to do our best. I think it's just a long way. We are playing since 7 January, non-stop every day, because we have qualifiers, tournaments, until the tournaments, and it's pretty hard, and we get tired, I think.
Yeah, that's a crazy schedule, man. How do you keep up with that? How do you keep your momentum going? Because most people, they get burned out, and then they start losing, but you have just been grinding and winning, which is very weird.
I think you just need to find a time to spend time with your family, girlfriend, or just don't play Dota.
Yeah?
That's how I think you find the balance.
Well, congratulations, though. Dominating not only the last patch, but the new patch as well. You guys are some of the quickest people to modify your playstyle and figure things out. So how'd you pull that one off? How did you guys adjust so quick?
I think because we are talking a lot about Dota stuff related, and we are trying to always, especially my team, trying to always look for some good heroes or something that looks really broken. Neta is just spending a lot of time reading these patch notes while I'm just going and playing pubs. Then I'm asking them, yo guys, what do you think? Like, should I try anything specific? Or I just play my own heroes, and they're just giving me info if they have anything.
Well, I haven't gotten a chance to talk to you since the big team change, as you got on, to Tundra. Did you think that was pretty motivating for you to re-examine the game and get excited about stuff again? Do you feel like you changed for the better after the team swap?
I think I definitely changed for the better side, like in the better way, better side, and I learned something new. How you should live your life, and then I just get back and I want to prove myself that I can still win, because it's like I've been with the guys for 3 years.
Yeah.
And I don't know, before I didn't know what to expect when you're gonna join a new team, because it's completely different.
Yeah.
And you're playing with guys for 3 years, you're winning a lot, losing a lot, and then everything changed and you have to start learning again, kinda.
Yeah. Well, as a guy who is, joining in on Tundra and seeing what they have going on, what do you think about the team dynamics? Do you like these guys that you're playing with?
I expect them from before. I thought they're weird. Neta, Saxa, never talking to the popes. Then Whitemon is a chill guy, BZM, I know him. Moonminder also, I have no clue what he's doing in the team, but right now, I get to know them better. And I think they all really nice guys. Yeah. They all live in this Dota, they are thinking about non-stop. They love to talk about some stuff, and they're really chill guys, so yeah. Also, Moonwinder is doing a lot, actually. I didn't expect him to do this much, but he's doing a lot. He's a nice coach.
Well, that's good to hear. I mean, the guy's got a lot of experience, right?
For sure, everybody. I think BZM is when he joined the team when I saw him first, and we were playing some schemes. And this guy is like a baby. He don't know what to do, because he get in prison for all his life, I think. I don't know, he joined OG after the creep wave, and then his ideas how to play Dota and I think what to do during the game, it's kind of old and they are not really working nowadays. And I tried to help him what I could do. Moonminder talked with him a lot, and he actually improved, and right now he's actually a really nice player, one of the best, I think.
You've been winning a lot of stuff in your time. Is there anything you've ever learned from your teammates that people had sit down with you and tell you to do something?
This team?
Anything.
I think I learned a lot about the previous team, about this team. Also, I learned a lot from Immortal Fate. I learned a lot from everybody. I think they helped me a lot, and without them, I might not reach this success that I reached right now. So it's like butterfly effect. If you miss some detail, you might get nothing. That's how I'm thinking. I love this.
Who are you hoping to face off against?
I think Team Spirit again, but not sure if they go to the finals.
Damn, that's a call out, right?
I mean, it's hard. I don't know, Team Spirit is a weird team. When you're playing against them finals, they feel strong. I think they are more confident because they did so good job before it. It's a long way for them as well, and their confidence is helping them a lot in the grand final. But if you don't play them final, it's just two different teams, kind of.
Wow. Ready to crush them at this tournament.
For sure, yeah. We have to try.
Well, of course. Well, it was so great catching up with you again. Thank you so much for taking time, and it's good to hear that things are good. So, yeah. Any words? Go ahead.
Thank you for cheering for me and my team. See you in the games.
All right, and we will see them, of course, as well. So don't go anywhere as PGL Wallachia continues.
It is time to get ready for our final series of the day. We have got Tundra versus Gaimin Gladiators coming your way. Best of 3 to decide which team can continue in the upper bracket and which team goes to the lower bracket. And if the Racho wants to face Team Spirit again, then they will have to lose here because Team Spirit is in the lower bracket. So I don't think that he's willing to sacrifice that, especially not when going up against his former team. And I know a lot of people might still think there's a little bit of a rivalry, but diving into this one straight away, we got Tigov and Lacoste here. And Lacoste, based on what has happened in 2025 so far, would you say this rivalry is even still a
There's
thing?
no rivalry, Shiver. With the results that did happen, this is 2025 results. It feels a lot of zeros. Gaimin Gladiators with the new roster, they were unable to beat Tundra, even take the game away from them, especially if you remember the Blast Slam #2 finals. That was not a very competitive grand finals. It was pretty much stomping all 3 games.
But also from that graphic, there's still a series before that, which is another Tundra win. Series before that one, another Tundra win. And then the roster shuffle happened. So since the roster shuffle, still yet to see Gaming beat Tundra. But if we can see teams like Falcons lose the spirit and then learn their ways and then crush them, surely there's a point where Gaming can flip the script. Tundra also underperforming, I'd say, in this tournament. They're not in their best form. I think they easily could have struggled a bit more.
Sure, Tundra has struggled to get here. They went for the full 5 days. They played full 5 matches, whereas Gaimin actually managed to get here in 4, only dropping the series to Team Spirit. And Gaimin does look to be in a little bit of better form. But when we're looking at this matchup, we got to look at the position 5s, Lacoste, because there's a little bit of a synergy there.
Yeah, most definitely. Both of these position 5 players, they love to play healing supports a lot of the times. We see some overlapping heroes like Tinker, who brings a lot of heal. There is Warlock on top of that. And you can see that Malady is also playing Io. These 2 players, they're #1 and #2 when it comes down to healing per minute. Those numbers are pretty high, so definitely expecting something similar to happen in this one. The big one, definitely going to be Warlock, and it's also going to be Tinker, I think, because both of them looked very, very comfortable on the hero.
I mean, the main thing from that graphic is both supports have statement heroes to control the game, like an Undying to win a lane against the Tidehunter Mars meta, and on the other side, like you mentioned, the Io to enable the Marcy strategy that they're doing. But I think you have to respect both these 5s because they bring so much life to the draft, and yeah, I'm intrigued to know where they'll go with it.
Same. I think a couple of those heroes that we just saw will just not see the light of day in this series in particular. And then when we're heading into this series, or before we're heading into the series, there's a couple of highlights we'd like you to see. There's a couple of moments we'd like to put your eyeballs on.
Yeah, this is a Gaimin Gladiator Classic. 6 minutes in, you can see that both of the supports are playing with Quinn. This is when they were at their own peak. You could expect 6 minutes in, 100% that both supports are going to help him out, secure the runes. There was a rune deny, and also giving mana to the Ember Spirit. So definitely a combo that we might see again. And have in mind, this is the matchup that is heavily favored for Slardar in the mid lane. The reason why you are having those 2 supports immediately after 6, 7, 8 minutes is you want to make it even, and they're just going to keep doing that because there's a lot of synergy between the heroes. As you can see, Searing Chains into very easy Ice Pad follow-up if necessary. You're never going to be lacking damage, and we saw the power of this Coddle plus Ember Spirit multiple times so far through the tournament, and this is something that Gaimin also played before, and they're playing it right now, so definitely something that the other team needs to explore.
But what you've just shown is the predictability of their success, right? Like the highlights are Quinn from the mid lane, the supports go to mid, you secure the 6-minute rune, you take the fight to your opponent through that lane. It enables Watson and Ace to farm the side lane and be the kind of slightly greedier cause. So if that predictability is kind of understood and countered by Tundra, if they can match that, if they can break the aggression from Quinn, then we might see the old Gaming of the group stage where they struggled to kind of bring everyone into the same team. But on the flip side, I'd argue for Tundra, their laning hasn't been the best that we have seen. We've seen 33 and Saxa lose lanes, which often doesn't happen, where they've been kind of losing out on net worth, not able to really enter the game. So that kind of, their volatility does play to both sides, but yeah, if Gaming can ensure Quinn a game, then maybe the time they finally get to beat Tundra.
I think the reason also why Gaimin are doing much better, instead of focusing on stacks, they're playing on the lanes, as we saw 2 supports. Gaimin right now are the worst team at the tournament. Like, out of all 16 teams that we had, lowest number of stacks. They are not stacking at all.
Yeah, because if you click that at the wrong point, like I'm gonna click that.
If you stop watching the video right now, the WOD right now, it'll be like, yeah, man, he's flaming Gaimin. Because Tundra, Falcons, and Heroic, these are the top 3 teams when it comes down to stacking. Of course, it's Tundra, so they always love to go back to stacks. The hero that they've been playing, Beastmasters, Bristlebacks, they're always going to go back to that. But Gaimin Gladiators seems like they want to speed things up.
Yeah, I think this is a really good thing to note also, that it feels like, the previous tournament that they played in, we did have Watson only just getting to play with Malady, right? And that made a big difference. And now it's been 3 weeks since Malady joined, and it seems to have really, really elevated the whole team.
Yeah, they just have a mutual understanding of what they need to bring, and we're looking at the quick carry, and for Duraccio, you've got to be a little bit careful. He's starting to play Broodmother in his pubs, and the Orchid carry from Brood when they play into the map. We've seen Magnus, where he's like breaking records in his farm from the safe lane. Both carriers are obviously very good at their roles, but Duraccio, he'll bring his net worth into the game a little bit more effectively than Watson. I think that's a fair comparison to make.
For a guy that does 0 prep when it comes down to draft and who's partying all the time, he's doing pretty good, huh?
No, he is doing pretty good. We're in the draft here for game number 1 of this best of 3. Tundra will be on the Radiant side for the start of it, and first pick and Dire side for Gaimin Gladiators. And in terms of usual suspects, we have seen teams change things up a little bit here and there, depending on what team they're facing. For Tundra and for Gaimin, is Tinker the main one that screams ban me for these 2 teams, or are there others also that come to mind?
I think so. Whoever doesn't have the first pick will have to remove Tinker in this matchup. The hero just feels very, very strong. And if you remember Malady's performance, when he was playing Tinker, I think he was staying on second on top of the net worth when he got that shard. He ended the game with 5-0 and 16 when they were playing against AVULUS.
I'm a bald guy, so I can't really talk, but how does my guy see the screen? What a beautiful hairstyle, but he's lost like 50% of his monitor. Yeah.
I mean, the way this guy is
fluffier
playing,
and fluffier.
I feel like we've seen him play so well that his hair can only be a buff.
Wait, do they only play Dire side? Because then he looks down on the monitor. If he's Radiant and they're ganking him from the top, he might just die.
Could be some logic to it, but nah, you can see just fine, as he has proven. We have the Darkseer, the Nature Prophet, and the Lifestealer on one side, and Abaddon is the one that makes it through for Gaming with their first pick.
Yeah, both teams do like Abaddon quite a lot. I think 33 also was experimenting with going for the
other facet,
where it reduces your cooldowns, which means it pops on exploration. It doesn't have Blade Mail, which I don't mind. I like that a little bit. It buffed you up for the longer fights.
I think in one of those games he was also playing against Oracle, so it did make more sense because the shield doesn't, like, if you were playing the other facet, the shield
we're talking between
explode.
Obviously, as you see on screen, the meta one is Mephetic, and then the Quickening is the one
that reduces the cooldown.
Yes, exactly.
So Night Stalker, I didn't think we're going to be seeing much of this hero, but yeah. As you can see, this is definitely a prep draft. They think they can beat it because they left it in the pool. This hero has been super highly contested. He might be still sitting at 100% contest rate because he has that free ability. You hit level 2, basically your strongest hero on the map with the silence, with the slow, throw in casual blood grenade.
But we did see him lose
yesterday.
But it was against Tundra, right? They let it in the pool.
Yeah, and I think if you just look between the matchup of Night Stalker and Abaddon, I think the Night Stalker, Abaddon's like, when he goes to an area, you know he wants to fight right there. Like, he has a harpoon, he's not the quickest to play on the map. So Night Stalker, you get that additional vision, you can go past the Abaddon, kill the backline, just try and kite around what will be a very formidable front line. We're in agreement, most likely position for Tundra.
On Night Stalker?
Yeah, most
likely. I think it's a bit of a waste to put this on the offlane. Still doable, but from position 4, I think right now this hero does give you everything that you need. It also gives your offlaner ability to leave him solo, get some of the XP, pressure the mid lane relatively early on with the Night Rain facet, so the first nighttime lasts until 5 minutes and 15 seconds. It also does affect Tormentors, but Not sure if that's that important when it comes down to, like, I don't know if teams are thinking about, we want Tormentor to be on the other side of the map because of the Night Train facet.
Huskar removed from the pool, as well as the PA and the Doom. Does the PA Doom ban tell us anything in particular, or are those just heroes that Abaddon doesn't want to deal with?
Doratio Classic, they are kind of the first team that invented the Phantom Assassin plus Warlock, so they're splitting up the combo. And also 33, I think this Doom is, a lot of the times you will see it in the first phase, not when other teams are playing it, but because he's a hero specialist. And yeah, against Abaddon, it's not that bad of a matchup because you still have the shield, right? So it's still good, but they decided to respect ban it.
Yeah, it's also a tell that Abaddon from offlane, you need to kind of farm like a whole Radiance or an Orchid or a Harpoon. So you're kind of static in nature, where PA, you'll get to your Battle Fury. Doom, you'll also farm off on the side lane. I think respecting a slower entry to the game where PA and Doom will always get online. Like, you need to punish these heroes early on to feel the best, and Tundra just opening up the phase with position 4 and offlane most likely. Sure, you know, Sanking technically could be mid, but if this is your offlane duo, double melee, but it doesn't really matter. Night Stalker has good enough stats to pull waves, to just block the small camp.
I want to see this Night Stalker, not necessarily Night Stalker, but Sanking punished. We saw in the previous series that the hero is not still the greatest at laning. This is where Night Stalker is going to be helping out, because you're going to be able to get some of the early trades. You're going to be soaking up that damage that usually Sanking would get.
But is this not Tundra trying to bait Gaming to pick their carry in this position? So then it's like, oh, we already see the Sanking lane, so then you pick the carry, and Doratio gets to have the carry v carry matchup.
No, there's some flexes still available. I know some mid laners have been theory crafting to play Night Stalker from the mid lane. You mentioned Sanking, that can be flexed as well. So when you're drafting against Tundra, you know that these great minds are definitely keeping that in the back of their heads. And now with the Ursa, this Sanking, I mean, you're going to be playing into Ursa plus Jakiro. I don't think many heroes would like to play into that.
I feel like I missed something with the Sanking. Obviously, we saw previous series as well, but the first 3-4 days, this hero was just not really present. So it makes me think there was maybe some pub meta or skirmish meta that the teams have had behind the scenes that people like me and some viewers probably are unaware of. Why is this hero okay to pick this early on, even though you say that it's not that great on the lane?
Specifically, the vision from Night Stalker means that you should always connect on the Burrow Strike. And I think drafting-wise, I like the fact that they baited the carry. This is what I was mentioning just now. It's like, if Gaming pick the carry into the Sanking here, it opens up for a free pick for Tundra. It enables Doratio to go, you know what, pick me this, I can win the game. So I'm a little worried that Gaming fell for that bait. I think maybe picking double support, keeping the Abaddon on offlane, maybe to the carry role, would have kept that draft more alive to ensure they can punish Tundra. So I think Gaming didn't read this too well. Was Tundra Sanking, even in a bad game, you get a Blink Dagger, you'll be able to be aggressive. And Io Marcy fixes some of the laning issues from Sanking. Io Marcy, they walk through the Twin Gate together, they can gank the Ursa. Ursa needs Battle Fury, he needs time. And if the entire laning phase, he's dealing with Night Stalker grabbing waves, Sanking pushing out waves, Io Marcy rotating in, there's a lot of emphasis on him not being able to hit creeps.
I would like to see some Muerta, maybe even Earthshaker for Gaimin Gladiators, so you can pull the lane back. You have the silence as well, gives you good amount of team fight. Abba is going to be played from offlane. They didn't lose yet. Ace did play it 3 times. If they want to have a slightly stronger lane, if they want to battle it out, I would definitely be down to see Muerta.
Yeah, I like Muerta more. I think they need early damage with some scaling. I think Shaker, even though it does the lane setup really well, playing into a Night Stalker that will always see you and just punish you with that positioning is going to hurt quite a lot.
Vision game is going to be really, really good for Tundra. You have Night Stalker, who's going to be able to provide vision for Sanking to get a jump, get that stun. Even Night Stalker going in and providing vision with just Void plus Silence could be a good setup for Relocate.
And is Dazzle... No, Dazzle's first phase banned.
It's banned.
So I'm just trying to see, what's the... sure, Gaming get the Ember, Mage Slayer to annoy the Sanking, slight chains on the IMRC. Like, it's a good way to choose the fight you want to take. But it always leads back to why Night Stalker is a first pick, first ban hero. The vision, the silence on Ember, setting up other heroes. It isn't going to be the perfect Ember game if Tundra have momentum, but yeah, I don't mind it.
And if the heroes all go to their expected lanes, Gaimin is lacking a Tofu hero, a position 4, so Willow is going to be banned. And for the side of Tundra, we're missing a hero for BZM. And with Ember in the game, I know it might not be ideal.
But
what about Evoker?
I'm down. I think they might
every time.
I think they might be banning out Monkey King, and it's gonna leave Invoker in the pool. And I think they might go for it because it would give them good amount of global presence. Sanking with a stun, even Void, could be a setup for the Sunstrike.
Ooh, giving me hope, Lacoste.
He's the only one who can make this hero work right now.
That's true. That's why every time, I mean, I feel like contractually obligated to point out that it's in the pool.
Just to change up the script, they can still pick a Shaker mid.
Yeah.
Shaker v Ember, triple melee core.
Yeah, that's normally one of the ones that would get banned together with the Monkey if there was space. But obviously there's no space.
Okay.
Mirana coming out for Tofu.
We spoke about Vision being key for Tundra to get the initiation. Now Moonlight Shadow will be a key tool to be able to disengage from that. If you start the fight from invisibility, it doesn't matter if Night Stalker has got ult or not. He's going to have to play around sentries or a gem. It's a nice way to respect the Night Stalker.
I'm just going to throw it out there. I think this could be good game for OD.
Oh, yeah.
To bang it out this time. Every mid laner has been playing it. I do like the Invoker suggestion, Shiver, but... we talked about position 4 heroes as well. Mirana comes out in the end. Tofu's hero pool has been pretty limited so far. He only played 4 heroes. I guess they wanted to have a little bit of a combo that can be paired up with the Ember Spirit so that you always have that Searing Chains plus Arrow combination. And in terms of the lockdown for this puck as well, there's nothing, nada.
So this should be a free puck game, as they call it.
It looks really good for puck, yeah.
Yeah, especially when you get Coil onto Ember, it just takes one rotation from even the carry Marcy can rotate in, or the Night Stalker, you kill off the Ember. We spoke about it in the pre-show. Ember is everything. Quinn is everything for the early game for gaming. And now he's playing into the Coil, the Night Stalker will run at him. I wouldn't be surprised if Tundra had 5 heroes in the same lane at like minute 8 or minute 9 in this game. If you all just run to the Sanking and pressure there, or you all run to mid, it can be quite devastating. Gaming, they need a little bit of time to come online, right? Abaddon, Radiance +1, Ursa, Battle, Fury. Like the side lane cores need farming items to then buy fighting items. So that is going to be the point of pressure for Tundra. Try and break down the need of farm from the side lane.
Yeah, so we feel like Tundra have a pretty high pace then, Lacoste, you agree?
They do, yeah. I want to see if this top lane for them, top lane, because the Radiant is going to be able to do much early on. This is 2 melee heroes into Jakiro and into Ursa. I know that they are one of the stronger duos when it comes down to theory crafting how to play the lane, but it could be a bit spicy. Night Stalker can definitely pull the second wave with the extra move speed that he has, but want to see how they're going to be able to contest that, because this is definitely a killer lane for Gaimin.
What is it with today? And like Falcons, they take of course, Collapse and Amar have the same hero pool to some degree, but you know, you lose with a hero, I take it. Gaming, they were the first few teams to pick IMRC, and now they're taking the IMRC from Gaming. Like,
well, let's see if it's going to work out. Before we see the game, though, let's check in with Coach CY with Star Action Slacks.
Thank you so much. CY, I thought I was confused there. You know, I thought I might have got the teams a little mixed up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I felt like your team had a very Tundra-looking draft, and they had kind of a very Gaimin-looking draft. I mean, seems like a little interchangeable. Is that how you feel, or is this one uniquely a Gaimin Gladiators classic, baby?
I think it's pretty interchangeable, like the heroes as well, and maybe it's just like a hero priority thing as well, like what heroes we like to play and what we think is strong. So yeah, I could see it.
All right.
Your confusion.
Thank you very much. I'm always confused. We got that last pick, Mirana, coming out there. A nice long stun. Feels pretty good. Nice Jakiro setup. Why Mirana in particular?
It's like one of Tofu's favorite heroes. It's like nice with Ember, of course. It's like pretty solid in lane for the most part, in most lanes. So yeah, it just works pretty well for us.
Okay. I had an audible gasp when I saw that puck. I went, gah! I did like one of those.
Did that?
Yeah. It was it's terrifying. Were you spooked at all seeing that? I mean, you guys have some lockdown, but is it enough to deal with the puck?
I think we do have enough, actually. I also think Ember can be, in some ways, quite decent against puck in the early game, so it just depends a bit on like how it goes with lanes and all that. So I think it's okay. Like, it's an okay pick for them, but I think it's like okay.
Okay, well, I wish you the best of luck in your drafting prowess there. Very, very good drafting exceptional drafting as we go to the game.
God, that was awkward. Sunsfan here with Cinder. We got game number 1 between Tundra and Gaimin Gladiators.
Yes. Shannon, I have a little bit of trivia for you before we get started on this game.
Okay.
Why do you think Gaimin beat Tundra last?
When did they beat them last?
Yeah, if you had to guess.
A year ago?
No, it's more recent than that. It was at a pretty renowned tournament.
TI?
Yes, that is correct. Gaimin beat Tundra at TI. They beat them twice at TI, as a matter of fact. 2-0 and 2-1. Ever since then, they've beat them in 1 game out of, or rather, they've won 1 game in a best of 3, so they still lost the series, as Ace is looking to continue that trend
that's a
here.
big Starstorm. Ace on the run as he's being double teamed now. I mean, you bring this stat up, but the Tundra lineup is quite different.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. The players have obviously changed, but I'm just looking over this. 5, 7, 9, 10-0 in the last 10 games for Tundra. 12-1. So,
yep, keep rattling off those numbers.
I'm not saying that things can't change. Of course they can.
Well, we talk about it all the time. You learn from these experiences.
This might just be a tough matchup for Gaimin team to team, but we'll see.
Have they played while Malady has been on the team?
Let me just check if Malady was on the team in this individual game. No, this is their first time playing against Malady.
Well, he will be the difference, Cinderin.
Okay.
As we finally can start talking.
That's gonna make him feel real good.
That's true.
They went. It's like, I did this.
Yeah.
Let's look at the lineups.
Confidence boost.
So I found it really interesting the way Tundra picked this, that they went Sand King Night Stalker first too, because I feel like that's just opening the door to getting exploited by a melee crushing core in the safe lane. In this case, that will be the Ursa for Watson. So that one caught me a little bit off guard. The IO Marcy being run by Tundra, they've obviously played this before, but we've seen it a little bit more from Gaimin, I feel like, with Watson plus Malady. But either way, should be an interesting one. I think my main concern here for the side of Tundra is if Ursa has an outstanding game, what can stand up to him? I think that's one of the worst carry-to-carry matchups from Marcy, as far as I'm concerned, because that's one of the only heroes in Dota that can just fight Marcy head-on and win.
Well, what about it? How much kiting potential do they have?
That's the thing. So you're looking at kiting, where you have relatively quick and mobile heroes between the Sand King, Puck, and Night Stalker. IO gives move speed. You can jump with Marcy. So there's definitely jumping and kiting potential. But obviously, Ursa can itemize his way out of that if the game goes late enough. You get like Abyssal, you get potentially Nullifier against Ghost Sifters, whatever it is you need. And you also have some somewhat decent lockdown between Ice Path, Slight Chains, and an Arrow follow-up. And there's no Dispel on Tundra to get out of them. So they have to itemize that. Big damage onto Doracho here, by the way, between Ace and Tofu will put some pressure.
Yeah, I'm going to echo pretty much exactly what we talked about, I want to say 3 days ago, that this Marcy as a position 1 has looked really bad this tournament. The support has been probably an average support. The rebound facet is conceptually very powerful on paper.
Yeah, Marcy's win rate is terrible, right? I think it's like 20%, and it's a decent amount of games. I'm sure we can pull that one up. Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
That's 14.3% win rate. And it only wins on Dire, and in this game it's on Radiant. So, Tundra, if you guys don't mind, we've got places to be if you want to go games.
Yeah, let's get to the next game here. But
time to break some stats here, Shannon. Either Tundra wins with Marcy on Radiant, and they keep beating Gaimin as always, or they lose a game to Gaimin.
Yeah, a curse may or may not be broken
One curse
here.
will be broken here.
But I do feel like the one support to couple Marcy with to be able to enable this type of play style is, of course, the IO.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Now, then again, we have seen this, and it still didn't look particularly good. But that's still, you know, overall a small sample size in the grand scheme of things. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. If anybody can do it, it is Tundra. Soxa going to get gone on by Watson. Fury Swipes are starting to add up, but the Burrow Strike to follow. Watson will overpower and destroy Soxa in turn.
Easy peasy.
What do you think about this Sand King game? Because last series, neither of us were fans.
I think it's better. I think there's more obvious combinations with Coil into Epicenter. I think it's more natural to use the Sand King stun to then have the Marcy come in with Burst. I say that even though there was a Sven in the last game, But yeah, the conditions here just feel a little bit better. And I also think 33 is having a better time in lane, as crazy as that is to say. He's having a better lane than Collapse did, despite laying against Ursa. And that's just because that Jakiro gyro was so extremely oppressive.
Yeah.
At the very least here, he's getting some decent farm on his own. And this is one of the benefits to the Night Stalker position 4 is he's pretty good at pulling waves, because he is naturally fast at nighttime. And he's very tanky, so it's harder for Jakiro to run that hero down than the position 4 of the last game. So yeah, there's a couple of things going a bit better here, but with that said, still looks very comfortable for Gaimin for the time being. All 3 of their lanes are going great.
Yep, Dyrachyo and actually BZM both on the bottom in terms of CS for the cores in this game. So like you said, Gaimin off to a pretty good start. Malady's going to be forced off lane for the time being. Double melee lane into Ursa just in general is Ursa's dream, I would say.
Yep, there's not very many double melees that stand a chance.
Oh,
the
right.
Russia's dead.
Starstorm, second hit, does get the kill. Whitemon will be cleaned up as well. Good aggroing of the tower. Ace will live through the day. And that's just going to add insult to injury in this lane.
And in the meantime, Quinn is also winning mid quite handily on CS here. 35-11 to the 24-6 of BZM. So safe to say, 3 lanes won by Gaimin. And if we think back to, let's say, the golden age of Gaimin, where they were kind of just winning every tournament for half a year, this was how their games looked a lot of the time.
Yep.
Like, they were doing awesome lanes, and then they were snowballing. Quinn will live here, I think.
Yeah, Saksa, it's daytime. You're useless. No offense.
Yep. That's right. That's Night Stalker for you.
Waste of mana right there, if anything.
But yeah, Gaimin winning 3 lanes is scary to play against. This team is very good at playing fast and snowballing an advantage. I think the weakest gaming look is when they either draft a lineup that can't win its lanes, or when they have, like, let's say they go into the mid game at a, like, even not doesn't even need to be a major disadvantage, just at a meaningful one. They are, I would say, not one of the absolute best teams at playing from behind, but they're really good at playing from ahead. So Tundra better watch out here to not get just steamrolled with this amazing start that Gaimin have got for themselves. Trying to go onto Ace. Yeah, Marana's gonna...
Another Starstorm from Tofu. That is quite a bit of damage. Dyrachyo has to get the hell out of there.
Yep.
There's the Orb of Corrosion as, ooh, BZM, he's just dead. Solo killed by Quinn. Oh boy. This, it's still early, but this could snowball very hard in Gaimin's direction.
Is it possible that in the last half a year of Gaimin's games, every time they play against Tundra, Celery has been telling them their win rate? And now that he's not there to do it, Malady is pumping them with confidence, like, we can beat any team. Yeah, and Celery's pep talk against Tundra has been, guys, we've lost the last 10 games in a row, but this will be the one. And his team's morale is just in the dumpster before
that sounds a lot like Celery, the most positive person in the scene.
Yeah.
Definitely a negative Nancy behind the scenes,
That's got to be it.
Yeah. Well, BZM now showing back up in the mid lane, and Quinn can probably bully him. That's slight. My goodness.
Yeah, this is just a classic tough matchup for Puck because of that constant. It's one of the only spells in lane that is really hard to dodge as Puck is Sleight of Fist. It's so fast, and you go for the Orb of Corrosion. And now with the reworked Orb of Corrosion, it uses...
Oh, he's going to go back in as the Starstorm comes from Tofu. Dyrachyo is ticking away. The leap to ensure the kill potentially. No, it's just going to cost Tofu his life, and somehow Dyrachyo lives. I hear a Sand King. Okay.
Yeah, I heard him too.
We all hear him.
And this is going to leave Watson alone, and they're going to try to take advantage of this Puck rotation. Coil.
And Watson is going to take the full epicenter. BZM coming in from the north as well. Watson is dead. 33. Will he be traded by Malady? Doesn't look like it. He has to get cover of the tier 1 tower now. BZM is going to try to finish it up. He's already used the phase shift. Well, Waning Rift to the other side.
Oh.
Starstorm
hit the
second one. And he fakes the illusory orb, will TP out.
I didn't actually know that was possible. Did you know that? That you can miss the first Starstorm and hit the second one. I thought the first one needed to hit a target.
That's true. No, if I had to think about it, no.
I don't. This is such a rare occurrence that would even happen. But so I genuinely think I've never seen that.
Yeah.
But okay, that's good to know. Generally speaking, not a good strategy to only hit the second one. You'd kind of want to hit both. It's just better most of the time is what I'm hearing. But
sometimes.
You know.
Only like 99.9% of the times.
Can you think of a situation where it's bad to hit the first?
If you need the blind desperately for that first Starstorm, right?
Why wouldn't you also want to hit the first one?
Because you need the blind. You're about to die, Cinderin.
This makes no sense at all.
Dispose.
Ace. We'll get out.
Ace is out. How does that not make any sense? You're literally one hit away. You need the second Starstorm.
Oh, so you're like hiding.
Yeah, you're
and then
hiding.
you're coming out to drop the blind.
Well,
oh,
that's why you missed the first Starstorm. You're hiding.
Damn, that's really smart. I'm kind of blown away that you could think on that level.
Thank you, Cinderin.
I'm not used to
Broken
this.
clock is right twice a day, as they say.
I just assumed from the beginning that whatever you said was bullshit, because that's statistically the most likely. But
yeah,
that was actually really clever.
That is how you would think. Saksa,
eventually
level 5.
surrounding yourself with other people would
He
rub
gets
off
hit
on
by
you.
both Starstorms. We should mention that every time now,
good.
just in case
Very
the
good. Double hit.
interaction comes back up.
It's better in that situation. And now Siege Wave mid. So Gaimin want to put some pressure on this tower. Quinn is level 9.
Yeah.
He is super strong 10 minutes in, but actually they are not going to have enough creeps alive to protect their siege. Instead, going to make a smoke move and head down to bottom, where they will be...
And this is the other thing about Marcy. If you can shut her down early, she stinks, man. She
Yeah,
really
I agree with
stinks.
that.
You have to go Battle Fury. You have to farm up. She needs time. There will be the Battle Fury. I actually don't even know if there's another build on this hero. And Whitemon, he's level 5, so can't even relocate out. Quinn, I think they spotted him as a TP coming in, though. And 33 should be able to help the cause. Both Starstorms hit. Duracio's blinded for the time being.
Good ice
path with a double dual breath. And Duracio's
in trouble.
He's just dead. Just like that as 33 and Saksa not able to claim anybody. Whitemon's going to get torn apart. That's 2 dead already for Tundra.
Starstorm hits twice.
It does hit twice. Thank you for
Ice
giving us
Path
that data as the game goes on.
Ember hits
That's
twice.
There's a lot of double hits in
Actually,
this
he
game.
didn't get double impact because he only hit 1 target. You have to hit 2 for that one to
All
get
right,
a double.
fair enough.
Good enough.
Either way, 3 dead for Tundra and Gaimin dominating.
Yeah, really nice rotation. Classic Gaimin fashion, right? They just bring the heroes to the enemy safe lane. This time it's from a mid-smoke move rather than a gate play, but the outcome is the same. And this is one of those things. You can tell Tundra are prepared that Gaimin want to do this, right? Because, yeah, that's nice. They have a ward at the gate, especially against a team like Gaimin. You really want to ward that gate up, but yeah, that doesn't cover from the mid lane.
Arrow not going to hit. Coil comes out, but that is a lot of damage from Malady. 33 tries to get off his ult, but dies. It's going to be the trade for the double-headed dragon.
BZM.
Slide a fist onto BZM with the remnant to come. He waning wrist to the high ground. Illusory orb, but no, the slide of fist finishes him off, and Watson and company should be able to get Duraccio as well. Can he deny himself to the Wild Wing Rippers? Not today. And great trades over and over and over for Gaimin.
We are witnessing vintage Quinn Ember right now. Absolutely styling on. That was also with Arcane Rune. You're hard-pressed to find a better hero in Dota to get Arcane on than Ember. It's just incredible at this time in the game. And now they will also get that tower that we thought maybe they were going to go for with the Siege Wave, but how about you just win a team fight instead and then transition to win a second team fight and then get the tower?
Sure.
That sounds pretty good to me. 5,000 lead, 13 minutes in. But here's the good news, Shannon, for Tundra. They win against Gaimin every game.
Yeah.
So nothing will matter.
That is good news.
And as you've talked about ad nauseum, Marcy, incredible comeback hero. So this is surely not a problem.
That's right. You heard it here first. Uh-oh. And the arrow is going to hit. That is another death for BZM. This is just spiraling out of control for Tundra. And every time I look at Marcy, I just vomit a little in my mouth.
Okay.
The hero sucks, man. I'm sorry. The hero is terrible. Hero does nothing. Okay? It's a battle fury now for the big.
I think that's a very natural and obvious reaction that most people would have to.
Yeah. If you've cast as many games as we have of this terrible hero. Jesus.
I know you didn't like the anime, but
yeah, the anime was.
like, every time I look at Marcy, it reminds me of the anime. Oh.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I'm glad you're keeping it together. I'm proud of you. You're really impressing me today. You're saying smart things. You're not throwing up on cast. Good job, Shen. It's the little victories.
Well, I'm trying my best not to.
Yeah, well,
I can't promise anything. If we keep getting Marcy picks, then I'm going to hurl everywhere.
Right. It's tough. Double wisdom, though, for Soxa, so there's a little bit of good news here for Tundra. They'll get a lot of experience here on their Night Stalker Plus. I believe the recipient was Io on the first one and Marcy on the second.
33 is going to get taken out. And on the other side, Duraccio, Marcy gets a kill, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Let's see if the jinx is real. As Watson.
That's true. You might have.
It wasn't you that said it, though. So
yeah, that's right.
We're not
they have to reload out here. And Whitemon will be...
Yeah, they're going to surround the IO in all likelihood and then turn this into the old Tormy. Duraccio TPs to the bot lane. I don't know if you're going to get this connection. Searing Chain's ready to go. And Watson there.
Who gets the kill?
To chompity chomp. Quinn will take it, of course, because he's a greedy, greedy mid laner.
Did you notice he also used Sleight of Fist? He really tried to make sure he was the one getting the kill.
That's right, and that's a double hit.
He was sending a message to Watson.
They have a lot of double everything. Double-headed Dragon, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Double hits from Malady, who just dies to the Tormentor casually.
Yeah, that's okay.
Just sacrificing himself to make sure that this curse, where they cannot beat Tundra, is broken here.
Yeah. Okay, you said a lot of double. You named like 2 things.
Yeah, the Starstorm double hit.
Yeah.
Ursa hits fast, which 2 is part of hitting fast, Cinderin. I said Sleight of Fist. That's enough.
Okay, there's also a lot of trees on the map, so there's technically double trees. That's right.
It was enough.
There's more than one lane.
It was enough.
You're right.
All right. Jesus.
And now actually there's more than one riverway too. So
there's 2.
This game does have a lot of rivers as well now. Yeah, that's a double river.
In case you guys are wondering, Marcy is still in the game.
Yep.
And we'll be finishing battle
about
very
it for a
shortly,
moment, but
as
we're
Quinn
seeing
wants
her
to
right
put
there.
that
She's
2 in
real.
half. Sleight of Fist. And the arrow's gonna come. Oh, Whitemon can't even relocate. I just realized his ult is on cooldown. So Marcy is dead. Ooh. I lied. And that's gonna lead to the double kill for Malady. And Soxa is gonna be the recipient of a couple of TPs. 33 will get out with his life. Soxa with the Crippling Fear TP, but the Ice Path outranges everything, and that is the death of him. Gaimin styling on Tundra right now.
The thing that's concerning is that, aside from, you know, the game is going poorly, right? There's no sugarcoating it. Tundra getting owned, but I feel like this is the type of the game that the time of the game that their lineup is meant to do a lot, right? IO is meant to be set up for relocates by Puck. You're meant to activate your Sand King Blink Dagger, use your Night Stalker nighttime. They got stomped at night. So, like, what's your fallback plan? I feel like this lineup is very... I think it's a very, as far as Tundra goes, with how they usually draft, this is a very binary lineup where either it goes well early and you snowball, or it goes poorly early and you have almost no recovery, which is kind of uncharacteristic for this team. That's also what Slacks was hinting at in the interview. I can't believe I'm quoting that guy, but this was a... It feels like the type of lineup that Gaimin would run, and then either they would stomp or just lose minute 25, right? And it's just uncharacteristic to see Tundra in this position with this type of draft, because usually they pick, like, multiple late scaling cores, very stable lanes, strong team fight, and this is a little bit more momentum based than what they usually have success with, in my opinion. So, swing and a miss so far. Obviously you can recover this game, and if you can't, it's a best of 3. But I think even if Tundra were to win this game, I think they'll change their archetype strategy for game 2, based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, most likely. Nobody likes to lose every single lane horribly. Battle Fury online for the Marcy. That's a farming item. So Duraccio obviously would prefer to not fight until that second item is online, but they might not have a choice is the issue, as they're going to find the Puck. Illusory Orb for BZM. He's still going to get chased, though. Quinn will be the recipient of the coil. The rest of the team is coming for you, BZM. Yules into arrow. It hits. Down goes Puck again.
It's a bad sign when your shield rune Puck gets killed like this and doesn't get any help. It's tough times for the Radiant side. Not really much to write home about, and not really too much to look forward to either until Marcy gets BKB. I think you genuinely cannot fight.
I thought you were going to say until Marcy's not picked again. That would have been good.
Oh, that might very well become the result of this. We'll see.
But I think as support, she's fine. I actually like her as support a lot more. I think that rebound facet is very, very good.
And I also think for Tundra, that's one of the biggest assets they have when they pick this hero in the draft is that they flex it, right? Because Soxa plays a mean Marcy. But the way they picked it here, it was already a guaranteed core, right? They had Night Stalker, Sand King, and then they picked Marcy IO. You're telling the enemy team what you're doing at that point, and they can just plan all their lanes. So it hasn't really given them the outcome that they were hoping for. Now that is also going to be an Aegis. One of the benefits to having Ursa in your team is when you're winning early, Tormentor plus Roshan is in striking distance. And Gaimin will now rock the Aegis. They will look for Soxa. Last second from Tofu, very nice. And Quinn will ensure the kill. And now he'll find 33.
They miss a couple spells, but when you're up this much, it don't matter. 420, ladies and gentlemen. 420. Tundra versus Gaimin Gladiators. It's a shellacking like we've never seen before.
Damn, you just reminded me of those auctioning videos where they sell livestock.
Livestock?
Yeah, that's like a very celebrated skill in the US, the people that talk insanely fast when they're doing auctions.
Yeah, and they don't
You've
really
seen them,
need
right?
to. Yeah, I have. It's just become a performance at that point. OD Pixel would be good at that.
Yeah, probably.
Nobody understands what he's saying anyway, so...
That's right.
It would fit right in.
Hate that guy.
All right, how much can Gaimin get out of this Aegis?
I mean, you're definitely looking at the remaining outer towers, right? So that's the bare minimum, is the 3 tier 2s. I think you give them 5 minutes to do this. I think they'll get that done. There's 3 minutes left on Ursa. They're gonna force the glyph on the top tier 2 here. They have a glyph of their own if they wanted to, but they're actually gonna keep the siege creep alive with just the aphotic shield and miscoil. It's a nice little detail there from Ace. And this tower is not long for this world, although...
33, ooh,
nice reaction. Nice reaction again.
Indeed. Dodges the burrow, they'll get the tier 2, and now the chase is on. Trying to go, they find the Night Stalker on the side. Soxa's dead.
Well...
And this would be a bigger kill. 33 trying to get to the wall. Oh, Watson just jumps right over it. He's got some hops. Could use him in the NBA. It's like a young LeBron James. Actually, it's more like a Zion Williamson, I would say. We'll just assume that the kiting is similar to his injury issues, Cinderin. What do you think?
Alternatively, you could brew beer on him.
Yep, that makes sense. And Zion Williamson jumps in onto BZM now, and a couple more right clicks will suffice if he can catch up to him.
Bonk.
Yep. He is, he's a thick boy.
All right, it's quiz time, Shannon.
Yep.
When did Tundra get their last kill?
7 minutes and 45 seconds.
That is incorrect. Wait, did you say a go, or? Because that's a pretty damn good guess.
Yep, a go.
Sure. They got their last kill at about 14 minutes.
Okay.
It was very close. If you had said a go, I would have been blown away. But...
The rebound from Dyrachyo. Ace will be the recipient of Moonlight Shadow while pop his ult gets Yules.
Okay, he's very stranded
His
here.
team is coming eventually, surely, as the Sand King ult will go off. Ace looks to be dead eventually. Finally, the big boy is down.
God, it took them so long.
But how much did they use? Soxa, wrong place, wrong time.
Arrow.
Not going to hit
little
this time.
mistime that
Phase
time.
shift is BZM. He's going to get bashed. There's the macro pyre. Dyrachyo rebounded it and said, JK, I'm out of here. And the tier 2 tower likely is Gaimin's now, despite losing 33.
Watson keeps going. Like a Duracell rabbit.
Okay.
That's it. Yep, okay.
And they're not sponsoring this tournament, so
that's true.
Let's avoid that.
Hopefully there's no conflict
generic
of interest.
battery company.
Like a generic battery company animal. Arrow. 33 chose not to Yule that one.
Yeah, BZM, he's going to get bashed. Oh, the Yules. He's brought back down. Phase shift going to keep him alive. Dyrachyo trying to take out the bear. This is the Aegis, though, of course. BKB already mostly used from Dyrachyo. And this is a 1 versus 4. The bear barely loses, no pun intended. They're going to jump on top of the hero. Malady looks to be done. Can they kite Ursa? Dyrachyo all alone, relocate available. But he's just going to get swiped down big time. Ace gonna chase down BZM, but the illusory orb should be enough for him to get out.
Okay.
If this was closer, that would have been maybe
that was a pretty
huge.
That was honestly pretty solid execution from Tundra. They're just really far behind, so they need a massive outplay. And lest we forget, they did get a 5v1 against Ace for 20 seconds before the fight even started. So that can be a lot harder than it was, and they still lost it. So hard to find a lot of confidence in it, but you have to say, this is what they have to do, right? They have to try. They have to try to use this Marcy BKB to finally find a fight. It was what I was talking about. You got to wait for it, and then set up with a coil, get Marcy to just maul someone, and try to build around it. But the Gaimin heroes are just tanky. Abaddon takes an eternity to kill. Ursa had Aegis and Enrage. It's not even easy to kill the supports. There's Greaves on Jakira, and Mirana has Yule's Force, right? No obvious targets, except Soxa.
Yeah, he's pretty fast.
Ooh, we'll die.
Pretty fast. Not fast enough.
And 33.
Oh, boy.
That's the Yule.
Oh, boy.
That's a long chain. And now you've used your stuff, and you're dead.
He is donezo.
Oh, they got Malady.
All right. So 2 for 1 across the map.
Malady has 4 out of 7 of his team's deaths.
Time to cut. But then again, he's the good luck charm if they win this game. So
yeah, that is true. He has exceptional win rate against Tundra if they win this game.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know what his win rate is against Tundra on previous teams he's played on.
On this team, his win rate.
On this team, yeah. Absolutely. No doubt about that.
All right, likely waiting for the next Roche. Tormy time in Jetop.
Okay, we're going to use Abaddon ult for this. It feels a little bit unnecessary when you have Ursa using Enrage. So, not really a big fan of that. It leaves you vulnerable for 70 seconds, but obviously the enemy team doesn't know this, so probably going to be irrelevant. But still, one of, again, Ursa's assets is he can do this alone. So if you want to help him tank a little bit in the start, sure, but don't burn a borrowed time for it, in my opinion.
You should write that note and slip it to Gaimin after the game.
Send a little secret note to see why.
You know better.
You guys, you should have stumped them harder. It's just not good enough. All right, Shannon, you're as a previous team owner. What do you tell your players after this game? Because that's definitely what the team owner does.
Don't pick Marcy.
Okay. And does your team trust you?
They should.
Do they care what you think?
They should. I'm paying them, of course.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if I could have said that after, I mean, we'd already lost TI, but game 4 of the finals, don't pick Slark mid. I didn't know I had to say that.
That's true.
The issue.
Yeah.
You pick Slark mid, you deserve to lose.
That's right.
You pick Marcy as a carry, deserve to luse.
Okay. All right. So what if the team owner said, my favorite hero of all time is Marcy, you guys have to pick it every game as carry? Would the team still do it because they get paid?
It depends on the relationship, really. That guy sounds like a dick, though, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Like a real loser.
Yeah.
Just like Marcy.
Soxa.
Soxa's dead.
Yes, indeed.
It was daytime, and he went into the woods, and that is unsafe for a bat. Generally hiding in caves at night. A little known fact about bats. At day, sorry. And at night. What if Dota had caves?
There we go. This is really going to devolve into one of these, huh?
Well, it does have 2 caves, Shannon. This game has a lot of 2 things, apparently. There's 2 Roshan pits now, so that's a double. That's a double we didn't think of.
That's true.
Oh, arrow.
And it hits.
Slam dunk.
They have Orchid just in case. Not even needed. Hey, double-headed dude.
Yep. What?
What's the lore on that? What, you didn't see that?
Double-headed dude?
Man, you missed. Okay, now you're making me sound like I'm crazy.
Okay.
What is the lore of these young men statues? By young, I mean ancient and old. I'm actually going to ask Slacks after this, since we have nothing better to do. 20K lead for Gaimin. Tundra need to find something because it's been spiraling
found
for a while.
Shrine of Wisdom.
Good job. There's 2 shrines.
there's doubles. Yep. 33 went on a bit of a scouting mission, and he found gold. Now with the Gale Guard on him and Soxa, we'll keep them alive a little bit longer.
2 Lotus Pools as well, thank you.
They stay alive for some additional seconds in the team fight. Maybe Marcy can kill a hero, so that's the strategy here. Duracho himself also with the Gale Guard. So is that 3 or 4 Gale Guards? 3 Gale Guards. Puck with the Gunpowder Gauntlet. Do you like that item?
The Gauntlet? Yeah, it's fine. It seems pretty good.
Yep.
I don't like Gale Guard.
No.
As in
conceptually.
Too powerful.
Yeah.
Okay, we have the opening here. They should be able to get this kill.
Got him.
Here just to ensure Tofu's dead.
That's going to cost them a Roche, but And they get a follow-up fight.
That's gonna, yeah, they do get it. Watson with the Aegis.
Yeah.
And I feel like Gaimin could fight if they really want to. We'll see the Orchid. My God, the timing. BZM already dead. Marcy with the BKB will be able to take out Malady, but now he's up against the Bear. And I don't think that's going to fare too well. Searing Chains to keep him in place. 33 gets the Burrow Strike off, but Duracio's dead. Now the Bash. Yeah, this started off decent for Tundra. They take out the 2 supports, and then in a 3v5, the cores just get wrecked.
$21K the lead. They retain the Aegis throughout all of this as well. That's a very nice fast Orchid there coming out from Ace. I believe that's the only Orchid they have right now, right? Yeah.
That was pretty insane.
Pretty much instant. And of course, this is one of the curses that you have as Puck in a game like this. Yeah, you can buy a AVULUS to protect yourself against an Orchid, but your team needs your damage, so you have to buy Witchblade. Puck is a hard hero to itemize when you're losing, because when you're losing, you need the defensive item, but if you don't deal damage, your hero isn't valuable in fights. So, yep, just the symptom of what happens in the first 10-15 minutes of this game. You're paying the price.
Has to go Lincolns now, just to try to stay alive. See the Bloodstone on 33 along with the AVULUS, and they're just going for defensive items like Ghost Scepter just to try to stay alive.
Oh, Abyssal.
Good. Very fast reactions again, but BZM able to get the phase shift off. Illusory or blink away, but 33 won't be so lucky. The Bear decimates him. Foil expended as well.
Oh, Ice Path
hits. Do they have the damage after the fact?
Yep, he did.
He is dead indeed. And now the towers shall fall.
Okay. It's gonna be, you would think, at least one lane with this banner. Might be a little bit tough to push for a second one without the creep immunity, but 2.5 minutes on Ursa's Aegis. Don't see any reason why Gaimin wouldn't just continue their onslaught here. Meow.
Great voice line. So one lane Arax, and it should be, are they gonna have to force a fortification? Okay, they're not gonna pop it.
Who among the talent present at this event do you think could sound the most like a cat?
Slacks.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
Very talented.
Yeah.
In useless things.
Yeah.
All right, so 2 lanes as Gaimin's lead has grown to 28,000 now. What will the game end at, Cinderin?
Score or gold lead?
Gold lead.
35K.
35K.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
that's my...
with the Aegis. Yeah, we'll see if you're correct or not. Lots on the line. Pride.
Hmm?
You have very little of that to begin with.
Uh-oh. BZM almost getting soloed here by Ace.
Yep, it's going to be close. He does get out.
Okay.
And Duracio's going to pop the ult. Will now have to stop hitting Ace as he will heal the full HP. He's going to get AVULUS, and the rest of his team not really that close as Watson jumps in. Abyssal 33 is dead just like that. Ace finally taken out, so they do get what they came for, but now they will come to death, Cinderella. Death's door would have been a better way to put it.
Let's see if they try to push for the GG here. They still have Aegis for a minute. Could start hitting bottom if they want to try to bait buybacks. They know for a fact that their heroes cannot die without Marcy. It's the one hero that can kill them right now. So they'll get to work. And we might not see the 35K Shannon. This might just be it. Nice ice path. Beautiful.
Ice paths have been on point. Soxa dead one more time for the road. And the Abyssal onto Io. That'll be the death of yet another member of Tundra. No GGs yet.
Yeah. Tundra hanging on to the late game Marcy timing. It's coming up soon.
That's right. They're discussing why they misclicked on Marcy.
There's the buyback from Nightstalker. Time for a last-ditch effort, but still, you don't have Puck now, so you can't contain them to let Marcy hit them.
Yeah, fortification.
They'll try as 3. Maybe a Sand King stun with a big epicenter could get the job done.
Really respecting this. I mean, the Aegis is going to be going away soon. course, they don't know that they don't have buyback, so playing it safe. You don't want to pull a Nightfall in this game.
Okay. That's unnecessary strays being caught here, I feel, but that's fine.
And as unnecessary as the BKB TP.
Necessary a lot of the time.
And
Here comes the
final one. Epi is there. Quinn, he's got the save. He's got the BKB. 33 is just going to melt as Watson versus Human. Watson will win. GG's called.
Look at that net worth, Lee Chen. What does it say?
35K.
Damn it!
36K. I'll give it to you. That was really good. Too bad you didn't bet anything, as this was a shellacking. Malady. It's like, yeah, what's the big deal? Why'd you guys lose to these guys so often?
I really hope he said that. I was like, guys, what's the issue? I don't see a problem. All right, you know what? Tundra's going to come back better in game 2 because this was not it. I refuse to believe this will be a repeat.
Shellacking, Sheever.
Yeah, I think very optimistic from Sunspan to assume that Tundra will not let that happen again. Because to be honest, maybe this is just not their day. Because that's what it felt like. It felt like Gaimin just woke up on the right side of the bed, but Tundra waking up on the wrong side of the bed, Lacoste.
Yeah, this was a bit of a tough one for them because they lost all 3 lanes. They lost them relatively early on. You have Night Stalker, who is kind of level 3 early on, and he doesn't have much purpose in the game. We said before that this lane might be a bit rough for them, playing into Jakiro and Ursa, because you're playing into 2 melee matchups, and it also gets pretty difficult. They were trying to get a kill, they lost, and suddenly that lane is lost, and all other lanes have been lost as well.
Yeah, and I said during the draft, like, I wanted to see Tundra be the ones to bring 4 or 5 heroes to an engagement, but we already see the replay here. It's Gaming that were able to do that because they won their lanes. They weren't afraid to just run around the map, and you know, when you give Quinn a free game, he is going to poke you down. You put a Mirana behind him, that's plenty of damage to kill any hero in the early game.
Yeah, that's why I also show the clips of Quinn playing with both of the supports. They paired up so many times, and we were mentioning maybe Muerta is going to be a really good pickup. Instead, they wanted to keep things simple. They picked Mirana, and you can see the power of it every single time they're playing together, which does allow both cores to get the farm, because Abaddon's going for a bit of a greedy build, Radiance, Ursa's going for the Battle Fury, and it does allow them to get those items online, and as soon as they get them 15 minutes in, they kill Io on the relocate back, they take the Tormentor, they can easily take Roche as well.
Yeah, I feel like this game lasted a lot longer than what it needed to, Tiga.
Yeah, I mean, the thought of losing to Tundra again was probably on the back of Gaimin's minds. You know, you want to win it properly, you want to secure the win, and we're seeing Na'Vi played Night Stalker, didn't really do much in this game. Same thing. Unfortunately, the hero in the 4 role, if you lose lanes and have no clear objective in the first 20 minutes, you don't farm that well, you fall victim to the game state. And yeah, Tundra not really doing anything in this game. There's no real positives to bring.
No, and that brings me back to what we said at the start of the draft. We saw the Night Stalker into Sand King. We're like, okay, this could be to make sure that they know what lane they're up against, but that kind of...
He's looking into my soul. Oh,
I mean, yeah, he was 14-0-22. This Ember Spirit worked out very well, especially, of course, in combination with the supports.
It definitely did. I don't know if... heal or like we saw Tinker being popular, we saw in the previous series that some of these heroes are going to be contested, but overall heal reduction in this patch, there's so many ways you can deal with it, because pretty much every single core is building into Orb of Corrosion, which is one of the strongest items right now. You've seen the Shiva's Guard as well, and also a lot of the heroes have built abilities like innate ability from Abaddon. You're not going to get that heal off. Broodmother as well, we talked about it, that Dyrachyo is playing that hero. 70% of healing reduction coming out from it.
Yeah, it was a little bit brutal, this game, and we said earlier that they let the Sand King to the off lane there first so that they knew what they were going to go up against. It also meant that they could freely pick their own safe lane, Tigov, because surely that was going to be their X factor.
And it felt like that was the way in the draft, but in execution, it did not happen at all. And that was the first domino to fall. When you pick up the Io Marcy, you know you're playing into Abaddon. They're the ones trying to go aggressive, but they give away a double kill to the side of Gaming. And if your Io and Marcy don't have any entry to the game due to them kind of making mistakes in their own laning phase, then the Puck does not get help against the Ember. Puck against Ember, is better at CSing, and then Puck gets level 6, you rotate, you kill Ember, and then Puck hunts him the entire game. So because the Io Marcy had a bad lane, it kind of is the only lane to create tempo. We already accepted in the draft that Sanking Night Stalker will play from behind, will be sacrificial.
Yes.
So the fact that Doracio and Whiteman fucked up their lane, putting it bluntly, there is no game to play now from Tundra. So yeah, I think that is probably the easiest way to analyze that one. And also for the team and the coach, they'll know exactly what they need to do in the next one because, yeah.
This has to be one of the roughest games I've seen BZM have because all other lanes have fallen apart quickly. We saw that position 4 can't really contribute much early on. It's a Night Stalker. IO also can't help you out. There's not going to be relocate play. And also Gaimin, they brought numbers every single time. So pretty difficult one for them.
Pretty difficult one for them. This is a team that has, you know, has had major successes this year. So surely they also have what it takes to force that third game out and to push back in game number 2. Let's find out if they do after a break.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Eu m-am pornit după oi, duru-duru-duru-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, duru-duru-duru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi.
A reset. That is what Tundra needs before going into this game number 2, because game number 1 was not it. Gaimin is on fire. They've proven that this is the best form they've had here in 2025 so far, and they looked terrifying for Tundra, who has been having a little bit of a rocky time. Let's see if they can reset. I'm here with Lacoste and Tigov. T, going into this second game, how easy do you think it is for Tundra to just shake it all off and blame it on the draft and go again?
Honestly, you know what, Moonman, he can take the L for his team in this game. That's fine. Yeah, you did the Marcy carry. You've got Sanking and Nightstalker sacrificing that lane to some degree. So
Duraggio said that he doesn't know what the Moon's doing. At least he can take an L for the team on this one, right?
Yeah, that's true. If they listen to that interview, otherwise you just sound very convenient. But yeah, no, I think for gaming, we actually need to thank Team Spirit for what's happening. Team Spirit, they destroyed gaming. Now look at them. They have pacing. They have identity. They have understanding. Team Spirit also destroyed Falcons. Where are they now? They have identity, they have scaling, a different style to gaming, but still. So both teams looked awful against Team Spirit. 24 hours, 40 hours later, they're a brand new team, both of them.
I don't know if I want to see another Marcy.
Yeah.
Maybe from position 4, but this hero looks terrible. I was wrong. I actually felt during Dream League that this is going to be like one of the stronger heroes. It's sitting at 13% win rate right now. It tells the whole story about the hero.
That's very painful. There was another stat I'd like to throw at you both, because there was a stat that was mentioned yesterday when Tundra was playing and was doing well. Every time Tundra first pick Daivacho's hero, they win. Oh, why not do that all the time? That sounds like a recipe for success.
It is, but I feel like teams also probably ban out those heroes, right? The Lifestealer. What else is the other first pick hero? Magnus?
Yeah.
Lifestealer, Mag, Nature's Prophet.
Yesterday, I think it was Mag and Nature's Prophet, which both, of course, are flexible, and that makes it a lot easier to first pick his hero.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's more heroes like those.
Okay, so the previous game, I'm just double checking. Tundra banned Magnus themselves. Nature's Prophet and Lifestealer was banned by gaming.
Tundra banned Magnus themselves.
Yeah, exactly, yep.
Nature's Prophet and Lifestealer, yes, banned.
Correct.
Yes.
So in this game,
others.
In this game, maybe Tundra can open up the bans, allow more into the pool, flood the pool with the good heroes for Duraggio.
Yeah.
So then you get to take one. The issue is you're probably trading maybe like a Magnus to then take a Lifestealer, which doesn't maybe sound like the best trade, but if it's comfort for your carry and enabling in that way, sure, why not? But sacking 33 in that style is only good if you're baiting the carry pick to then counter the carry. Like if you see the Ursa, you need to go, this is my carry, haha, you picked Ursa. We got you.
Marcy.
Yeah, but it's like, I'm Marcy. Yeah, it doesn't really install confidence unless you outplay in the lane. And then we saw the replay from the lane, they just fed away a double kill and suddenly the game feels like it's over, right? So
if they played this same draft one more time, I think they would do so much better, because this is the team that adapts kind of the quickest when it comes down to what needs to be done. And Io Marcy was a little bit out of the spot, I would say. Also picking this hero that has terrible win rate. I think day 1, day 2, people were saying that Nature's Prophet might be slightly overrated. Same goes for Muerta, because Nature's Prophet started after day 1 to be at 0-6, and Muerta was 0-5. And these two heroes are kind of dominating. So you can see that still teams, they have certain ideas which heroes are going to be strong coming into the tournament. Some of them are not working out. I think we might need to ditch Marcy.
Sure, but heroes aside, I think we speak about what Moon provides. I think he's going to have to try and lift the spirits of BZM a little bit. I think the mid laners, obviously there's a lot of pride in the mid lane. It's the 1v1 battle, and when you compare the stats, right, like one mid laner, 0-10. The other one, 12-0.
It's very polarizing.
It's very polarizing.
Yeah. Which is a little sad. I do think that if you have the I guess the truer 1v1, you at least want to be seeing a little bit of an even matchup. But yeah, it's been a little while. As we are in the draft for game number 2, so let's see if Gaimin can repeat the process, as they just won their first game against Tundra in 2025. Let's see if they can make it a 2-0. In terms of bans, we were theory crafting for Tundra to get a hero for the Rat Show. So far, of all the heroes, Nature's Prophet and Lifestealer both still in the pool. So if they want, they can get one of those because they have first pick. Unless they are both banned now, in which case they can't. Which would be very sad considering I just jinxed it. So what heroes does that leave in the pool? Because at the moment, other than the Lifestealer that we have to keep an eye on, that means that Dazzle is not banned.
Yep.
That means that Nature's Prophet, Night Stalker is still not banned. But to be honest, after last game, I'm not sure if I would go for that anymore.
I think we might see some. I'm down to them pick just Jakiro as their first opener pick. It breaks some of the combos that the Gaimin Gladiators have been using, especially with the Ember Spirit. They could also get Ember Spirit for themselves, put a little bit more pressure onto the draft, because BZM, he is a really mean Ember player.
You know, they banned the AA, so maybe Dazzle coming out. Yeah, there it is. We did see BZM Dazzle earlier this tournament, and it did do very well.
Yeah, it's a lane winner in any lane it goes to. If it's in the off lane with the correct forward position, you just dominate lane, and mid, you threaten a lot of the melee heroes. Even against like a mid puck, you can just force him out and just pressure him quite a lot. So yeah, Dazzle gonna force Gaimin to think about getting to the back lane. When you first pick a Dazzle, sure, there's a healing aspect, but you need to be able to get to him. And I think the best teams that have drafted Dazzle so far have this like overwhelming amount of team fight. They have Voids and Magnuses and Tidehunters. You protect him, but already Gaimin, like I mentioned, they can find him. If you have vision, you're going to get Stifling Daggered and just jumped.
So now you need to remove... I'm down for them to remove either Warlock or maybe even remove Silencer as well. I think Silencer is the one that makes Dazzle's life hell.
Yeah.
If we talk about the first initial jump, but you also need to have a good jump from the off lane. The reason why we also showed some of the graphic for Collapse, because he's been playing 6 games of Axe, is that this hero is a counter to Dazzle as well. So have that in mind. And I also checked if Ace has been playing some Dazzle. He did play 1 game on Dazzle. So definitely a hero that is coming back, not because he's strong, it's because he's countering certain heroes.
It's not because he's strong, because he's broken.
Wait, do you mean that Ace has been playing Dazzle, or did you mean Axe?
Axe.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
You said Dazzle, so
Oh, that's why I was confused. Yeah, okay. Oh, that makes so much more
I
sense.
see hero on screen, I talk about hero on screen.
So just for
But,
clarity, Dazzle broken,
yes.
Axe in the right hands could be strong.
Could be.
There we go. Cool.
But yeah, they removed the Silencer. Makes a lot of sense. Just 2 of the best position 5s when we're talking about the laning partners for Phantom Assassin, because Silencer would also give you that kill threat. It makes it almost impossible to trade in the lane, knowing that Phantom Assassin is going to be able to clean up, get at least 1 kill from it.
Yeah, and then what? Jakiro is the only other support that really fits that strong laning, aggressive fighting for gaming. So
yeah.
It wouldn't be really too surprising, the progression of this draft.
No, at least you would know what to expect. But that being said, with the Darkseer still in the pool as well, you are potentially giving away Darkseer and Jakiro, and that's just a bit spooky.
You pick Darkseer, and then you're like, maybe it's a good game for Marcy position 4, and then you lose the game.
Oh, they go for Tidehunter. We've seen Tidehunter be incredibly strong as well. Why is that here in this game in particular that they want to go for Tide so early? Does it do well against Dazzle?
I mentioned just before that Dazzle likes to be protected by teamfight. So with this logic, then Gaming taking the Tide themselves is a good option to ensure the Dazzle draft feels a little bit weaker in nature. Also PA. Tidehunter can lane well into PA. Sure, later in the game, PA has break. But I think Tide players, they're buying Yules, they're buying Ghost Scepters, they're buying the cheap items to ensure that 15-minute timing from PA isn't as strong. So I think not only is it a block pick, it also just amplifies their own draft, right? How do you play the late game into these 2 heroes? I would say late game, even like 30 minutes, they're very, very strong.
So what stops Tundra from just taking Darkseer Jakiro? Why is that? Why do we see Darkseer banned so frequently, but then when
strong
you have
hero,
the
builds into
opportunity...
Halberd, very strong laner.
Yeah, well, why doesn't he get picked?
Because it also needs to counter the correct heroes.
Yeah, I don't think he's like the strongest hero against Tide or Phantom Assassin, because sure, you get like big vacuum off onto the wall. Tidehunter presses 1 button, but there it is.
It's like the thing with Darkseer is
It is Marcy time.
Oh,
No, it's no.
No, I think something like a Tusk could work out much better for them.
But this is a Darkseer pick, which isn't like, oh my god, it's such a hard counter to their carry. Wow, it's going to destroy the Tide. It's more, let's create the pacing and the aggression, right? When you have Dazzle from the mid lane, Darkseer in the off lane, an item on each of these cores, they're going to keep wanting to fight, keep break down the map. They need to hunt to find the PA and force Gaming to want to take a lot of fights early on.
Oh, it comes back.
Sure. Right? If you aren't going to have the team fight to protect your heroes, then why not have the vision to ensure better positioning? And when you have Darkseer, any melee body is going to be able to play that lane.
You can easily stick to the target with that extra bit of a movement speed that you get from your, I don't even want to call, maybe we call it innate ability because you get it for free. But yeah, works really well with the Darkseer. And also this is the silence that Tidehunter doesn't like to play into. It's one of the ways to deal with Tidehunter, because if you're sticking to him, but you also need some kind of a stun, because right now I'm not seeing any.
In Gaming, they have free pick on the position 4. Mortis available, Dark Willow's available. If they want to go back for the Morana, just for the invisibility aspect into Night Stalker. Whew. Yeah, their four pick is super open for whatever Tofu wants.
I think they might also get Quinn's hero, right? And then save Tofu's for last, because they have quite a lot of heroes. It's not 18 pick overall on 17. A lot of the times you want to pick your other support, but if they want to get the hands on maybe Ember one more time, there is...
Into the Dazzle mid?
Nah, never mind. I take that back.
Last time we saw Dazzle in the hands of BZM, the player that was against him was XM on Xtreme. And he played Venomancer, and he just chose not to lane.
That's also fair.
He did win that game, as in the Venomancer did, not the Dazzle.
No, I would prefer Tofu picking his hero right now. Even though we expect Dazzle mid, there is a world where maybe Dazzle goes to 5 because they see a better hero due to Gaming picking the mid laner in this position. So yeah, I listed 3 very strong 4 positions.
Yeah, I think that Gaimin has got a bit of time to think about it. So they will make a good decision. They're cooking. At the same time, what is Tundra lacking? Because they don't have disables either.
No, they don't hit towers.
They don't. Yeah, they
don't
have a
hit
lot of
Roshan.
holes. Ooh, that's a big ass stun.
Okay. Shaker has risen a lot in popularity due to the fact that you set up your off lane to free farm, you rotate a lot into mid lane to secure the runes, not refilling bottles on TP. Rune obviously has a higher value.
And could be mid.
Could be mid, could be position 4.
Yeah,
they have overall last pick, so this position 4 Shaker, that is kind of a most likely going to be from 4, but they will see the whole draft because you want to pull the lane back for the Tidehunter. What do you have, T?
The Shaker 4 as well. I want it just to be 4. Because Dazzle always plays up on the enemy high ground, right? To bully, to utilize the poison touch.
Block him off.
You block him off, he's going to die. Now BZM's positioning, he's going to be very, very careful. You need that vision on the the dire side. So yeah, they're going to need vision to protect them. Okay. To pacing, Tundra has said, we want to crush our opponent like they crushed us. Their actual couple items, eventually get Bloodthorn down the line to try and kill the PA. Radiance Blink, go, go, go.
That means we're lacking a White Mons hero on the side of Tundra still for that final pick.
Yeah, I don't mind Undying or any just really strong 5 to ensure that Out gets his farm. Shaker is going to block the wave and then run to mid. And then either you want a 5 that really bullies the solo off lane, or a hero that can match the movement of Shaker and follow him to mid lane, which then wouldn't be Undying.
It is a lot of heals that is coming out from Tundra. You have Darkseer, maybe later getting some mech. You have Alchemist with his regeneration, Dazzle as well with the heals and the Grave. I'm trying to think how they're going to be able to build into items. Sure, Phantom Assassin, she will get Orb of Corrosion, but maybe they can get something spicy from the mid lane.
For Tundra, also Ringmaster is a good option. You can follow the Shaker, put the daggers on him, slow him down. You then have an additional team fight with the Wheel of Wonder, so yeah. I like that. But strong position 5 is key for Tundra. I do prefer Shaker to 4, and then you're mentioning mid lane is right for Gaimin.
Yeah. But they still think that Ember could cause a lot of issues. Even though they have a good amount of lockdown, your Tidehunter is going to be looking to buy into relatively early Shard, Shaker as well, one Fisher into an Ice Path, into another Ice Path. Could be enough of a lockdown. And with Phantom Assassin, you're never going to be lacking damage. But there is a lot of tempo from Tundra with this type of a draft.
Yeah, they're respecting Dazzle still to be 5. I mentioned supports that want to follow the Shaker. A position 5 Dazzle with boots and a blood grenade. You can follow that Shaker, stop him from pulling the waves and just annoy him. So I think, Gaming respecting the way in which that 5 position can break their own draft.
In terms of spicy mid laners you mentioned, Lacoste, what type of hero would be considered spicy in this case?
In this case, for Tundra, we might be talking still.
Oh, here comes.
Some Invoker. It could come out. It would give them the speed. It could give them global presence. In terms of setup...
Again, you give me hope.
I think it's going to come. Eventually, it has to come out.
If you keep saying it's eventually going to happen,
We're manifesting this really hard. If not today, then maybe tomorrow.
Then maybe tomorrow.
Who knows?
But tomorrow could be the last day.
No, why not if they win this game? And I'm, yeah.
I said it in the previous game. Maybe OD could work out.
Yeah.
You are playing against Tidehunter. You build into Witchblade. Very good against Phantom Assassin. You have multiple ways of saving people with Surge, with Shallow Grave. It might be coming because they just banned out Sniper.
Yeah, and in case you weren't there for the previous series, we did mention that basically every mid laner has been practicing OD in their pubs. So at some point, it's coming. And I would say it's coming again because it was already in the group stage at least once with Samil bringing it back.
Mid lane,
it's on the radar.
Yeah, mid lane I don't mind OD. For 5, I still like Ringmaster or Undying. I'm leaning a little bit more Ringmaster to ensure you're not too one-dimensional. Well, they have no reserve time anyway. And we do see Whiteman talking on camera.
It will be that Ringmaster.
The Clown is back. That looked good in some of the games, I think, especially if you can hit those darts relatively early on.
And we've seen Whiteman do that, right?
Yeah.
He was making this hero look S tier.
So multiple saves. You have Escape Act, you have Shallow Grave again, Darkseer. So let's see what they are going to cook. Now they see that Dazzle is going to be played from the mid lane.
You may now select your heroes.
You're not happy with that?
I'm used to Quinn being a little bit more, polarizing with his last
Yeah, I
picks.
wanted to see something a little bit more spicy rather than Puck. And also, Night Stalker could cause a lot of issues.
Yeah.
We saw in the previous game that when Puck is having a bad game, that it gets pretty hard to itemize. Maybe in this game, some Force Staff is going to do the work.
I couldn't really think of the mid hero, but something that was a little bit more independent would have helped. Like you mentioned with the Night Stalker, that's also, I think, lanes quite well into Puck, pushing the wave into him. He's playing on the tower with Orb. Puck can't really go aggressive. Then you do have the Orchid timing on Alchemist. Radiance Blink Orchid from Alchemist with the Night Stalker Blink. It's a lot of ways to pressure him.
Maybe the reasoning why they just went with Puck is pretty simple. You know that you don't care too much about that poison touch because you can easily dodge it. But if you make a mistake, you could definitely die. From the Night Stalker rotation, if you get that poison touch, you might be in a lot of trouble.
I guess the question I have is, do they have enough damage early on to deal with the Tundra aggression, right? The last game, Gaming won because they overwhelmed them, right? Kept breaking down the map. Here, yeah, they have Macropyre, Ravage, Echo Slam, and Dream Coil.
Big team fight.
Big team fight. But where's the connecting hero to kill during those spells early on? Like, unless they're all used together at the same time, the PA needs to have 3-4 items to then perfectly execute with every spell. That's my only concern. I think Tundra might be able to dictate this game like Gaimin did last time.
Well, previous game, we thought Tundra was going to dictate, but then they kind of fell flat. It wasn't just heroes. They were kind of outplayed.
The safe lane did crumble for Tundra last game.
It's going to be much easier
this time.
around.
Yeah.
We're playing with Alchemist with that extra bit of a gold, still playing with the seed money facet. But yeah, I think this type of a game could easily also be like 25-30 minute game from Tundra.
In favor of Tundra.
Yes,
so therefore we would go to a third game. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Before we head into the game, though, we're going to check in with Slacks, who is there with Moon.
Thank you so much, Sheaver. Yes, I am here with Moon. Moon, We have a hero in this game that has a 0% win rate that you have drafted over a vast amount of picks. Do you know which one it is?
Not Ringmaster. Dazzle?
No, man, no. Alchemist, 0% win rate over a vast one other game this tournament. Why are you picking a hero that has yet to win? What makes you guys different?
Well, they being bitches and banned all of Daracha's heroes. So, you know, we just went down the ladder and that was the next in line.
He did say that you just pick his heroes that you think will be good and he just does what you tell him. Is that what happened in this one?
No, Daracho, he just cooks and does his thing. You know, you don't need to, you know, have to tell him how to play. He's just gonna play how he's gonna play, and it's his comfort. That's the hero he won so many tournaments with, and TI stuff like that. So I reprioritize comfort over logic.
Heard. All right, very nice. Ringmaster, on that note, a lot of guys are trying to do the Ringmaster. I would say kind of emulating you guys. Do you have the best Ringmaster player in this event?
Yeah, to play Ringmaster, you got to be a clown. So Waimon fits the playstyle.
All right, well, honk honk. We'll see how that one goes. Thank you very much, and we'll see if these guys are clowning around or if they're going to dominate this game. Let's go over to Sunsfan and Synderen.
Thank you, Slacks and Moon. Welcome. Game number 2, Gaimin Gladiators versus Tundra. This should be a good one. We got split on runes. Well, actually, no, that's 3 out of 4 on the runes there.
For Gaimin.
Yes. For
yeah.
Gaimin. But they were just praising Whitemon. I'm going to do the opposite. He teased us with the other facet that we've yet to see, with the unicycle and whatever the hell else there was, and then he switched at the last moment, so not happy with Whitemon today.
It's kind of weird how you pick the facet that has like 8% higher win rate in Pro Dota than the other one.
Because they don't know how to use the unicycle yet.
That's it. It's got to be it. Actually, I don't. There's at least a couple of % advantage for the Carney Classics, if I remember correctly when I watched last time. But either way, pub stats are one thing. Pro games, we don't really have any stats. I don't know if it hasn't been picked yet, the facet, I think, at all.
I doubt it.
In a single pro game since Ringmaster was introduced to CM. At least I haven't seen it, but yeah, it'll be the Carney Classics as usual, so nothing special there. Now, the panel was talking about the nature of these lineups and how different they are. On one side, you've got the very heavy run-at-you style with Alchemist, who's going to, hopefully for their sake, farm pretty quickly and then get a Radiance. You're going to empower him with the Iron Shell into the Surge. And in a similar fashion, you can use Night Stalker in that way. And on the other side, we have massive, massive team fight. Tide, Shaker, Puck, and Jakiro, together with one hyper carry in Watson playing the PA. And I feel like in this current patch, carry to carry, it's really difficult to counterpick PA, which is why I think the hero has a really high win rate in this tournament and why a lot of teams rate it very highly. Alchemist, however, has not really been tried much. This is his second game of the tournament, and historically speaking, this is one of the best carries against PA specifically because of the pace he brings to the table. So I really like this idea from Tundra.
Well, Kraken Shell activated, but the whip will still get the kill. Whitemon with first blood.
Whipped him right to the grave. Tofu will pull the wave. This is a tough one to play.
Why haven't we been seeing Alchemist at all?
Well, he definitely got nerfed quite a bit in the recent...
We're going to maybe see a kill here. 33 can't dive any further. Should mention Soxa wanted to rerun the Night Stalker again.
Yeah. This time they third picked it, though.
Had a lot of fun with it last game.
It went through first phase for, I want to say, one of the only times this tournament. It's generally been either first phase banned or picked. But this time around it was given lower priority.
Anyway, you were saying
about
Alchemist.
Alk? Yeah. I don't know why it's been picked this little. I think there's been more games that it could have worked in than just a couple that, well, it didn't work so far. But
auction.
Oh,
juked on himself.
Fancy footwork by Tofu in the forest. I mean, the thing about Alchemist is I think it's one of the hardest heroes in all of Dota to balance, to be honest. It's like, either the hero is strong early and snowballs like crazy, and then because he's the fastest hero at obtaining gold... Oh, hang on.
Uh-oh. Watson.
This is tight.
Has to pop the Fairy Fire.
He'll kill him, though.
He will turn around and take out 33.
Oh, the mist, too.
And Soxa
Oh,
stuck in a precarious spot. He is healthy, though. It's a 1v2. He's going to try to dive, gets the void onto Watson, and the last right click is enough. Tower providing a little bit of damage with Malady's right clicks. Soxa will walk it off.
Yeah, just to finish off the whole Alk thing, so we're done with that.
This is the longest conversation.
I mean, not really. We could talk about other stuff. You're making it longer.
Man, this is really long.
Yeah, it sure is. I think conceptually it's difficult to balance this hero. So in the last patch, he was like, in 737, he was rated extremely highly. He was picked a lot in the first phase because it's a numbers game, right? And if Alk farms really fast and scales really well, he's just going to be an extremely appealing Dota hero at a pro level. Then he gets nerfed somewhat on either economy or laning prowess, and all of a sudden he can almost disappear because it's very delicate the way that hero works. BZM?
Yep.
In
he's
some
gonna run
trouble
into
here.
Tofu. Tofu's actually pretty damn low himself. Malady comes into play. Gets off the dual breath from afar. Tofu doesn't want to get any closer as Quinn will get the kill on the BZM. So it did require a couple rotations from Gaimin, but they get that pesky Dazzle. And that's a hero we have not talked about, unless you want to talk about Alchemist again.
Yeah, we can do that.
But Dazzle, as a mid laner, has looked absurdly good so far in this tournament.
I think this hero is just flat out broken right now. But it's been banned a lot.
Gaimin, I mean, they gave it up. So the question is, what, in theory, as we're going to see Watson get gone on a bit, 33 out of mana, though, and actually TP from Tofu. And Soxa will be paying the price for his insolence, and now they can see that 33 doesn't have mana. So Blood Grenade upon him. He is just going to try to get a creep kill. Puts the Ion Shell to get some extra farm. Gets off the Surge, but nice stun from Tofu to bring him down to the grave. Ace, in the meantime, because of their rotation, is all alone and will eventually be taken out in turn. So the both offlaners do drop. Anyway, you were saying about Alchemist and Dazzle, Syndra?
I don't even remember anymore. About
Dazzle real strong is what you said.
Yeah, so I think a couple of the games that we've seen that Dazzle didn't win, I question a little bit how players were itemizing it. Specifically, there was a game with BZM, I think that was it against Tidebound? Or Xtreme. It was either or, I think it was Xtreme. Then where he late game still didn't have a damage item. He had like ridiculously low cooldown with Octarine and everything, but didn't fully scale. I think this hero can also go ultra late and be mega.
He doesn't have Grave here. Nice fissure, blocks him off. BZM is definitely dead. Quinn will get the last hit again. As the whip applied to Quinn. He's getting real low. Will phase shift off that last auto attack.
Yeah.
So you were saying about Dazzle?
I'm not sure why BZM was diving. So this wasn't this death. We're already on his second one now. But on the first death, he was playing very aggressively behind the tower. And I understand you want to do that to try to pressure out the puck, but I don't necessarily know if he was in a dominant enough position to pull that off, especially when Gaimin can easily teleport supports away from their respective side lanes.
Yeah.
Both PA can stand alone for quite a bit against Night Stalker and Darkseer, and in the top lane, the Tide. Sure, he did eventually die. It takes a while. Okay, they're going to go for a dive here.
Nothal projection. Poison touch into the crippling fear from Soxa. Watson trying to stand his ground under the tower. They're going to kill each other, essentially. BZM gets the last hit as, well, BZM dies on the other side.
Whoa. Okay, never mind. I thought for a second that Whitemon wasn't going to make it in time to the Wisdom. That would have been terrible. But they trade evenly. Tofu started threatening it, and Whitemon came TPing down. I just realized that all the heroes that were in the bot lane had died or rotated mid, so nobody was on the Wisdom. But they'll get it minute 7:25, which is very late. Doesn't matter, it's the same amount, though. So he'll get it. 33 now with this Vanguard can easily jungle. He will now work on Arcane Boots and then finish his Halberd.
Do you think that BZM has learned his lesson? Because the stats show that the win rate is absurdly high, 71%-ish. As we're going to have another little engagement here. Soxa will be found and taken out. But yeah, it felt like he was owning the whole game, and then he just didn't get that final item that would have put him over the top, so it ended up being a loss.
I mean, to be fair, in that game, there were multiple factors that lost that game, but I think it was also the only Dazzle game that I've seen this tournament that went that late, right? So there wasn't really much of a frame of reference for either BZM to draw on.
That's
or
true.
For
Usually
us
the
to form a
Dazzle
conclusion.
wins super fast.
Right. Most of the Dazzle games have been like 30 to 40 minutes, so that was an anomaly, I think. And it's also not the plan here for Tundra to get to that stage. I think when you're running an Alk Dazzle strategy, you want to really push the envelope in the mid game. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit of farming time to get there. Darks here, Alk need time. And you can tell Gaimin are trying their very best to just be disruptive. They're moving around a lot with their heroes, looking for aggressive maneuvers. The one hero they're not stopping at all is the Alchemist. Dyrachyo, total free farm. More or less anyway. 70 CS, minute 9. Will be a very fast Radiance.
Oh yeah, the classic Radiance Alchemist build. Into what though? I mean, back in the day, it was the Manta, but then that became not so popular anymore.
I think Radiance BKB or Radiant Sun Yasha here is probably... And Dagger, of course. You'll get Dagger first. I think my favorite items here would be Radiance Blink SY, I think. But maybe Radiance Blink BKB.
Able to get out. 33 will surge away as TPs surge in for Gaimin. Nice fissure.
Could also go the
she
Orchid
blocks
route.
off Soxa. And the Crippling Fear comes out with the Wheel of Wonder as well.
That's a good wheel.
Dead. And Tofu will follow suit. A good turnaround there from Tundra.
That was a great wheel. Gavlan would be proud.
Who?
You don't get that reference.
Okay.
It's a Dark Souls reference, Shannon. You don't play good video games. You play Counter-Strike 2.
And Dota.
Yeah. Well, that's a good one. There's an anomaly. Another.
Yeah. Well, BZM had his novel projection out. All you have to do is kill his real body, and they do just that. That is the third death for him, so...
Yeah, that's the one guy they're really slowing down is the Dazzle. 4 deaths.
4 deaths?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He's taking the brunt of Gaimin's
Here's the
aggression.
question. I mean, first and foremost, Gaimin obviously are focusing him because they've seen how good this Dazzle can be. But, oh, we might have some action here. No. Okay, so we'll walk away. What kind of comeback potential does this hero have as a mid laner? Because he can definitely farm.
Yeah. That's a rough one. I mean, I haven't seen Dazzle in this position in this tournament, I think. And I don't mean mid. I mean down 0-4 and having 40 CS minute 10. So I think the recovery curve is still... That is... 70-30 with Ethan Gold right now.
They really hate Ringmaster. Like, Ringmaster has a killing streak. Yep, not going to do too well. Crippling Fear from Sox is all he can do.
So, Dazzle... I mean, this is new to all of us, right? It's still a new concept, so we don't have that much data on, okay, how does the hero play when it's terrible? I'm assuming you still have to go the same build, right? Because what else would you do? I think you have to go Ags. And, well, it's going to take quite a long time to get there when you're this bodied in the game. And you can't just farm whatever you want because you need to give Alchemist the highest priority. So I just think this is... Goes without saying, this was never going to be the plan for Tundra to have BZM be in this rough of a position. But now that he is there, I guess there's no other way into the game than just find whatever farm you can, try to get the Ags, and then hope to get one good fight once that Ags is online to really build yourself a game.
It's a 3v1 down here as Ace using the tower for protection. Dyrachyo, I think he just ran out of the coils there. He's going to get a lot of regen thanks to that chemical rage. Going to pop his... Oh, he's actually just going to die, actually. Yeah. In the bot lane, will they get a trade? Wheel of Wonder placed. Ace dies beforehand. Tofu.
Oh, that's awkward, Tofu.
He has Echo Slam, but he's going to use it, and he will die shortly after. That was awkward.
I am really surprised he completed that TP. That was something else. Quinn on BZM will be okay. Don't know if you've seen the progress pictures of Quinn's gymming.
Yeah, he's buff. He's a buff boy.
He has leveled up.
I remember when we were casting, what was it, the Arlington Major, he was complaining that he couldn't gain weight, and I was disgusted with him because I'm so fat, of course.
And then you guys did some sort of like Dragon Ball Z merge.
Yep, except I retained my weight for some reason, which is weird. Tier 1 tower in the bot lane taken out. But yeah, it's good to see that he's got a little meat on his bones. And a lot of muscle, too.
Yep.
Ladies, watch out. Soxa. He's going to use the Ion Shell to farm. He's actually giving the farm, too, to 30. Man, what a great teammate. 33 has Halberd, which is an item we saw a lot early on in the tournament, and then it's kind of dropped off a bit. Obviously, it makes a lot of sense against the PA.
Yeah.
Once that BKB comes out, then it's not quite as useful.
It might still find some use even after the BKB. If you kite and survive the first burst, then just getting Halberd off at any point without the BKB being available will be a big help. And if you wanted the Vanguard regardless, this is just such a feels-good build-up that makes a ton of sense.
BZM, he's here alone.
Go for
He is here alone, ladies and gentlemen.
Dead again.
He is certainly dead. This is not great.
Can't say he's having the best series today so far.
Death 5.
He has 58 CS and 5 deaths. So he gets 10 CS per life. Not a good stat line for a mid laner in general.
It will still be a trade of shrines.
Yep.
Just borrowing each other's.
Tundra went for a smoke aggressive play and hoping they were looking for trouble, but trouble came on the other side instead, so that was kind of a waste of time for them. Although they do have a wave top to push with at the very least. They'll stick around.
The TP in from Ace. He's going to get greeted by a dagger, a shank, if you will. Man, I'm really disappointed when you get to see the other Ringmaster fights.
Yeah.
Been wanting to see that unicycle.
I do
so
hope we
bad.
get to see one unicycle this turn. That would be fun. But
even if it's a misclick, just do it for us.
Yeah, and Whitemon was teasing it too, because he had it selected for so long that we were starting to believe, oh, is he actually doing it? And then he switched it after like 40 seconds.
Oh, that's a Tormy.
Gaimin, Shard for Malady. Can now use both Liquid Frost and Fire.
Most of Gaimin were, sorry, most of Tundra were top because it was going to go top after 15 seconds. So really good timing from Gaimin to kind of snipe that in a way. I'm not sure if that's... there's no way they just gave it up, right?
Do you feel like that's kind of weird that it works that way?
No, I think it's awesome.
I'm like, if Night Stalker is meant to switch the side of it, shouldn't it switch as it spawns?
As opposed to just the day-night cycle?
No, but it's like you said it switches after 15 seconds, right?
Yeah, because the night is slightly extended because the Night Stalker has ult. They actually get the silence on him the entire time. Quinn, big death.
Yeah,
only 4 more to go to catch up to BZM. Socks up. Help regain a Watcher, get a little bit more map control on this side of the map. But no, I really like the direction with the day-night cycle aspect of things. They've really embraced it. And there's some other aspects like, you know, certain heroes having better night vision can come into play.
Yeah, that's always been a part of the game. Or as long as I can remember, heroes have had.
Well, it's more, it's just, it's taken this interesting idea and made it a little bit more meta in certain aspects, especially like with the facets coming into play.
Yep.
I think it's very cool. No Gaimin with, I mean, for both respective teams, whose shoes would you rather be in right now?
Probably Gaimin, because like the overall, they don't know this, right? But we can see it. They're up gold 17 minutes in against Alchemist. That is generally, that is above 50% win rate, just almost always. Leading against Alk and gold is a lot more impactful than against other heroes because that, oh, they found Sox again.
Yep.
That hero needs, it needs to be significantly ahead. And yeah, Duracho is ahead, and it's by a good margin, but the Dazzles game is, ugh.
Yeah. It's,
brother, ugh.
It's a 3K deficit between him and the next up, which is PA, surprisingly. I mean, the 3 cores for Gaimin are all pretty close to the same net worth.
And I just, again, this is ignorance on my part, really. I don't know how Dazzle recovers in this patch. I don't know how exactly it's going to look. I don't know if it's going to feel meaningful. Every game of Dazzle we have seen as a core, he's been off to a good start.
Yeah.
And many of them he's won, but also some he's lost. But it's always, this is just unfamiliar territory for me at a pro level to see. So
yeah, it feels like
I'm not particularly hopeful, I'll be honest. I think this hero playing from behind sounds pretty ass, even with Nothful projection. I think it's still just going to be weak. And you're also having to deal with, the main thing I'm looking at with this hero in general, which is why teams started trying to counterpick it with AA, is you need to kill the real Dazzle, right? And you do have backline jumpers. You have Puck, PA, and Shaker that can all get in there up in his face. So yeah, I do think things are looking up for Gaimin, but as always with games with Alchemist, you can find one big fight, you can play around his timing. If things go well, it can very quickly ramp and get out of control for the opposition. So by no means are Tundra in an even remotely bad position compared to the last game when they were getting just curb stomped. But this leaves something to be desired for. If BZM was having a good game here, you could really see how this lineup could just pop off, right? But his recovery curve is mega steep, and credit to Gaimin on shutting him down that much. Oh, nice
Dark Ascension. Everybody exiting the premises now.
Actually getting away except poor ol' Ace.
Unfortunate for Ace, but
cash in his 4th death of the game, inevitably.
It's going to take a while.
Go to...
My goodness, really going to take a while.
No, 33 got it with the Ion Shell of all heroes. That's fine.
Yeah, because he's a good boy going for objectives. This tier 1 tower will go in Tundra's way. Tofu's going to get spotted, voided up. Knife will hit him in the back as well. Quinn, he's silenced, crippling fear.
He has haste, though.
Now that it's used.
And it's Day.
Yeah. Coil available. Might have to use it on just 33, who's going to snap it immediately. Still sped up by the Surge. Is Duraccio nearby, along with Whitemon. I don't think we've seen a single box this game. As I say that, the box is used. He's going to take a Macro Pyre for his troubles, but he's able to whoopee cushion away as 33 eventually does get taken out.
And you can see the mindset here, right? BZM is not involved in this play. He has to farm. Now the Axe is up. See if this changes things. It's Axe upgrade. Obviously, the Shadow Wave becomes extremely powerful. And he does have good heroes to cast it on to get the connection, right? He can cast it on allies or enemies, of course, but Alk and Darkseer and Nightstalker, all 3 of them will generally be in good proximity. So you look at this and you can totally get what they're going for with the strategy and how it's going to work, but I feel like for Tundra, it's about to be crunch time now. This is when you want your big payoff from these heroes farming for so long. And we also need to keep in mind, we're talking a lot about the cores. The supports on the Gaimin side are pulling ahead by over 1,000 each. So there will be that utility advantage too, where Malady will have a full Solar Crest soon, and Tofu has the Blink and Shard.
Yeah, you can see with that scan, Tundra wanted to actually contest this, but it's going to be too late. Quinn with the Aegis. Soxa didn't have Dark Ascension up.
33 running through the pit, and Tumbler's toying over it to get to Sox as fast as possible, and he will just try his luck here on the Wisdom. And to my surprise, Gaimin just didn't go there after Roche.
Yeah.
Maybe they thought it was a trap. That's possible that they thought they were going to get ganked over there, but not the case. It's a big item coming out now. BKB complete for Watson. And he's going straight into Nullifier. Great way to deal with Surge, Ion Shell. Can you nullify the box? I think you can, yeah? Yep. So Escape Act, also nullifiable.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a very good item here. And of course, PA doesn't mind the stats in this game. It's nice to get armor. It's nice to get damage, obviously. But yeah, armor against Elk is the name of the game.
Yeah, 3rd item?
And Dazzle.
We don't see that very often.
I really like this here. I think it's a super good choice to go this over something like SNY.
Yeah.
I think it's very clever.
Yeah, normally the Nullifier, it feels like one of those 4th or 5th items in most games, even when it's really good. But prioritizing here, like you said. See how that works out for him. Blink Dagger almost there for Ace. He's got the Vlads and Mage Slayer right now. Shadow Blade picked up.
Soxa again.
Yep, he's been tanking a lot.
He's been dying a lot this series. They're really on him.
Indeed. Ace, though, he's going to pop the Kraken Shell to try to stay alive. Malady coming in with a nice Ice Path. The Ravage was used, but he's going to look directly into the eyes of the Ringmaster ult, and Ace will eventually burn out. And now the knife hitting Malady. He's going to cancel his TP because he knows he's not getting out of this one. So 2 for 1 in favor of Tundra.
That was every trade. either Night Stalker or Dazzle for Tide. It feels like that's been the game the whole time. This time, Tundra do get a collateral via the...
Yeah, Ace is 0 and 5, so...
Yeah, BZM got a kill there, otherwise he would also have been 0 and 5.
The scorelines are actually really weird. So we mentioned BZM, of course. Whitemon's 5-0. Like,
yep, his Ringmaster. He's doing work in these games we've seen. He plays a really mean ring. Oh, nice Caster's Curse here.
Of course, Fissure.
Immediately die after being praised. Oh, he'll be fine,
It
Shan,
actually
because
is
he
a
plays a
killing
mean
spree.
Ringmaster.
Coil onto 2, but can't pursue any further. As Quinn will Illusory Orb. Oh, but the Crippling Fear is going to hold him in place. He cannot jaunt away. Fissure comes in, but that is the Aegis down.
Dyrachyo BKBs.
Tofu, he's going to get
Tofu.
slapped by Dyrachyo, who's in turn going to get slapped a bit by Watson, but will be able to walk away thanks to that Shadow Blade. He's going to jump back in, delete Soxa. Dyrachyo priming up the concoction, comes in, gets a nice one onto the PA. Watson in a lot of trouble. Wheel of Wonder placed again, but Watson had the BKB, able to Phantom Strike away as well. Whitemon finally taken out. His reign has come to an end via Quinn. As Dyrachyo now, they have the vision.
Oh, that's the big kill.
Concoction. Well, he does get graved and sped up. He's actually
Searing
fine.
Signet? Oh.
He's okay. Somehow.
That was not far off.
33 though, that is dead in the water. One of the best shards in Dota 2.
Yes. Do you still hate the name?
Of course, it's terrible.
Okay. Do you still hate Marcy?
Oh my god,
Yeah,
don't
just
make me vomit, I just ate.
Yeah, that actually is true. Had a delectable pizza.
Thanks, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Appreciate you purchasing that. That does not count as the meal that you owe me though.
I know. I did it out of the goodness of my heart, Shannon. I think you
really appreciate
earned a pizza today. You said something smart last game, and I'm trying to do positive reinforcement for you. I'm training you like a dog.
That's good. Pavlov's response.
Yep. Pavlov's Pizza. Sounds like a good name for a chain, actually.
Yep, you should trademark that immediately.
Yeah, I'm
Tormy is
Tormentan.
about to spawn. Good timing from Gaimin. As Watson, ooh.
That is not bad to get for free. The break isn't that important here, but it's still just nice, you know, additional damage.
You can stop Dyrachyo from getting extra gold, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Really strong.
Oh, like the bonus damage onto Alk is no joke. The max HP damage is pretty significant when you're going for bursts.
Yep, true. Corrosive Weaponry is breakable, though.
Yeah?
Is passive. It's a passive I genuinely don't notice. Do you? Like,
it's not that obvious necessarily, but yeah. I mean, it's also different now. They reworked Alk in 738 to need more charges to reach the cap, but also get them faster. But I think the overall math behind it made the new one worse in general. So that was one of the nerfs that Alk got in this patch.
Oh, Wheel of Wonder set up. Do they have follow-up? Concoction coming. They have the Hex. They have the death onto Quinn.
Really nice execution.
Malady will try to save Quinn, but it just leads to his own death now.
That was flawless. Super, super good. I think one of the most impressive things about the way Whitemon plays this Ringmaster is his wheels just sit there. Like, he just lands them. This spell is very difficult to use, actually, at a pro level.
Yeah.
Can't really put a finger on his play so far in the Ringmaster.
Whoa.
Just,
Careful
clutch
there.
after clutch.
Yep, he is a beast.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. Wait, is that a BKB? Dazzle has it? Okay. Well, BZM, we wanted to see some recovery. Still not looking too hot, but step by step. He's getting there. BKB now going Dagger next, and then Ghost Scepter queued up to solve the PA problem. Temporarily. You can't truly solve the PA problem. Fights are long enough, you're gonna die. That's how it works.
Yeah, Watson should have the nullifier before the next fight breaks out. Unless a fight breaks out very soon. Dyrachyo, ooh, has to blink away. Fissure does hit. Don't think they're gonna catch him though. That Shadow Blade.
This is a good opportunity
very
to
annoying.
learn.
Yeah, Watson will be getting that delivered now, so we'll be able to take off a decent amount.
Yeah, I think this is actually a timing that Gaimin has been waiting for, and now they will smoke with it, if I had to guess. Roshan can spawn in a minute. Oh, all right, they did just immediately smoke. Okay, because I was thinking they could also wait a little bit longer to try to combine this with a potential Roshan play, but there's a long time until his late spawn. Probably don't want to just sit around for that long. And there's
double
fire smoke.
Wisdom again.
Yeah, they're not really dealing with this Wisdom too much. I understand the first Wisdom rune is the most important one in the game, but these subsequent ones, it adds up. If you don't get any of them, the supports are, you know, starting to fall behind. We've talked about how many deaths Soxa has. He's level 16. He has 8 deaths. The Jakiro's level 12. You know?
That's not just from Wisdom Rosa.
No, of course not, but they've got the last 4, right?
That is kind of insane.
It compounds really quickly. And if you look at the graphs, it's kind of fun to see, right? Like those XP dips. It's quite significant, obviously.
Yep, net worth-wise, very even exchange, although with the caveat that you are against an Alchemist. So Gaimin still in a pretty good spot. And this next Roche certainly will be a contention point. As Dyrachyo can
straight in there.
There's the sentry. They see him. He's going to have to pop the BKB. Wants to kill off this Jakiro.
He's way too far ahead of his team right now.
Yes, he is.
Get the
blink
hell out
away.
of there.
Quinn not able to get there in time. Now that BKB is down, Gaimin should be looking for a fight. And
they will.
See the smoke.
Insta smoke. Nothing expended on their side except that, so can very easily find a fight here. And yeah, Alchemist no BKB is dodging time. If Soxa gets caught here, as is tradition, I think you just sell him fully. Yep, he's dead.
Tradition. Soxa is dead.
But it's going to cost them more.
Ace gets the dead in the water onto the boxed creature known as Ringmaster.
Wait, could you not move the box because of the anchor? It's still supposed to be able to move like 100 move speed, right? It didn't move at all.
Maybe he gave up, Cinderin.
Well, it would make sense. Honestly, this is a game about realism, and I think if you anchor down a box to the ground, it can't move.
Yeah, that's important.
He parked it.
My immersion would be ruined otherwise.
Yeah. Need realism in my game with fairy dragons and magic. Well, not too bad for Tundra, honestly. They only lost 2 supports. That, considering they burnt their Alk BKB for nothing, and then afterwards subsequently got caught, that was all right for them. Now this one is worse though. Dyrachyo.
Yep.
6 seconds on BKB.
Ace. Oh, he actually blinks to the wrong side.
Whoa,
whoa, whoa.
He stood still in the camp.
Now they see him, I think.
Yes, BKB now though. But they might force it again, perhaps, if they get dead in the water on him.
Wow, that was really awkward. Okay.
That's funny.
I mean, Dyrachyo knows his old team so well.
Yeah.
He knows where they're going to look.
They'll never find me in the middle of the camp. He was right.
I mean, that is obviously a storyline we haven't really brought up too much, is the Dyrachyo versus his old team. And all the intel he may or may not have about how they like to play. As Quinn gets a nice coil onto 2. Is going to force the BKB onto BZM. The Ravage was expended as well. Soxa, as tradition tells us, will die. Echo Slam is placed as 33. He's doing a lot of damage with that back wall. The Abyssal Blade from Dyrachyo onto the Tidehunter. Ace left to his own devices. He is dead. They've lost one other member as well, so it's a 5 versus 3 thanks to the buyback from Soxa. And make it a 5v2, so Malady takes a tumble as well. And
this
more
is a great
importantly,
time. There's
Roche is available.
Yeah, that should just be flat out Tundras. They immediately scouted out with the Impalement Arts, and should just be a full-on gimme. This is big. This is when Alchemist and when Dazzle want to really... I mean, ideally they wanted to do it 5 or 10 minutes ago, but that was not happening with how the early game went. This is now a potential second peak for their lineup. You see the replay here, the 2-man. The Ravage here honestly feels like a complete waste, in my opinion.
Yep, 100%.
Like, yeah, you force the Dazzle BKB, but you already had the Night Stalker coil, so your Ravage is effectively just doing damage. The stun doesn't matter. And then, yeah, not having it for this follow-up fight is what prompts Tundra to be so confident about just chasing them down.
Echo is also on 1.
Couple of the big spells.
Come back
really
to live.
successful.
The Aegis already taken. That is for BZM. Crippling Fear will always be an issue for Quinn. gonna have to use the coil just to get out. He's slowed to a crawl thanks to the void though, and there's a Noffel projection. Able to blink out, but another crippling fear. Vacuum onto 3. That's 3 heroes silenced now. They don't have Ravage to work with at the moment. The Grave onto Soxa to keep him alive. 33 in the meantime, trying to get to the high ground. They've lost the Earthshaker. It's gonna be a trade for Soxa, or is it? Yes, one more slap from Ace does the job. As Dyrachyo has that break onto Tidehunter.
He's in a really awkward position here. His ult is running out. He'll get out.
Watson did not want to go any further. I mean, after all that, it's just a support for support. Aegis still there.
We're now reaching a point where Soxa has died more than his teammates combined. There's 11 deaths out of the 19 on the NS.
Wow.
So while the kill difference might, or the KDA might not look too great for an Alchemist game that you're behind on kills, keep in mind that the vast majority of them are on the NS, and he's still performing his primary function, which is pub Crippling Fear, jump in on the puck, and make Quinn's fight difficult. Now, Quinn could try to itemize against this. He could buy a BKB now that he has the Lincolns to protect himself from Alk. We'll see. I feel like he would rather go for an offensive item here like Octarine Core, or a hybrid item, I guess, should say. But nothing in the quick buy just yet. Has the gem though. And 33 will get spotted by said gem.
And Dead in the Water
Tofu
real good.
out of no man's land.
Yep, Tofu gets slapped a bit. Ravage comes out. It's going to hit 2. Not a whole lot of damage follow-up. Macropyre in the middle as the World of Warcraft again taking over everyone. Cinder and Ace dead. Quinn now on the run. As Dyrachyo gonna pop the Lincoln's gonna get slowed. No, he's gonna blink before it hits him actually. Gonna focus on the Jakiro instead. As Malady, he's gonna be next to drop to the grave, and there is Soxa to finish off Quinn.
And that's the
triple
gem.
kill for Dyrachyo. Watson, the BK, or the Nightfall. Don't even need to say BKB. Oh, he gets abyssaled, and that is a true Nightfall. BKB TP into death. Whipped to another timeline. 9K lead for Tundra, and they have taken firm control of this game. Aegis, not even threatened.
Yeah, this Shaker plus Tidehunter combination has just not worked that well this game. It feels like they're not able to chain their spells. It's very one-dimensional in the way that they fight. And this is the problem that you're facing against Alchemist with a strategy like this, is you have all these big AoE spells, but what do you do about a single Alch just running at you? Yeah. You can't really commit all your stuff on him. You can't commit the PA either because you can't truly kill him. So you kind of want the enemy team to group up a little bit and land some nice combos, but they're not really offering you the opportunity. It's like maybe you're getting Alk +1, maybe you're even hitting 3 heroes on the Ravage, but as long as they're spread thin, you can't really seem to finish the job. And now Tundra, with all the confidence in the world, starting to dive the base, place down the banner, and this will be the first lane.
Man, this
Classic
game really
fashion.
turned around fast. As you can see the Noffel projection, they're going to try to take out the Earthshaker right on the footsteps of his fountain. Tofu able to get to safety. Soxa graved, will run away. First lane secure. Ace dead in the water, the Dazzle. Just going to casually take it off and walk away. Is this a fake back? I think it is. Not. It is not. No. They're actually going back. Dyrachyo, though, he never wants to go back. He's going to force out the Watson BKB. Dyrachyo, he is graved, and he is gone.
They'll get you out.
That is when you wish that you had a Basher on PA.
That is very true. Bash would have changed that significantly, but instead, Tundra with 0 casualties, just the easy grave TP. Now Dyrachyo Bloodthorn. PA can die in a blink of an eye in a stun. And the 5th Wisdom Rune in a row, or a Shrine I should say, for Tundra.
Yeah, those have really, really added up, feels like. Yeah, Tundra, though, they've really turned this around, and it was quite sudden.
Yeah, it feels like the problem that Gaimin are facing is really Alchemist and Night Stalker jump a support each, and they just lose formation entirely. Because they can't really kill the Alk at all, and when they go on the NS, he gets graved. So it's kind of tricky. I think maybe what Gaimin have to look for is getting a smoke jump and just flat out just piling on the Dazzle if possible. That would be the ideal situation, but since he has BKB, it's not that easy when you don't have Basher, because then he's always getting the Grave off. Because BZM hasn't bought his Shard, so if you do stun him, he can't use his ult. But hasn't been a problem so far. He's recovered the game quite nicely. He was 0-5-1, now he's 3-5-8.
Yep.
And on the net worth, he's looking healthier and healthier.
He's overtaken 1 core.
Yep.
So he's now second to last.
And Duracho is 7-1-11.
Yeah, he has been pretty much unstoppable this game. And what room does he have to grow? Just buy Ags for people, upgrade Blink. Looks like it'll be a Swift Blink to start.
Yeah. Seems like a good choice. He's playing without boots, so getting that movement speed burst is very helpful.
Now a smoke from Tundra. Looking to force this to a game number 3. Quinn is spotted. A little illusory orb away.
Sox is on the hunt. They'll keep going. They have all the vision advantage.
Duracho jumps in. They want the dragon. Dragon's dead. Poison touch hexing 2. There's the crippling fear with the vacuum and the wall to follow. The fissure blocking off everybody except for the Night Stalker. Quinn. The little baby ravage from the creeps, it looks like.
Watson
the buyback now on the Malady. Watson all alone. He's going to get abyssaled. Going to try to fight his way out of this. There's the ravage to follow, but the BKB from Duracho is going to avoid it entirely. Watson is dead. Quinn coil onto 1. And that usually means bad news bears. Box will keep 33 alive anyway. And that's 4 dead. Triple kill for Duracho. As Quinn trying to take out a creep wave, but they're going to fortify it. And they're going to continue to chase. There's the Hex. Wheel of Wonder, which he just phase shift off apparently.
He wasn't facing it.
Okay, looked like he was. Does Puck have a face?
Yes.
He was facing, right?
Haste. He's running.
He's wasting a lot of time. Lincoln's gonna pop. There's another Hex. BZM.
Hexed again. Whip.
This is one fast piggy. Can you get away from all of the predators? No, you are bacon. Delicious for Tundra.
That was a cool kill. The way they stagger their hexes and then hit the max range dart. Really cool.
Yeah, that was a long chase. Slippery pig. This is going to be a second lane, and yeah, that's been the game for Tofu, it feels like. Has had very little impact, unfortunately.
The Night Stalker matchup is just flat out super terrible for Shaker. It's one of the worst matchups in the game because what Shaker thrives on is vision advantage. Or rather, at the very least, not disadvantage. If it's even, that's okay, but when the enemy team can always get an overview of the fight with Dark Ascension, it's impossible for you to find angles. Like, Tofu actually had a pretty good start to this game, and he's had very minimal impact, because every single fight, they just know where he is, they play around him, maybe they kill him first sometimes. It's tough to be a Shaker out here. Mid tower gone, Duracho looking for the Megas.
Chemical Rage activated. BKB now onto the Night Stalker. It's a triple vac wall. Soxa with the crippling fear. Already Malady is dead. Ace will follow suit. Watson, so much minus armor on him, and he is gonna burn away. BZM with a double kill as the GG is called. And this is going to a game number 3.
Nice turnaround from Tundra, nice recovery after a very rough game 1. But like both we and the panel talked about, really felt like a major drafting error in game number 1 that got super punished by Gaimin. Now Tundra completely revise after game number 1. Moon Meander coming over. Good job, BZM. You had a great game.
Oh, Tofu looks very depressed.
He's confused. He's like, why did I have to play against Night Stalker as Shaker? Why did we pick this hero?
Why, Shiver? Why?
Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. Gaimin lose game number 2, and therefore we are going the distance with the 3rd game coming your way soon. But let's break this game down and tell you how it came to be the way it did. I'm joined by T-Gov and Lacoste. And T, this game was a little back and forth we got in this one.
I was really scared for BZM at the start of this game. After game 1, the way that they lost, and then game 2, the start of the game that he had, he was like equal net worth to the Shaker. He was struggling a lot, but then it slowly started to click, right? The items came in on the Darkseer, the items came in on the Alchemist. They were to rally around, Whiteman just popping off on the Ringmaster to then create such beautiful fights. But yeah, the start of this game, very, very shaky from Tundra once again.
Shaky indeed, and Shaker had a really good laning stage because he was blocking them off multiple times, being in the mid lane, being in the bottom lane, trying to set things up. He had a great game. It's just that this Night Stalker pick kind of ruined Puck and also ruined Tidehunter in multiple occasions, and so did Earthshaker, providing that vision, allowing Doratio to get the jump. And I really love the itemization from Doratio, picking up relatively early Silver Edge. You're playing against Phantom Assassin and Tidehunter, which does allow you to break them, and he did go for some of these like solo pickoffs, while Night Stalker is also providing a bit of a vision game as well for him. But definitely love the way that they played, because they focused very heavily onto the mid lane and onto the bottom lane, but guess what? Doratio, he's completely free farming in the top lane.
Yeah, this is one of those games at Tundra, they have to pick each other up, especially if you kind of play...
So you're saying pick Marcy with the pick-me-up facet.
Yeah, exactly. If they wanted to go to the lower bracket, they would have done that right now, and they'd be there. We'd be talking about game and winning, but no, I think like how the Dazzle lane went, how Shaker was making the early moves, Quinn was popping off, like everything was going right for gaming, but you needed Doratio to step up. You needed Saxo on the Night Stalker. Even though his scoreline 6-11, he's making the moves to set up everyone else to then utilize that vision. So yeah, everyone had to kind of fill some of the gaps that were created early on.
And it was also 33 who got quite a lot of farm, because he finished off Heaven's Halberd plus Shiva's Guard at 17 minutes into the game. This guy was always on top of the network pretty much, but let's see who's going to be our standout player. It's going to be no other than Whitemon. He did very, very good at the early stages of the game, completely zoning out both of the heroes in the top lane. He was the one who also got the first blood, I believe, and some of the really nice setups that he did with this Yule Scepter, later with the Blink Yules, into Wheel of Wonder, and then locking down the Puck just enough so that they can get another layer of silence.
There's not many supports right now where I'm actively calling for Ringmaster to play, but if Whiteman can get his hands on it when he sees the lane, especially when you throw a couple melee heroes in the enemy, it's like pick the Ringmaster, he's going to be able to put a lot of work in.
Yeah, I think... I mean, it's a bit of a toss-up maybe between him and Maposhka, but the best position 5 at this moment. I don't think that many people would disagree with that one. We're going to look at a hero comparison earlier on in this game when it was not looking that hot for BZM and for Tundra team.
Yeah, no, you can see even at the end of the game, right, Tofu's face, and that's because his early game, it felt flawless. He unlocked the lane for Tidehunter. He rotated mid to put pressure on BZM. He is the main reason why BZM was under threat and dying early on. He then also killed off the off lane. Like, a lot of the moves were due to the fact that Tofu was in the right place at the right time. You see here, even the fissure to block Doratio from getting back to the lane. Like, Tofu was close to being MVP if they'd won that game, but unfortunately, didn't work out.
Just imagine if Dazzle didn't get to lose his lane. As we said, this could have easily been a 25-minute game from Tundra if he got his timing on Aghanim Scepter early on into the BKB. Some of his early movements were definitely not there. You could see BZM on camera. He understood that the mistakes that he made, but he's also a player that can bounce back. If we go back to Fisher Playground, I'm casting the Grand Finals and I see BZM, they're down 2-0. He looks like he's seen a ghost, but you know what? Reverse sweep is coming. So definitely a guy that knows how to make a comeback into the game.
Yeah, and comeback making that they did. We're going to look at a moment where before that point, Gaimin was actually on track to take the game and therefore the series, but minute 32 comes around.
Yeah, I feel like Gaming at this stage of the game, this was like their moment to clutch it up, to win the fight, get the Aegis, but unfortunately for them, they didn't layer the initiation very well. At this stage of the game, you need the Shaker or the Tidehunter to initiate. Have that hard lockdown, follow up with the PA, but they started with the Puck, who used the coil. Dazzle could then BKB walk away. They kept trying to commit spells to the fight, but the resources were not there. Puck, full HP, full mana. PA, full HP, full mana. Like, it wasn't the cleanest jump, and it really goes back to, you're playing against Night Stalker, who has good vision. He's not even there, but you need your hard lockdown to start the fight. If you don't, they're just going to run away, and at this point, BZM didn't have the net worth he had at minute 12. He got his way to the items. He had the BKB, the Ags, and yeah, it's just a little bit of a sloppy team fight, and suddenly Tundra just won the entire game.
Yeah, and of course there was one thing that we heard from Moon after when the draft was done, and actually, you know what? I can't repeat what he said on air. Yeah, I was wondering where we go with that one, Shiva.
Take it away, Shiva. Back to you.
I'll take it away. I'll call for a break. We'll be back for game number 2 and see how Derecho's hero pool will be treated that time around.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello and welcome back to Dota Letters. Today I am here with Whitemon from Team Tundra. Whitemon, are you ready for a fun mini game that will change your life?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, great. This is a pretty easy game. I'm going to show you some hints that will tell you either a Dota hero or a Dota item. Now you're going to see how many letters make up the name, and then you have to guess. The goal is get as many as you can in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You have 10 hints that you can use, okay. And you just yell out a word. What would you like your word to be for when we give you a hint? Be anything.
I don't know.
You could be it could be Whitemon. We could just scream your name.
Maybe W.
W?
Yeah.
All right. We will scream W. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Why? Why W?
I mean, just my nickname, like Whitemon. W. Yeah. Start with W. Yeah.
Great. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the game. Dota Letters. A phantom presence, I haunt the battlefield, striking from all sides, as if I was a illusion.
Phantom Lancer? Wait, no.
No, it's one word, one word.
Wait.
We can get the W's in the chat if you want. We can start rolling W's.
W?
W!
Wait.
A haunt the battlefield like an illusion.
It's only heroes or items, like not like skills?
No. Just heroes or items. Haunt the battlefield. We can do another W.
Spectre?
Yes, there we go. You're fine, Whitemon. We're a brilliant inventor. I unleash the might of my genius upon the enemies. No armor can protect you.
Dazzle?
No. Might want to use a W. We're going pretty slow.
W.
All right.
I don't know.
A brilliant inventor, Whitemon. Plenty of W's. Go on, Whitemon. Use your W's. All right. Here we go.
Buckler?
Buckler is not a brilliant inventor.
Wait, no.
This is a hero, Whitemon. Whitemon, don't panic. You're crashing out right now. Focus up. Calm down, Whitemon. W. Starts with a T. Calm down and just think. All right, you can use another W. Just take her. We gotta move faster. Okay, this is a talisman that radiates an aura, bolstering the spirits of allies.
W. I'm so bad.
Keep going, buddy. Keep going. You got four more W's. You can do it.
Okay, W.
You're doing really good. Focus up, Waimon.
Spirit.
No, it doesn't. Spirit does not end in R. Watch it do another W, bud.
W.
20 seconds. 10 seconds, Waimon. Hit another W, bud. All right, Solar Crest. Good job. All right, last one, buddy. You can do this. I'm a walking plague. No, you didn't even read it. Yes! You got it! Oh, the clutch. Incredible job. Really, really good job, Waimon. You got 4 of them done. Venomancer right at the end. Very impressive work. You're a man who knows when he needs help and you call upon it. So how do you think you did, buddy?
I'm doing so bad.
What I surprised you to say, you actually were pretty standard. Most people got to about 5 or 6. So you did well. Most people didn't use the W's though, so you kind of clutched on that, but well done, Waimon. I'm very impressed by your knowledge.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll see Waimon do much, much better in his games than this game here at PGL Wallachia.
Oh, well, there's no doubt about that. Whitemon is crushing it in these games in particular. At least here in game number 2, he was our MVP. Let's see if Tundra can take the series and continue their unbeaten series record against Gaimin, or maybe Gaimin can take the first series of Tundra in this season, as they have looked a lot better. Let's talk about game number 3 here with T-Gov and Lacoste. T, what do they need to do? What do any team needs to do? Because you can choose. You want to be advocate for Gaimin or Tundra here?
I've said a lot about BZM, so I'll chill on that one. What does Tundra need to do? Tundra.
They can play fast. I want
a little bit faster, yeah. I agree.
I want to see this kind of a tempo. Also showing some of the new heroes that they are not afraid to pick heroes with 0% win rate. Playing Alchemist, which a lot of teams don't want to touch it with all the nerfs, with all the healing reduction. But they also didn't pick it too early in the draft. They picked it on 18, and then they kind of covered it with a couple of bans. But overall, it did look very good, even though they did lose the mid lane pretty hard. He was free farming completely and got his timings.
Yeah, and it begs the question, if you still give the Racho, if the Racho still had a great game and you ban Magnus, Nature's Prophet, Lifestealer, and you take the PA away from him, you know, are you going to continue banning all those heroes, T?
I think, honestly, the draft was fine. I think it was just the execution in which you layered your stuns was maybe a slight problem for gaming. Like, they shut down the mid really well. Like, BZM had no game, but that didn't just transition into them breaking open the game. And maybe when you look back at the replay, you'll see a lack of Tidehunter really entering the game. He finished 1-9. But I also don't want to be too reactionary after that game, because like, the same thing for Tundra in game 1. If you quote how they played in game 1, they shouldn't ever win game 2, but they bounce back, right? Duracho has an incredible game, same for 33. I think this may be the same scenario here for gaming, where they had an okay draft, they probably didn't play to the highest of standard in the game, and now game 3 is just very, very even. Like, it's hard to really call who should be winning.
Yeah, and it's important to note that this game will be similar to last game in the sense that Tundra will have first pick and Dire side, and Gaming therefore second pick, and therefore they could go for the same route in terms of bans that they did before, but they don't, and that means we're going to see either a Nature's Prophet or a Lifestealer making it through for Tundra, and potentially both if Gaming want to have the option of picking up one of those two. And previously, the last ban coming out from Tundra was the AA, allowing for that Dazzle pickup, so we should keep our eyes on that one as well.
Yeah, most definitely. I also like that they removed Darkseer on side of Gaimin, because it does feel that this hero caused a lot of issues. It also allowed Night Stalker to have overall a much better game compared to game number 1, where he had the Ion Shell. They got a couple of kills early on, allowed him to have a much better game between 5 and 10 minutes, allowed him to get the XP, to get the levels as well, because it's very crucial that this hero
does get to his level 6 as fast as possible.
And this is why banning the Darkseer and the Lifestealer feels quite nice. I feel like the draft that we just saw from Gaming, if they were against Nature's Prophet, they would happily scale into it. The split push, you have Jakira to push wave, Shaker to push wave, Puck as well, PA to outscale. Yeah, I like the fact that they have upped the Darkseer into the ban list.
It does mean that they have to deal with the Nature's Prophet.
Just have really good wave clear on multiple heroes. So it isn't one hero that has to, oh, I got to get this wave from Prophet, and now that wave. Like, have 2 or 3 sources of wave clear, really good team fight, and then you'll be fine.
Okay.
He says, and then he gets level 25 and they win the game anyway, right?
Sure, sure. There's always that.
Pre-level
time
25,
bomb.
yes.
Yeah, we've seen that yesterday with Daracho and the Nature's Prophet. They had a rough game against Na'Vi, but Daracho was still able to get those megas, and they were able to take the game in the
Insane hero right now.
Stupid.
This also leaves Bristleback in the pool. I know other teams don't like it as much. Gaimin usually picks it slightly later in the draft when it's available. They're not prioritizing the hero, but this definitely could be something to look into.
Yep, Bristle's available, Dawn's available. Both are very good heroes. Oh, they go straight back to the PA.
Yeah, why not? With Nature's Prophet, I know we saw Daracho on it, but I'm assuming it's flex for them as well.
Out of stream nowadays.
Yeah, Saxa plays it.
Saxa plays it as well, yeah.
So this, I think a lot of the times carries do like to simplify things. We saw Ame, I believe, who built into Battle Fury 30 minutes into the game when he was playing against Nature's Prophet, because you need something to get out of Sprout. Phantom Assassin is that type of a carry that builds into Battle Fury and has a low cooldown ability that allows you to get out of the Sprout. So sometimes you need to say, screw it, we need to keep things simple. We want our carry to have a good game.
Do you think Nature's Prophet would still be picked as much if they nerfed the 25 talent, so it wasn't X3, just deleted it, changed it? But
they definitely need to do something about that 25 talent, yes.
The but was if they kept the leash. So if they removed the X3 multiplier but kept the leash.
Kept the leash, which one? The old one that
leash,
go through BKB, or the last one that we had?
The last one, sure. not the super good one, but the last one we had. Do you think they'd still be picked as much? Or do you think it's that eventual 25 bomb that enables teams to pick it with so much confidence?
I think it also comes down to Nature's Prophet having that extra damage. There's so many trees on the map. If he's farming in the triangle, he's literally getting 85 extra damage.
They actually take the Night Stalker. Okay.
Yeah. It's a quite nice progression to see the Night Stalker. This entire series, it has to make it through because there's so many other heroes to ban.
Yeah, there's not many bans available, sure, in the second phase. Maybe that could be a future change to Captain's Mode. Sprinkle a couple more bans in.
I mean, this keeps it fresh, you know?
Sure. But Night Stalker, into Nature's Prophet, we've said it already in the previous drafts, but happy to go Vision, chase the map, kill Prophet. PA utilizes that vision really nicely. And low damage early on. That is
what a classic.
Something to note. Yep.
Yeah, we've seen that band in the first game of this series.
Tundra can just print money. Nature's Prophet presses ultimate, Doom, Devour, and Midas.
This is something that Tundra was always good at. If you look at their drafts in the last couple of months, when Alchemist was popular, Alchemist, Bounty Hunter, Doom, all these heroes, they create gold out of nothing, making stacks as well. This team is very known to be making quite a lot of stacks, so this is just the way they play.
It's going to be very aggressive on the map.
Gaimin Gladiators.
What are they going for? Shaman, yes?
Saxa Shaman.
It does put Prophet, obviously, into mid or into carry, but if you just don't have the items early on, if the next couple picks from Gaming have no rebuttal to this aggression, towers will disappear. Every Serpent Wards, every Treant, they're going to be breaking down all the after towers.
I'd be down for some Silencer to come out in the lane with Phantom Assassin. Gives you pretty free entry to the fight with Night Stalker providing vision. You did mention the jump on Phantom Assassin. Strong lane as well, could definitely get multiple kills. And also great against Nature's Prophet, great against Shadow Shaman as well, especially Shadow Shaman. He doesn't get to play much Dota, especially against vision and the Global Silence.
They need some stuns now. They got only a Void during nighttime. Other than that, you're just going to be TPing out. Could go back for the Shaker as an option for some stuns.
Could be some
the
Pango
Marana,
that can be
yeah.
flexed. I think that's also fine. You want this Night Stalker to be played as a core?
Because of Ace, I think Ace can make the offlane Night Stalker work really nicely, which then puts the Shaker 4 to bring Night Stalker into the game. That's one route I'm thinking.
Because you don't want to play Dawnbreaker against Doom. Sure, you have a little bit of global presence, which would be nice, but I think Tidehunter's gone as well.
A core Night Stalker would give a little bit more early game aggression compared to the support Night Stalker.
No, I'm fine with it.
So I like it this time. But it really depends on if Tofu has the 4 position that can bring life to the lane. And they go for Marana, yeah. It was either, yeah.
No, it's a good Night Stalker core game. You're playing against Shaman, you're playing against Nature's Prophet. You want to utilize those extra levels as well. And Night Stalker is also one of the few heroes in the game that can kill Nature's Prophet Treant instantly with his shard.
Eat the tree, arrow the tree, PA just crit the tree. Yeah, I think they've answered the tree. Even though all have 5100 HP.
Is there enough, they kill the tree, is there enough wave clear that you talked about earlier, that you want a couple people that can deal with those waves that will constantly shove in?
They're not the best.
No.
Let's just say that. Silencer doesn't do it. Night Stalker goes for Night Rain Facet rather than the other one where it gives you 300 or 350. Now AoE on Void.
I think the better way of looking at it is, can Gaming defend an objective? They might not be able to push waves, but when a wave does come to a tower, can they fight at that tower? And because of the Night Stalker core, with the correct hero on Quinn, I would say yes.
Okay, so they need to defend their towers. That's kind of needed when you're playing against Nature's Prophet, right?
Yes.
So we'll see if they play for that. One more hero needed before that final ban phase for Tundra. At the moment, it does look like, I know Whitemon can play Nature's Prophet if he wants to, but it does look like we're looking at a core Nature's Prophet on the red show. And that means that Whitemon should be looking at his hero here, unless they want to secure BZM's hero first, considering they're not last pick anyway. So they have 2 picks to defend it if they wanted to.
If they're going to be playing this Nature's Prophet from the safe lane, I want to see a body. I want to see some Tusk maybe that could come out, something that's going to soak up the damage a little bit. This is the body. This is
the body. That's quite the body.
Pretty much Whitemon's classic, so that he can secure the lane for NP. And this tells me that NP is going to be played from the safe lane.
Yeah. And that means we are looking at the mid matchup to be coming out overall last. And that does mean that Quinn has a little bit of the upper hand, considering he does have last pick. So what are we looking at? What holes need to be plugged with those last 2 heroes?
Remove Ember Spirit. You need to break the combo. They could easily go in and just crush the game with Ember plus 2 supports rotating to the mid lane and getting the kills on the map.
Okay. Well, your wish is...
1 down.
I think Tundra
granted.
Might lean towards picking a DK themselves. Shaman ET can play into the map. The Green Dragon with the early Blink Mage Slayer can utilize that setup. Is an option. Mid laners that get punished by Global and Night Stalker Silence are probably not the ones you want to lean towards. You don't want to give easy opportunities for them to play into that. They ban out Tiny. Ooh, I like that actually, playing into the Astral Spirit and the magic amp you'll get from that. They'll be more aggressive in nature compared to the DK.
No, I like Dragonite as well. Are you saying Dragonite for Gaimin?
No, Tundra will pick it themselves, I think.
If they don't, they probably should ban it instead. But the same thing can be said for Gaming. If they don't want to deal with it, potentially it's just better to just remove it altogether. Obligatory, hello, is Invoker still an option?
For Tundra?
Not in this game. No, not against Night Stalker.
They banned the DK.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
The series has somewhat come to the conclusion of how has mid lane gone, right? Game 1, Quinn crushed it. Game 2, you could argue Quinn and Tofu crushed it, but then BZM bounced back and recovered.
Sure, but in the lane itself, all lanes have not been great for BZM.
No, but still Game 2, Tofu did somewhat dual lane, but still Gaimin are 2-0 up on mid lane net worth.
Yeah.
And Quinn has ultimate last pick in this draft.
Yeah, so another upper hand. They ban out the puck last. Could tell us a little bit more about what Tundra is planning with their final pick. They also are out of bonus time. So this is their final couple of seconds they got.
Not an easy pick. When you see this pick, you're going to be like, oh, that's a bad matchup against Silencer. A Night Stalker is going to ruin this hero. You have to well, there it is.
Finally! Oh my god. You know the BZM's undefeated on Invoker.
Look at Quinn
those
instantly.
stats.
But look at Quinn, he's like, okay, all right,
No,
it's Invoker time.
He's picked it also. He played it during Dream League, and every time he was allowed to get his hands on it, he won every time. Ever since the patch, 100%. He's going for the fire of...
That's fair.
What is the word?
It's a good Sniperino game.
Is
Shrapnel.
it? Shrapnel. Oh no.
So for Tundra, when we think about setups, they do have the Shackles from Shaman, they have the Sleep from ET. If it is an Exalt Invoker, which most likely it is, then you are going to get very good Cataclysms due to your supports. But there is that awkward window of a core Night Stalker running at you, the early globals. If Quinn can find the active hero to punish the farm, like your Prophet needs a Mjolnir +1, your Doom needs Midas, your Invoker, he needs Atos and then Ags and Midas himself.
I could also see Pango, one of the realist heroes, through 2024.
I'm ready to scoff if they do. Like okay.
No, Queen of Pain.
Let's see if it's going to be Queen of Pain or if Quinn is going to be in pain in this game. Because to me, it looks good. I like the draft coming out from Gaimin. I think it's relatively easy to execute. I want to see two supports play around Quinn. Also want to see what the build is going to be on Queen of Pain, because ever since we changed how the bottle works, you can't refill anymore. Invoker also doesn't build into bottle. Maybe he's going to be putting multiple points in the Blink Dagger, allow them to get those early rotations, especially with the Night Stalker before minute 5, and try to get the kills there.
So with us saying that it might not be the best Invoker game, what made Tundra go for it anyway, you think, T? What's the thought process behind it?
It pressures the mid pick a little bit, forces Quinn down a certain style of hero, and on top of that, like we just mentioned, the supports do provide the entry for stun strike and early hits on the side lane. So if you get a couple kills there, it can translate into a good game, but as I pat my head, this is my thinking. Oh, I've just been exposed. Oh well. The fact that Gaming don't have major team fight does put them on a little bit of a timer, I feel like. It's like Night Stalker runs in with BKB. When BKBs are down, they might struggle. And then Tundra, they have late game Prophet, a Doom, the Shaman. The late game and mid game of Tundra is so scary. And if Gaming ever waste a BKB or waste a global, they don't really have a strong way to hold their ground in a fight. But they can snowball a game, that is for sure.
Yeah, they need to get a lot of stuff done early on with this global silence before they get to their Manta styles and BKBs and Lotuses and whatnot. But yeah, this is also core Night Stalker, have that in mind. So we're going to be seeing a lot more impact coming out from him than compared to position 4.
Yeah.
No, back to you, Shiva.
No, back to the people that are right behind you at the moment. Sans Van Sitter. We finally got the BZM Invoker. Are you excited?
Hell yeah, I love Sunstrikes and Cataclysms and Meteors, Spaghetti Meatballs. Delicious, Shiva. Thank you.
How about you, Sind? Are you good?
I love meatballs too. So we can agree on that, Shannon. Good job. We found something we share.
Common ground accomplished.
I mean, what's not to love about this game? Totally different styles, heroes we haven't seen today. This is gonna be a doozy.
It's gonna be a great one. I'm looking forward to it. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you, Shiver. As we get into game number 3. Now, very important game here, ladies and gentlemen. I know that the team that loses, not only are they a loser, Cinderin, but they will have to face up against Team Spirit in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
And I feel like, am I crazy that most of these teams would rather play literally any other team right now, even the ones that are in the upper bracket?
I think there's a case to be made for that today Spirit was just...
They were just bad today. Yeah.
This was not their best day, and Falcons came in guns blazing and just really brought something special to the table and prepped very well. And Spirit is also a team that's notorious for learning a lot from their losses and making good adjustments. So, yeah, I think facing Spirit after that series they just played today is still not going to be easy, even though they kind of got run over, actually. So yeah, there's a lot on the line here, having both lives remaining, and obviously the scary matchup in the lower is...
I think we're actually going to have a fight on our hands here. 33 was the one that was initiated on initially. We can see the Sunstrike with the Shackle, and Watson is the one taken out first. Quinn trying to get away. He'll get 1 kill, but die shortly after. 33 will eventually drop. Malady as well. Big Star Storm hitting twice on 1 unit, and I think it was the Pine Cone. as Marana will die next. Triple kill for BZM at the beginning of the game. Holy shit, what a start.
Look at the net worth.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that is a dream start because mid-Invoker, so Xord Invoker, I feel like is honestly the only viable way to play this hero in Pro Dota right now. He has pretty bad damage in lane, but you give him triple kill, he can probably have the same base damage now as Queen of Pain when he brings out, I'm assuming, 2 nulls. Oh, mega head start here for BZM, and also a comfort pick like none other for this guy. So the main things you're looking for with Xord Invoker is you want to have sideline heroes that you could kill with Sunstrike, and this time around he has the Shackle from Shadow Shaman setting it up, and he has the Sprout is a little bit unreliable, but Stomp from ET could be very reliable. And you're playing against effectively 0 stuns. This Gaimin lineup has no reliable flat-out just catch, so you're
hard mode enabled.
Yeah, you're probably going to be able to move around the map somewhat semi-freely at the very least on Invoker, and it also means that your Shackle, for example, from the Shaman, is going to stick.
Yeah.
So you can't miss the Sunstrike in this lane. It's actually just not possible. So that is very, very good news here for Tundra with that early head start.
So what you're saying is their lineup for the game inside harder to execute.
I would argue yes. I think the fact that not only do you not have the best catch, but the enemy team is also playing relatively high pace between Prophet, ET, and Shaman. It's a little bit of a mix from Tundra, because they're not all fast heroes. You've got the Doom, you've got Xord Invoker, but these heroes can utilize aggressive teammates very well. So even if they themselves aren't the fastest, they can enable it. Here comes the Sunstrike bottom. You would assume. Nope, never mind. We're just shackling.
Yeah, there it is. A little laggy right now.
I said you can't miss the Sunstrike on the Shackle, but if you don't cast it on the Shackle, you can miss.
This is true.
Doesn't
1 for
matter.
1.
They get him anyway.
Yeah. But that triple kill to start the game, I'm trying to remember the last time I've seen anything like that. That's the Huskar we mentioned the other day from Quinn at T. I don't remember what that was, though, at the beginning of the game. But have we ever seen a Rampage at the beginning of a game before?
No.
Because triple kill's up there in a pro game.
I think I remember like 1 Ultra, and that was like a mega stomp following that.
Yeah.
Unsurprisingly. But
who was the Ultra on? If you don't?
I do not remember. But I just feel like we've cast a game where somebody got 4 kills.
The first hero that comes to mind as a hero that can level 1, if everybody's congregating in the same area, get a Rampage, and I've seen it in pubs, is Undying with Tombstone.
Yeah, that's very, very rarely the skill you level 1 in Pro Dota, though. They almost always get the K.
For sure, for sure.
So
low skill Dota for the win, Cinder.
Yep.
But if BZM doesn't win lane after that start,
yeah,
and potentially free kills with his Sunstrike if he actually casts it in time. We'll see though.
Shackle.
We'll have, there it is, Sunstrike. Won't be enough for the kill outright, but that sure is a lot of damage.
Tons of pressure. And this is what's so nice for BZM is he doesn't really need too much mana in his own lane, so he can expend the resources in the side lane since he has extra mana regen from the early null, and arguably I think he should still finish the second null, but he's holding off on it. Maybe wants to get faster Midas. But yeah, when your own lane is easy, you get to help out your friends a bit more. Sox are looking for an angle. Interestingly, this Radiant Ward in the middle of the lane is protecting them from Sox are trying to find angles down bot.
So why don't you think the other facets for... first of all, this is going to be the most exciting one anyway, right? The Agent of Galaron. They tried really hard with that one.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the other two, though?
I guess the second best one is probably the Wex because of how good the EMP Shard is.
Yeah.
But it's just that the other Shard and Ags don't inspire a lot of confidence in me. And since Invoker is no longer Universal Hero, it's very hard to lane without